Let's do it. Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite, always early and, and always not in a curved formation, Adam Friended.
What's up, everybody? Look at this. We're back.
We're back.
Yes,
You
and
guys missed
early. Suck it. Suck it. Suck it.
Yes.
Suck it.
Yes. You know what I missed the most about not
What?
streaming for
What
like
is
a
it?
week? and
What
a
is
half?
that? What is that?
You.
Oh, I know.
I missed you. I don't
I
care
mi-
about the people. I don't care about the crowds. I care about you.
Look, I missed you too, and I feel completely refreshed. I feel like this
Nice.
is going to be awesome. I've been looking so forward to this. This video is insane. It's a topic that I love. We're talking about comedy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this
I
is
saw
going
this
to be a
video.
lot
It's
of
like
fun.
right up your alley. I knew
It is. Yeah, it is. It is. Big Joel trying to understand comedy. What? Look, how do you do a video? What is this video? It's like an hour and 47 minutes long.
Yes. Yeah.
Conservative comedy destroyed my life. You never define what comedy is. What the hell? What kind of commentary is this? What kind of
This-
intellectual commentary is this?
Well, the first word there is kind of the giveaway. Intellectual. There's no intellectual part of the. That's what's so weird about this. Going into this video, when someone sent this to me, I expected like, okay, this is going to be some kind of breakdown on like the philosophy or understanding of comedy.
Yes.
And how like conservatives are and why maybe conservatives are bad at it or why political comedy is bad. Something of like some deep nature of like what is
Yeah.
comedy.
It's called substance. The
Right.
word you're looking for is substance.
I thought there was gonna be substance, and it's just I can't believe this video is almost 2 hours, and it's like one of the most shallow videos I've ever seen. It's insane.
Yeah, it's like beat poetry or something. I was like, Big Joel, whoa, what's going on here? Yeah, look, we talk about comedy all the time. And this would be a fascinating topic, right? The difference
Yes.
between conservative and liberal comedy, especially, or progressive comedy. You know, I don't
Right.
want to throw the liberals under the bus now that it's splitting into the three-way factions. But, you know, Saturday Night Live these days, I mean, historically unfunny, right?
Yes.
Yeah, this is the time to be talking about this. You know, these tribes are getting so entrenched that they can't even laugh at each other. They don't even understand each other's jokes. But I mean, that's what makes this video so hilarious is Big Joel is in the comedy bubble here.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And you know, I was watching, there are lots of interesting things I thought about while watching this that were not explored whatsoever in this video by Joel. And I do think on average, it would be an interesting conversation is like, okay, I'm pretty sure if you were to take a poll, the majority of comedians probably going to be more left leaning than right leaning. And like, why
I would
is
say
that?
more. No, I'd say more enlightened centrist. Seriously, because look, like
You know what?
George,
You're probably right. You probably
yeah,
completely.
look, George Carlin understood. You know, he poked fun at liberals and conservatives because he understood both tribes, and he could point out the idiosyncrasies in each of them and poke fun at them.
Yes.
Look, and most people are so tribal these days that they really can't do that. Like it's a mortal sin to make fun of your own tribe, to laugh at your own tribe. Yeah.
Well,
Go ahead.
That's what you're saying. I think is very important, and that's one of the things I thought about is that in order to be like a real, true comedian, you do have to be able to make fun of everyone, including whatever tribe you're a part of. And I do think that's a big thing in why a lot of political comedy fails is because it's like, okay, you're just making fun of the other side. It's just for political purpose. It's not fun. It feels different. It feels faker. It feels, kind of grosser, right?
Yes.
Cynical. But so yeah, and the great comedians, they generally do that, even if they're not political. When the great comedians they make kind of like racisty or sexisty jokes, they'll also make fun of their own sex, also make fun of their own race. Often as much or more than anyone else they're poking fun of, and that's kind of what I think allows the safety net of like comedy being able to go in those sort of dangerous places, right?
Yeah.
But
yes.
but I want to say, putting all that aside, even though it's all true, I do think if you were to put all these like comedians to take a political compass test or to take a Jonathan Haidt moral intuitions test, that probably the majority of them would be more on the left, even if they're gonna, be enlightened centrists and attack both sides.
Yeah,
my guess.
their politics are
Yes.
likely more left leaning. But we do. I mean, there's like Jon Stewart, who doesn't really even understand conservatives. Look, that guy's not. That guy's not an enlightened centrist, and
No,
he's completely unfunny.
right.
Yeah, he's kind of lost the plot as far as funny goes. So, but what Dave Chappelle? Dave Chappelle definitely understands
Yes.
the intricacies of both political philosophies. Yeah. But
Well,
you're right. Like he would definitely be more on the left.
yeah.
So
So I mean, so obviously George Carlin would too, and I mean, I remember one of my favorite comedians was Louis Black, who was on The Daily Show, and
right.
even though he
Yes.
was probably far more on the left, he had a great line where he said, the Democrats are the party of bad ideas, and the Republicans are the parties of no ideas."
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
no, Big Joel in this video feels very much like the meme comic. I think Elon Musk even tweeted this out at one point. There was a meme comic of like the guy in the middle of the left and the right, and he was
Hmm.
on the left, and then like the woke person pulls the left like super far away from him, and he's like, "Now you're on the right."
Right.
That's
Yes.
Big Joel in this video is doing that exact thing here
Okay.
on sort of some of the people he attacks in this. I think he only attacks like the Daily Wire is like, okay, yeah, obviously that's like a very right-wing publication. But then some of the other targets are like, why is he even talking about this in a conservative video?
Yeah. Okay. Two things that I want to say before we get started. Comedy is about surprise. I've said it a million times. It's really that simple, that basic, and everything kind of flows from that.
Hmm.
And also, look, we didn't. Neither Sitch nor I are fans of lady ballers, which I'm assuming we're going to cover this section on
We're
lady
gonna talk
ballers.
about lady ballers,
Right.
yeah.
But his analysis of lady ballers is just like crap. Like it is
Right.
so crap. So if you understand that comedy really is about surprise, and this is why breaking taboos is funny, because people are surprised by that. They're literally surprised by, oh my God, what are people's reaction going to be, right? When Dave Chappelle comes out and says something that appears to be transphobic, everybody's like, ooh, he's going to
Hmm.
get in trouble for that. So that's why you gotta keep that into consideration. Now, sometimes Big Joel does. I mean, he does kind of drift into the philosophy of comedy, and it just all through this video it appears to be completely substanceless. So
Yeah.
right now, I just threw out like 100 times more substance than is in any of this 100 hour and 47 minutes.
Okay, ready to jump into this?
Let's do it.
Everybody, I want to show you a clip of a video I made just a few months ago.
Oh, I'm a homosexual man. I'm just a gay guy. I'm a straight up gay guy. I am gay Mickey.
That's from my short film called Gay Steamboat Willie. It's 8 minutes long and it goes on the entire time exactly like that, the same joke over and over again.
I'm gay. Get out of here. Okay, sir. I'll go fuck off then.
The reason why I bring up this
So I actually watched that video.
No way, really?
Yeah, I went and found it was on his second channel, the Gay
Okay.
Steamboat Willie thing. And it was very bizarre to me. Okay. So he made this video because, as you guys probably remember, Steamboat Willie became public domain recently. And I was watching it, and it really, really, really felt like a 90s teenager like joke of like, this is public domain, so I can take it now and I could just be like, ha, I'm gay. Like, and the joke is making fun of the fact that he's saying gay a bunch, right? This kind of
Right.
like mocking
Yes.
being gay, essentially, to some extent.
Right. Yeah. Breaking a taboo. Right. Ooh, surprising.
Right.
Big
Yeah,
Joel.
like now now that I have this like public domain property, I can just ridicule it by calling it gay. And like that's
Yep.
like peak teenager 90s comedy. And it was so bizarre because I'm watching this. Big Joel is like a leftist. And I'm like, what is the joke from the leftist perspective? Like, how am I supposed to? Obviously, that was not the interpretation, is to interpret it like the way a 90s kid would. So what is the interpretation? What am I missing here?
What makes that funny?
Well, like from a leftist perspective, because he's not doing it to ridicule gay people, even though it's how it comes off totally to me.
Okay.
So what is it?
Well, I didn't watch the thing, so I don't know. And he says it's the same over and over again.
It
so
is.
I'm
It's just
assuming,
him
like,
saying, I'm gay Mickey. I'm gay Mickey. So the whole joke is I'm gay.
Right.
And you're like, oh,
Doing this-
okay.
So once you know the punchline of a joke, it's not as funny because the surprise is taken away from
Of
it.
course. Of
Yeah.
course,
So doing
right.
the same joke over and over and over again, it's just, I mean, it's going to wear thin. It's not going to be funny, right?
Yeah. But it's just-
Sometimes you know if it's like a guy falling down a hill and it goes further and further and further and further until it becomes funny again, sometimes that could work.
Of course. Yeah. The joke is he can make Mickey be gay, and that would make Disney mad. Well, here's what's weird. If that is the intention, it still feels very much like a 90s kid making fun of gay people from the way that he's like saying it and laughing about it. So I don't know. It's just, it very struck me in a very weird way. But
This immediately goes into the leftist bubble here because I guess Big Joel doesn't know that Disney is going out of its way to make every single character gay and that they would love this. This is like what their dream is. Mickey's gay.
well, to be fair, Disney wants to make things like safe gay. So it's like, oh,
Right.
it's that lesbian couple in the background of Star Wars gay. You know?
Yeah, exactly. But still, this is the dream. Their dream that they can just come out and Mickey is openly gay.
Right.
Yes.
Right. True.
That's what we're moving towards.
Yeah.
This incredible video of my past is to make one thing clear. I am not here to judge you. You turned on this video, maybe
Biggest lie of the video right there. I mean, let's be honest here, right?
Yeah.
He's not here to judge. This whole video is just so judgy.
It's really weird. He says a lot of things and he does a lot of things, and I don't honestly know if Joel is just so in a bubble that he's like blind to them, or if it's all some kind of like intentional act.
Kayfabe.
Yeah, like dishonesty. I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that question is, but
Yeah. Look, I'm here to judge. Sitch, I hope you're here to judge. Like, if your comedy sucks, yeah, we're here to judge you. That's, I
Right.
mean, that's how you improve. That's how you get better.
maybe you're eating a nice lunch, maybe you're procrastinating on something, but you're here to have a nice time, you know? You're here to have a fun time with me. And now I'm just gonna play you a minute of shitty comedy and explain to you why it's offensive. No, I don't think that honors either of our time, and it's also not the sort of thing I'm really interested in. So much discourse around comedy, particularly liberal discourse, centers on these kinds of moral questions. Who said an offensive thing? Why was it offensive? What should our reaction be to its offensiveness?
so you know how I said like I don't know if it was he's in a bubble or being dishonest. I've now in a minute in the video decided that he's just being wildly dishonest. Okay, based on
Really?
what he just said. A lot of socialists do this really hilariously stupid. It's like the most obvious lying, disgusting thing ever. Hassan does this. They almost all do this, where they point to like hyper woke moral policing online, and they're like, "Those people, those aren't the socialists or the leftists. Those are the liberals." And you're like, "What? What are you talking about?" It's just so apparently dishonest. And so many of them, they do this. They do this ruse.
Wow. Yeah, that's
And
how
I
the
mean-
liberals, dude.
Yes. I mean, like lots of liberals will get tricked into doing it because they're just like normies who don't understand what's going on. But
Right,
the
yeah.
philosophy of what's going on, the people that are really pushing for it, this is all from a leftist ideological, philosophical perspective.
Any liberals that are getting pushed into this, though, I'd bet have preference falsification. Like, secretly, they're going, "What the heck? This is funny as hell. What are we doing
Yeah,
here?
probably.
Why? What's going on?" I love the Chappelle Show. Oh my God,
Exactly.
it's so transphobic.
I mean, that's fine. Questions can be good. At times, they can even be vital. But there are other questions we can ask, other reasons to be interested in this material. What exactly is conservative comedy? What is at stake in this genre? What does it mean to its intended audience? And what does it mean to me?
None of those questions are answered, by the way. All fascinating, all interesting questions, right? Mind you.
Right.
We'll do our best to answer those questions.
Well, no,
right,
he
Sid?
sort of answers one of them when he says like the point of conservative comedy is to beat trans people back in the closet. He says that at one point in this video. So that's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Over the last few months, I have spent a lot of time watching and thinking about reactionary jokes, so I hope you enjoyed this video. It's kind of a messy one, I guess, just a few stories about comedy and conservatism and the strange places they intersect.
Okay, so we're actually going to skip the first section because it's really boring.
It is
And he
super boring.
doesn't really say anything that interesting.
Right?
Okay.
Who's the guy that he goes after? Just
He goes
so.
after a guy.
Yeah,
What's
what
his
is his
name?
name? Yeah, let's just go a little.
He goes after a
Okay.
guy named Awaken with JP,
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
who is kind of an interesting character. He's a guy who basically was like a new agey kind of guy. He got kind of popular making a video that made fun of his own tribe, some of the new agey like performance virtue signaling stuff. And then at some point, he starts to become kind of like a more right-wing conspiracy theory guy. And now
Right.
he makes a lot of like, right-wing, anti-woke, anti-trans videos.
Yeah, but is he doing a Stephen Colbert, where Stephen Colbert is like a radical leftist, pretending to be a conservative?
I don't think so. I don't think that's what's going on.
Okay.
There is an interesting thing though with him, which is that, because I did, even though I don't really want to watch the segment on him that Joel does, he did make a I was kind of going through his content. He did make a video 2 weeks ago called What Conservatives Are Like in 2024. And it's him just making fun of conservatives, kind of like
Really?
doing like a hyperbolic skewering of like, all the most ridiculous things. Even Joel talks about that he has a video where he's like I forget, it's called like Conservative in Love, and it's like you think he's in love with a girl and at the end it's like a gun, right?
Right.
So that at least shows, even though I've listened to some interviews with Awaken with JP. He seems like a really nice guy. I vehemently disagree with a lot of his political takes. He definitely is like a massive conspiracy theorist, but at least from a quote comedic perspective, he is willing to make fun of and poke fun at his own side, something which I don't know if Joel is really willing to do that.
No, of course not. Joel would be taken to task. Are you kidding me?
Yes. And that's kind of part of the interesting thing about where I think part of the ideological and political comedy fails is as you kind of become more extreme in your political ideology, it becomes taboo to make fun of your own team.
Of course. Yeah.
And I think
There's.
that
Go
I was
ahead.
going to wonder, like, I don't, have we ever seen like a left-wing woke comedian who was willing to just point out the ridiculousness of their own like woke tribe? Have we even seen that? Is that even allowed?
Of course not. Yeah, that's the thing. There are two tribes that don't allow making fun of the tribe: progressives and Nazis. It's just they're both the same.
Mhm.
The earth is a
Oh yeah, we're going forward.
Okay, yeah, let's jump ahead here.
Good. Look at that already.
Look at that. Look how much progress we're making in this video, everybody. Boom. Look at that. 28 minutes.
Done.
This has been a long, long discussion to get at one little idea. You might think that talking about conservatives and comedy is silly, but I disagree. Jokes mean a lot. There is something at stake in jokes, and who makes them, and what they're trying to say, and who they're saying them to. There is something deep in getting a joke, and something telling in not getting it. Almost a decade ago, JP.
Do you buy any of that? I mean,
Jokes can play an important part in our society, definitely.
yeah.
They can be something that you just say to make your friends laugh. They could be something you say to try to point out something absurd in society that people don't really want to point out because they're afraid of the backlash.
Right. Yeah, jokes can be about entertainment and they can be entertaining activism.
Yes.
But my problem with a lot of the progressive stuff is it says entertainment is superfluous. We're here for activism.
Right.
And it's like, then, I mean, you're not really dealing with comedy anymore. You're dealing with, you basically in a church, you're dealing with preaching to people. That's the problem. The entertainment has to come first. If it's not funny, if it's not entertaining, the telos of the comedy is lost.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah. Yeah, and that's true of any, conservative comedy, quote, left-wing comedy. Yeah. The joke has to come first.
In what Big Joel says here, he puts the activism first. He's basically saying if it doesn't have that activist component, then it's not successful. And look, there's not a lot of activism and Step Brothers or like the other guys, right? I think there can be comedy that is devoid of politics.
Of course.
It's actually a great way to bring people together, to take politics out of it and just say, this is a funny part of life that everyone experiences, no matter what political persuasion you're in, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's the power of comedy, bringing people together. But no, Joel is like, no, it's about activism.
Sears made a joke, and today that joke...
I was going to say, I watched an interesting interview between Jordan Peterson and Matt Rife. I don't know if you remember. He was a comedian who got canceled because he made like a domestic abuse joke. All the people attacked him for it.
Oh, that sucks. That sucks.
But I mean, I'm pretty sure he's doing fine now. And he told Jordan kind of this interesting story about how when he was younger, like part of the reason he got into comedy was because he was like in a situation, he would be in these situations where people were like kind of like physically intimidating or threatening, and he would use jokes to sort of diffuse the situation.
Yeah.
Right. And Jordan Peterson was talking about how like that's actually like a very common, historical tactic that humans would use to kind of get out of these, dangerous situations is to use their wit, right? If they can't match the physical force.
Yeah. Yes.
And obviously that's not a political reason to use it.
Laughter is also an evolved signal. It's everything is okay signal.
Yes.
Everything is all right. Yeah. You notice how there's always in movies and stuff when the shit's hitting the fan and everyone's about to die, like there's that moment after everyone survives that they all have a big laugh together. They're signaling, we're safe. We made it. We're all alive. It's okay now.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
yes.
And there's another element too and it's so funny because the Jordan Peterson conversation with Matt Rife, even though like they only talk about like the nature of comedy a little bit, it's a far more like their 10-minute conversation on it is like far more substantive than anything Big Joel talks about here. Because he talks about like, all the kinds of things that comedy do, like comedy toys with the forbidden, because some of the things that we forbid should not be forbidden. And that's kind of a way that like comedy can kind of poke on the edges to figure out, where things are. And that's more in the political line, but something that wasn't political that he talks about, which is definitely true, is that, and I am interested why we do this as humans or how we start doing this, is that we often use comedy to make light of tragedy. We take something that's like negative and we transform it into some like way to manage it emotionally by making it something funny.
Well, I think that is the signal that everything is okay. You know how people say it's too soon? They're saying it's too soon because they're saying, look, we're not safe now. We're still emotionally grieving. This is not the time. But after a certain amount of time, it's time to give everything is okay. We're all okay in this. Yeah. That's why, look, when grandma falls down a flight of stairs, right?
Right.
Nobody laughs until she gives a signal, I'm okay, right?
Right.
Then everyone laughs about it.
You're right.
Then it's hilarious.
That's a great point. Yeah. Well, that's a good point. But there's also kind of this thing too, where like the comedian goes on stage and Big Joe was about to bring up Ricky Gervais. He doesn't play the clip, but in the same comedy special, Ricky Gervais talks about a guy farting at a baby funeral and how funny that would be. And it's interesting to me that we can have comedians, they can go on stage and they could talk about these like things that obviously if they really happened, he talks about beating up a disabled toddler, right? Like obviously if these actually happened that you wouldn't laugh, but in the context of knowing it's hypothetical and it's taboo and it's something that you shouldn't laugh, that's what makes you laugh about it.
True. Yeah.
And it's kind of the same thing with, comedy is tragedy plus time. It's almost like comedy is tragedy plus distance as well. If you look at all the original cartoons that, used to watch, all the Looney Tunes, it's all just slapstick physical comedy of people getting like the crap kicked out of them. And that's their pain is supposed to be what's funny to us.
Yeah. Yes.
It would be really interesting if Joel thought about any of these things and maybe tried to look into it, think about it, or put any of his thoughts into a video and analyze them in some capacity or perspective.
There's obviously laughter is an evolved behavior, and it's controversial whether or not other animals laugh. Some people do say there is laughter. Other animals do participate in laughter or something you'd call laughter.
Hmm.
So I mean, it's a mystery, right? Like, what is this evolved behavior that we have? So
I
it's
think,
it's fascinating.
don't they, I thought like, can't mice laugh when you tickle them or something?
Yes, I don't know if that's true or
I
not,
mean, that's
but
what this thing, I think that's
I
Pearson
have
that brings that
seen.
up. Yeah.
Yeah, look, I have seen people talk about that, the laughing
Right.
mice and laughing dogs and stuff like that. So
Right.
laughing chimpanzees, different animals
Hmm.
laughing.
Right.
Yeah, I think the best theory is that it is just see everything is okay signal, and
Right.
it is kind of a social signal. But obviously other animals are social too, so they
Sure.
could participate in something like that. Of course, Joel doesn't believe in. Joel only believes in virtue signaling.
Is a tragedy, and the fact that that is possible is scary and electrifying and thought-provoking. It's why I'm making this video. So okay,
Wait, hold on. We should go back.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
why he's making the video. Okay, this is important.
them too. There is something deep in getting a joke and something telling in not getting it. Almost a decade ago, JP Sears made a joke, and today that joke is a tragedy, and the fact that that is possible is scary and electrifying and thought-provoking. It's why I'm making this video. So okay.
So what he's referring to, because we skipped a section, is that if when JP made his original flat Earth video, it was making fun of flat Earth or flat Earthers. But now, from Joel's perspective, since he's embraced all these other conspiracies, I don't believe he's embraced flat Earth at all. Since he's embraced all these other conspiracies, people are watching the video now and leaving comments where they think that he is playing a Colbert-ish satirical figure in order to really promote the flat Earth.
Right. Yeah.
And that's what he means is sort of like the joke becoming a tragedy. Now, there's an element here that I don't believe Big Joel is aware of, which most people are probably not aware of. And I don't know if this is what's going on, but way back in the day, okay, back in little Sitch days, when, before we had all our social medias and our YouTubes to keep us occupied, I used to go to internet forums and argue with people because it was fun,
Of
right?
course.
Before Twitter. And one of the internet forums I used to go to argue with people was a internet forum called the Flat Earth Society. Okay. The Flat Earth Society, I don't know if it still exists. I don't know what it's like now. But back in the day when I went on the Flat Earth Society, that was like the troll Olympics. Okay.
Right.
There was no higher level of trolling that was existing anywhere on the internet except for the Flat Earth Society website because it was just this game. It was a continual game of you not really knowing whether what the person was saying they actually believed or if it was all a massive elaborate troll. And that was the
Yes.
the whole way the website worked. You knew that there were some people there that honestly believed in the flat earth. You knew that there were some people there that honestly maybe thought that shrimp came from the moon and fell into the oceans, okay? But you knew that a good chunk of people, 60% of the people on this website, 70% of the people were just trolling. And it was like this continual game of trying to figure out who was honest and who was the troll. And I wonder how many of the comments on the video he's talking about that are saying, "Oh, he was really secretly in favor of the flat Earth." How much of it is that? How much of it is just the troll?
Yes. Yeah. No. That's part of the mystery is part of the fun. It really is.
Yes.
And this is JP's thing. Like keeping the flat earther mystery alive is great for engagement. So
Right.
I mean, I would milk it too.
It was an interesting interview with JP from years ago before he, turned to be more conservative conspiracy guy, which I think he is in earnest, where he said
Is
that
he?
I mean, he's said he is in interviews, and non-comedy videos, unless it's some sort of like super elaborate, J-Reg thing happening, which I don't think it is.
I mean, J-Reg's
Right.
interviews, it wasn't very illuminating
That's
on our
true.
channel. What are you talking
That's true.
about?
Well, but JP is kind of like J-Reg. I think J-Reg is significantly funnier than JP. But JP is kind of like J-Reg in that, and he even said this in a very old interview, he'll do in his like comedy sketches, he'll kind of go between comedy and being serious in like the same sentence because he thinks it's funny or interesting to make the audience confused.
Right.
With that in mind, let's get into the nitty-gritty. let's talk about how jokes work.
Oh, look, he's going to explain how jokes work,
We're gonna
Sitch.
figure
I
it
can't
out.
wait.
Okay.
Part 2, when jokes don't... Wait a second. What?
And they don't
What?
work. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is basically the very first
Oh my God, look, he's got Satan in the background. This is deep state, elite conspiracy Joel here. He's got the Mickey next to Satan. What is he trying to tell us, everybody? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, what's going on here?
moment of Ricky Gervais's 2022 stand-up special, Supernature.
What about all the funny female comedians? Like, no, right. No. I'm not doing that. Okay, right. That was irony, okay? There's going to be a bit of that throughout the show. See if you can spot it, okay? Now, that's when I say something I don't really mean for comic effect, and you as an audience, you laugh at the wrong thing because you know what the right thing is. It's a way of satirizing attitudes.
It serves an important function in the act because the first 15 minutes is basically just about how everyone is too offended by stand-up comedy these days.
But these people are virtue signaling.
The point of the bit is obviously that everyone is annoying, that nobody can take a joke, that sometimes comedians say offensive things, but that you shouldn't take them at face value. That's the point of comedy. So
It's weird because Ricky literally said his exact point and Joel missed it. Okay. He literally said the point is that you're satirizing, like people are laughing at the thing that they know they're not supposed to laugh at. And it's
Right.
making fun of, it's pointing at like the attitude. That's what's funny. The tone in the society, the attitude in society. And he
Right.
explicitly says this. Look, let me go back a second. He explicitly says this.
Really mean for comic effect, and you as an audience, you laugh at the wrong thing because you know what the right thing is. It's a way of satirizing attitudes.
it's
See, he's saying the joke is, there's an attitude that exists in society, and that's where the comedy comes from, is transgressing that taboo. He literally
Right.
says this, and Joel just totally misses it completely.
Right, but Joel's looking at it from the perspective that Ricky Gervais is a conservative comedian and that he's
Right.
actually a misogynist, and this is what
Yes.
he actually believes. So it's ironic that Big Joel here is trying to tell us about people who don't get the jokes, and he doesn't actually get the joke.
Right. Well, that's why I said I feel like this video is just Joel being the guy in the meme comic pulling the left so far that he's calling everyone right wings. Because I could bet you that if Ricky Gervais took a political compass test or he told you
my
what his
God.
political positions are, they're going to be pretty, they're going to be a lot of them left wing, probably most of them left wing. But because he's not afraid of making, these jokes that transgress woke norms, because, he makes the jokes about, trans women, there's just this automatic assumption that, he must be like a right-wing reactionary type or something.
Yeah. He's broke the rule. He broke the taboo. The wrong taboo.
Which is part
Joel's
of the point,
taboo.
right?
Yeah, look. I mean, you get the same thing from Christians when people go too far in the making fun of Jesus and stuff.
Right.
I mean, you get too close to someone's sacred idea and they freak out. And that's what Big Joel is doing in this entire video.
Even though he said it's not what he was going to do, because that's like what the dirty liberals do.
Well, that's what you're doing, Joel. Sorry. That's what you're doing.
of comedy. So I think Ricky saying this, chiding the public for not comprehending his amazing jokes, it's astoundingly stupid. And that's because nobody who's ever actually been offended by Ricky Gervais was confused by how irony works. A few minutes later, Ricky says,
Well, no, but they are, well, it depends, because there's a real point here that Joel can make, though he completely misses, about sometimes you make a joke and just the fact that it's like taboo is the joke.
Right. Yes.
And there's not a deeper message there. But then sometimes you do make a joke that is taboo and it does have a deeper message.
Right. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the surprise has to be there. The message doesn't necessarily have to be there, but it's better when it is. It's totally
Right.
better when it is, obviously. You get a twofer. Look, we just got to back it up a little bit because this is like an amazing cope spiral here.
Okay.
This is like, obviously Big Joel is super fucking triggered over this joke that Ricky Gervais made.
Right.
but that you shouldn't take them at face value. That's the point of comedy. So I think Ricky saying this, chiding the public for not comprehending his amazing jokes, it's astoundingly stupid. And that's because nobody who's ever actually been offended by Ricky Gervais was confused by how irony works.
I'm so not offended by your misogynistic jokes, Ricky. Oh my God. I'm so not offended here. I just made an hour and 47-minute video. Basically triggered as fuck over your jokes.
Right.
Come on, Big Joel. Look, the Cope spiral is real, guy.
A few minutes later, Ricky says this.
Oh, they want to use our toilets. Why shouldn't they use your toilets? For ladies. They are ladies. Look at their pronouns. What about this person isn't a lady? Well, his penis.
And see, nobody who doesn't like trans people would ever get offended by this joke. Only trans people would. And that's because they understand how irony and sarcasm work. They understand the point of the bit, that it's silly to think a woman can have a penis. It's not that deep.
Joel, you're so good for being offended for all the trans people in the world. I just want to come over and just pat you on the head so much. Look, you are doing the world a great service by making this video and illustrating how offended you are for all trans people over this silly joke, Joel. Very good. Look, I commend you. You deserve a medal, okay? What you're doing is saving the world here. It's just so stupid.
Right? Ricky's not playing 4D chess here. Ricky Gervais kind of does this a lot, acts weirdly defensive about his own material. Like he says this in Supernature.
And when someone says to me about another comedian, they say, oh, they're not funny. Even if I agree with them, I stand up, I say, well, you can't say that. You've got to say, you don't find them funny, you know. And I hate it when people say, that joke was offensive. I gotta say, no, you've got to say, you found it offensive.
And you know he thought he was cooking there because he says the exact same thing on a podcast.
I want people to stop saying, that joke's offensive. Yeah. I want them to start saying, I found it offensive.
But like, what are you talking about, Ricky? That's dumb. When someone says you're not funny, they're just saying they didn't think your joke was good. Of course it's their opinion.
Well, there's two messages going on here too. There is the I'm saying that I think the majority of people don't find this funny, or I think the majority of people would find this offensive. So your Ricky Gervais is cutting off a whole nother message that I think people are putting out into the world when they say that was offensive. They're saying, I believe the majority of people would find this offensive. They're not saying, just I found it offensive. They're saying, I think the majority would find it offensive.
Yeah,
so,
Joel constantly does this thing in this video. And I'm going to be bad faith Barry here, because the question, of course, is Joel just like completely ignorant, or is this dishonesty? And he does this tactic where he like pretends like he doesn't understand what the person is saying. That's how I interpret it. Maybe he just doesn't. Maybe he's just dumb. But I'm gonna guess and say he does, where it's like, well, obviously if someone says something funny, it's not their opinion. When it's actually, Ricky's talking about exactly what you're talking about, Adam, and what we've talked about a lot, where when someone says like, oh, did you like this movie? And you say, no, this movie was awful, right? There's a very different connotation and psychological effect than saying, oh, I didn't like it, right? Because one is ascribing a universal trait saying, no, the movie is bad. And one is saying, oh, well, personally, it was my opinion that I didn't like it.
right.
These have very different effects on how people discuss media or discuss anything. And for Joel to pretend like, well, obviously if someone says something sucks, they just means their opinion, is so bafflingly inept and incompetent in terms of how he views the conversation that I don't actually think, I think he understands this and is just like pretending that he doesn't understand this.
Yeah, it's totally the nuance of language, right? Like a movie that is widely very popular, I might say, well, I didn't like it because I understand that a lot of people did like it, right?
Right.
But if a lot of people hate it, you know, and I say that movie sucks and we all agree, like I'm saying something completely different.
Yeah. Well, there can be movies like that I say, okay, I think this movie, even though it's popular, I think it sucks. I think it's just a bad movie. And there could be movies that I go, okay, like I didn't like this movie, but I understand that, you know, other people might like it.
Right. Yes. A lot of this is obviously Ricky Gervais' comedy. And it's hilarious. So
in the context that Ricky's talking about here, is, and this is again why it's still so like wildly dishonest from Joel, is very obviously when the people are attacking Ricky Gervais and saying it's not funny, it's offensive, what they're saying is they're not saying, well, it's my opinion that I think Ricky Gervais is not funny, so I'm not going to support him. They're saying, I don't think Ricky Gervais should be able to make these jokes. That's what they're saying when they're saying he's not funny and offensive. That's what they're saying.
They're doing the content cop. They're doing the joke police.
Yes. And it's so bizarre to hear Joel like pretend like that he doesn't understand that's what's happening in this conversation.
Joel is so not triggered, Sitch. Okay, Joel is just he's totally above it all. This is not not triggering him at all. Okay, right. He's rolling with it. He's not here to judge, Sitch. He's not. This is not being judgmental. Okay.
Okay.
Do you believe any of that, Sitch?
No,
of course not.
I mean, it's so weird because like he's one of these people who, you know, in his videos, he has like this very like calm tone. Right, I'm just like a nice guy attitude. But then when you see him in his live streams, and then when he talked to us, and you also see him in other live streams, it's like a completely different energy. It's like an angry, aggressive energy. And it's like, it just makes it feel like his on-air recorded video persona is just completely fake.
Right.
But like, what are you talking about, Ricky? That's dumb. When someone says you're not funny, they're just saying they didn't think your joke was good. Of course it's their opinion. Whose else would it be? And when someone says something's offensive, usually they just mean they disagree with you intensely about some political issue that they take seriously. And both of these claims are complete.
Not true. Go ahead.
He can't be this stupid, right? No one could be this stupid. Is to think that's what, when someone says it's offensive, that's just their way of saying they disagree with you on a political issue.
Not true.
That's retarded. There's no other way to say it. That's insane.
Yeah. They're saying everyone disagrees with you. I mean, they could be wrong, right? Right? But that's what they're saying.
When someone in today's world, in today's context, looks at a joke and says that's offensive, okay, what the implication is, that person shouldn't be allowed to make that joke. It's offensive. That's what they're saying when they say it. It's not just saying, I disagree with the politics. Whoever in their entire life, when they've said something's offensive, all they meant was, I disagree with the politics of this statement. Whoever's ever meant that when they say something's offensive?
Yeah.
Not a single fucking person alive, except for maybe Big Joel. He's like lives in some sort of weird fantasy land. That's not what that means. It's so strange to hear him say this. And I guess his audience just eats it up.
They gobble it right up. Yeah. Give me some of that virtue signal.
Oh, when I say something's offensive, I just mean that I disagree with it. That's all I mean when I say something's offensive.
I love the way he categorizes all of these left-wing comedians as right-wing just because they stepped on the trans taboo.
Yeah, I know.
It's like that's what it means to be progressive. Going against progressive or conservative, going against progressive taboos.
It is interesting that he doesn't talk about Chappelle at all, and I wonder if that's because Chappelle's black and he only goes after white people in this video. You know, he doesn't want to step on that, you know, that intersectional third rail there.
He doesn't want to step on the intersectional rake.
Yeah.
And when someone says something's offensive, usually they just mean they disagree with you intensely about some political issue that they take seriously. And both of these claims are completely normal responses to a politically charged comedy act. When you're making what amounts to I identify as a helicopter jokes that would have Ted Cruz fucking dying of laughter, people are gonna say, you know, that's not funny, that's offensive. And it doesn't make sense to correct them, Ricky. They're not wrong to say you're not funny. So when I look at these opening minutes of Ricky's special, all I see is cope. Like he really wants.
Oh my God.
The projection.
The iron law of woke projection here. Yeah. What? As he's cope spiraling down, he's like, you're coping.
This is literally he's the crying guy with the smiling Wojak.
Oh, of course.
People they're just saying you're not funny, Ricky. They're not mad.
Ricky Gervais hosting the Oscars, you know,
all right,
probably a billionaire from The Office, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, he's so coping over your video, Joel. I'm sure he's in a major cope spiral over this.
wants to advertise himself as someone doing this super deep work, speaking truth, acting as a kind of public intellectual, pushing social boundaries.
I do.
Have you seen The Invention of Lying? Ricky Gervais's movie.
No, I know what it's about, but I haven't seen it.
It's great. You should see that movie. I'm sure the Christians don't like that movie. I'd like Joel to review that movie because I'm sure a lot of conservatives despise that movie.
Mm-hmm. I
I
mean,
do like to make them think as
What's
well.
that?
well, Ricky is, I mean, when someone makes fun of the trans conversation the way that Ricky is doing,
Mm-hmm.
where he's talking about like, oh, he has the joke about having a penis and all this other stuff. So you can't be a woman and all this stuff. This is pushing a boundary. Like if you
Yes.
don't like it, Joel, you can try to minimize it and pretend like that's not the case, but it is the case. You just disagree with it. It's 100% factually pushing a boundary.
Yes. Yeah. The Invention of Lying is a movie where it's basically a society where nobody ever lies, and then the main character lies for the first time. So he has total advantage over these people because they're completely gullible. They just have never experienced lying before.
Mhm.
And he goes down the religion route. Like he basically creates a religion, but it's created around all these lies, right? So the
Right.
implication is Christianity is just a bunch of lies, right? And I think, look, conservative Christians probably hate that shit,
Mhm.
some of them do. I'm sure
Right.
there are plenty of Christians that find it funny. It's probably the fundamentalists that hate it. But Big Joel is not lambasting that. Of course not, because it doesn't step on his taboo.
Exactly.
As soon as you step on Big Joel's taboo, though, oh my God, I have to do a video essay on this guy. He's a reactionary comedian.
Right.
It's so silly. It's so silly.
And I do like them to, think of it the next day.
But when you actually look at the act, especially at his most offensive, politically incorrect material, he's doing nothing of the sort.
Her penis, you fucking bigot!
He's not pushing social boundaries, right? He's policing them, reinforcing traditional social order. Men are men, women are women, and so the idea of trans
See, look, he's so, this is hilarious, Sitch. I probably paused too soon, but
No,
this
it's
is hilarious.
fine.
He doesn't even know that the social boundary is that you're not allowed to say, you have to say trans women are women. Otherwise, you're the one who's out. You're the one
Mhm.
who's out of the social norm. He doesn't even know that his social norm is the one that's being enforced, especially online.
Yeah. It's because the way the leftist sort of perspective works is that they had to be the eternal victim, essentially. So he has to always, leftists always have to frame it like they are forever the rebels fighting the evil Star Wars empire that is our
Right.
society. And yet, obviously, that's not the world we're in right now. We're in
No,
a
it's
world
not.
where the mainstream is completely dominated by left wing and wokeness, essentially. And the only thing that the right, they have their outlets, they have their little outlets somewhere, and they also have certain states' local governments. And so it's kind of interesting because if you're going to talk about what is pushing cultural norms in terms of the acceptance of trans women being women or being, trans women, it actually is highly dependent on what state you're in, right? Because you could be in a
Yeah.
state where it's okay, if you, misgender someone, you're gonna get fired, blah, blah, blah. You could be in a state where literally the local government is saying that, they have to be that, that they're not allowed to be.
That's a good point. Yeah.
But so what I was gonna say is there's another thing I was gonna say. Oh, hold on, I lost. Okay. It was that,
Sitch, what's going on?
sorry, my internet just cut out for a second.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay. Anyway, no, there was something else I was going to say, which is that it's interesting to me that he's the only way he looks at this, the only way Joel looks at this, and the way he has to look at it from his political perspective is that the only thing that pushes the boundary forever is a leftist perspective. That
Right.
is the forever pushing the boundary.
Right.
Anything
Yeah.
that pushes against that, you're not pushing a boundary. You're just reinforcing the boundary that already exists.
Right. The status quo.
Right.
He doesn't realize that the trans ideology has become the status quo.
Right.
He's totally oblivious to that.
People is inherently ridiculous. It's simple, really. He's putting the freaks in their place. So we can see a dissonance here, right? Between Ricky Gervais's ambition.
So wait, he just said that Ricky Gervais's point is he's putting the freaks in their place. Okay, so maybe, now listen, let's go out on a limb here, okay? Maybe Ricky's position is that he actually doesn't think it's a question of putting the freaks in their place. He thinks maybe it's not right for trans women to compete in cis women's sports. Maybe it's not right for trans women to be able to go in locker rooms if women feel uncomfortable about it. Maybe it's not right that children are basically going down a pathway of medical treatment that they don't necessarily need, right? It's interesting that that can all get shunted down and destroyed into putting the freaks in their place when you're going to be 100% bad faith about the situation.
Yeah. Reductionist.
And the meat of some of his jokes. And in order to resolve that dissonance, he pretends that what he's doing is more intellectual than it is.
Oh, the irony, Sitch.
I know.
Please, the irony.
That was irony, okay? There's going to be a bit of that throughout the show. See if you can spot it, okay?
See, you guys don't know how comedy works. You don't understand my incredible irony. You shouldn't say I'm not funny. You should say that you don't find me funny. Okay, whatever. Here's the thing. Ricky Gervais is not alone. Sure, some of his jokes are...
So, Joel is so bad at this. He actually missed the actual thing he could criticize Ricky for here, because Joel is so in the ideological leftist bubble that he's just triggered by and everything we just talked about, which is that something I said in the beginning. And this is actually something that Joel should have brought up, and he never does in this entire video, and is an important thing to talk about, which is there's kind of like two versions of a comedic joke here, a taboo pushing comedic joke. Okay. Mm-hmm. There's the joke where you're just saying something taboo or just pushing a boundary, and you're not advocating for anything. It's just the comedy comes from the fact that you're pushing the boundary. So an example of this is in this comedy special, Ricky Gervais says, "Oh, all these people are telling me you got to punch up, you got to punch up, you can't punch down." And I say, "But sometimes you got to punch down, like if you're beating up a disabled toddler." Right. And then everyone laughs, right? Yeah. And then he kind of, continues the joke for a little bit about how, how you have to beat up a disabled toddler. You literally have to punch down, right? And the joke is sort of, you're talking about literal punching down as opposed to, figurative punching down.
Yeah, you're surprised.
But obviously in that joke, it's just funny because it's absurd. And he even says this. He says, if he actually brought up a disabled toddler on stage and started beating them up, it wouldn't actually be funny, right? There's no political message in that joke. Just the transgression of the taboo and the ridiculousness of it is what makes it funny.
Right. Yeah.
But that's different than the trans joke. When Ricky Gervais tells the joke about like her penis, right? That is a joke that's doing the same thing. It's pushing it's transgressing the taboos and doing all this stuff, but it does have a political message. And it's basically using the vessel of comedy to say, look, isn't it absurd that we as a society, believe in this thing, support this thing, et cetera, et cetera. And I do feel like far too often people do this move where they will use comedy to try to make a political point or societal point about something. And when you call them out because you disagree with that point, they'll say, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. You're just mad about a joke.
As a shield, yeah.
They use it as a shield when it's like, well, it is a joke, but there's a point to it. And this is why Big Joel is so incredibly shallow. Ironically, his name Big Joel is so incredibly shallow. This would be an interesting thing, especially from his leftist perspective, to talk about that Ricky Gervais is kind of doing this in his act. He's 100% doing this and kind of using this as a shield.
Yeah, maybe so. I think her penis is still surprising to 90% of the population because they don't dwell in these online circles. So you can be pretty sure if you say her penis in front of an audience of normies, It's going to surprise them. You're going to get a laugh out of them. I think it's that simple.
No, it is funny, but I'm
Yeah.
saying there's a difference between telling a funny, offensive joke that has no point and a funny, offensive joke that has a point and a message about broader message about society in it. And that very
Right.
often these things are conflated as a shielding defensive technique. And you could
Right.
criticize Ricky and say, listen, if he wants to tell these offensive jokes that have points to them, which he said in the interview afterwards, that's fine. But when he's on stage and he makes that point about like kind of mocking the tone, that's only partially true because I believe that when he's making the jokes about the trans people, he is trying to make a political point about the absurdity of a society of basically just accepting this idea of like the her penis and all that stuff.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it would be good if Joel had any sort of intellectual chops, he might be able to do this, but unfortunately,
Of course
Joel
not.
doesn't.
Right. Yeah.
But the comparing and contrasting these two takes on the trans situation with Chappelle and would be great because Chappelle does exactly what you're saying. Like he does go for the low hanging kind of shock her penis message, but then in the end he pulls it back. But the reason why I think Joel can't actually address it is because the message of Chappelle's show really is more of a left wing message, a really just an inclusive message, because he starts talking about how his trans friend, was just, a real person. It was trying to have some experience in the world that just felt real to them. And so he did really kind of turn it into a message thing, but it was a message that would go along with what Big Joel agrees.
Right.
Yeah. So, but I don't know maybe Ricky Gervais does that as well. And I haven't seen this comedy special, so maybe he does it and Big Joel just kind of clip chimps him out of context.
I haven't seen it in a while. I don't remember him doing it the way that Chappelle did,
Right.
a while back. But.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Are annoying.
It is I think just her penis is like obviously shocking and will be for a long time. Sorry, Joe.
Right. And hilarious.
But like a lot of comedy, maybe most of comedy, is about establishing boundaries, enforcing social norms.
What is happening here?
Wait, we had to go back. Hold on.
What is happening here?
Irony. You shouldn't say I'm not funny. You should say that you don't find me funny. Okay, whatever. Here's the thing. Ricky Gervais is not alone. Sure, some of his jokes are annoying, but like a lot of comedy, maybe most of comedy, is about establishing boundaries, enforcing social norms, punishing unacceptable behavior and expression, and doing all of that in a way that manages to feel covert, secret, transgressive. Let's talk about the...
Yeah, okay. All right.
It's so interesting because this really accidentally shows his like wild socialist views here. Because usually when people are talking about comedy, they talk about like, oh, you're supposed to be, as Joel said like 5 seconds earlier, you have to be pushing the boundaries, right?
Yeah, but now no, you're enforcing them. You're setting
enforcing
boundaries and enforcing them.
Right.
What is happening here?
Which, to be fair, is true. Very often, this is, comedy can be used both to police behavior. It could be used to ridicule someone. It could be used to, try to dethrone someone who's oppressive. Comedy can be used for a multitude of purposes, right? When like three guys are like bullying someone and mocking them relentlessly, like that's using like comedy for evil, right?
Well, I don't necessarily know if just mocking people is funny or
what is it, the people that are like laughing about it, right?
It depends upon the situation. This is there can be obviously the comedy, something can be funny to one group of people and not funny to another group of people,
of course,
because
right.
The other group of people is the butt of the joke or whatever.
Of course,
so, yeah. So, but is that? I guess it is comedy to the people who are not being put down, but it's definitely not comedy to the people who are being put down.
Of course,
Yeah,
but
that's part of the analysis. So
like our society, the moral system of our society tries to police that behavior
Right.
and say, okay, like you shouldn't be using comedy for these evil purposes, right? Where, three people are beating up someone and then they're like mocking them as they're beating them up.
Right. Yeah.
Um, but it's
But
just
he's saying most of comedy though is serves that purpose to like keep people in line. And I'm just what?
yeah, that's
Really?
not true. I would say that's not true
Yeah,
remotely.
that's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
I
mean,
mean,
I'm just trying to think of a situation, just like a popular comedy. Maybe, we've talked about Barbie before, which,
mhm.
pretends to be a comedy, but the funniest parts are really Ryan Gosling. What in that is like when they start preaching and kind of policing boundaries, they go so far away from comedy. What are you talking
Right.
about? Those are the least funny parts of the movie.
Well, he's going to use The Office as an example of this, which I've only seen like a handful of episodes of The Office.
When Ryan
So,
Gosling in Barbie is talking about the patriarchy and
mhm.
it's hilarious, right?
Right.
Is he policing people? Is he enforcing the patriarchy? Is that what he's doing? Is that what that
No.
movie's meant to do?
Well, no,
Because that's
see,
what Big Joel is postulating here. That comedy is real. Look, this what Ryan Gosling is doing is he's supporting the patriarchy, enforcing the patriarchy, mocking people who don't believe in the patriarchy. Why? It seems the exact opposite to me.
actually, no, I think it's, hold on, let me go back 1 second.
Alone. Sure, some of his jokes are annoying, but like a lot of comedy, maybe most of comedy, is about establishing boundaries, enforcing social norms, punishing unacceptable behavior and expression, and doing all of that
I'm sorry. Okay, so he says a lot of, or possibly most of
Most of
comedy,
it, yeah,
yeah,
is about
is establishing boundaries and norms and enforcing it through ridicule. Okay.
yeah,
So that actually exposes so much about his worldview and exposes what you said earlier, which is that he views the point of comedy is ideological.
right,
Okay.
yeah,
It's an ideal comedy from Joel's perspective should be used, or he thinks it just is, but I think he's just lying to himself, essentially, is that he thinks that comedy is or should be used to basically enforce ideological conformity in people. And so, to answer your question about Barbie, he would say that the comedy is that you're supposed to be like making fun of Ken and you're supposed to be making fun of the patriarchy and you're supposed to be making fun of, all these, all these evil, regressive patriarchal things in Barbie. And that's like the comedy of Barbie is therefore enforcing the ideological narrative that we need to be more feminist, right?
right,
That's probably what Joel would say. And so that is why he is so triggered. He is so bothered by Ricky Gervais making the jokes that he's making because he only sees primarily comedy exists through the lens of just pushing ideological norms,
right.
which to me is wild because even though I think comedy can do that and does do that sometimes, I think it's the exact opposite most of the times. I think most of the time, the joke in comedy is pushing the taboo, is pushing the boundaries, the exact opposite.
Yeah, I there is a point in Barbie like the all the men in the boardroom, they're all obviously stereotypes of like dumb misogynistic men, right?
Mhm.
That is actually kind of enforcing a social norm, but they're mocking sexist men, right? So they're enforcing the norm of men should not be sexist. So
Yes, right,
that's an
exactly.
example that I can
Yes.
see like what Big Joel is saying, but it's ironic that it's actually enforcing Big Joel's worldview. It's not enforcing the kind of worldview that Big Joel would say is the status quo,
Well,
right?
it's kind of doing both because it's simultaneously the joke is trying to say like, oh, the norm is that all men are sexist in these
Sexist, right?
positions, and then but we should be making fun of that in order to change it, essentially,
Right.
right? It's kind of like Joel's looking at comedy through a critical theory lens. Like you can't just have like a normal scientific theory is just a theory about how the world works or how something works. And a critical theory is no, 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 no. You need to have an ideological, you have to have some ideological political perspective that's trying to derive an outcome you want in your scientific theory. And so he has like a critical joke theory where the jokes have to be pushing some ideological, political thing. And that's like the point of most of the jokes from Joel's perspective.
Right. All right. I don't want to belabor this, but it is fascinating.
In a way that manages to feel covert, secret, transgressive. Let's talk about The Office for a minute. I know that The Office is also a Ricky Gervais property, and that's great for him. He slayed with that one. But for our purposes, I'm more interested in the American version. So, Michael Scott is a kind of deviant actor, isn't he? He's the person at the party who thinks he's your friend, but really isn't. He's selfish. He's bad at reading social cues. He's insecure.
I'm not worried.
To HR.
You know what? The only thing I am worried about is getting a boner.
Who's Michael Scott, by the way? Yeah, Sitch?
He's offensive, too. He makes a lot of racist and sexist jokes, not because he's a genuine bigot, but...
What do you mean? He said, isn't that the character name from
Oh, okay.
The Guy in the Office?
He said
Steve
the
Carell.
actor. I thought it was Steve Carell.
Steve
I
Carell's
thought
the
he was
actor's
saying-
name. Yeah.
Steve Carell is the actor's name, yeah.
Yes,
But he said the
he's-
actor, Michael Scott.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh,
Which
that's
I was
hilarious.
like, who's Michael Scott? I mean, that's
Oh,
Steve
okay.
Carell.
I got
The
you. I
actor
got you.
Steve Carell is.
Right.
But maybe the character is Michael Scott.
The character's name is Michael Scott. Yeah.
Okay.
but because he's desperate for attention.
What if Pam was a lesbian? What if she brought her partner in to work? Would that be crossing the line?
No.
What if they made out in front of everybody?
Basically, Michael is a satire of the anti-woke comic. He makes shitty jokes and then blames his audience for not laughing.
Try my googie. Try my googie.
Okay. This is so baffling. Okay. Big Joel is so wildly dishonest in how he frames all of this stuff. Do you think anyone watches The Office and they see the character of Michael Scott, who is supposed to be awkward and cringy, and they think, I think of a stand-up comedian slaying it on stage when I see Michael Scott.
I don't think so. No, obviously not.
Like
yeah.
the entire point of Michael Scott's character, okay, is that he's the weird, awkward, cringy guy, and he's constantly saying he's trying to be funny, he's trying to be people's friends, he's trying to do all this stuff, but he just can't connect right. He can't do it right. And so it comes off as like cringe and awful and terrible. That's the exact opposite of Ricky Gervais, which is funny because Ricky Gervais plays the boss in the original. That's the exact opposite of Ricky Gervais saying her penis on stage and the entire audience erupting into laughter and applause. That's the literal, as far away as the opposite as you can humanly get.
Of course, yeah. Ricky Gervais is slaying it. And
Yes, but because there's an angry mob of people on the internet who like Joel think that all of comedy and all of society has to be focused through the political prism that he wants, who doesn't think Ricky Gervais is funny, that doesn't think Chappelle is funny. That means that therefore they're really, in his mind, like Michael Scott in The Office, and no one's laughing.
I mean, the show's popularity kind of belays that thesis, Big Joel.
Yeah.
I mean, it does, but whatever.
Try my googie. Try my...
Jim is the other main character on the show, of course, and he's the opposite of Michael.
What do you say? Jim?
No, thanks. I'm good.
The world was made for people like Jim. He's funny, charismatic, handsome, smart. Michael lives in awe of Jim. Everything Michael works to be, works way too hard to be, Jim just naturally is. And in real society, people like Jim usually have power over people like Michael. That's not the case here, though. At Dunder Mifflin, authority is in the wrong hands, and this cannot just be corrected. Michael is the boss and will remain the boss for as long as the show is relevant. And besides, if Jim actually did correct this hierarchy, got Michael fired, put him in his place, that wouldn't be funny. We saw something like that in the episode The Dundies, and it just makes...
Is it weird that he's like taking this very strange far right-wing perspective on this show? Like he's talking about natural hierarchies.
I know, yeah. That
And
is
how
kinda
like
bizarre.
Jim should be ahead of Michael in the natural hierarchy of society. This is very strange. Okay. Very interesting.
makes you sad.
You know what, guys? We're just having a little office party, so if you want to... Hey, cool it, guys, really.
You suck, man. You suck.
So what does Jim do? Well, the one thing that Mike...
That's another interesting thing, too, that he kind of misses on here. Like, the point, my understanding of the point of that scene that he just played is it's kind of like, oh, we can beat up on our, our boss because we have to, like, we're all together in this. Like, you can beat up on your family members and your friends in your own country, but if someone from the outside attacks, then you're like, oh,
yeah,
fuck that guy.
Yeah. Yeah. I watched the British version of The Office, but I never watched the American version of The Office.
Mm-hmm.
It is fascinating that the main characters, like, I think the biggest difference is Steve Carell's character, like, he's trying and he's basically a tryhard, but
right.
Deep down, you understand that he knows he's a failure.
That's the same character. Yeah, he's the same way in the English version.
No, because I think Ricky Gervais's character, like, he's delusional. He thinks he's like the shit.
And you're saying it's not like that in the...
Yeah, in the British version, like, he's a total failure and doesn't know it, which is like a completely different kind of thing. You're like, wow, this guy is delusional. He thinks he's the fucking shit.
That's interesting.
Yeah, where Steve Carell is just, I mean, it's obviously, he's trying to fake it till you make it type of thing, but just... the comedy is that he secretly knows he's not really fooling anyone. So,
well, yeah, I think, and I don't know what year the British version was, and maybe there's just a different culture there. It's kind of an interesting idea with The Office, where if you look at like a lot of 80s and 90s office comedies or office shows, like the boss is like a more kind of, even if they're incompetent, they're more like an authoritarian, like, dictator, and a lot of the comedy stems from that perspective.
Right. Yeah.
And then the thing that's interesting about The Office and sort of a lot of the shows in like the 2000s and later is that the boss kind of loses some of the authoritarian nature, and they try to be like your friend, but they're like really bad and cringy about it. And I do think that that's reflective of how a lot of people's white collar experiences are in American society.
Yeah, it's got to seem realistic to the facts on the ground. Otherwise,
that kind of shift in like office attitude.
Yeah, fascinating. Joel should talk about some of this stuff and make his video interesting. I think this video got like 2 million views too. It's like, what?
I know, it's crazy.
Do people not really? This is proof that nobody really tracks the argument, Sitch.
No, they just kind of listen to someone they like, and they have like a general vibe that they appreciate, and they just listen to it while they do something else, and then that's about it.
He called Ricky Gervais stupid.
Yeah, right.
Michael can't. He looks at us.
It's Fat Halpert.
What? And then what is like this whole breaking the fourth wall thing? I know it's in vogue to do that in comedies now, but what, like, Big Joel makes this comment about, he does this thing where he looks at us. So
in that moment where Michael does something stupid and Jim turns to the audience with his iconic Jim look, power is reasserted over the office.
Power is reasserted over the office. You getting this, Sitch? This is some fucking deep shit here.
Well, in the American version of The Office, it's supposed to be someone's filming it, right? Like, that's part of the show, right?
I'm not sure.
That there is someone filming the thing.
They
like, he's looking at the guy with the camera. Like, it's not like he's looking at the audience.
They use that trope in What We Do in the Shadows, where they literally call out like the cameraman and stuff like that. But I haven't seen enough of The Office to know that they do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Have you watched that show, What We Do in the Shadows? That's
no, I've heard it's very funny.
But... It is very funny. It is very funny.
But not administrative power, disciplinary power, but the power of judgment, of
the power. Look, all this is just nonsense. All this is nonsense. What is this? Since you're going to have to deconstruct this for me here.
Well, side eye.
Let's hear the whole thing.
Power.
What?
In that moment where Michael does something stupid and Jim turns to the audience with his iconic Jim look, power is reasserted over the office. But not administrative power, disciplinary power, but the power of judgment, of side eyes. Michael can do what he wants, be the boss and treat people horribly, but at the end of the day, we know where the real authority is. We know that Michael is a freak, and we can feel that, laugh about that, because we are in community with Jim. That's the joke, right? That's the punchline. It's not just Michael acting like an asshole, but Jim being on our side, telling us what an asshole he is.
So the point of all this is
Yeah, it is a little more
right.
sane
So,
than I suspected.
right. The point of all of this is the keyword freak that he pointed out there.
Right.
Okay. He's saying Michael Scott is a freak, and Jim, by looking at the camera, is, socially acknowledging the shame and the ridicule that Michael Scott should feel. And he's equating that to Ricky Gervais's her penis joke is the same thing. It's saying these people are freaks, shut up, get back in the closet. And that's how he's which comparing those two things is so stupid and retarded. And has nothing there's nothing to do with each other. So Ricky Gervais's joke about the her penis and all that stuff is to say, look at this weird thing that our society has accepted, and it's ridiculous, and yet we all accept it, or we all understand the taboo. That's what makes it funny. Why are we accepting this weird thing, right? That's the pointed nature of the Ricky Gervais joke. That's completely different than a joke where, Steve Carell says something stupid and cringy that makes everyone in the audience go, ugh, that's horrible. And then Jim looks at the camera with a knowing smile, a smug knowing smile. And that's how the audience feels. You go, okay, yes, we all laugh at how cringy and weird this guy is. That's so completely worlds apart different than what was going on in the Ricky Gervais comedy special.
Right. Yeah, the look is just him him acknowledging to the audience that we are better than this guy.
Yeah, so that
Yes.
we get it. And honestly, you don't even need, people would watch it and they would, everyone understands that you're not supposed to, everyone understands intuitively what's going on with Steve Carell's character in The Office.
It is an interesting touch to be able to empathize with the main character. This guy is the main character of The Office, right? He's the protagonist.
Well, I think Jim is, not Michael Scott.
Okay, who's Jim?
Jim is the guy that looks at the camera.
Yeah, that's what I see. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, Jim.
Right.
Yeah, he's the protagonist, right? He's the one
Yes.
that, you're supposed to empathize with as an audience member. You're him. He's the everyman and he's you,
Mhm.
right? So when he looks at you, that is the ultimate symbol of, we agree, we understand.
Yes.
This
right.
is something that we all see together. Yeah.
It's kind of a more not so obnoxious way of having a laugh track. It's
Yes,
telling
yeah.
you where the comedy is, right?
Yeah,
Especially-
that's funny because that
Yeah.
is it. But the Joel dragging into power dynamics. Is that really what they're talking about here? Is this show really about power dynamics, or is it just, we all have to put up with stupid bosses that do shit that we
Mhm.
find, counterproductive in the workplace? Is that really about power dynamics, or?
I haven't watched enough of The Office to comment on that. I don't know. I wouldn't trust Joel's interpretation because since he's a socialist,
Yeah,
he views everything through the lens of power dynamics. But
So that's why I was pointing it out when he's talking about, look, this is where the power dynamics shift in the show.
okay,
And it's is he just being relatable to an audience? Isn't that audience out there? Aren't they watching this show because they work in some kind of work environment
Mhm.
with crazy people who do shit that is completely counterproductive to their mission in
Right.
the world, and everybody has to put up with it because they're they are the boss in the place. I guess
Mhm.
maybe there is some
I
power
don't know.
dynamics going on, but
Hey, Shady Durag says he thought Michael was the protagonist. Yeah, some people are saying they thought Michael was the protagonist. Some people are saying they thought it's an ensemble cast, so there's not a clear protagonist.
Well, a lot of times different episodes have a clear protagonist,
Yeah, right,
right?
yeah,
There's
sure.
like, this is about this. I think the woman who has Jewish on her, I don't know her name either. What is her name? Pam? Is that it? I'm
Pam?
going to guess
Yeah.
Pam. Pam, I think there's some episodes where she's like the main character. So
Sure.
anyway,
Let me read some super chats.
okay, let's do it.
JMac for $20. Thank you so much, our surrogate father, Daddy JMac. Thank you so much. Says, I finally get my Sitch and Adam fix. I have a 2-hour massage scheduled right when they start. Looks like I'll be the one getting late today.
There you go. Look,
There
I
you
think
go.
we were 5 minutes early too.
We were, yeah. And JMac so generously, he made up a whole, nutrition and exercise plan for me to get big, to get the gains.
Wow.
Yeah, he did.
Wow.
So I have no excuse. Guys. I have to get the gains now.
That's great. I think, can you tell the show that you went on? Is it a secret or?
No, it's not a secret. I was on Jesse Single's show.
Right. Yeah. Blocked and reported. So
yes. I think it's going to be out either next week or next week. I'm not sure exactly when.
So check it out.
You know. Yeah. So it was just, and now I was very disappointed because Katie wasn't there. It's just Jesse.
Really?
Just a sausage fest. Yeah. Terrible.
That's
terrible.
okay.
But I thought it was very funny. So I'll let you guys know when it comes out. Moondoggy for $20. Thank you so much. Says, with you guys gone, I went on Twitter for one night and listened to other podcasts. I learned 2 things. People are perpetually angry, and you guys are so normal and sane.
Yeah, Sitch and I, we do get our righteous indignation up every now and again, but generally we are just not angry people. There are people in this space who I think, they're driving themselves to an early grave. It's like,
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
chill out a little.
It is true. It does seem like that's sort of the theme, the mood for a lot of political content nowadays, is just to be like as angry as possible. And I mean, I guess some people like it. So
I think a lot of people do like it. So
yes, yeah.
It'd probably be better if we got more angry, but
probably.
I think it's better for us. I get it. Better for our health.
I mean, I get it. People are not happy with a lot of things going on in society. They're not happy with maybe what's going on in their own lives. And if you have an avatar, voicing that anger, it's like the not broadcast news, the network or broadcast. I always get confused. I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore, guy. People like that.
I think it is network.
Christian Baller, thank you so much for being 2 years of outside the simulation. Oh my God, top
and he got
tier.
The goal.
He's got the gold pyramid. Look at that. He says gold at last. Gold at last. Thank God Almighty. We are gold at last. Hope you all had a happy and good Easter weekend. Have y'all seen the gate height? I don't know what you mean by gate. I'm assuming it's a typo. Height has been getting for his new book. Lefty's going insane since he mentioned social contagion. Oh, hate. Yes, I have seen the hate that Height has got. He had this. There's an insane New York magazine hit piece against Height.
Really?
Accusing him of being in favor of like talking about like race IQ differences, which I've never heard Height talk about.
We're going to have to cover that next week.
We will. It's totally insane. So
I read about half the book. And there's parts that are just amazing. So
there you go.
I also have been reading Abigail Schreier's book. I think it's something about therapy. Here, I'll look it up, but it's also amazing. So read another super chat.
Stacking Damage, thank you so much for $20. Says Big Joe looks like my cousin, but doesn't make me like him more. I have become truly enlightened. Take notes, Adam. Welcome back, boys. You were the best. Thank you.
Nice.
There you
Glad
go.
to see you've become enlightened again.
There you go. Listen, Adam, you can't let the fact they look like family members, sway your judgment.
Of course not. But I'm only a human, guy. It's called Bad Therapy, Why the Kids Aren't Growing Up, Abigail Schreier. And man, some of the examples she gives of what's going on in public schools is just terrifying. Terrifying. Yeah.
Captain Mystery for $40. Thank you so much, Captain Mystery. Says, hey, I just got my tax return and it seems like an effective use of it. Thank you. If I may ask, Sitch, what's the story behind your H.P. Lovecraft AI background? Well, you're asking the wrong guy because Adam is the one that found it, not me.
The story is it's basically just stolen off of Twitter. I just saw it and was like, okay, that looks awesome. Here, let me put Sitch in front of it. So
That's the story. He said, this looks
Right.
cool. And then he just said, here
and
we
look,
go.
I don't even know if I could. It's a shame because I should probably maybe. I don't know where it came from. So
Yes.
look, it's AI. Why do I have to credit anyone?
There you go.
Right? Didn't the AI do it?
And people have always said that my character looks kind of Lovecraftian. And in fact, actually,
Yeah.
that is sort of the backstory for my character in the comic. So it does fit perfectly.
Yes, look, the comic is in the works. I'm like, if you guys want to buy it, now is the time to buy it because I'm going through and figuring out how much I have to print and all that stuff. The only reason it's taking so long is I actually blame Sitch because Sitch still has not sent me the drawings that people have special ordered. So
Oh my
That's
God, you're
what's-
right. I forgot about that.
that's what's
You know, I
taking
had
so
those
long.
drawings. I drew them like way back in the
I
day.
know,
They're sitting
I
on
know,
a
I
shelf
know.
somewhere.
I know. Well, we'll have to track those down. I'll make
Okay.
sure Sitch sends them to me this week. So
Squirrel in Oz for 20 Aussies. Thank you so much. Says, Sitch, did you have a chance to look at the Bill Gates TED Talk? I DM'd it to you. I didn't know. Send me another message so it like pops up on the top of my DMs because I think I missed that. I'll check it out. Grendel with that. Thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships.
yes,
Look
thank
at
you.
that.
Well, welcome new members. Jeez,
Thank you
that's
so
awesome.
much. An anonymous cow for $20 says an example of this comedy is our love for land chats. Their posts are very obvious, like my renter was 0.001 nanoseconds late on my rent plus 20% tip, so I took his gaming chair, wheelchair, and leftists lose it every single time. There you go. That's true. Sometimes people they don't get the satire.
There is, I mean, that's what I would say is going on with the Lady Ballers thing. I do think it's really about our tribe triggering the other tribe. I think
Yeah.
that's what where the comedy comes from. It is still based in surprise, but it's like kind of like, oh, I'm surprised that you're sticking it to him so hard. You're not
Except it's not
surprising
funny,
me.
even remotely, right?
It isn't. It isn't. Look,
Yeah. No.
The-
But that's
I
that's
would
the
say,
goal, right?
look, I would say that it's inherently not that funny because the jokes are, I mean, you can see them coming from a mile away. They're not
Yeah.
surprising, right?
Yeah.
And at this point in our political environment, conservatives trying to trigger the left, I mean, it's just not that surprising. It's not that taboo pushing, right?
Right.
Yeah. So I do think Lady Ballers is like a massive fail. So
Caraman 502 for $20 says one of the big changes the American version did was make Michael Scott competent in the clutch and is well-meaning. He's an example of the Peter principle of rising to the level of incompetence, not a freak. S-class is a best.
oh,
Well, there you
really?
go.
Is he good at his job?
Interesting. I don't know. I don't watch enough.
That
of
would be
it,
a
so.
good. That would be a good.
Well, no, he's
irony,
saying
right?
that you raise, the Peter principle. You get promoted until you reach like as much as until you're like incompetent at whatever position you're at.
Oh, okay.
You
That's
rise
funny.
to the level of your incompetence. So, but anyway, let's continue.
That
You
was-
may think my interest in conservative comedy comes from problematic people and the problematic things they say, but that's not really the case. Rather,
It comes from I need content to chill on my channel. That's really what it is.
I'm interested in this stuff because comedy is politics, shares a shape with politics. Comedy, in many cases, is about the formation of in-groups, about who gets to decide what reality is, about which perspectives are legitimate and which are illegitimate. Comedy is about the power of turning toward the camera, and I'm interested in how that power works, and in particular, I'm interested in where it breaks down, where the joke doesn't work.
So again, it's so telling that like what he's saying, like that's the way, like there are times comedy can be used to that effect, but that's not all the time. And the fact that he only singularly sees comedy as this leftist socialist power enforcing mechanism is very telling to his entire worldview.
Yeah.
We already talked about one case of this, didn't we? We have JP Sears. In 2016, Sears wanted to establish a boundary.
Look, Guardians of the Galaxy, totally
Yeah.
hilarious movie.
Yes.
Is that movie about power dynamics? Is that like a huge portion of that movie? It's about power dynamics?
Yeah, yeah, it's about the power of good-looking white male protagonists to tell funny joke.
I mean, there's a lot of family stuff in there, a lot of family type humor in there. Look, I think comedy more at its root is about miscommunication. Most comedy comes out of some sort of miscommunication, not power dynamics. That's
Like, yeah, sure.
the whole idea about power dynamics. It's just, that's ridiculous. Look, the whole character in Guardians of the Galaxy, the Drax character, his whole character is about miscommunication.
Right.
Right?
Right. And he's
I
like
mean,
the
that's
funniest
literally
character in all the movies.
Yeah,
in my
that's
opinion.
literally is what's funny about it.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. This
was
is so cynical that it's all about power dynamics. What?
I was about to say, like, you know, when there's all these so many jokes, some of my favorite jokes probably in all the Guardians movies are about how Drax takes everything literal.
Literally, yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, you know, so all these things you're setting constantly doesn't get them or misinterprets them or whatever. Or like, you know, he's like, I can move so slowly that I, you know, go invisible. And he very slowly is trying to eat the potato chip. And we're just kind of like staring at him. You know, it's like, what is the political power dynamic that's happening in the scene where Drax is very slowly putting a potato chip in his mouth?
Yeah. What are the power dynamics where Groot, you know, stops dancing every time somebody looks at him, right? It's hilarious, but what are the power dynamics there, right?
Yes, exactly.
Come on. This is just, it's so horrible. Let us laugh. Let us be entertained, Joel. Jeez.
This is like a very cynical, like dark, fucked up,
worldview.
politically motivated like way of looking at comedy through this very tiny lens.
Yeah. Yes.
Someone said Mr. Bean. Do you remember? Have you ever seen the Mr. Bean movie? I know he's like did all the TV shows, but have you seen the movie?
Yeah, I've seen.
Where like,
yeah,
like he so if you don't know, Mr. Bean is like this character who plays like this like really awkward like idiot character.
Yeah.
Who always gets in these like bizarre slapstick kind of scenarios, and he's British. And for some, I forget why it's like in the beginning of the movie, someone tells him that getting like flicked off is like how you say hello in America. So he's like just driving around the car, like flicking off all these people. It's just hilarious. And you're like, what is the political power scene in this situation where Mr. Bean is just flicking off old ladies and bikers? Like, what is the politics of the scene?
Yeah. What are the power dynamics, right?
Exactly.
Stupid.
And you're right. That's again based on a miscommunication.
Of course. Look, miscommunication. So like that's 90% of comedy. Just look at the jokes that hit and you're like, oh, it's funny because they're miscommunicating.
Right. Or, you know, we were talking about the other guys a lot where like they have the slow motion shot where The Rock and who's The Rock's partner?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like they like jump off the building in slow motion. They're like aim for the bushes, you know. It's a Samuel Jackson. And then they aim for the bushes, and it's like the slow motion shot of them just falling to their death.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Hell yeah.
Right.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good, and they die. It's perfect.
Yeah. It's the surprise. You know,
but what is the trope? Of course, totally. The surprise hits. Look, no one expected that.
Yeah. Right.
I guarantee you, no one expected that.
Yes.
But what are the power dynamics? There is none. Jesus, it's funny.
I don't know.
Get over it.
I am a part of the group that calls it round, and together we get to laugh at the people who wrongly disagree. But a few years ago, that boundary failed to function. JP's audience is now the people he used to make fun of, and so his sketch no longer reads properly. But there are other examples of this, more subtle ones, more nuanced ones. In order to explore these ideas further, I now want to talk about two very different moments of failed conservative comedy. But I feel the need to say something before we get into it. It's easy for these conversations to be bogged down in questions of who is and is not a conservative. I don't like conservatism, obviously, and so it's easy for my use of the word to feel like an insult. But the thing is, if we want to have a productive talk about this, we actually have to move past that stigma. My purpose in the following examples is not to tell you this is a bad person or even this is a wholly conservative person. I don't care about litigating anyone's identity, not really. All I care about is the jokes. All this to say, let's talk about the Nostalgia Critic.
So this again is just wildly dishonest from Big Joel. So he's going to pretend that he's not using conservative as an insult when he 100% is and has been so far in this entire video. Everyone in his audience is obviously viewing it through that lens. It's undeniable that that is the context of this entire video. So far, we've had Ricky Gervais attacking trans people and trying to push the freaks back in the closet. That makes him conservative. And yet he's going to sit here and pretend that it's not used as some kind of like negative connotation when he says conservative comedy.
Of course, yeah.
Around a year now, I had the idea to
This scene made me think that intuitively Joel gets it that comedy is surprise, because he has this whole getup and the way he sets it up is totally for a surprise.
Yeah,
So
this
I
was the
think
only
this
funny
joke
part
actually-
in the video was this one jump transition to him dressed up as Nostalgia Critic. That's the only time I laughed. Yes.
This hits. This
Yes.
hits. He knows.
Right.
He's like, me as Nostalgia Critic is going to be hugely surprising.
What is the power dynamics of the joke of him dressed up as
Exactly.
Nostalgia Critic?
Exactly. Look at Sitch. I hate to tell you, but it's not about power dynamics.
Are
It's
you
about
sure?
just. It's
Are
about
you-
just. It's
I think
just
he's trying to beat
surprising people.
Nostalgia Critic back in the closet by dressing up as him. Okay.
Is he? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Maybe.
He's calling him
I
a
don't.
freak.
Look, I don't know if Nostalgia Critic is a conservative. I never watched a lot of Nostalgia Critic stuff, so
No.
I did try to watch this thing that he's critiquing here,
Mhm.
and it was a bit painful. It's like not so into it. It seemed a little like meandering. I mean, I like stuff that gets to the point. So
Right.
yeah.
Okay, so I know that a lot of people on the internet are like huge Nostalgia Critic fans.
Okay.
I've never, and it's because like he was like an old YouTuber that people followed. I've never ever watched him back in the day, and I've never been a big fan of him. This is actually the first time I've watched any of his, sat down and watched any of his content. Was
Did
to
you watch the
I didn't
wall
watch the
thing?
whole thing. I watched parts of
Okay.
it because I always knew, because when I'd see clips of it, the reason I never like was interested in checking it out is because he always goes for like the ultra campy aesthetic, which some
Right.
people think is very funny, and that's not my thing. I'm not gonna say
Right.
it's bad. Some people think it's hilarious. It's just the ultra camp has never been something that I jive with, so I'm just always kind of like passed up on it.
What is ultra camp aesthetic? What is that?
To
What does
like
that mean?
do things that are intentionally like cheap looking and cringy and bad, and you
Yeah.
know it is, and it's like that's part of the comedy is that it is like bad. It is.
I
campy.
did that. I did that in Social Justice Detective. That's definitely what I was going for.
Yes.
I thought
You did it
I
better
thought that's what you meant.
than I
Yeah.
thought. But I mean, that's
Well,
even like-
look, it can be overdone. Obviously, a little of it goes a long way. Let's just put it that way.
Of course.
But it does go back to the surprise. It's like, oh, look, you can see the light stand in the shot right in front of him. It's like,
right. Well, I think actually, in my opinion, doing camp right is actually very difficult. Very,
Okay.
very, very difficult. Because it's very easy to fall into like a lazy version of it. And that's why even though I love Red Letter Media,
mhm.
I support them
Yeah,
on
they do
Patreon.
it.
Okay. I love them so much and I love their content. But I didn't really like Space Cop, and I don't like a lot of they don't do them anymore because I don't think people like them. They used to do these little skits before and after
Right.
the reviews that were just these like so ultra campy. And I just never got into that aspect of their
People
stuff.
want to get into the review. I don't like that shit either.
Yeah.
Like some people think it adds value because it took time.
Well, if you thought
to
it was
do, but
funny, I mean, I just don't think it's that funny.
yeah, just do it as standalone stuff, guys. Don't make me wait through your stupid skit to get to the
Well,
review. That's
It's
why
weird
I
because
clicked for the review.
like back in the day, years ago, when I first saw Red Letter Media, and they were like some of the first reviewers I think I saw on YouTube, when he would do the Mr. Plankett reviews, where he's playing a character who's like a supernatural serial killer, and they'd
Right.
have these like kind of like bits in reference to that. I thought it was like the funniest, most genius thing at the time, like back then. Like now I'm kind of just kind of like over it. And I don't know
Right.
if it's just because of I'm older. I don't know if it's just the passage of time, taste and interests change, but
Well, I think there's only so much you can do with that character, and it's like interesting once you're kind of learning the character. But
right.
now,
Yeah,
after
maybe you're
years
right.
and years and years, you're like, I know this character. Come on,
Right. Yeah.
let's get
Yeah.
on with the review. They need a new character, right?
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I think their normal conversations are just totally fine the way that they are.
All
They
right.
make a
Joel-
shot-for-shot remake of the Nostalgia Critic review of The Wizard, the 1989 Nintendo product placement film.
Well, there's no doubt about it. Nintendo games rock. Movies based on Nintendo games blow. Therefore, movies about Nintendo games blow rocks.
I didn't end up doing this. It would have been way too much work, and in any case, I think it would have come off the wrong way. See, you might think I wanted to make that video just to make fun of the Critic, this strange online figure and the mixed legacy he left behind. But the truth is, I like that video. I think it's really funny.
And where might we find this, Lucas?
Within the twilight of the full moon, when the sky is dark but the fire of the stars pierces through the night, that is where you will find Lucas.
Like, I'm sorry, Doug Walker nailed it with that one. I know this might come as a shock to you, but I wasn't...
I can't tell if he's trying to be sarcastic here or not. I don't know what the joke is.
Right. Yeah. Terrible acting performance.
The premise, well, no, the premise isn't set up in a way. It's funny because Jill actually talks about this later in his Lady Boss review about there's improper setting up of premises for jokes. I don't know what the premise for that joke was that he just told, that he's telling right now.
Right. Is a nostalgia critic really someone that he likes and he shouldn't like, or is the nostalgia critic really not someone that he likes and he's sarcastically trying to say that he likes him
I don't
to make
know.
fun of people who actually do like him?
No clue.
Particularly for a
Miscommunication.
12-year-old boy. I didn't have a lot of friends in middle school. I was a weird, chubby dweeb. And because of that, I spent a lot of time as a kid resigned to the world of media. To be clear, I don't mean good media, fancy media, big books. I mean that I watched just a whole lot of reruns. Every day after school, I would spend hours watching old episodes of King of the Hill and Avatar: The Last Airbender and South Park. It was just so comforting, it's hard to explain. The reason I say this is that when I discovered the Nostalgia Critic in 2008, when I watched his Wizard video, it meant something to me. Doug wasn't the first person to make funny media about TV shows and movies. There's Mystery Science Theater and Charlie Brooker's Screen Wipe and Orson Welles' remarkably strange and wonderful documentary, F for Fake.
By way of introduction, this is a film about trickery, fraud.
But the Nostalgia Critic was the first time I experienced something like that, and in his videos, in his obsession with the banal art of his childhood, I saw something of myself, and that was really cool.
I mean, what were they thinking?
I don't lose sleep over this, don't get me wrong, but there is something I find sad about Doug's legacy. Over time, I really...
Did Joel just answer the POV question? I feel like he did pretty explicitly.
What do you mean?
Because he's like, oh my God, I so saw myself in Doug here.
Oh. You're
That's
right.
basically what he said for like 20 minutes.
You're
Jeez.
right. Yeah. Yeah, that's
Okay,
true.
okay, we get it. You like the guy, all right?
Yeah. Okay, so I guess that's the premise. So anyway, I'm gonna skip ahead because he just kind of talks about like here's bad editing from Nostalgia Critic, which is like, oh, okay, I guess that's fine.
No, I think it's
Okay, you want to go back? Okay.
Well, no,
Okay.
he basically says Doug is editing with pauses at the end of his text to basically signal that this is the laugh. This is where the laugh is, so you don't
Right.
miss the next thing that he's talking. And I mean, there is some merit to the fact that I don't think people like laugh when they're watching a video, even if it's hilarious. I'm not sure that you actually laugh out loud. I guess sometimes you do,
Sometimes,
but-
yeah, but obviously you laugh more in person, and you
Right.
can watch a YouTube video that you think is funny and not audibly laugh when you're watching alone.
Where are you at on the? So Big Joel makes a pitch for him to edit those pauses out, which
Right.
I mean, I think I am for editing the pauses out. I
Sure.
think, yeah, I like Simpson style where, they're halfway into the next joke before you're like realizing how funny the last joke was. You're like, oh my
Right.
God, that was hilarious. Yeah.
Well, and especially, I think you should probably err on that with YouTube because you can always pause it and rewind it if you laugh, so you miss something.
Sure. Yeah.
Where like obviously in a movie or like back in the day, now you can pause everything, but back in the day when people had to watch movies and TV shows, that wasn't like, you couldn't pause TV. That wasn't a thing.
Well, if he's a theater nerd, they always do it, and for theater nerds do it because there's a live audience, which is going to be laughing, and they're going to miss the next thing. So
Right, right.
yeah.
So
I
you
think
wanna
his
watch the
video
part?
Okay, we can skip it.
I don't know. I didn't think it was that interesting, but
videos have gotten more formulaic. He seems less interested in his material now than he used to. There's little problems with timing that make his jokes feel less dynamic. Like, look at these little pauses at the ends of his.
Oh, we can fast forward this. We already
yeah,
announced
just him
what it
talking
was
about the
about,
pauses.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, just a
Well,
couple,
there's little pauses that I can't stand, and
which is fine. I mean, it doesn't have. If you want to just like critique the comedy of it, that's fine. It doesn't have anything to do with the conservative
tell me about the
elements.
power dynamics.
Yeah,
of
the power
pauses.
dynamics of the
Tell me.
pauses. Yeah,
Tell me,
right.
what kind of social norm is he trying to reinforce with these little pauses for a laugh at the end of his joke?
He's trying to enforce that you should be laughing.
Do you ever watch that guy, Dr. Grande?
No,
He does these super, super serious videos, and he's like the most serious person. He's like a therapist or something,
hmm
a psychology professor. I don't know what he is, but he's like the serious person ever, and he throws in like the funniest jokes, but just does them completely deadpan. And he doesn't. There's no pause where he's waiting for a laugh. Like
Right.
you're like, did he really just say that? Did he just bring up necrophilia in this in this presentation?
hmm
Yeah, no, it's pretty funny.
A really long time to say it. Despite whatever affection for the nostalgia critic I have, the sad truth is, when I think about his content now, I think about the Wall video. Dan Olson already made the definitive video about Doug Walker's The Wall, so I won't reiterate some general critique of it. Suffice
Dan Olson, the brilliant minds behind folding ideas. Remember, that was one of the first videos we ever did.
Yeah, he made a real good video on the cryptocurrency stuff, though. So I'm conflicted.
Oh, you're
about-
forgiving him now? Oh.
No, I'm not. Look,
Oh.
there's no forgiveness in my world. So obviously, no. Come on, as a atheist Christian, I'm obligated to forgive.
There you
Since you
go.
know this, so
He did, I believe so if you don't he did a video we covered. That's back when he was still doing the puppet thing. He is like this weird boxy puppet guy he used to
yeah.
do. I believe it was a Gamergate video or something related
Well,
to
that I don't
Gamergate.
condone. Come on.
Or he was complaining about people complaining about Anita Sarkeesian. I don't know, something in that effect. It was a really terrible video. He's very, very, very leftist, socialist type.
Yeah, I think he's gone after Jordan Peterson a bunch of times too. So
Yeah.
yeah. No, there's a lot of content that I think his obviously sucks.
Sure.
But you can't. What do they say about a broken clock?
Could be right twice
Twice a day.
yeah.
Suffice it to say, the Wall video is iconically bad. Not just bad, but bad in unique and special ways. The idea for it is bad, the criticisms it presents are bad, the songs are bad, the jokes are bad, and it is just so ridiculously entertaining to watch. I've seen this video like 3 times.
He doesn't. My chief complaint is the pacing is super bad. It's like, what the hell is going on here? But he never mentions the pacing.
Let me show you what happens when you drink.
Remember, we talked to this guy. And
Who?
this actually came up. The animator that did this,
Yeah.
I had not.
talked to them?
Yeah, we talked to him. Him and Shadiversity did a debate, and we moderated.
Oh, that was
it.
that guy did this?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
It came up in the debate. He was
I
saying
forgot.
he got a super bad rap as the one that did the animation in this
Oh,
video that
no.
everybody hated. Yeah,
That
exactly.
sucks. I mean, the anime it's weird and like cringy, but it's not the animator's fault.
Of course not. Yeah,
Yeah.
look, he shouldn't get a bad rap for this.
Right.
But I guess his video is universally hated. So
Right.
Dreams no longer need you.
Let me show you what happens when your dreams no longer need you. So obviously, Doug Walker is not some die-hard conservative. In fact, I looked up nostalgia critic politics on Google, and the only thing I could find was one Facebook post from 2013 where he posts a Chris Rock bit and adds, "I do love when politicians talk about the gang problem. No, they say, never join a gang. They are nothing but one-minded individuals who just pin their aggressive thoughts against other people's aggressive thoughts. Now, which side are you on? Republican or Democrat?" Damn, that's fucking true though. In one breath people say gangs are bad, and in the next one they say be a Democrat. Which is it, politicians? What were you thinking?
So that's actually, again, everything, not everything, but a lot of things Joel says are very telling in ways that I don't know if he intends. So Nostalgia Critic has that post, and he's kind of doing the enlightened centrist maneuver, right? You know, he's doing the both Republican and Democrats, team players, tribalism,
Right.
blah, blah, blah.
They're gangs.
Right. And not only does that trigger the fuck out of Big Joel, as you'll see later when he talks about Team America, Big Joel does not like centrist. He does not like anyone that's attacking both sides, which makes sense because he views, as he kind of said earlier, he views comedy as supposed to being enforcing cultural norms in this very specific way along ideological grounds. So he doesn't like when you actually make fun of both sides because that goes against, you know, his view of what comedy's supposed to be doing.
Just like the Nazis.
Just like the Nazis, which is ironic, is going to come up later in this video. But so it makes sense that he saw this and he calls Doug a milquetoast, you know, normie, and doesn't like that. But it's also interesting that he says Democrats and Republicans, so he's kind of attacking both. But then when Joel retells a joke to his audience, he leaves out Republicans and he just says Democrats. Did you notice that?
Yeah, because he's saying, you know, joining the Democrats is not joining a gang. What the hell, Doug?
But joining the Republicans,
we're the good guys.
Right.
Of course, that's a gang.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Yeah, of course.
So I just thought that was very interesting that he retells the joke and completely goes full tribal in the situation.
He is a tribalist.
Of course.
Look, this tribalism lowers your IQ. We all know that here.
Yes.
Big Joel's lost 20 points over his tribalism.
Mm-hmm.
What were they thinking? Anyway, yeah, he just seems like kind of a milquetoast centrist liberal type, and that's fine. That's his prerogative. But when you watch his wall video, I don't think it's hard to see.
That's where he says that's fine. When you say that's someone's prerogative, that's a way of saying like, well, you can do that, and like, you know, that's your right, but you're wrong. Like you're stupid or you're wrong. That's what that means when you say that. So it's so funny. Big Joel is such a stereotype. He is the perfect stereotype of the passive aggressive hashtag nice guy, like slimy nice guy aesthetic. And I don't know if it's intentional. I don't know if that's how he really is, but that's how it comes off in all of his videos to me.
Yeah. Watch out, man. This guy's going to stab you in the back pretty quick.
A reactionary tendency, not one born of sincere politics, but of laziness. The basic joke throughout.
Wait.
You watch his wall video, I don't think it's hard to see a reactionary tendency, not one born of sincere politics, but of laziness.
Look at that.
I don't even know what that means. So like usually when these types say reactionary, they mean there's some kind of leftist boundary pushing that triggers the bigotry of the normie / conservative, and so they become reactionary against it, right? That's what they mean when they say reactionary.
Yeah.
But then he equates it to laziness, which I'm not sure what. Those things don't have anything to do with each other.
Well, he's saying if he wasn't, he needed to work harder to make his video anti-racist, and he didn't. So he.
Oh, you think
it's racist by default?
By laziness? Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Oh, okay.
The basic joke throughout the video is a kind of vapid, smug appeal to the goodness of authority and how embarrassing it is to express sadness about society. Someone wants.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
You can see why Joel is triggered by, how dare someone like authority in society? Oh, the most triggering thing ever. Oh my God.
Let the coke spiral begin.
Oh my God. You like some aspect of authority in society? Oh, you're terrible.
Right. Authority's necessary?
God.
As Big Joel tries to pitch himself as an authority on comedy.
Yeah.
It never ends.
Wants to criticize abuses of education, and Doug goes, "Shut the fuck up."
LOL, so school sucks. Grow a damn pair of balls.
Someone wants to sing about the horrors of World War II, this event that devastated a generation, and Doug goes, "Shut the fuck up. You are so annoying. Why are you complaining so much?"
So long, Oscar bait song. Smoke a bong and it will feel less wrong.
So the whole thing is kind of like this.
Okay, well, this is really dishonest.
Okay.
Like, very dishonest. Actually, let me write down.
I tried to watch this, but I couldn't do it.
Right.
I have seen The Wall, I don't know,
Mhm.
100 times. I love that movie.
Of course you do.
My grandmother got me the video cassette for that movie when I was like 7.
Mhm.
It just like it's a wholly
This episode brought-
inappropriate. It's a
Sorry.
wholly inappropriate movie for a 7-year-old.
Of course. Yeah.
But I was just like, oh my God, this movie's amazing. It might be right why I'm such a weirdo.
It probably is.
Yeah.
I'd actually never seen The Wall before. I watched parts of it because of this.
Right.
It looks like
Okay.
something I wouldn't like because it's incredibly artsy fartsy
Oh, it is.
and
Yeah.
doesn't get to the point. Which I'm surprised why you
Oh,
like.
yeah.
It's very artsy fartsy and meandering and just all like up in the air, and I can't stand that stuff.
Well, look, I was a huge Pink Floyd fan.
Mm.
So, I mean, so
Right.
just, yeah. I think
Sure.
she got it for me because I was a huge Pink Floyd fan. So
Right.
I always
And
like
and
music. Yeah.
Well, that's good. But I will admit, I probably am like insanely biased against it now too, because I think Roger Waters is a despicable person. So
Yeah. I didn't really know his politics back when I was a kid.
Right,
So,
right.
yeah. But he has kind of turned into a crazy person.
right. So
Yeah.
Big Joel categorized that section of the. There's a section, if you've never seen The Wall, there's a part where it's about his father, I believe, in World War II, and you see like people dying and stuff in World War II.
His
And then
dad dies in World War II and he doesn't even know him. So his dad dies when he's a
Okay.
little kid. So
Right.
he has this really tortured relationship with his father. So
Right. And then that transitions into a sequence where like kids are going on a train/bus to school, but it looks like Jews going to the concentration camps.
right.
And then that kind of lead into the Another Brick on the Wall song?
It's been a while since I saw the movie.
Or not,
but
I mean, not
yeah.
that Another Brick on the Wall, the We Don't Need No Education song or
There
whatever
is
the fuck the song is.
like you say, it's a little just all over the place. So if they have, people on a train, all of a sudden they're transitioning to Jews in the Holocaust. It doesn't have to make sense. It's not like a coherent thing.
Right,
so.
right. So, but anyway, so Joel kind of categorizes this as he's just sucking up to authority and he's making fun of people for being sad about war. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But this is what like the point of the sequence. I want to play a couple clips from this. This is kind of the point of the sequence that Joel is completely leaving out.
Wait, time out. Is this really a World War II reference?
No, it's just a bunch of kids being herded onto a train to a horrible, torturous building. Oh.
Yeah, we're really comparing this to high school?
No, it's just meant to look weird and creepy. They're not implying that.
I don't know. I don't think there's a way to not connect that.
Oh, come on. They're just saying school sucks. They're not making any connections to that. Now let's go on to the next song that talks about the horrors of World War II. Oh, crap.
Okay, so the point that Nostalgia Critic was bringing out is that he's saying he doesn't think it's proper for In the Wall for them to sort of analogize Jews going to hot concentration camps as going to school.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, you
Yes.
could make that criticism, and I think that's a fair criticism. And Joel completely leaves that out to be like, oh, he's just saying, how dare you be sad about war and stuff.
This is what Gina Carano got in trouble for. It's kind of funny. He is comparing, kids going to school with mean schoolmasters that would paddle their butts to
Yeah.
Jews being killed by Nazis.
Right, right. And he's saying like that's not appropriate. And
it is
Joel,
not appropriate. Yeah.
And Joel very dishonestly removes that from the conversation. You would have no idea if you'd never seen Nostalgia Critic's video that that's what he's talking about. Here, let me show you another clip that kind of.
Hold on. How is that not not progressive messaging? That's literally what they did to Gina Carano to get Gina Carano fired. They're like, how dare you compare conservatives to, Jews in the Holocaust? So offensive.
Because Roger Waters made The Wall, and he's a pinko kame.
Oh, okay.
Who
So
defends China, genociding the Uyghurs. So it says America bad. So therefore, anything he does is fine.
Well, that at least if he came out and said that, at least it would be honest. It's
Right.
just like, oh, this dude's my friend, so he can do anything. He can do no harm. And Doug, I don't like, so
that's exactly
he's on
what's
the wrong
happening.
side of this.
And listen, this is just so explicit. There's no way that Joel missed this, right? This has to be intentionally dishonest from Joel. There's no way he missed this, because look.
Oh, Roger Waters, did you ever wonder why these images of slaughter made it in a film that also sings about how high school bites?
See, I mean, so it's like, okay, so he just explicitly says that. There's a part, let's see, I think there's a part like right after this where, yes, he's got my problems. If you're just listening, he's got a cloud that says my problems and a cloud that says other people's problems. And the my problems are going to blow up the other people's problems cloud. Okay, so it's very clear. Like
that joke hits.
Yes. Yes. And so
that was
it's like,
very surprising.
It's very clear, like the joke or like the critique here is saying like, okay, is it kind of silly to talk about how your school is so awful in comparison to the horrors of the Holocaust and World War II? And Joel just skips over that entirely to make Doug look bad and say, oh, he's making fun of people for saying war bad.
This is a very leftist critique too.
Yes.
What are you doing, Joel?
I know.
Look, the Nostalgia Critic went full leftist. And here
So
you are calling him a conservative in your video.
That's why I said Joel is basically, he's the comic of the guy pushing the centrist to the right and then saying you're evil.
Oh, you're right.
person,
Yeah. It's also just insanely dishonest.
Yes.
Going from World War II, one of the worst things to ever happen,
to bitching about your girlfriend cheating on you?
Hey, it doesn't matter how I'm pained, as long as I'm torturously pained.
Sounds pretty douchey, man.
Yeah, pretty douchey.
Hey, if someone doesn't like my artistic dive into madness caused by an affair...
You mean like The Room?
No.
Yes.
Shut up. They can just skip the scene.
Yeah.
So there, and then again, he makes the joke again, like, oh, is it fine to go from, World War II to you got cheated on? And just Joel leaves all of this out just to skewer Doug here. Just it feels so dishonest.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, I want to show you.
Okay, you're at 46:25. So let me go back.
How'd you remember that?
I wrote it down.
Oh, okay. That's the way to go.
Yep.
Moment in the video that stands out to me.
So wait, so just listen to him.
Smoke a bong.
The fuck up. You were.
Throw a damn pair of balls.
Someone wants to sing about the horrors of World War II, this event that devastated a generation, and Doug goes, shut the fuck up. You are so annoying. Why are you complaining so much?
Dishonest.
Right. Yeah.
So long, Oscar bait song. Smoke a bong and it will feel less wrong.
So the whole thing is kind of like this, but there is
No, what?
The whole
it's
thing
nothing
is
like
that.
it's
Yeah, the whole
nothing
thing is
like that.
Yeah.
He's saying the exact opposite of what you're saying, Joel.
Yeah, he's saying that what he's doing is he's saying Roger Waters is minimizing and utilizing some tragedy for his own, egotistical artistic purposes in a way that actually minimizes the real event. That's his. Now you can disagree with that, but that's Doug's point.
That's Doug's point. But Joel himself even says, World War II was this horrible, horrendous event. And now Doug is just saying, oh, it was no big deal. Look, he's making the exact opposite point.
Right.
Dishonest, Joel. Ooh, you little dishonest. Little Joel dishonesty.
Well, he just got super triggered because how dare Nostalgia Critic make fun of the "We Don't Need No Education" song because, it casts all teachers and education as this like supremely evil, horrible thing, where obviously in real life, at least in modern times, I don't know what the fuck's going on in Roger Waters' childhood, but in modern times, things are significantly more nuanced. And you can
Right.
have bad teachers, you can have great teachers, things could be all over the place.
Yeah.
One moment in the video that stands out to me as transcendently horrible reactionary comedy, and that is Doug's parody of In the Flesh.
That one's looking stressed. He wants to feel impressed.
The song is pretty simple. It's about how cancel culture is bad, and about how people who engage with it are terminally online.
That one looks like he really wants to be outraged. Now with social media, you have the stage.
So then, why does this song stick with me so much? Why do I think it's the worst, least funny, most embarrassing point of the entire review?
So, okay, before we get into the analysis here, why do you think it is, Adam? What do you think is going to be some sort of in-depth explanation about why the joke doesn't work? Or do you think it's going to be about the politics? He just doesn't agree with the politics.
Of course, it's going to be about the politics.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
I watched this video before,
Okay,
so
that's true.
I've watched.
That's true. Right. He says it's not. Listen, he gives some other answer that you go, that doesn't make any sense. But then when he goes into it deeper, you're like, oh, it's the politics. It's just the politics. He doesn't agree with the
Right.
politics. He actually doesn't even understand what's going on in the scene, but we'll talk about that.
Yeah, I didn't watch, like, I've watched The Wall, and I do understand his critique of The Wall. So
Yeah, 100%.
we'll get to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, my answer might surprise you. I think it's because it's too emotionally vulnerable, too revealing.
Got some weird news for you, sunshine. This was dissing Thatcher's administration. But it's vague enough to put anyone you fear. Politician, showman, just put their face here.
Doug begins his song with these words, but simply put, that doesn't make any sense. It is borderline incomprehensible. No, when you listen to In the Flesh, you can't just substitute the evil dictator guy for any politician or showman that you don't like. He's pretty explicitly a send-up of right-wing authoritarians.
Are there any queers in the audience tonight? Get him up against the wall!
It's like pretty intense and on the nose, honestly.
And that one looks Jewish. And that one's a coon!
So in the moment,
have you seen the movie?
I saw that scene just to understand like the context of what's going on.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's the thing. Like this tragedy that took place in his life drove him to be this like right-wing authoritarian. So there is actually some substance to the movie. So, I mean, that's something people talk about all the time now, especially on the left. Like, isn't that like a bread tube thing? Like,
Is he actually like, because when I watched the scene, it's like, it was like it's a hallucination. It's not actually happening, right?
he goes down the right-wing reactionary pipeline. Well, look, I'm not
We're
sure
talking about
it
the
is
character in the movie, right?
the character in the movie. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Because I thought,
But I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure that it happens. It's like a hallucination.
right? Because
Yeah.
it's like he's like on. It looked like the scene because I just jumped around, so I don't know like the narrative of the movie.
Right.
It's like the musician guy is like on drugs or he's like zoned out, and he's
Yes.
supposed to perform, and so they're just like dragging him on stage, and so since he's like so on drugs and out of it, he's like hallucinating that version of it. And
This
my
is
interp- right,
Go
and my
ahead.
interpretation is kind of like it's supposed to be some message about how if you're like a famous rock star, you can like make people do things. You're like kind of like controlling the narrative of, children kind of in a way that maybe you could equate to being like a fascistic leader or something.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah.
Right.
that Doug says this, claims that the song is vague so we can make this tedious point about cancel culture, we realize something. This isn't about The Wall. It's not about making jokes about the movie. It doesn't even feel like he's seen the thing. Instead, it's about Doug and the things that Doug wants to say. Around 2 years.
Okay. So Joel starts this by saying this is such a baffling, inept reading of the song. And again, this lands me to this position of, is Joel really this stupid or is this dishonest? Because without even like, so I watched the scene from the movie and then I went and I watched Nostalgia Critic's version of it. And instantly it became so incredibly crystal clear to me what Nostalgia Critic's point was on multiple levels. And he literally says it in the beginning of the clip. And Joel even played it. He says, he comes out and he says, you know, this is supposed to be referencing the Thatcher administration.
Yep.
Okay.
I heard that.
So Doug is what Doug is saying when he says that. Maybe Joel missed it, even though he literally put it in his own video. He's saying that that scene of in the wall where there's the Nazi guy saying that you should kill all the Jews and black people and gay people. He's saying is that Roger Waters was saying, you know, this came out in like when, like the 80s or the late 70s. He's saying that that scene wasn't about actual Nazis. It was about the Thatcher administration. He was equating this Nazi behavior to Margaret Thatcher. Now, listen, I'm not British, okay? But I'm guessing that Margaret Thatcher in the 80s wasn't telling the British public to go around snatching up and killing Jews, gays, and black people. I'm assuming that that wasn't happening. Maybe I'm incorrect. If there are any Brits in the audience, let me know. My understanding is that Margaret Thatcher was like, if like bringing in like the neoliberal economic order kind of in line with Reaganism. But I don't know if they were literally bringing in fascism and Nazism. Am I mistaken there?
Well, they did call her the Iron Lady, Sitch.
Okay.
So who knows?
Right.
Yeah, no, obviously not.
Okay. So when Doug says, so it's so interesting to me that Joel either dishonestly doesn't talk about this or just misses it because he's so ideologically motivated. Doug is making the exact same point in that song, sort of, that he made in the previous song that Joel cut out, where he's saying, listen, you have this explicit Nazi imagery. Doesn't it seem kind of fucked up to equate something so horrible to Margaret Thatcher? Like, you might not like Margaret Thatcher, but isn't it kind of extreme and ridiculous to make this like overtly Nazi comparison to Margaret Thatcher? And so using that, he's saying, this is just this scene in the wall of like the fascist guy. It really, because of that, just exists as like a place for you to put whatever political leader you don't like and call them a Nazi.
Yep. Yeah.
That's Doug's point. That's why he comes out there with, let me see if I can go back a second.
Are there any queers in the audience tonight?
Where's the, I just want that screenshot.
I just look, how
there
can
it
you
is.
say that at a Pink Floyd concert? Because, you know, it's like,
right.
There's half of them are, there's
Yeah,
a lot of gay people at a Pink Floyd concert.
Like, to me, it's just so obvious that Doug's point is that, okay, you know, we live in a society right now where everyone points to everyone and says, okay, you're a Nazi, and that's why I don't like you, right? And so he was saying that that's kind of what this point of the song was originally, was the point of someone say you're a Nazi and so you're bad. And so he's saying, okay, so that's the point of this song, is just to put whatever political person you don't like here, you know, person you hate, just put them here so that you can attack them. So he's and I actually think that this critique is actually very interesting. And is far above the intellectual capacity, I guess, of Joel to understand here. Because he's saying, okay, so the song on its own just exists to do this, just to attack people politically. But in reality, who are the people that are actually kind of acting like the mob that's going around, like in the original video, attacking people and you know, trying to remove them? Is it the evil right-wing fascist people? Do they have the social power to go run around our society and get people locked up or removed? Or is it the woke cancel culture mob, which is going around trying to get all these people fired and removed from the conversation?
And Big Joel realized he was the authoritarian fascist. Right? That's why he can't understand it.
Right.
Because he would have to accept that.
Yes. I mean, and it's funny because I'm not a big Doug Walker fan, but I watched this. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, I think it's campy. I don't really like the style of it, but I like the message of it. I think the message is completely on point and
It is
completely
pretty
correct.
deep, yeah.
Yeah, and makes perfect sense with sort of the, parroting the original video from The Wall. And just
Yeah.
Joel's just like, duh, what? He got canceled. He mad. He doesn't understand fascism. It's like, oh my God, really, Joel? Jesus.
Well, I mean, I think Joel would respond, if he's the one locking people up, like he would be pointing out and saying, are there any racists in the audience tonight? Get them up against the wall.
Mhm.
Right? I mean, that's what it would be. Any
But he's saying,
transphobes in the audience tonight?
right. But see,
Get 'em
but
up
we can
against the
actually hear.
wall.
Where is it?
But
Let's
Big
actually watch
Joel,
it for a
Big
second.
Joel would get him up against the wall, man. That's why it's funny.
But that's kind of what happens in the music video.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is that where he
Yes.
goes with it? Oh, wow. Okay. So maybe this is more. Why did everyone hate this? This is actually pretty. I mean, this is pretty good commentary. I don't approve of the format, Doug. I don't think you should sing your commentary.
Well, you don't like musical.
Oh, yeah. Except for The Wall, of course.
Right. Of course. But
What's going on? Are we playing or?
I don't know. Should we watch the part from the Nostalgia Critic review or just?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
I mean, I'm intrigued now.
We're at 48.
I'm glad you dug in. I looked up The Wall. The movie The Wall came out in 1982. The president was obviously Ronald Reagan, and Margaret Thatcher was the prime minister of.
Right.
This episode brought to you by Hunt. I think that there could be a discount out there.
Hold on, where's the 24?
I mean, this is so much work he put into this video. This is like
Yeah, no, there's a lot of work in this video.
epic levels of work here.
For your sunshine.
Hold on, go back a sec.
Angst and cussing, you all think you know.
Okay, it's got the social media crowd there.
And you
That's
see it
good.
said, welcome to the echo chamber.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, did you see that?
Wow. This came out 4 years ago, too. This is like.
There, see?
Welcome to the echo chamber. There we go. Look at that. There should be Big Joel in here. Someone.
Right.
Oh yeah, I'm the person you all think you know. That soaks up your angst and confusion. I'm that nameless foe. I got some weird news for you, sunshine. This was dissing Thatcher's administration. But it's vague enough to put anyone you fear. Politician, showman, just put their face here. Are there any authority figures in the crowd tonight?
Oh, yes, that's me after everything. Yes.
We'll put them in the wall!
Oh my God. This is amazing, Sitch. This is amazing. Oh my God. It's totally Big Joel's politics.
Yes.
Are there any patriots in the audience tonight?
That's why he doesn't like it.
Get him up against the wall.
That one's looking stressed. He wants to feel oppressed. Put him in the wall! And that one looks sheltered, like she never leaves a room. I'll be that friend you can blame for all your gloom. That one looks like he really wants to be outraged. Now with social media, you have the stage. Hashtag!
Okay, that is so cringe. Okay.
It is pretty crisp, but yeah.
It's a tough line to walk here.
I know. So in the original, if you haven't seen it, in the original, the reason they're doing the hashtags, they're doing the little, there's like a hammer.
Yeah, they did a hashtag out of the hammers.
Yeah, like so in the original, the Nazi people are doing like an arm crossing motion in this hammer symbol. So he's parroting that as doing the hashtag, right? So, but But this, I mean, it's funny because even though this is like very like kind of like campy and cringe, it is like very complicated actually what's actually happening in this parody because it's like multiple levels of he's saying that simultaneously the people you could kind of project whatever political figure you want onto this sort of Nazi character, but the same token, people want to simultaneously be the cancelers and the oppressed people in order to sort of utilize the outrage mob to get the hashtags going.
Right. Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, I guess this is all just way above Joel's media literacy. I know that's the word they like to use.
Now I want to watch the other guys, the folding boxes
I'm
guy.
sure it's not very intelligent. I didn't watch it, but I'm sure it's not very good.
It sucks. It sucks that the message kind of hits on this because the stylistic portion of it is so horrendous.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So, but you know, if this was just a standard commentary video, it'd probably work. Everyone would probably love it.
Well, if you, as I said, if you like campy stuff, then you know maybe you like. That's never been my jam.
Right. Yeah, it depends.
Yeah.
Obviously, The Room is amazing.
Yeah, but
so-
it's unintentional, right? That's
Right.
It adds a completely another layer to it.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. This is intentional camp. Maybe
Yeah,
that's why
right.
it doesn't work. Maybe the intention is what destroys it.
Doing intentional camp is, in my opinion, is very difficult to just
Right.
to thread that line of like, you know, kind of like we know it's a joke and yet, you know, it's
right.
Hashtag! Hashtag! Hashtag!
Okay, I can't take anymore. We've got the message out of this.
okay. Yeah, that's about the end of the
I
song because they
feel-
try to
I-
run
I
outside
put-
and they say it's too bright and they're gonna go back inside. So
Oh, really? This is what happened when I tried to watch it. I was like, okay, I'm too nice a guy, Sitch. I just feel bad for these people. I'm like, this thing exists on the internet forever.
right. That's what I was saying. Like you could, you know, I don't like I agree. I don't like the style of it. It doesn't appeal to me. But the thought is interesting. And if Joel didn't like the thought, you know, you could actually analyze it and say, well, I don't agree with it or don't like it. But it just completely goes over Joel's. He just doesn't even understand what's happening.
It's cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
For Joel to understand this, he would have to realize that he is the fascist. That's never going to happen, Sitch.
Right.
That's never going to happen. Not in a million years. Joel would have to do that, the meme, you know, are we the baddies? He's not going to do that. He's not going to do that.
There you go. Yeah, true.
There would be a revelation.
Mm-hmm.
His whole audience would, and look, imagine Joel doing that. His whole audience would be forced to do it. That's
but
kind of
he
the
doesn't-
situation.
he
That's
doesn't-
kind of the situation Anna is in, because Anna's
Right.
like, now her whole audience is like, oh my God, am I a baddie?
But Joel doesn't have to, like, Joel could understand, or maybe he does and is being dishonest, I don't know. But he could point out that that's like the point that Doug Walker's making and just say, oh, it's stupid and ridiculous, you know, fascists are fascists. Like, you can even say, like, and I don't know, maybe he does at some point. I don't remember if he does. If he says this, then it kind of shows that he understands and is being dishonest. Like, you can make the critique and say, well, earlier in the review, you were criticizing, I think actually, Joel does say this, and to me, that kind of shows that he's being dishonest. You could say, you know, earlier in the review, you were kind of criticizing Roger Waters for minimizing World War II by comparing it to going to school. And are you kind of doing the same thing by minimizing Nazism by complaining it to like cancel culture on the internet, right? You could make that. Now, I would say that Doug's counter to that is, well, that's true, but the entire point is I'm making fun of Roger Waters
This
comparing
episode.
Margaret Thatcher to Nazism. That's the entire point. So it's within line to do that. So
Yeah, that would be the intelligent thing to do, obviously.
Right.
Yeah, you'd be like, that is basically the centrist meme everyone tosses around. You know,
Right.
one side, one side just wants civil rights. The other side wants to kill black people.
yeah, exactly.
I mean, he could pull that one, but
He could, and he probably would. But
I just did a back button. Is that what you did, or
I did
do
not.
something?
No, I
Okay.
had it actually. I re-put
Okay.
the URL
Hey,
in
everybody.
there, so I
I
don't
did
know.
a forward button.
Did you
I'm back to the thing. Okay, perfect. 48, right?
4820? Are you at 4826?
I am. Let's go.
Okay.
Video was released, a number of dog walkers' former employees made a document about their experience working for his online media company, Channel Awesome. News of the
Like, we tried to cancel this bitch.
document quickly spread online, and people began using the hashtag #ChangeTheChannel. I'm not saying here that I know Doug, know why he made this joke, but when you watch the characters in this nostalgia critic fever dream replace the inaudible fascist chanting of the original,
It's also he's making commentary on fame as well.
Right.
Just all these people, he basically wants to kill them all and they love it. Like, kill me, kill me.
Oh,
It's very,
really?
very Metalocalypse, yeah.
Interesting. Then you're talking about in the original wall.
Yes, yeah.
Gotcha. Right.
Yeah.
Very Metalocalypse, yeah.
The superstar mentality, right?
And that the mob just goes along with it, even if it's their own
Whatever it
self-destruction.
is.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
that's interesting
exactly.
concept, yeah.
Whatever it is.
with the words, you cannot help but think of
It doesn't translate. Like a guy sitting in front of his monitor and like a huge crowd of people. It's just so stylistically different. That's where the
Right.
cringe element comes in. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Even if it was a big crowd, people going hashtag, it'd still be kind of cringy. But that's like the point. But I get that that's the point. But then it's like it's too cringy on too many levels. Like it just hits you wrong.
I feel embarrassed for the people.
Sure.
And that's just not good.
That's true.
Of the hashtag that changed Doug's life. Think of the critic and the people who hate him on the internet. Perhaps we could accept before that Doug just found the more adolescent qualities of the wall laughable, cheesy, but here, with this song, we realize what a lie that is. Doug's problem is not that the wall is melodramatic or that it makes over-the-top metaphors, compares 20th century British education to World War II or whatever.
Okay, so wait.
Or whatever.
So Joel acknowledges that he does understand that aspect of the criticism in the beginning. So why did he say, "Oh, he's just saying shut up about war"? Like he's acknowledging that he understands what was going on. That seems very dishonest to me.
He's sneaky.
Yeah.
Playful secrets.
He does kind of look like that guy too.
He does.
We're really comparing this to high school?
No, it's just meant to look weird and creepy. They're not implying that.
He is literally, at this moment, standing on a stage comparing the experience of being canceled to the film's treatment of the Thatcher administration. A metaphor literally cannot be more ridiculous or self-martyring.
Wait.
Comparing the experience of being canceled to the film's treatment of the Thatcher administration.
Okay, so wait. Hold on a second. Okay, my mind just expanded. I missed this when I watched this before. So Joel acknowledges that the Nazi imagery was supposed to be about Margaret Thatcher.
Right.
Okay. And he doesn't think that that's a hyperbolic exaggeration and has no problem with that, but has a problem, therefore, skewering that by kind of comparing that to cancel culture.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Comparing the Margaret Thatcher administration to literal Nazis.
Right.
That's not out there. Because obviously, any conservatives are literal Nazis. Well, come on, let's be real here.
Now listen,
That's what he's thinking, right?
I don't like neoliberal economic policies. Okay. I'm not a fan. I've never been a fan of neoliberal economic policies, right? So and my understanding is that's Margaret Thatcher's jam. So I'm probably not a Margaret Thatcher fan, right?
Yeah, she's a free market person. Yeah.
But was she really was she advocating for crowds of people to go capture blacks and gays and Jews and kill them? Am I missing something? Was that a period in the 1980s that I missed in England with roving bands of
Look, neoliberal policies to Big Joel is close enough. Okay. It's close enough to fascism.
Right. I'm just
It's close enough to rounding. It's close enough to rounding up people in the streets, okay?
Right.
And murdering them. right? So look, first of all, he accepts that analogy, right?
Yeah.
But then what the bridge too far is comparing that fascist analogy to someone getting canceled.
Okay.
How's
That's
that,
where you go
how's
too.
that,
You've gone too far at.
how's that
point.
stack up?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, these cancellations are getting brutal.
Right.
Yeah. People are losing bank accounts. People are losing their lives, Sitch.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's true. They are.
A metaphor literally cannot be more ridiculous or self-martyring than that is. No, the through line here genuinely is an irrepressible emotional identification with power and a refusal to engage with anything that challenges that power.
Oh my God, she's insufferable, Sitch.
It's all, how dare you not challenge my left or the right-wing power establishment through my leftist worldview? How dare you?
He's so insufferable. He's like, okay, look, you just accept power and you don't challenge it. Fuck you, Doug.
Challenges him. It doesn't matter what the wall is saying, Doug is incapable of hearing it. Comedy can't be about...
No, he heard it. Joel, listen, Joel. He heard it. He just thought it was stupid and wrong. Okay, you understand that, right? Like, Joel is one of these people who thinks that his political philosophy, their positions and opinions are just so big brain, so genius, that if you hear them and you don't agree with them, the only explanation is you didn't understand it or you're a racist or bigot.
Right, yeah. God, I hate that analysis.
An identification with authority. The authority Ricky Gervais has to establish how gender functions. The authority Jim has over Michael. But for that to work, you need a feeling of connection, a sense of distance from the subject that you're mocking, a feeling of community with the person making the joke. But this wall...
This is just such a weird understanding of comedy.
It's
like
yeah.
Comedy embeds you into a group that mocks others to maintain the status quo. What? What the fuck? The fuck?
This is the leftist brain rot.
That's your I mean, I love comedies. Come on, action comedies are my jam. What? What is this? What is this nonsense, Sitch? How do you come up with this? How does this apply to every comedy?
This is your brain on on being a socialist. This is your brain on socialism.
It's just insane.
All video, it's just too much, too intense, too fueled by personal grievance. Doug looks at a film about a Nazi who screams about murdering Jews and says, that guy's just like me. I'm gonna make a whole song about how much I love that guy. And that's not funny, at least not on purpose.
No, that wasn't the... Oh my God. Joel can't actually be that stupid, right? This is like just dishonest. He can't literally be
so
that
dishonest.
stupid, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's sad. So Doug Walker made a joke and nobody laughed. And look, we can talk a lot about that joke. I find it fascinating. But at the end of the day, the reason the joke doesn't work is that it's not funny, obviously. But here's an idea.
What makes something funny, Joel? Look, we're 51 minutes in. I thought you'd tell me by now.
It's if you're like an authority figure enhancing and solidifying
the
the
fuck
social
outta here.
norms
Get the fuck out
from a power structure of telling freaks to get back into the closet is the comedy element portion. That's what makes a joke funny.
Okay, sure. Shake and bake.
Idea, what if a joke can fail because it's too funny? Because the comedy is too good?
Everyone has ace! Ace, ace, ace!
So, okay.
Okay, so to be clear, he says he's going to tell us how a joke fails because it's too funny, right?
Too funny.
Okay.
I mean,
spoiler, I don't know what the fuck that means, and he never goes back to it, if I recall correctly.
Well, according to his weird definition, it enforces a status quo too efficiently.
Well, wouldn't that mean the joke works, but you just don't like it because it doesn't align with your politics?
Just this whole idea that the level of humor is by how well a joke enforces the status quo is just like mind-bogglingly dense to me.
Yes.
right?
Yes.
I
Or
mean, does
yeah.
bathroom humor fall into this category? Like what
The status quo of the
what about
patriarchy, Adam.
talk
Okay.
to me about fart jokes,
That's
okay?
girls don't like fart jokes and boys do. So they're embedding the status quo of the patriarchy.
Oh,
Little boys are learning to go to control women through fart jokes at the age of 5.
You are a master at post hoc reasoning. I love it. That's brilliant.
I've read too much of this garbage. I see too much of this content, Adam. It's affected my brain.
I know.
I could argue any of this stupid shit through their leftist socialist worldview.
This is so crazy to me. You will look, you are not gonna become a funnier person by watching any of these Big Joel videos.
No. You'll become dumber though.
Yeah. It's gonna send you in the wrong direction here.
Right.
About Team America World Police, the Matt Stone and Trey Parker puppet movie about the war on terror.
And so this is the end of our story. And everyone is dead from AIDS.
Team America centers on the actor Gary Johnston and his cooperation with a U.S. anti-terrorist squad. At its core, the movie seeks to answer one question: what if the marionettes from Thunderbirds had penises and balls and stuff? And while that might sound stupid, it's also, at times, pretty great. I like to watch the puppets make love. I like it when they fight against house cats. Most of the jokes...
Of course he likes to watch the puppets make love.
Of course,
degenerate. Look at the
course,
degeneracy. Oh my, up against the wall, puppet love. Get him out of here.
Yeah.
In this movie are puppet oriented. They're jokes about puppets, and that rocks. Still, my interest in Team America, at least for the purposes of this video.
So, well, it's interesting. What is okay? Because this is supposed to be a video about comedy, right? It doesn't really analyze it in the comedy here. Why is it funny? Why is this sex scene in Team America funny?
Because seeing puppets fuck is surprising as hell. Like, it's like, what?
Right. You have puppets that don't actually have genitalia in the movie. Right. And they're just like rubbing up against each other and like slamming us. And they're doing like the most like degenerate sex acts possible. But since they're just puppets and they don't actually have genitals and it just looks ridiculous, it's like allowed. I think the movie's rated R, but
true.
It's still like allowed.
It should be rated X. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like, and that's part of the joke, right? Is that you could do whatever you want because of the absurdity of the situation of it being puppets.
Right. How is that enforcing the status quo, Sitch?
That's enforcing the power hierarchy of sex norms, Adam. See, look, they're poking fun at the conservative moral policing of not allowing children to watch degenerate sex acts in movies unless they're puppets.
Wouldn't that be going against the status quo, though?
It is.
If the status quo is you can't have people hardcore.
You're right. It's almost like this
movie.
Analysis doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's almost like they're pushing against it.
Right.
Just everything. Even that scene that he showed of the puppets fighting. I mean, the surprise is like they fight they fight like puppets. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a lot of ways that you can surprise people with these puppets because sometimes it's like the puppet does something amazing that you think, oh my God, a puppet, you thought a puppet couldn't do that. And then sometimes it's surprise. No, it's just
a stupid
lame
puppet.
thing, a puppet. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Like it's this very over the top, intentionally melodramatic. Like everything is played like super serious, so dramatic. And then you're reminded that they're just stupid puppets, right? That's another,
exactly.
Continual joke.
This movie is genius.
Yes, it is.
Is less about the puppets and more about the things they do. Conservative pro-Iraq war advocacy. I've gotten in some trouble in the past for saying that Team America is a movie that's fundamentally about how good the war on terror is. Like I tweeted about that years ago and folks got mad at me. They said I was stupid, that I was dumb.
Okay, so he tweeted out in 2022, like Team America came out in 2004, 1 year into the Iraq war, there was this vastly popular, hilarious pro-occupation film for edgy teens. It's almost too hard to get your head around.
Now we know where he got his idea that comedy enforces the status quo.
Right. Well, first of all, it's interesting that he refers to the Iraq war as an occupation. Like, I think people thought of it as a mistake. I think you literally have to be leftist brain rot retarded to be like, it's an occupation. America's goal was to just occupy Iraq and just make it like a territory forever.
Yeah, we
Which,
wanted to get out of there ASAP.
right. Which, if you literally knew fucking anything about the Iraq War, that was not the case, and United States would have acted completely differently if that was the case. And honestly, things probably would have been more stable if that was the goal. If that was actually the goal, instead of just saying, "No, you guys figure it out," and then they tried and it didn't work and everything broke down into a civil war. But Joel probably literally knows fucking nothing about the Iraq War whatsoever.
Sitch is coming around to my position on colonialism. I can feel it.
What's that? You're pro-colonial now?
You literally said it. You've said, we would have acted much differently. And it probably would have worked out better if we did that. Like, when you say acted much differently, you mean like a colonial power.
Yeah, because the problem was that the United States government was like, hey, Sunnis and Shiites, you work it out. And they're like, we're not going to work it out. We're going to kill each other. Right. And that's why the Iraq War, fell. That's why after the Iraq War, it just fell into the Civil War. But I don't think Joel understands any of the elements of the Iraq War.
No.
So,
yes.
But anyway, but also just to not only, so first of all, he's calling the Iraq War like an occupation thing, which is silly. But secondly, to categorize Team America as pro-occupation and pro the Iraq War is a pretty bizarre take as well.
It's been a long time since I saw Team America, and I went immediately to the internet to look up a Team America recap, and was amazed to find out that no one has actually done a Team America recap. Normally there's recaps of every movie. You can always find like a 12 to 15 minute video that is just the plot of the movie. They're great because you can remember every movie in 15 minutes. Yeah. But there was none for Team America. So I don't know how,
sad.
I don't know how fresh you are on Team America. I remember
watched
it's a great movie,
a few months ago, actually.
Okay. Look,
yeah,
I haven't seen it for years. Yeah. So but I've seen the memes, obviously.
Right.
So is it a pro?
No.
Okay, it's not.
Like,
okay.
Well, even Joel talks about it. The opening scene is them blowing up Paris to try to get some terrorists.
Right, yeah, obviously.
There's a scene after that where they like destroy
but it's
Cairo.
Worth it,
right? Right. But this is like the continual theme with Joel is like anytime there's a person who has a political take on something that's not clearly leftist,
right?
He's like, oh, well,
they're bad.
Yeah, right. Like, how dare they say, I understand like both sides here, and that, like South Park does a thing where they kind of ratchet up as for comedic effect and hyperbolize both sides to make them ridiculous, but then they kind of come back to generally a very like moderate centrist position of like, well, I understand there's some legitimacy to kind of like the moderate center here, and maybe we need elements of both of these things. It's a very clear, easy to understand message, but for Joel's like tiny socialist brain, that's just too much to comprehend.
So they go in heavy on the America bad in the beginning, but they kind of dial it back to, but we do need some sort of order in the world, and America is filling that role at this time. So
yeah, well, they do
America, fuck yeah.
Yeah, they do the America, the ultra, I mean, Joel talks about this. They do the lampooning of ultra right-wing nationalism, not ultra right-wing, of ultra nationalist right-wing jingoism. They make fun of all of that. But then, and Joel thinks that's all like the most hilarious thing ever. But then when they also, after that, start making fun of all the far left people and all, not even the far left, just making fun of the left people, make fun of all their dumb left-wing ideas, Joel gets super upset and triggered and says, that's not funny.
Right. Yeah, they lay into the gay celebrities. That's
well, he doesn't like it just because,
They said stuff even worse than that. Did you watch this movie? Yeah, I saw it. Fuck off. I always thought it was a bit weird that people got mad at me about this tweet, because honestly, I think my opinion is pretty dang reasonable when you look at the movie. Team America was made in 2004. This was the height of the neoconservative movement, the ideological strain that justified the Iraq War under Bush's administration, that advocates for the goodness of the American military and the importance of global intervention.
It was It was the ideological strain, Sitch. It had nothing to do with 9/11, but
ideological strain of what?
Of conservatism.
Oh, right.
Neoconservatism. Look, none of this would have happened if it wasn't for September 11th.
Sure.
The neoconservatives saw their opportunity and went for it, but I mean, to blame it on neoconservatism.
Well, I mean, you could Bush was, I would say the Bush administration in America was it was very indicative of neoliberal, neoconservative policies, and they definitely used 9/11 as the justification, as you said, to enact these various policies, right?
Well, all I'm saying is he's making it sound like this ideology produced the Iraqi war just out of sheer will. When, I mean, if you're ignoring 9/11, you're a moron.
Sure.
Right? Yeah.
Right. But I think it's ridiculous to think that Matt Stone and Trey Parker, some of the most transgressive individuals on the planet in terms of the comedy they produce, are some kind of like big, neoconservative types.
Right, yeah.
They literally
did the Book of Mormon.
Right. I mean, they literally, in like one of the first seasons of South Park, they talk about, the hypocrisy of sort of, the America regarding, starving children in Africa, the starving Marvin character and stuff like they're constantly lampooning the right and they're constantly lampooning the left. And it's just ridiculous that anytime anyone criticizes the left in Joe's mind, they get cast as a neoconservative or a conservative.
Right. You've seen Orgasmo, right?
I have not. That's the one thing they've done that I have not seen. That was like their first thing. Yeah, it was Orgasmo.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
They did a TV show. I watched at the time. I don't remember anything about it. They did a TV show literally making fun of George Bush called That's My Bush.
Oh, really?
And it was like a sitcom, situational comedy. I just remember the theme song was That's My Bush, the president, resident, man that's in charge. And then it was just like a ridiculous comedy with George W. Bush as the main character.
Yeah, these guys are big time left wingers.
This will not be a campaign of half measures, and we will accept no outcome but victory.
This is terrifying. This is giving me nightmares. I never want to remember this.
Remember the Bush era? Oh my God. Seems like it was so long ago.
It was terrifying.
Yes.
I do remember it. But it was like 20 years ago now.
I know.
Very few people listening to this live stream now remember it.
Oh my God. They weren't even alive.
All right. I lived through it.
Yes.
Sitch was like 6.
I mean, that's not untrue.
Sitch was like 6 years old.
That's not untrue.
Yeah.
Now, to be clear, this movie does want to make fun of the American military. We're a bunch of idiot dicks who make huge mistakes, but it is still ultimately a neoconservative movie. I mean, the resolution of the whole thing, the big moral, is that we need those dicks, that the American military is, at base, a necessary and positive force for global peace, and that the libs should learn when to get out of the way.
Oh no, we aren't!
I mean, that's true, right? Everything you just said is correct.
It's sort of half correct. I mean, the point of the movie was that it's kind of the thing that we always say, you definitely need conservatives and you need liberals. You need both sides to sort of temper each other. Otherwise one of the things is going to run rampant. Yeah. That's the very centrist moderate position. The oh so incendiary radical position of the South Park people is that you need both the left and the right to temper each other. And that's too much for Big Joel's brain to like wrap around.
Yeah. He's so Manichean. He just wants to see the world at war. He wants to see all the tribes at war with another. When we are more, we think a balance needs to be struck.
We're the true.
We're Thanos.
Well, it's so funny because before the woke stuff, before the socialist takeover of these children, when I thought of like the left and the far left, I thought of the hippies, like the beatniks, the super oh man, everything's peace and love, bro. And unfortunately that's been replaced by these radical socialist types.
Yeah, they aren't really for peace and love. They're like, we need to annihilate these conservatives.
They're for the wall, Adam. They want you to get on the wall.
They are. Look, they've achieved cultural dominance now. Now it's their turn to put people up against the wall. Yeah. It's sad.
Thank you so much.
Penises.
Not penises.
Right.
Thank you so much, our surrogate father, Daddy J-Mac.
Yes.
$100. Thank you so much.
Keeping us in business here. Thank you, J-Mac.
True. Executive producer J-Mac says, holy crap, just got the part where Joel talks about The Office and it hurts that neither Sitch or Adam know that much about it. That's true. I've only seen a handful of like the first season. I rewatched the series up through season 7, of course, every so often. Michael Scott, despite his follies, is beloved by the time he leaves. Well, that's interesting.
Right.
That definitely changes the context of what Joel's talking about.
Yeah, isn't he beloved because you kind of sympathize? You sympathize for him that he really is kind of a loser and knows it. I feel like that's part of it.
Maybe that would make sense.
Yeah.
Is at base a necessary and positive force for global peace, and that the libs should learn when to get out of the way.
Oh no, we aren't. We're
penises.
We're reckless, arrogant, stupid
penises.
And the Film Actors Guild
are vaginas.
Look, he's having like what's it called? Sitch the character arc. Like that's what makes the movie. That's the movie magic there. Look, it's a character arc, Sitch.
There you go.
Look, he's realizing, hey, I am an asshole.
Well, no, he's a penis.
Yeah.
And Kim Jong-il isn't.
But vaginas
don't like
penises.
Because
vaginas have sex with penises.
But
penises also have sex with butts. Butts
who just want to
poopy
on everything.
I'm trying to keep this video monetized, so I took out some of the profanity, but I think I did a really great job maintaining the spirit of that scene. And look, you can say that Gary's speech at the end of the movie is ironic or something, but no, it isn't, and I'll give you 4 reasons why I think that.
Are there really? I mean, maybe there are a bunch of like dumb leftists out there that thought that Gary's speech is ironic. That's 100% not ironic. Who thought that? People really didn't get the point at the end of Team America. That's like just so obvious.
It's not irony, right?
Yeah.
It's serious. You think Trey Parker and Matt Stone know about character arcs? I think they do.
They had it's interesting. I watched a video where they were talking to a writing class. It's not really about character arcs. Where they had this very interesting advice, and they say, when you're writing scenes, you want to make sure that the interconnection between your scenes is never and then. You should never say like, here's a scene and then here's a scene. It should always be, there's a scene, therefore this next scene occurs, right?
Right, yeah.
Or
totally
there's a
agree with
scene,
that.
but then this occurs, right? Like,
Yep.
And I thought, oh, that's like really good advice for writers right there.
Yeah, so much bad writing is just a collection of scenes that don't affect one another. Yeah.
First, Matt Stone and Trey Parker have made this point before, that people who oppose the Iraq War are stupid, that America needs these kinds of interventions even as we like to complain about them.
The strength of this country is the ability to do one thing and say another. Yeah, if it weren't for all you guys protesting, everyone around the world would hate the American people instead of just the president.
And if it weren't for you people flexing your arms, America could easily get taken over by terrorists or China.
Second, this is just not how Parker and Stone...
Is that them saying explicitly that they're completely in support of the Iraq war, or is that them just explaining that you need a left-right wing dichotomy in the country and they need each other and they should balance?
Yeah, it's them pitching balance, not
Right.
in favor of the Iraq war, which most people are against because it was an utter failure. But obviously, if Baghdad was like Paris now, we'd be having a completely different conversation, right?
Well, that's kind of the dishonesty in my mind when people talk about the ideological considerations of the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, because you're completely correct. It's all outcome dependent. If the outcome was good, everyone would have a completely different opinion on it. They'd be like, oh, well, my ideology completely shows why this was like the correct thing to do, right?
No one's complaining about South Korea, right?
Right.
I mean, we literally had a war, separated the country in two, and said, look, this part is North Korea and this part is South Korea. South Korea is like a thriving democracy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, that's what we wanted in Iraq. It ended up being an utter failure. I would say a lot because of just a lot of people knew that it was going to be a failure because of the Sunni Shia rivalry and the population demographics on the ground. So a lot of people said, don't do this. It's not going to work.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
No.
bravado
Right.
took over. So
Yeah.
go ahead.
I mean, that, and also just, I think, the general ineptitude of the Bush administration, the people they put in place that sort of guide the Reconstruction effort were
that didn't help.
not good either. Not intelligent people.
Right.
A lot of it was just, giving people positions as rewards for political favors and stuff.
Yeah.
So,
patronage.
yes.
It's an interesting, the point that you make is fascinating because could really smart people have made it work? I mean, I'm not sure that they could. I just, the facts on the ground were too against it. It's like the Sunnis really did treat the Shiites like crap for so long that it's hard. There was like such animosity in the population. And since they had the numbers in any sort of democracy, they were going to exercise that power. So I don't know that you could structure it any way to avoid that. So, but it's an interesting question. Not one that Big Joel is going to talk about because he has no shit about the situation. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's hard to say because, like, obviously there's a bunch of considerations, for people to want to like live and work and thrive in a like quote Western liberal democracy, they have to want to. I don't know enough about it. I don't know enough about Iraq and the culture and the population to know whether that was something that was desired and whether if they could have got the Sunni and the Shiites to not kill each other, if that was a feasible outcome or not. I don't know enough about their history to weigh in on that. Maybe not.
This is how it's decidedly different in Ukraine because they actually wanted the system. So yeah. What's Big Joel say to that?
As creators. Have you seen an episode of South Park? The moral is usually played extremely straight. Third, the creators were pretty clear with their intention. There are interviews with both Parker and Stone where they reiterate how much they agree with Gary's speech. 4, I don't know, watch the speech, watch the movie. I think it's pretty clear what it's doing, honestly. So, can I admit something to you? I hated that. Like, as I'm writing this, I'm wondering if that section was too long, too boring to even include. Don't get it twisted, I think I'm right. I think I understand the themes of Team America World Police perfectly well, but I'm just not sure that I wholly agree with the project of this kind of criticism.
Now he's just criticizing his own video. This is like the weirdest aside.
I don't even understand what he means when he made that sentence.
He's coming out and he's saying, should I have not criticized Team America? Should I have left that part out of the video?
I don't know if that's what he said. He's saying, I don't know what he's saying. I don't even know. I don't know what that sentence meant that he just said right there.
No, he is. Listen.
Thing to you, I hate Gary's speech.
Okay, now it becomes just an aside, which it should be like black and white or something. So we know that, like, okay, you're no longer talking about Team America. Now you're talking about your shitty video.
I don't know, watch the speech, watch the movie. I think it's pretty clear what it's doing, honestly. So
okay, so here it is. Here's the start
I'm ready.
Imagine this in black and white.
I know.
Can I admit something to you? I hated that. Like, as I'm writing this, I'm wondering if that section was too long, too boring to even include. Don't get it twisted. I think I'm right. I think I understand the themes of Team America World Police perfectly well, but I'm just not sure that I wholly agree with the project of this kind of criticism. Recently,
What does that mean? Wholly agree with the project of this kind of criticism. I don't know what
the kind
those
of
words mean.
the kind of criticism that he's making of Team America.
Yeah, but no, he's saying that he doesn't know why he felt conflicted to include the section where he tells people that he's right about how to interpret the speech at the end.
Right.
He's not talking about just including entire Team America because he goes and talks about Team America for another like 20 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Right. So it's like that's what I'm saying. I don't understand what the fuck he's saying.
Okay.
It's not clear to me, but whatever.
It's just not clear. Yeah. So now he's back into critiquing Team America.
Yeah.
Okay.
I rewatched Team America World Police, and one thing that surprised me about the film was that so many of the things I remembered about it from childhood, so many of its most iconic moments, happen in the first, 30 minutes. And many of those jokes are so iconic because they do a great job making fun of the United States and its war on terror. Who can forget...
Yeah, America Bad Leftist loves that part.
Right. So just, remember that statement. It's like, okay, so all the jokes that were making fun of America, those are iconic, right? Those are the good jokes.
Right.
Okay. We have all the jokes that make fun of the left. That's all the forgettable bad jokes that Joel doesn't like. So
of course.
Yeah. It was very funny.
At the first moments of the film where the team destroys all of Paris because they're trying to thwart some terrorist threat.
All right, Sarah! Yeah! All right,
Step into it!
It's a scene with such an obvious meaning, but it's still really memorable and funny. And when they repeat this scene a few minutes later, when Team America blows up Cairo to stop some terrorists that aren't even doing anything, it's still funny. More effective than the film's direct skewering of the US and its actions, though, is the film's cultural criticism.
Freedom isn't free. It calls folks like you and me.
There's the song Freedom Isn't Free, this parody of American recruitment propaganda, country-themed gibberish.
Freedom costs a bucko fair.
The line "freedom costs a $1.05" has this interesting double meaning to it, right? Yes, you have to fight for your country, you have to pay your dues, but also, maybe our freedom is being cheapened here. Maybe the word freedom is being used as a meaningless distraction from the reality of American military intervention. After all, who got their freedom when Team America blew up Paris? And then, of course...
It's interesting because, so I don't disagree with anything he's saying. It's funny that when the ideology matches Joel's, he's able to interpret correctly the media. But then it's bizarre to me and hilarious to me that just because the message of the movie becomes a little bit more nuanced, because it also starts making fun of the other side in a hyperbolized fashion, he suddenly goes, oh, well, I guess that means that they're in favor of the Iraq war now.
Right.
And occupying Iraq. It's a pro-occupation movie. It's like, wait a minute.
He's just slandering them.
Of course, there's the song America Fuck Yeah, the most famous thing in the whole movie. Again, it's a parody of grotesque military propaganda, and again, it works to undermine America's vision of itself. The song begins with these lofty concepts like freedom and terrorism, but very quickly it changes course and Trey Parker starts singing about brands.
McDonald's! Fuck yeah! Walmart! Fuck yeah! The Gap! Fuck yeah!
It's like the song is saying that these brands are what America really is, that these are the entities our soldiers are fighting for overseas. After the first 30 minutes, though, the movie completely changes.
Which, by the way, if you notice, and this is, again, I don't know how Joel missed this in his amazing, brilliant critique, the longer version of America Fuck Yeah that you hear, that he was just playing, where it goes over the brains and all that stuff, that's played at the end credits. That's at the end of the movie. Okay.
Right.
So if the point of the movie was really just this pro-Iraq, pro-occupation war movie, why would they play that at the end, Joel?
Yeah, why not at the beginning? That should be the first scene.
Yeah, and then the end song should have been some kind of pro-war song. Why would they immediately go back to lampooning the entire concept of the ultra jingoism America military if that was the point was supposed to be a pro-Iraq war point?
Yeah, I think the America Fuck Yeah is so brilliant because it can be seen in two ways. So you basically capture two audiences. There are the people, the America bad people, who are seeing it as satire about how much America really sucks, right? But there are the nationalistic people who are seeing it unironically as, yeah, America, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
It's so brilliant. It's so brilliant. Yeah. Look, I see the America, fuck yeah. I mean, when I see it, I think, yeah, America, fuck yeah.
I don't know if it's a question of people seeing it differently. Or as much as it's kind of like, it's like the Starship Troopers thing, where people saying like, okay, so I know, like, obviously America, fuck yeah, is making fun of the ultra jingoist nationalism. Like obviously
Right.
that's the intention.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing like, okay, so there's some intention with Starship Troopers that's supposed to be like mocking the military and all this other stuff. But people who are very ultra nationalistic or very jingoistic or very American military, fuck yeah. Well, then even though they know that that's the intention, will say, well, I don't care. I'm still gonna use this,
Exactly.
in a non-satirical, like a somewhat satirical but also non-satirical way. So
I mean, look, people say America, fuck yeah, in our chat all the time because we get into the America,
of
fuck
course,
yeah,
of course,
yeah,
and maybe that was part of the intent. I don't know if that was the intention when they wrote the song, was to kind of like make it sort of have that dual work going for it. Maybe, I don't know. It would be pretty genius if that was the intention from the beginning.
I mean, sometimes I try to tweet in that style where it's
Yeah.
like it can be seen in both ways
Right.
to capture both audiences, and sometimes it works. I don't know if it was intentional, but I do recognize that. I mean, Big Joel is talking about how much he likes it. Well, he doesn't like it for the same reason I like it, obviously.
Right. I'm actually kind of shocked that he didn't bring up this point, because it would align with sort of his point about the flat Earth guy. And you think this would be where he'd talk about like, oh, they don't even get it.
Right. Yeah, no, great point.
Like America blows up Cairo and that's bad, but then they never actually do another bad thing. And in any case, it's time to get serious and introduce the film's real antagonists, Kim Jong-il and the liberal celebrities who support him.
Say hello to our new partner.
Hello! Now we start hearing more about how Gary...
Just give me a good hello. Come on.
Hello. It's me,
that's-
Kim Jong-il. I'm Mr. Good Guy. Team America is so bad. I'm so lonely.
Oh
So
my God.
lonely.
You're too good at that, man. That shouldn't be.
This symbol of America has a huge amount of power, about how he has to use that power to bring peace and justice to the world.
Why am I the only one?
Because you're the one with the power
Well,
to
I don't want the fucking power! I don't want the guilt, I don't want the shame, and I don't want the responsibility!
And this...
What? Hold on. Now it's finally about power dynamics. But he doesn't want the power.
Right.
How's that enforcing the status quo?
Well, because they're saying that he's wrong for not utilizing the power, and he's right for deciding to come back and use the power. Even though,
okay.
I mean, you could interpret that this is supposed to be like an American power thing. I think a closer interpretation is that a lot of Team America, like a lot of things that South Park does, is a parody of the standard tropes that exist in storytelling. And the whole thing about like, it's your responsibility to do this thing. Only you can do it. And then the hero turning away from the hero's journey and then turning back. Like that's like such a
With
a
great
trope.
power comes great responsibility.
Right. Like that's just such a classic trope of storytelling that, I mean, that's how I interpreted all that scenes with,
Yeah.
with him and, the whole, the power of acting and his ridiculous, he has like the ridiculous backstory about how like, because of the reason he doesn't like to act, even though he's an actor, is because his acting got his brother killed by like monkeys in a zoo or something. Like the monkeys rip apart his brother because of like his acting or something. Like it's so ridiculous.
Yeah. Insane.
This all leads us to the end of the movie, where our criticisms of the US are supposed to give way to an overall endorsement. Here's the problem with this tone shift, though. I think a problem a lot of people must have. I don't buy it. It's hard to buy it. For one thing, the way the movie argues for America is less impactful and less funny than the way it argues against America. Like, we have this whole thing with the celebrities, right? How stupid and phony and effeminate they are.
By following the rules of the Film Actors Guild, the world can become a better place that handles dangerous people with talk and reasoning. That is the
homosexual
way.
It's essentially the...
He's basically saying the way the movie agrees with my politics is great. The way it disagrees with my politics, that's where it fails.
This is, it's kind of like baffling. Like, how is Big Joel this incompetent?
I know.
And like, so he has no self-awareness. He's like, I don't buy the shift because the part that aligned with my politics, I found hilarious. But the part that attacks my politics, that wasn't very funny.
That's not funny at all. How dare you?
This I don't buy this because it's not funny because it's attacking what I like.
I know.
It's like, are you for real? What the fuck?
He doesn't even understand this.
This is so ridiculous.
This is why the enlightened centrist writers are always the best.
Yes.
You got to be able to distance yourself. As soon as you embed yourself in some tribe that you can't even make fun of without feeling like you're going to get canceled, you're just going to be a shitty writer. So look, so many of these woke movies that we're reviewing and stuff, that's the problem.
Yes.
That is totally the problem.
You know, this to me, the ultimate irony here is this is why, and I thought maybe this is what the video was going to be about, but obviously it wasn't. This is why a lot of ideological comedy doesn't work for exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
You've embedded yourself as a writer, as a creator in some ideological narrative, and that you've constrained yourself essentially that your story or your joke has to be within these ideological constraints. And often that doesn't work. And part of why South Park and Team America and all these things are still continue to be hilarious and funny is because they're not constrained by that ideology and they're totally free to do whatever they want.
Yeah, and it completely cuts off the surprise element too, because as soon as you see someone is operating from within this ideological constraint, you're like, you can predict everything they're going to do.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
It's just not funny anymore.
Right.
That is what happens with Lady Ballers. It's like all the jokes are like, wow, I saw that coming from space. It's like,
right.
It's not surprising.
The main joke of the movie.
If we focus our acting on global politics, we can change everything and stuff.
And it's like, okay, whatever.
And stuff. That's so good. That's so hilarious.
Listen to how
and stuff.
Joel's commentary here. It's just so stupid. It's one of the stupidest things I've ever heard in my life. Okay.
All right.
Sexual way. It's essentially the main joke of the movie.
If we focus our acting on global politics, we can change everything and stuff.
And it's like, okay, whatever, celebrity's dumb, that's a fine thing to say, but also, who cares? What Alec Baldwin thinks about Team America doesn't actually mean that much to me, and so the film zooming in on how bad he is just doesn't hit very hard. Also,
how is it that a socialist doesn't understand the power or importance of celebrity and mainstream controlling the narrative, right?
Yeah, we're finally skewering power dynamics, and he doesn't even recognize it.
It's like the movie's making fun of the right-wing military power dynamic, at the time. And he's like, yeah. And then it starts making fun of the left-wing cultural power dynamic of a bunch of celebrities saying a bunch of like the dumbest, stupidest shit ever. He's like, why do I care what these people say? It doesn't matter. They're not the military. They're not the government.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to admit that they have the cultural power.
Yes. And that it's so weird because on one breath, they will acknowledge how much culture, politics is downstream from culture, and they'll acknowledge how much cultural power is important. But if the left has the cultural power and the right has the governmental or military power, they pretend like the cultural power just doesn't matter. And we see this so often whenever we talk about like woke stuff. Well, why do you guys care about woke stuff or like the leftist cultural element when like Donald Trump was president?
Right. It's hilarious that they're completely skewering all of these vapid, overly powerful celebrities, and he doesn't even see it after he's talking for 25 minutes about the power dynamics being essential in comedy. It's like, you missed one, buddy.
Right.
Also, given the logic of the film, he's really not wrong to hate Team America as much as he does.
We must take radical action against the fascists in our own country. Bring it down! Bring it all down!
If some foreign country blew up Paris or Cairo, I don't think I'd trust them to fight the terrorists, so I'm not sure why I'm supposed to trust the US. I get that Alec is like super gay and stuff and homosexual and gay.
The global warming and corporate America.
But they don't really come off as stupid as the movie makes them out to be, so the joke doesn't scan as well as it otherwise might.
Okay. Joel thinks that the celebrities teaming up with Kim Jong-il doesn't make them seem stupid.
Mm-hmm. That's a smart move.
That was a smart
because move. North Korea is communist. That's why Big Joel likes it.
Okay. Well, first of all, the element with, I thought the Michael Moore thing,
I
think it's funny now because I understand why. Like when I first saw the movie, I'm like, that's super weird. The Michael Moore suicide bombing himself to blow up the
And
the Mount Rushmore. But
I didn't remember that part.
right, because I remember like when that happens, like this is like why do they hate Michael Moore so much? Like I don't know if it's ever confirmed. The rumor is that part of the reason they hate Michael Moore so much is because if you remember, and this kind of big Joel doesn't talk about this because he doesn't know about it, or because it would completely destroy the narrative. If you remember, Michael Moore, very famous left-wing documentarian, he did a movie called Bowling for Columbine.
I remember, yeah.
That was a very, very big movie. It was all about the Columbine shooting. It was all advocating for gun control, attacking the NRA, things of that nature. And in that movie, who does he interview? But Matt Stone. The evil right-wing South Park creator Matt Stone is, I guess, in favor of gun control and in a Michael Moore movie. Oh my God, how dare, right? How dare. But in that, so apparently the rumor is that
let's hear the dirt.
That Michael Moore asked Trey Parker and Matt Stone to draw some or animate some like funny cartoon he wanted to do for the movie, and they didn't want to do that. So, but what happens in Bowling for Columbine is that after like he interviews Matt Stone agrees to do to be in it. I don't think Trey Parker's in it. I think just Matt Stone. And after he's talking to Matt Stone and they do their little interview, it cuts to a cartoon that Michael Moore got someone else to do. And it's not exactly in South Park style, but it's like kind of
no, he
close.
cribbed their style. Holy shit.
It's like it just like the voices and the way it looks are like similar enough that if cutting to it directly after you interview Matt Stone makes you think that maybe Matt Stone and Trey Parker did the animation.
Totally,
and I remember when I saw the movie, I assumed that they did because it like the voicing sounds kind of close, but they didn't. And so that's why the rumor is that's why they were so mad at Michael Moore for making it seem like they did this thing that they didn't do. And that's why they made him like blow himself up in their movie afterward.
I love this filmmaker beef here.
Yes. But to me, there is an interesting, Joel doesn't care about this because he's an idiot and an ideologue. There's an interesting part about in Team America where you have, okay, so the American military does objectively wrong by the film standards and filmmakers' position of, destroying, killing all these people that shouldn't be killed in Egypt, killing all these people and destroying all these monuments in Paris, doing all this like horrible garbage trash stuff. And so that is worthy of criticism. But then what do the left-wing celebrities do? They just criticize them. No, they go so far in the other direction that they end up teaming up with literally Kim Jong-il. Right. And to me, that actually is an important message of how that's a lot of the way that politics does work today, where people base their political opinions on, one side is doing something, one side doesn't like someone. I'm going to like the person they don't like and do the exact opposite, like blindly just go in the other direction.
Very sick.
Right. And I think that's an important message. And that's how I interpreted the celebrities all teaming up with Kim Jong-il. But, that's not a good enough political statement for Joel.
No, that's a very intelligent analysis.
Right.
Sitch. I thought that was amazing.
There's a kind of similar problem with this final speech that Gary gives. Now, I do think this speech is pretty funny, and I especially thought it was funny when I first saw it at 8 years old. I mean, this guy's straight up talking about pooping.
We are gonna have our dicks and our pussies all covered in shit.
I didn't think I needed to bleep that one. I thought I'd just keep that one in as a special treat to the
power dynamics
curse word lovers in my audience. But it's not funny like the first 30 minutes are. America Fuck Yeah, the opening Paris scene, these moments are genuine works of satire. They make you laugh with the points they're making about the United States. Gary's moving speech, though, it isn't satire. The comedy doesn't come from the ideas he's expressing, but from the fact that his moving speech has curse words in it. And all of this creates an interesting asymmetry for the audience.
Wait, why is that bad? Why is that bad? Does he think this? I mean, I guess we've learned from Joel, he only thinks there's one. He literally thinks there's only one type of comedy, right?
Sure.
This political comedy.
This political power dynamic comedy.
Yes. Like you can have comedy where the joke is someone is saying something poignant and true, but they're saying it in an absurd and ridiculous way. Yeah, that could be funny. And that is the way they did the scene. And as you even said yourself, that should be expected from South Park, because South Park very often, not every episode, but very often ends with, Stan saying, "I learned a lesson today, guys," and giving the little moral of the story. And sometimes it's a real moral, sometimes it's not a real moral, sometimes it's a ridiculous moral, and sometimes it's a real moral wrapped in something ridiculous to make it funny. There's nothing wrong with doing that.
Yeah.
I always, and this is entirely from Joel's leftist perspective. Growing up, I always, obviously I liked and remembered the America Fuck Yeah is the most memorable part of the song. But I did remember, pretty strongly the Dicks Fuck Asses speech. That was probably number 2 or number 3 of most memorable things in the movie for me. I did think, the quote film actors guild with the F slur was very funny. I always thought that was very funny. I always remember Michael Moore blowing himself up while he's shoving hot. I remembered all these things too, just because Joel didn't remember them because his leftist worldview blocked him out of his mind doesn't mean that's everyone's experience of the movie.
Right.
He
I
just
don't remember any of this stuff.
But you don't remember the movie at all. He's just assuming, it's so weird. He's just assuming that because the non-attacking the right-wing comedy of Team America didn't connect with him, therefore that means it's not a legitimate type of comedy. And he doesn't really explain why. He's not saying here's why the joke he's never really explained why the joke actually works and doesn't work, other than to just say, well, the logic of the movie says they should be skeptical, ignoring the fact that they're literally teaming up with Kim Jong-il.
Right. He doesn't explain why any of the jokes that are attacking the left don't hit.
Right.
He just says categorically, look, these aren't funny. These just aren't funny, obviously. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Explain yourself, Joel. Show us your work. What's going on here?
Audience, because even as we're directed at the end of the movie to revise our thoughts on the Iraq War to come to this neoconservative conclusion, that conclusion is not what brought the funny, what brought the joy. On a basic level, the more conservative stuff is a lot less memorable, and it makes sense that modern audiences who saw the movie decades ago might just kind of blot it out.
As actors, it is our responsibility to read the newspapers and then say what we read on television like it's our own opinion.
Wow, these actors have...
I think that's a great joke.
Did he just say modern audiences?
He did.
Didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Modern audiences.
I mean, does he know how songs work? Obviously, the thing that people generally remember songs more than other things.
Of course, yeah. Basic psychology? No,
Yeah.
Joel doesn't understand.
Obviously, people are going to
dare
remember the America Fuck Yeah song in the beginning,
Right.
And Freedom Isn't Free song.
They're not going to remember Janine Garofalo making this awesome joke.
No, they're not. Yeah.
It is our responsibility to read the newspapers and then say what we read on television like it's our own opinion.
Wow, these actors have the gall to get their information and opinions from the newspaper, to form their opinions around what happens in the news. Not like us, not like Matt Stone and Trey Parker. We get it straight from the source, straight from George W. But also...
So Joel, again, is so stupid. He doesn't even understand what they're lampooning.
Right.
Even though she said it, it's it is so funny. The joke, there's not even a layer of the joke. The Gene Garofalo puppet says the joke. Yes. I'm reading something, assuming it's automatically true and repeating it like it's my opinion. I somehow formed an opinion, but I'm just regurgitating what someone else told me.
Right.
The puppet just says it. There's no there's no layer there that you have to decode. It's just so clear, crystal clear. And then Joel's like, oh, why are you making fun of that? People should just read a newspaper and regurgitate their opinion. That's exactly how it should be, according to Joel. I mean, that doesn't work if they're watching Fox News and regurgitating it, but if they're watching the left-wing media, then that's totally good.
Comedy is about enforcing the status quo. It's okay.
It's about power dynamics, Adam.
I know. It is. I mean, what's going on here?
You know what? One of the most memorable jokes to me in Team America was that I actually probably was repeated for no reason more so in my childhood than any other part of the movie.
Mm-hmm. What's that?
Matt Damon. It was just the Matt Damon puppet saying his name like an idiot for no reason. There was no discernible reason. And when you watch the commentary, they say that the only reason they made Matt Damon sound like retarded and just do that is just because that wasn't intentional. It was just that the puppet came out, it looked retarded to them. So they thought it was funny to make him retarded in the movie. And it wasn't actually a dig at Matt Damon personally. And I just thought that me and my friends just thought that was funny. And it always stuck out in my mind was just him saying Matt Damon that way. And we repeat that all the time for no reason.
It hits. Yeah, who knows?
But part of it was a surprise just to see Matt Damon puppet just say Matt Damon for like no reason. Where's the power dynamics of that joke?
The celebrities are vapid. I mean, that joke always hits. Come on.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. Big Joel doesn't get it. He completely spins it around to like, of course we get our information from the newspaper. Duh.
God,
it's not about where you get your information, Joel. It's about them pretending that they have opinions that are their own.
Right.
That's the joke.
That they're doing some kind of analysis of information and therefore doing something that's like worthwhile, but all they're doing is literally regurgitating something they read.
Look, even your joke, even his stupid joke about Trey Parker and Matt Stone, they understand that they're just getting information from the media.
Yes.
They would not fall into this trap.
Right.
So you assuming that they would and just parrot conservative talking heads is just retarded.
Yep.
Yeah.
Something I don't think I've ever seen them do, either in something they've worked on or in just in interviews or anything.
It's ironic too, because in this little exchange, we're talking about questioning the narrative, the status quo narrative, the power dynamics of the status quo narrative. And he's basically putting Matt Stone and Trey Parker into the situation of they're just going to parrot right-wing narratives. No, no, not the case at all.
You're right.
They're going to question those narratives in the way that you're saying people should question narratives.
Well, and it's funny because the joke was they're criticizing the celebrities who are an power, enforcement mechanism.
Enforcement.
Yeah, cultural enforcement. Just regurgitating and enforcing the power narratives from the mainstream media.
Yep.
But since Joel agrees with those narratives or agrees with them more than otherwise, then he's fine with it.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's enforcing the status quo as
right.
long as it's his status quo. But he doesn't even realize that.
Right.
So leaving aside all this narrative and tonal stuff, I want you to really think about the experience of watching this film when it was released. Like, Team America went into real production in 2003, but it came out a year later, October 14th, 2004. And coincidentally, just around 2 weeks before its release, the US Iraq Survey Group issued a report of their investigation of Iraqi WMDs and came up with nothing. No evidence that Iraq had these weapons. Of course, Team America World Police is about WMDs, about the existential threat the terrorists pose to the West.
All around the world, there will be massive explosions. With nobody to guide them, the people will break out into panic and rioting all over the earth.
Weapons of mass destruction come up again and again and again in the story. They are the central justification for Team America's goodness and necessity.
I will detonate the WMDs, which I have given to terrorists all around the globe.
And in the real world, they didn't fucking exist. Now let me ask you, given that context, which message you find more resonant? The Team America that tepidly supports the US military, tells us about its goodness and importance? Or the Team America that scorns the war on terror, mocks it and the culture that justifies it? And I don't...
This is so baffling. The lack of media literacy. First of all, like, the interpretation that I took, and I think anyone could take from Team America, is that there can be a real, okay, first of all, we're doing deep analysis of the puppet movie, but okay, fine.
Right.
There's things to analyze there. Obviously, there is intention there. Is that behind the jokes, there does seem to be a message of, yes, you have the military and kind of this right-wing force in America that has a gun, and it's aiming this gun at incorrect targets and causing a lot of collateral damage. and not actually aiming the gun at the correct targets and minimizing and minimizing the damage and just focusing on what the threat is. And because they're not doing that, because they're going overboard and doing all this like bad stuff, the left is basically now jumped in bed with the bad people because they hate the right so much. And they're basically preventing and allowing the bad guy to thrive and preventing the gun from actually going and targeting the correct individual for once. Okay.
Right. Okay.
We're sort of to analyze this. It's not to kind of simplify this down to they're saying the Iraq war was good and you should shut up about it is such a level of stupidity for Joel and just a level of dishonesty for him to even suggest that that is what Matt Stone and Trey Parker are trying to say with Team America is to say, shut up and just accept the Iraq war and support it. It's ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous.
Yeah, I can't imagine them saying that. It just seems way below their intelligence level.
If that was what their point was, why would they have the whole first part of the movie making fun of the military, causing all this collateral damage? Why would they do that if their point was to just say, shut up, you should just accept the Iraq
they should
war?
probably take that part out.
Right.
Yeah.
Doesn't really
I'm
make
sure
a lot
the
of sense,
military-
does it?
If they had a military advisor, he'd probably say, hey, can we take all damage out at the beginning? God, you're making us look like idiots.
They also make fun of the whole WMD stuff constantly, which again, Joel, I don't know, he's not including, I guess, for some reason. Because if you remember, they had the whole thing with like we had intelligence that they had, WMDs, and they didn't. Bad intelligence. And then you see the computer whose intelligence, and he goes, sorry, everybody. Like, they're just constantly making fun of all this stuff. So
wouldn't that be funny if they did that in Top Gun? In the beginning of the movie, Tom Cruise accidentally like blows up a school or something, and it's like, oops. that would have killed it.
Right. Yeah. That would really make you support the military in Top Gun. Yeah.
You'd be yelling, you'd be going, woohoo at the end of the movie.
Yeah, exactly.
When they blow up the terrorist base, you'd be Tom Cruise could fly away and go, at least it wasn't a school this time.
It was all, I'm glad all those kids died. It was totally worth it because at the end of the day, we got them. We got the bad guys, right? Yeah.
Yeah. That's a difference between Top Gun Maverick and
Team America.
Team America. Yeah.
Oh no, regardless of what the movie wanted, that second answer makes a lot of sense to me. It's obvious, but so much of comedy is...
Does Joel not think that, like, terrorists and actual bad people besides the U.S. government exist in the world?
No, of course not.
Like,
October 7th never happened, Sitch.
I don't know. It's just like such a weird read of this movie.
September 11th is, propaganda, government propaganda. Come on, man.
Okay.
It's about showing the audience something crazy or ridiculous and then pulling back.
What about all the funny female comedians? Like, No, right.
That joke does hit right there.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of really funny female comedians.
Well, see, but this is where I think if Joel was actually intelligent, he could have had a conversation about how... So, like, when Ricky Gervais tells this joke, I'm going to go out on a limb and say I believe he is joking about the taboo and the tone, but he does actually think that there are funny female comedians.
Of course he does. He's friends with a bunch of them. I'm certain of it.
Right,
yeah.
Right. But that's different when he's making the trans joke because then he is pushing the taboo, but he also is trying to see, in my opinion, he is trying to make a statement about maybe the absurdity of some of the elements of the trans movement. And if Joel was intelligent, he could have had a conversation about comparing these two different jokes.
Differences, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the differences there. Yes. One, he's making fun of himself. One, he is making fun of the opposition.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. No.
Ricky Gervais says women aren't funny, but he's just joshing you. He's so smart and you're so dumb, so you don't even get that he's actually being a woke hero with this joke.
That's when I...
God, he's so bitter, Sitch.
I know.
He's so bitter. Oh my God.
Because it's actually funny and people like it.
Yeah.
Say something I don't really mean for comic effect.
Ricky here wants to make a misogynistic joke, wants to explore this taboo, but...
God, Sitch, we should make some misogynistic jokes. This would be the perfect time. I'm always down for some misogyny jokes.
Well, I guess I guess the reason Joel can't analyze those two jokes, what I said, is because he doesn't think that. He thinks Ricky Gervais just is a misogynist, and he just is a sexist misogynist, and actually doesn't think women are funny.
Can you imagine? I just can't imagine it. I mean, there are a lot of super funny female comedians. I can't think of any at the moment, but I mean, look, that's not funny because you were expecting that, of course,
right?
To do it in a safe way, one that ultimately affirms the goodness of that taboo.
I was going to say Amy Schumer.
Team America follows a similar pattern. It makes fun of the US and then it looks back at you and says,
you know who the best female comedian is? Okay.
Amy Schumer. I already said it.
No. The best female comedian is fan of the show.
Shoe
and
on
also
head.
Target of Big Joel, who Big Joel hates. Shoe on head.
Yes. Shoe is hilarious. Yeah.
That's true.
Mean nothing by it. But in the end, the movie kind of fails at that. The jokes went too far to come back. Matt Stone and Trey Parker can write this speech, but they can't make us accept it as the central idea of their film. So we have these two stories, right?
So his point is that their lampooning of the right was too funny and good, so they couldn't pull back and also make fun of the left. I guess that's what Joel's saying, which is okay.
I kind of zoned out. He's kind of going into the blah, blah, blah land. He's just not really.
The music doesn't help.
Yeah.
The Nostalgia Critic and Team America World Police, and obviously these two things could not be more different from each other. One is funny, it has an extremely unique aesthetic, it has banger songs. The other is Team America World Police. Fucking got him.
Get it? The joke. He gets
it.
Surprise.
It's a surprise, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a joke.
He intuitively understands.
Right.
He doesn't understand it in the rational mind.
Right.
Sitch. Yeah. He's got to work up to that.
Just wish they'd give us some more time to live.
But in the end, these works kind of tell us the same thing, that comedy is about identity. First,
comedy is about identity, Sitch.
Uh-oh.
Identity.
Where are we going with this?
You thought it was about surprise. No, it's about identity.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
There's the author's identity, Doug Walker and his connection with authority, Matt Stone and Trey Parker and their identification with the US military. And second,
do you think that Matt Stone and Trey Parker identify themselves with the US military?
I mean, they've made more movies where they've identified as Mormons than they have as military guys.
Let me think. So we have Team America, where they have the military, where they very directly make fun of the military, make fun of the military, blowing up Paris and Egypt. We have the South Park movie. Now, I don't know if you remember, because it was a long time ago, but the South Park movie, the military was portrayed not only as incredibly incompetent, but also super racist. There's a scene, there's a scene in the South Park movie where they're planning their military operations to invade and start a war with Canada. Okay. Nice. Again, making fun of the rampant jingoism in America, which Joel, I guess, forgets. And in that movie, there's a scene where all the men in South Park have been drafted to fight in this war against Canada, and the general's explaining the military strategy is called, quote, get behind the darkies, and all the black soldiers are supposed to stand in the front line.
Oh my God.
And all the white soldiers are supposed to stand in the back. And so this is, I don't know about you, but when I think of people that identify themselves with the U.S. military, I don't think of Trey and Matt here.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
And I'm not sure, I don't know enough about Doug Walker, but I'm guessing that the Nostalgia Critic doesn't associate himself with like fascistic authority. I'm just guessing.
Right.
I'm just guessing.
Does he even say darkies in his videos? Because that's like a little out there.
If you want to be a fascistic authority, you should have to say that, yeah.
And there's the identity we have in relation to their work. Do we accept the position of the author? Do we agree with them? Are we in community with them? When a joke does everything it wants to do, these structures are often invisible. In fact, I don't think there's anything so invisible as a joke that works. Comedy brings...
Oh my God, it's so painful, Sitch. Why's he got to overcomplicate it so much? There's nothing so invisible as a joke that actually works, because he doesn't know how a joke works.
Brings people together.
Like, well, first of all, I mean, he's just kind of showing his own bias where he's saying, like, if you don't identify with the community of the joke teller, then you're not going to like the joke, which, I mean, sure, if you're an ideologue,
Yeah,
that could definitely be the case, right?
Yeah.
But
if
I
you're
don't know
not
what
an ideologue, a lot of times you don't identify with any community, so you love them making fun of everyone.
Right. But I don't know what he means when he says invisible. Jokes are not invisible at
Right.
all. Like a lot of good storytelling in a movie is invisible because you're watching a movie and you become you're not thinking. Like a good movie, you shouldn't even be thinking really in your head. You're just so invested in what's happening, you're completely in the moment of the scene. That's what when someone says it's invisible, that's what I think. When someone tells you a good joke and you're laughing and like thinking and like the whole thing is like, you know, and even Ricky Gervais said this, like, oh, I want you to laugh and then think about it the next day. Like, how is that invisible? Isn't that the opposite of invisible?
Yeah. You would understand why you're laughing. You understand why the joke works or doesn't work.
Right. When he makes the joke like her penis and then you laugh.
Right.
Because he's pointing out some ridiculous thing. Like to me, that's the exact opposite of being invisible. Because he's like
Right.
drawing attention to your thought process. And the fact that you have a thought process and society has a way of thinking, that's what makes you laugh. And you realize that. And that's kind of like the point of the joke.
Punching down at a disabled baby. I mean, it's
Right.
not like it's a mystery why that's funny, right?
Right, right.
Yeah.
Right? It's all about right? It's all about connecting with and enjoying other people, and so it's supposed to be light and airy. But when a joke doesn't work, when it does not accomplish what it sets out to accomplish, that connection falters. We come to see that we are not the community described by the joke, that we don't fit with the boundaries it establishes, and from that perspective of difference, we can observe so clearly how the machine operates, where it places us, what it's saying, why we didn't get it or like it. If a joke...
But that's not... Well, based on this video, that's completely untrue. Because Joel's been completely inept and moronic in his understanding of these, quote, jokes that he doesn't like or get.
Right.
So so him saying that just because he's not part of the community that's aimed for makes it so he has some kind of sociologist perspective, you know, to be able to look at it, you know, outward and thus see truth in it. I mean, this whole video has shown that to be completely not true whatsoever.
I mean, I can understand people not wanting to be the butt of every joke. Like a lot of the critique of men in media now, specifically woke media, is that they're all portrayed as like dumbasses, right? Toxic masculine dumbasses. Right. And I think people would be fine with that if it just wasn't every single character. Like, can you show a guy that's not a dumbass, right?
Well, yes.
Like, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So, and I think it's the same way in comedy, right? Like if you poke fun at different marginalized groups, whatever, poke fun at women, right? They're bad drivers. They're not funny, that kind of thing.
Right.
It's fine if it's just an occasional thing. If all of a sudden it's like every single time a woman is mentioned, somebody has to mention that women aren't funny, then you're kind of dipping into, okay, it's not really funny anymore, right? And I do think we're kind of pushing up against that with the anti-male hatred kind of stuff. Like especially, you know, like She-Hulk, obviously. That show is a major like man-hating show. And it hurts it. It definitely hurts it. It interferes with the comedy. Go ahead.
That shows the importance of the context and environment when someone tells a joke. So, like, if someone tells a joke that's sexist or racist, and you feel confident that they're not actually sexist or racist, you can you can laugh, aha, it's funny, right? But if you think that person actually is racist or sexist, you're like,
not as funny.
Not as funny because like I think they're serious, and it changes the context entirely of what's happening.
Right.
And so it's kind of interesting because you brought up the trope of like the incompetent man, which that's been kind of a staple in not all shows, but been a staple in like situational comedies,
Of
like, you know,
course. Yeah.
relationship comedies, married comedies, where the father is kind of like dumb and the wife is, you know, intelligent and sarcastic and like rolls her eyes. You know, you're like the Peter Griffin Lois, you know, kind of situation, which was making fun of all of these, you know, shows that were like that in the 80s and 90s. And that attitude, I don't think rubbed people necessarily the wrong way because there wasn't an attitude that like, okay, well, they actually think all men are stupid and all women are smart. It was just like a comedy trope that existed for these TV
Right.
shows, right?
You knew there was men in the series that weren't incompetent.
Right, and you didn't think that the people writing the show actually thought that all men were idiots.
Right, that too, yeah.
And
Now
but
all the writers on She-Hulk think all men are idiots.
Right, but yeah, exactly. So then, but then when you look at today and you see She-Hulk or you see some of this other stuff, you think, okay, well, wait, these people actually, I think that the writers of the show actually do believe that men are like that society is toxically male and, you know, filled with toxic misogynist and, you know, women need to speak truth to power and blah 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 blah. Like it makes it think like, oh, well, it's not a joke because they actually think it's true. It's the difference between when someone says a racist joke and you know they don't think it's true. You go, oh, it's funny. If someone says a racist, sexist joke and they believe it, you're like, that's not really as funny.
Yeah, good point.
Joke represents society, then a failed joke represents society in tension, in breakdown. And I guess that's why I'm so fascinated by conservative comedy. Because at least for me, it often leads to those moments of profound difference and discovery and conflict. So let's talk about some conflict.
So it sounds like he's saying in a very muddled way, in a very stupid way, which I guess is indicative of this whole video, is that conservative comedy is when the comedy doesn't work.
Yeah, I thought that's what he was saying too.
So,
which is just so ironic, right?
Right. So he's saying like, okay, the Doug Walker thing doesn't work because it's conservative. It's like, well, no, I think the message is interesting. I just don't think the presentation works for my aesthetic interest. And then I did think Team America worked on every level, so you're just wrong about that. And I thought Ricky Gervais was hilarious and also worked on every level. So how can you even make this argument in your video essay?
The argument he's making is that comedy doesn't work when left-wingers or leftists are the butt of the joke.
Right.
That's really the argument that he's making.
Yeah.
Which is just, oh man, so full of yourself. Right? Look, there's still people make jokes about enlightened. We make jokes about enlightened centrism all the time. So, I mean, you got to be able to laugh.
Sammy G is upset. Is upset.
Yeah, because did we throw her under the bus? Did she think we were gonna say Sammy G was funny? And
maybe it's kind of funnier than we did.
And then she thought I thought that might be. I even wanted to do the.
You thought I was going to go in that direction?
It's Stew.
You should have done that. That would have been hilarious.
I thought of doing it because I did see her
man.
in the chat. Yeah, I was gonna milk it a little bit, but no,
Sammy
G is. I mean, she's like half a shoe, right?
Yeah, half a shoe. That's like a sandal. Sammy G for $5 says
way.
Me. Does an amazing April 1st gag, Sitch and Adam. We don't know any funny females. Only Shoe is funny.
I knew. I was. Look, I could read her mind when we said Shoe. I was like, "Oh, here it comes."
That's hilarious.
Here it comes.
Well,
look, we love you, Sammy. Of course, we're gonna bring your artwork up, and Sammy did do an amazing April 1st gag. So
she did. Sammy dug deep into the Sitch and Adam gay yaoi Dojin art for April Fools. We'll bring it up. We'll definitely show on stream. Let me read the other super chats. Unfortunately, I don't know why we complain about this every time, and I'm going to complain about it forever.
I refreshed already, and now they're moving fast for me.
Yeah, it never used to do this, and now it always lags.
It slows down. Refresh though, and it's
I did. I'm just always afraid when it refreshes, I'll lose all the memberships, but I don't. Okay, let me see. Where did I leave off? I read cameraman. Okay, so I think I'm here. Telegore for $50. Thank you so much, Telegore. Says, heard you guys mention natural rights granted by the government. We give up freedoms to participate in society, implying innate freedoms. Society recognizes this, choosing not to take some. Differs from governments just granting rights as a convenient lie. I don't believe we've ever said, it's really weird. I feel like we talk about
I
this a
know.
lot, and people just always misinterpret what we're saying. We've never said that the government grants natural rights.
Right.
Ever. What we've said is that we don't believe in the concept of natural rights as a literal truth. We only believe in the concept of natural rights as a metaphorical truth and think it's a useful concept for society to be built around, if that makes sense.
And government should be designed to protect those rights, whether you want to think of them as natural rights or man-made rights, whichever way you want to go on it.
Right.
The whole design, the reason why America is America, fuck yeah, is because we've designed a government to protect certain inalienable rights, right?
Yes. Yeah, we agree
Life,
that
liberty, pursuit of property.
We agree that humans should have inalienable natural rights. We agree with that concept. We just don't think that that concept derives from like the magic of nature. We believe it's a human conception, but we believe that believing that it is a natural right is a useful fiction that our government and our society should be based around.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. And we should structure governments to protect those rights.
Yes.
And if those governments are not protecting those rights, we should get a better government.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, CSA pitch. Oh my God, look at that.
Yeah, what's up with that?
It's my evil twin brother for $20.
Well, thank you for the $20. That's great.
Says, okay, first of all, how dare you?
How dare you? Look at
Second,
that.
glad you guys had a nice break. Third, make sure it doesn't happen again. Unless you really need it again. It's okay. We'll get by somehow. Well, thank you. My evil twin understands. So thank you.
We're here for you guys. We want you to know that.
That's true.
We will never, ever abandon you. Yes.
Magnus the Red for $50. Thank you so much. Says, grant me the free will. I'm so glad you guys are back. I've made Supervillains Anonymous the villains of my cyberpunk D&D game, and my players are loving it. I can't wait for the book. S-Class is the best class.
That's nice. Thanks.
That's awesome.
That's a great compliment. Yeah.
Well, there you go, Magnus. You get 50 free units of free will just for you.
Look, I think we should give double free will just because we missed a week. I mean,
double.
I feel
You're
obligated.
right. Everyone gets double free will because we missed a week.
Yeah.
Thank you, Adam. It's 100 free units of free will just for you, Magnus. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thanks.
Oh, yeah.
Use it wisely.
Or not wisely. It's your free will. Do whatever you want with it.
Yeah.
Go crazy. J-Mac, our surrogate father, for 2 years, he got the golden pyramid.
I know. There's the gold.
The
I never
golden
thought we'd see it. Yet here it is today.
J-Mac has the golden pyramid for being outside
the golden period.
simulation for 2 years. 2 years he's existed outside of the simulation. He knows what is true.
Exactly.
J-Mac says, oh, I almost forgot to do my milestone membership chat. Stay healthy and fit, folks. There you go. That's right.
What you learn outside the simulation.
You learn how to
Inside
get
the
the gains.
simulation, it's all about eating junk food and smoking weed. Outside the simulation, it's about eating healthy and running.
There you go.
Lifting weights, getting buff. Yes.
And J-Mac, our surrogate father, for another $20 says, I took my girlfriend at the time girlfriend, to go see Team America when it came out, since I'm a massive Matt and Trey fan. Let's just say she had a major Big Joel energy and did not appreciate it. Still one of my favorites, though. Well, listen.
That sucks.
I guess it's a good thing you ended up with your wife and not that girlfriend. So there you go.
Yeah, I went with my girlfriend at the time to see Dark City and had the same kind of experience. Like, I walked out of the movie theater and I was like, that was amazing. And she was like, that movie sucked. And I was like, well, okay.
I don't know if we can continue dating at this point.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, well, I thought we'd go and talk about the movie, but I guess like, fuck you. Yeah.
Dark City is a good movie.
I love it. Yeah.
It's a little, I think the weakest part is I don't think the main character is a good actor, honestly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I love the story though. I love
Right.
the story,
Yeah.
but I think that like the guy, I forget his name, but
You wish
anyway.
it was Keanu Reeves, right?
No, I listen. I love Keanu Reeves as a person, but I think he's a pretty awful actor for the
Right.
most part.
Yeah, no. There's that one scene in Matrix where he comes up and he's doing the kung fu, and it's just every time there's like a giant laugh in the theater.
To
He
me,
just
it's
has
very
this look on his face like, oh,
it's very weird because I feel like the Wachowskis' idea for the character of Neo was wildly different than the character we got just because of Keanu Reeves' acting.
oh yeah.
Because, like, if
Yeah.
you remember, there's that scene, and this always stands out to me in the first Matrix movie, where he's in his office, and Agent Smith, no, it's after he's been arrested by Agent Smith because he couldn't jump out the window.
Right.
And Agent Smith tells him, like, the deal, and Neo's like, how about I give you the finger and ask for my phone call? And, like, you really got a vibe that, like, when that was written, in their mind, it was like, they're supposed to be, like, a very, like, rebellious hacker who's like sticking to the man, but like
Right.
everything just comes off stilted and like
Yeah.
not very emotional because it's Keanu Reeves and just I don't know, it just feels wrong. Like
Christian Bale could have like nailed that scene.
well, Christian Bale
But-
can nail any scene because he's
Yeah,
he's an
he's
amazing
like,
actor.
yeah, look, he's amazing by comparison. Yeah. Look, you can think of half a dozen actors that you could put in that scene and it would hit.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. Keanu Reeves is just terrible.
I almost wonder because there's like that really weird scene in the second Matrix. There's like the very long dance sex scene.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Look, I'm trying to block the second Matrix out of my.
There's lots of things in Second Matrix I like.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff that's stupid too. But in the Second Matrix, when they get back to Zion, there's like a dance party.
Right. Oh yeah.
And there's
no,
like a
that's
slow motion
awful.
dance party,
Right.
and then it's like
and
at
it's
the same
cutting
time
back and forth to Neo and
Trinity having
making
sex.
out.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
And-
awful.
Right. And the director said that like the point of that was that they wanted to show like the difference between the humans and the machines, like kind of like passion versus like being robots. And I actually wonder if in the original script, and this kind of got fucked up by Keanu Reeves' writing, and this is just speculation here, is that Agent Smith and the other agents, they're like and everything, they're supposed to be like very like not emotional and very cold and like void of those sorts of
Right.
things. And you'd think that the humans, by contrast, especially the ones that have been freed, would be very emotional and expressive.
Right.
But none of them really are. And it's not just Keanu Reeves, like even Morpheus and Trinity, they're all very
They are. Yeah.
like flat in terms of their affect and how they act. And I wonder if the original intention of the movie was to make all the human characters a lot more like emotional, but they either decided not to at the last second, or because Keanu Reeves acting, they had to just make everyone kind of the same. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking about this a little bit too much.
Yeah, no, it is interesting. Nobody really emotes, but they had to go for that cool thing. That was really the acting style of coolness.
You think it was just because they were,
Yeah,
gotta
totally.
be super cool.
Yeah,
Maybe.
just chill. We're just
Maybe.
chill here.
Maybe I'm overthinking.
Part 3. When jokes hurt. Oh no. Oh no.
So there's a question that kind of hangs over videos about conservative comedy, and it's an obvious one. Why is conservative comedy like that? Why is it so bad? To be honest with you, I don't really like this question, and that's for
He hasn't even really explained why it is bad yet.
No.
Okay.
Why is look SNL is that's leftist comedy, right? Why is it so bad?
Right.
Why does it suck?
Right.
Yeah.
Ghostbusters reboot.
Look, I would argue
Awful.
it sucks because it breaks the rule of comedy. It's completely predictable.
Right.
It's
She-Hulk.
not surprising in the remote it's not remotely surprising.
Right.
It's obvious. Yeah.
two reasons. First, there are funny conservatives. I think Matt Stone and Trey Parker certainly have conservative leanings, particularly on the economy and foreign policy, and they're good at making jokes. And besides, we have Nick Adams, that guy who tweets about Hooters all day every day. He's an icon. That's three guys right there, and I could probably keep going. Second,
I really, it's so funny. This is such a an aesthetic quality. It's a very leftist aesthetic quality. Like this sort of dirty, passive aggressive, sneaky, gross thing that like
Mhm.
Joel always does. He's like, oh, I'm not saying like I like some conservatives. Let me name two people that aren't conservatives and a third person who I actually don't like.
Right.
It's like, okay, that's the joke. But it's like he's just very passive aggressive about it because he doesn't want to just say what is actually true, which is he just doesn't like conservatives and their comedy. But then he actually
Right.
have to like defend that position in some way. So he says it in a passive aggressive, kind of like weird, like backhanded way.
He does bring up Roseanne and says Roseanne is like,
Yeah, but even that is a perfect example of. So at the end of this video, he brings up Roseanne, and the only elements that he likes of her is her old stuff where she wasn't conservative, and her new stuff because she comes off as unhinged.
right.
So she's
Makes
not really laughing
conservatives
with
look
her; he's
bad.
laughing at her.
Right.
And see, this is where if Joel was like actually not a coward, he would say, "Okay, here's an example of like a person. They don't have to be conservative, but here's an example of a joke that makes fun of the left that I think is funny." And he could go, boom, here it is. And then he could explain why it's funny or why he
Right.
thinks it's funny. And he could be like, here's a joke that makes on the left that I don't think is funny, right? Wouldn't that be kind of an interesting thing to dissect
Hell
there?
yeah. I'd love seeing that.
But, you know, to do that, he'd actually have to acknowledge a joke making fun of his own ideology that would be
It'd
funny.
be risky. It'd be definitely
Right.
risky, Sitch. I don't know if
Right.
this, look, that Patreon money doesn't come from nowhere. Sitch.
It is, I mean, it is telling to me that there's not a single part in this where he makes a joke, where he says, here's a joke making fun of the left that I like. He doesn't, there's not a single, that doesn't happen once this entire video.
Right. Yeah. I don't think of comedy as conservative or progressive. I think conservative and I think comedy that is ideologically possessed is usually bad because it just fails. It completely fails. So, I mean, I think of comedy as just comedy. I don't think of it as having some sort of political valence. But I guess he's in the situation where he's like, everything is political, right? There is no non-political comedy. So, I just fundamentally disagree there.
This line considers aren't funny. What is it? It's an insult, right? Having a good sense of humor is like the primary tool we use to make new friends and get along in social situations. I mean, according to the website yourtango.com, a man who's irresistible to women laughs loud, hard, and often. My point is, when we say conservatives aren't funny, most of the time, we're really just expressing that we don't like conservatives. And that's fine. It's fine to say that, but it's also not, you know, deep political commentary. Even so...
So it's so weird. So he's like, so he acknowledges that. So then you think he's going to explain something deeper, but then he never does.
Right. Yeah. He's like, that's not very deep, but you know, whatever. Moving on.
I'm not going to deny something.
Remember the scene from Step Brothers where John C. Reilly is talking to his dad about how when his stepmom moves in, what if his stepmom really finds him attractive and wants to like fuck him?
Yes.
Like, what's political about that?
The power dynamics.
How
on
is that
play there.
political?
There's some power dynamics on play there. Okay.
Is it really?
Yes.
Is it about power dynamics?
There's some sort of father-son relationship power dynamics at a
No,
complex.
come on.
I don't know. I'm throwing whatever I can here.
No, it's hilarious. It's just hilarious because it's so inappropriate to talk to your dad that way.
Yes.
That's what's funny about it. He's literally talking to his dad.
But why is it inappropriate?
About
Because
him
of the power
fucking-
dynamic between the father and the son.
No,
Adam.
stop it. Stop going Big Joel on me. Just stop it. It's just funny. Look, there is no progressive. There is no conservative about it. It's just funny.
You're oppressing.
It's hilarious.
You're oppressing the son's ability to question about banging their stepmother. Okay.
There's nothing political about that. There's absolutely nothing there's so much good comedy that there's absolutely nothing. Look, when it's not impossible to make comedy that's political, but I do think, I mean, you got to be smart to make it work. Matt Stone and Trey Parker they're two people who managed to make it work because they're intelligent. So, but it's a tough thing to do. Big Joel, look, you ain't got the chops for it. I don't even think you understand basic comedy.
I mean, he made an 8-minute video where Mickey just says he's gay over and over again.
Look, which is funnier, John C. Reilly talking about fucking his stepmom in front of his dad, or Mickey saying he's gay for 20 minutes? Come on. One of those things is actually funny.
Right.
Yeah. And it's funny because of the situation. It's just hilarious. It's hilarious.
But Disney is very offended and triggered by the fact that Mickey just keeps saying he's a big gay over and over again. So that makes it funny.
They're not. Disney loves it. Disney's promoting Big Joel's channel 24/7. Okay.
Right.
There's no way a guy can look like this and have this big a channel without someone working behind the scenes to like prop this guy up.
Well, that's the ultimate irony behind all of the socialists, is that so much of the media, the big media and the corporations are basically bending over backwards to capitulate to them, and yet they still have to act like they're all being oppressed.
Of course. Yeah. Big time oppressed here. Ugh.
Conservative comedy has the potential to be some of the worst shit you ever saw in your life. Not just bad, but bad in a deeply fascinating way. And for that reason, I now want to dive into one bit of horrible
It's bad in such a deeply fascinating way that I can't articulate or tell you about, but let's talk about how bad it is.
Conservative filmmaking. Explore how it works and why it is just so bad. Let's talk about the most triggering comedy of 2023, Lady Ballers.
So
I knew this was coming. I was so stoked.
So Lady Ballers, I'd say like 90% of why it's bad is not because it's political or ideological. It's just not funny. It's not well-written comedy.
Well,
You could
I would
have
say
like well-written comedy that has a left-wing, right-wing, even a progressive or very far left view. You could definitely write a comedy like that, but that's not this. That's not what Lady Ballers is just not funny.
Yeah.
It's just poorly written.
I would
poorly
argue
acted.
I would argue that it's not funny because it's predictable. It's very,
that's
very
part of it.
predictable. And
That's
the
part
only
of it.
way, look, I'm not saying that you can't make a movie like this work, but the way to make it work is to make the performances a surprise. Like the performance is unpredictable. Like you were saying about Matt Damon. Oh, Matt Damon.
Right.
Okay. So you do something wild with the performances and maybe, okay, you see the joke coming from a mile away, but you didn't see that kind of delivery. But none of that happens in here. Like all the performances are completely predictable.
You could have, and it would require a little more skill, but you could have a political comedy where people can see the joke and then you do the joke, but you do it in a way that was not expected, or you subvert the joke in a way that's not expected, but still aligns with the political point. You could do that.
Yes.
It's just a little bit more difficult. But I mean, I would actually contend like a lot of the jokes in Lady Ballers are not even politically themed jokes. There's just a lot of like random, like comedy slapstick bits in it that are just not funny at all. And to me, that shows that it's not even a political thing. It just shows that they're just not, whoever wrote this is not a good comedy writer, period. It's just not funny.
Yeah. I mean, I can see what they're going for in each different thing. I could say, this is why this is an attempt at being funny, but it fails. I don't think Big Joel really does any of that in here, though.
No. And it's kind of interesting that that he brings up Team America, because, and I said this, after we watched Lady Ballers and we talked about it on stream, it felt like they watched the other Matt Stone, Trey Parker movie, Basketball, which I think is very funny, and they tried to do their own version of it, and it's just, they're not anywhere near as talented as they are in terms of writing comedy. And so they utterly failed to do Basketball. So, but so he kind of like he spends the next like 12 minutes going over all these scenes from Lady Ballers. And that I think we can just kind of skip to like the political analysis of Lady Ballers, because I think that's more interesting. We all understand that the comedy of Lady Ballers is like bad.
Right.
So I'm more interested in like the political aspect of Joel's take on it.
Edgar Wright does really great comedic camp work.
You're dying? Don't die, Adam. Drink water. Listen, I know Joel's takes are so bad that it's literally draining the moisture and life force out of your throat, but
All right, I'm back.
Okay, he's back.
Edgar Wright does really good. No, I can't.
You weren't back. It was a lie. It was all
Let's
a trick.
continue. I'll tell you my Edgar Wright story later.
Okay, you tell me later.
And look at the project as a whole. When the lady wears too many masks, or when Matt Walsh talks about eating the bugs. I'm not trying to say that nobody could enjoy it, but when you take a step back and look at the project as a whole, it's obvious to me that being funny or telling a story, it's not the point here. That in many cases, the point is simply to name and affirm a particular conservative belief. We want someone to shout that abortion is murder. We want someone to say that homeschooling is good. We want to support the Bud Light boycott. We want conservative cameo after conservative cameo to remind us that yes, this is what conservatives believe, and aren't they just so cool for believing it? But the question then, of course, is why? What is the use of comedy to lady ballers? What's the point of presenting your film as a raunchy goofball comedy if it's not all that interested in making jokes?
So it's really weird because he says all that, and I don't actually disagree with anything he said, but it's weird because the entire part before this, he's saying the opposite of that. He's saying, okay, well, jokes all basically act as a political vehicle about, society and fighting oppression and blah, 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 blah. And now he's saying, well, because Lady Ballers did all those things, but did it from a right-wing perspective, it's not funny and actually fails to even attempt to be comedy, which I don't think it fails to attempt to be. They're definitely attempting to be comedy. It's just not very funny.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think the answer there is kind of simple. Comedy allows the film to say what it wants to say. It is the most efficient method you can use to capture and affirm conservative ideology. One of the most famous stories surrounding Lady Ballers is that it started its life as a documentary. This is kind of an overstatement. Lady Ballers was never actually in production as a doc. That was just an idea Ben Shapiro had and that they briefly explored.
You approached me and you said we should make a fictional film about this topic. Now, to be fair, I think I'd actually suggested to the Crane Boys that they do this as a doc.
Yes.
I originally went to them and I said, you guys should go try out for a bunch of ladies' leagues. And that became not possible because, as it turns out, most ladies' leagues don't allow in actual men. And they weren't willing to go the full distance in terms of what it would require.
Still, I find this moment valuable because it reveals something about the film Lady Ballers. This movie, it's basically just how conservatives see reality. The Daily Wire team really does think that women's sports face an existential threat, that men would find it easy to enter female competitions, and that lying about your gender to take women down at basketball is a pretty reasonable thing to do. Even so...
So there's two elements here that are kind of again, Joel, king of missing everything. Number one, a big part of comedy, which I'm assuming Joel would understand if it was not in this political context, is to take a situation and you hyperbolize it to tell a joke, even if there's still a societal point about it. But you make it hyper extreme in order to make it more funny. Right? Which obviously is what they were going for in Lady Ballers, though they failed to do. Okay. So that's number one. Number two, the gender, I don't know what you want to call it, the gender ideological people on the left who want to push the position that there is no such thing as a man or a woman, really, and that these are just purely social constructs that are based entirely upon someone's self-affirmation. If that's their argument, and that's basically the argument they've made, and I don't believe Joel, to my knowledge, I haven't seen him make some kind of sufficient argument about how he's defining sex or gender. If that's the position, the argument they're making, then they have no ideological defense against a man just saying he's a woman and joining a women's sports league. There's no defense against that. Even if that's not happening right now, you do have to address that, don't you?
Yes. Yes,
Oh my
you
God, why
do.
you get some water? Why you dying?
I'm drinking water. I don't know why. My voice is not coming back.
Jeez.
It's like killing me here.
Jeez.
I'm trying, but
I know,
yes,
listen, I
yeah,
know Joel's takes are so bad it's literally sucking the life
I
force
know.
out of you, but
It is, yeah.
yeah.
But yes, to everything that you said, even though I was coughing my guts up, and I didn't really, I only listened to half of what you said.
Okay. But
give me the
but you
cliff
can
notes.
guess.
Summarize in one sentence.
It doesn't matter anymore.
No, it does matter. I do care. Look, what's he talking about here? Conservative comedy bad? Why?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Reality isn't on their side with this one. You can't just pretend to be a woman and start playing against women. As Ben says, trans women need to take hormones to compete in women's leagues. There just is no credibility to this story, even.
Well, I mean, trans women do pose an existential threat to women's sports.
No, there's no credibility to that story because you don't understand. Because as a joke, they wanted men to compete in a league without taking any hormones or doing anything. That means that there is no threat to women in sports from trans women competing, despite the fact that there definitely have been multiple instances of trans women utterly annihilating women's records in various sports because what Ben Shapiro said about they couldn't do this one joke.
Yeah, he's leaving that part out.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's not credible.
Ridiculous.
Right.
As it feels real to many conservatives. So if you want to tell a story about something ridiculous, but want the audience to take it seriously, engage with it as an important problem, what do? Make it a comedy. Paint a caricature.
This is a thing that progressives believe, and I'm sure Big Joel believes it, that conservatives believe in like this world that doesn't actually exist. This is the narrative that he's putting forward here.
Mm-hmm.
He's saying because they have created this stylized world in Lady Ballers definitely does not exist. But Big Joel is saying this is like an accurate depiction that they see of the real world.
Well,
which is not really true.
Here's what's hilarious. So obviously the world presented in Lady Ballers is a hyperbolic version of things for comedic effect. They're trying to make a point about something in the real world, but they're hyperbolizing it to make it funny, right? And to sort of make that point.
Right.
And Joel says, it just doesn't seem real to me, so it doesn't work. Okay. Meanwhile, like 10 minutes earlier, when Joel is watching Margaret Thatcher's administration being represented by a literal Nazi telling people to kill Jews and black people and gay people, he's like, oh, that imagery totally works for me.
Of course.
It's not hyperbolized to tell a point about anything whatsoever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you're using that style to create disdain for conservatives, then obviously that's good, right?
Exactly.
Give me more.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
You could show any right-wing administration as a Nazi, and that's totally fine. But Lady Ballers kind of showing just men in a dress playing in a female sports league. That's just strains credibility here.
Just on a comedy level, though, this is just, I mean, it's weak sauce. It's totally weak. Yeah, I don't like this.
Well, yeah, again, Lady Ballers is not a good movie. It's not funny.
Right. Yeah. But I'm just trying to deconstruct why exactly it's not funny. It really is designed. I think that, and it is basically aimed at a conservative audience. So I do think there are conservatives that could find this funny because they think, oh, how much this is going to trigger the libs.
Sure.
And even Big Joel making his video is like making them giggle. Like, ha ha, we got one. Look at this, boys. We got it. Big Joel's triggered by this.
So, like, obviously, a lot of trolls on the internet, they'll do troll things in the explicit joke, or not explicit, but the joke in what they're doing. And the reason they're doing it is because they derive pleasure from, like, triggering someone. And, you know, when I was in middle school, like, you know, there's a far more, like, like, kind of devious troll nature, I think, to the young boy mentality in terms of deriving pleasure from that. And like, yeah, I guess that's a form of comedy. I think if like that shouldn't be a form of comedy that you're going to build an entire over an hour-long movie on.
Yeah,
that doesn't work, right? Like obviously that doesn't work. And I don't think that's really what they were trying to do. Like the Lady Ballers, I think they kind of marketed it that way because it was so unfunny that was what they had to rely on. But I don't think that was their intention. I think their intention was literally, we're gonna write a funny movie that also lampoons, the libtards and the left here with the trans stuff, and they just utterly failed because the people that wrote it are just not good writers in terms of like, creating fictional funny stories.
Yeah, but it seems like all the jokes are about pushing the taboos, pushing the leftist taboos only, right?
There were jokes in it. There were a lot of jokes that were making fun of the left. There were jokes in it that were just random jokes.
Right.
They weren't necessarily political, and even those were just not funny.
Yeah, I don't know what those jokes were. It seemed like every single joke was like pushing the leftist taboo. And I just
think
when
they're calling the guy fat who's not fat, like it's not like political. It's just like weird. Like, okay, like I don't know what the joke is.
That was a joke?
Yeah, they keep calling that one guy fat. Or remember, there's like one character who is like he has like some mental trauma associated with like the mascot. Because like he had some traumatic experience with the guy in the mascot like outfit when he was a kid. That has like there's nothing political in that, but it's also not funny and just weird and like not explained.
Yeah.
So there's like
they're trying to hit on the surprise or like the oh so random surprise.
I guess, but it doesn't work. That's what I'm saying. It's not a well-written property by any stretch. And I don't think anyone's really going to argue that.
There's got to be that click. It's got to be delivered in a, some sort of surprising piece of information, but there's got to be that click. Like, oh, I could have imagined that if I just would have thought faster. But with the guy and the mascot and like oh so random comedy in general, there's no click because you could never think of what's coming because it's some random thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. And it does. I mean, it's weird. Random comedy is weird because, I really like Invader Zim. Invader Zim is kind of like peak random comedy. I don't understand why that works. Like what elements of the randomness will work in Invader Zim and then don't work in this? I don't know. I don't know if they could answer that. That'd take like a long time to try to like deconstruct all this stuff out.
I haven't watched enough Invader Zim to know what they are. But look, Ren and Stimpy has an element of that so random stuff that works for me too, and I don't necessarily know why because it's always something just like weird and gross.
Yes,
but sometimes that comedy doesn't work.
I think it's easier also for cartoons to do that because of the fantasy nature of cartoons and the high energy nature of cartoons, which will never ever come across in live action.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. You think those lights in the background are the same lights that Ben Shapiro uses on the Sunday Show?
They just put some pink covers on.
I bet they are.
Probably.
I bet it is.
Probably, yeah.
Oh, this is so bad.
But if Joel here was like actually doing some kind of intelligent or honest thing, he'd say, okay, like why? Because I mean, I don't remember really even seeing anyone, even on the right, really praising Lady Ballers either. It kind of came out, people said, it's going to trigger the left, and then just no one talked about it because it wasn't funny, right? And it would have been interesting if Joel was kind of, cared about having an honest look at things. For him to say, okay, like, why is Lady Ballers just not funny when Ricky Gervais on stage is making a joke at trans people and the absurdity of trans women in his jokes, and yet that is funny.
Yeah.
Or even if Joel doesn't think it's funny, other people think it's funny. The audience is laughing. Lots of people look at that and laugh. And so why does that joke work and Lady Ballers doesn't work?
Yeah, that's a question. Look, I love this stuff. We can ask those questions. Joel's not smart enough to ask those questions, but
people and their actions, and then treat that caricature as your central antagonist, the force that's oppressing you and everyone else. And this kind of logic pervades Lady.
This is the thing about Lady Ballers too. It kind of fails as a movie. Just even if you said, look, we're not going to make a funny movie. We're just going to make a movie that's like meaningful. The protagonist is so unlikable. It's like a huge fail there. There's not really a clear character arc. It just there's not the conflict doesn't feel real or relatable.
Right.
Just at every single level. It's an utter failure.
No, you're
Yeah.
100% correct. There's no real character arc. Why the coach like lost everything, and even Joel even bring this up. Why the coach lost everything and thus becoming a good coach is like important to his life is not really clearly established.
Yep.
There's like
Yep.
this weird thing which to me comes off entirely as in Lady Ballers, which comes off entirely, and I think I said this when we talked about it. It comes off entirely as like the boss wants to look cool, where on one hand, the boss is like being made fun of as like the loser comedy protagonist, which makes sense because it's like a comedy formula. But the other hand, he's like constantly having sex with a reporter lady.
Yeah, the hot girl reporter.
The hot
Yeah.
girl reporter lady, which completely goes against like the theme, like the tone of his character, or like the fact that he's supposed to be trying to like win at something. Because you're like, oh, he's already scoring this like hot babe. Like, what's happening here? Like it, and that just felt to me like, oh, well, he's the president of the company, so he can't look too lame, right? He's got to bang the hot chick.
Does that ever happen with Steve Carell's character in The Office? Like some hot girl just immediately throws herself completely at him?
I don't know.
It seems like it would ruin the entire character.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's like you remember in Steve Carell's in the 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Oh yeah.
Like the whole movie is like him working up to like, having sex.
How is that political? What is that? Is that conservative or progressive? What is that?
Yeah. The commodification of women's
get the
sex
fuck out
and
of get the
reproduction.
fuck out of here.
What do you mean?
Stop
It's all about the commodification
Stop it.
of sex, Adam. Okay, a woman only has value through her her ability to have sex with a man.
Watching too much bread tube.
That's what 4-Year-Old Virgin's about.
The bread tube lens is stuck. You're seeing it everywhere now, Sitch. You got to knock it off. It's about a guy who needs to get laid. Very simple.
Okay.
It's not about the commodification of sex. He wants to have a real relationship with a woman.
Don't you remember, like, he has that really amazing video game chair because he's a virgin, so he didn't have, like, a woman tell him not to spend his money on that stuff. So, since he didn't have to spend his money on a woman, he could just buy, like, a really cool video game chair and as many video games as he wanted.
Oh, that movie's so sad.
It's meaningful.
It's sad. Let's get back to Big Joel.
Ballers. Like, conservatives obsessively rail against public education, and they've been doing that for a long time. They legitimately believe that teachers groom students into being trans, that critical race theory is evil, that they are coming for your kids.
Okay, well,
I mean, all that is true.
All that is true, yeah. Well, I mean, it's so funny that, like, these people say, oh, social contagion isn't real when it comes to the trans issue. But when it comes to like people becoming Nazis, it's the most real thing ever that you have to sort of prevent them from going down the all-right pathway. Like, how is it that a person can be tricked into becoming a Nazi, but they can't, have a social contagion that makes them think, well, maybe I'm trans when they're actually not?
It's an excellent question, Sitch.
And I don't think
answer that.
I know. And and Big Joel, he's not going to watch this, but I challenge him. I don't think for a fucking second Big Joel understands any element of critical race theory at all. He did the Gene Garofalo puppet thing in Team America. He read an article about it in a newspaper and then regurgitated it and thought it made him smart. Okay, he doesn't know jack shit about CRT.
That is exactly right. I challenge Big Joel to a debate on CRT on Sitch's behalf.
Thank you. I accept your challenge on my behalf. Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes, 100%.
Sitch knows his shit on CRT, and there's no way I'm reading that boring ass shit until they come out with the audiobook. And then I'm probably gonna fall asleep during it because it's so boring.
Sitch, did you just listen to Christopher Rufo? Is that what you did to learn about CRT, Sitch?
Yeah, no, Joel, that's what I did. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Right.
Don't read Derek Bell or anything, but let's talk about it.
Right.
The movie is able to come in and make those claims without worrying about real education practices.
We learned all about the Cold War.
Oh yeah?
Our history teacher led us in a moment of silence for all the workers exploited by the capitalistic system.
It's a joke. Jokes are supposed to be hyperbolic and ridiculous, and because of that, the movie has more freedom to simply present the strange beliefs that conservatives actually have. I think the most
Oh my God, he just so doesn't get it.
No.
Like, is that, I mean, that joke is pretty good. I mean, the idea that some little girl is being taught that kind of stuff at that age, it screams inappropriate, right?
There's a concept of a joke there. It's not written funny enough, or it's not funny when she says it in the scene.
Right.
Again,
The
and part of it
performance
is, as
not
you're
great.
saying, it's all so obvious. Like from
Right,
Orbit, you're
yeah.
going to see all these jokes coming, right?
Yeah, exactly. That is what I think the problem is, obviously.
Right.
And you'd have to figure out, well, how do we make this fresh? This thing that we've been talking about for like 8 years.
Sure.
Yeah.
But again, this is belied by the fact that, Joel, again, he's so ideologically biased and so far left socialist that he just doesn't even acknowledge that there is a left-wing slant to education in this country. And there definitely have been many instances of people pointing out like weirdo left political stuff making it into education, including a story that I talked about with Jesse Single whenever that comes out about listen to how insane this is, Adam. Okay. In Seattle, okay, in the city of Seattle, they said, listen, we don't have enough Black and Hispanic kids in our gifted education program.
Okay.
Okay. Like per their proportion of the student body.
Why are the racists keeping them out? That's my question.
Well, that's a good question. There's an overrepresentation of white kids, of Asian kids, and mixed race kids in the gifted program. And they want to get more Black Hispanic kids. And they couldn't. So you know what they did?
What'd they do?
They said, let's cancel the gifted program. Okay. Let's cancel the gifted program because we think it's racist or we can't get enough people in it. We're going to cancel it completely. We're not going to lift up Black kids or lift up Hispanic kids, try to help them get into the program. No, we're going to cancel it entirely. We're going to say that from now on, gifted kids and normal kids, the normies, have to all be in the same classroom. And the teacher, get this, the teacher has to simultaneously teach the gifted level course to the gifted kids and the regular level course to the regular kids at the same time in the same fucking classroom.
What the fuck? I'm going to feel like a retard. How dare they?
How is that even possible? Logistically possible.
Look, they're going to feel so demoralized.
Well, that's hilarious because that's another huge point. Like, if magically the teacher could figure out how to do that, wouldn't that just be insulting to the non-gifted kids? Like,
of course,
look, you retards, you're too stupid to like do the higher level stuff.
Yeah. Look, here, gifted kids, we're going to be learning high level algebra, and you guys, we've got pluses and minuses.
Yeah, right. It's supposed to, listen, it's going to inspire them to work harder and better at them. You don't understand. Like just being the vicinity of these gifted children is going to.
Usually it has the opposite effect when you see, oh my God, this person's a fucking genius. I'm never going to catch up.
Exactly.
I'm never going to be worthy.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. So they have this literally the dumbest fucking system that you could ever imagine is taking place in Seattle right now and exists only because of leftist dumb woke shit ideology of, we need to do this to fight racism when actually it's just going to make everything worse.
Yeah.
But no, Joel, like all this stuff is just a right-wing conspiracy. Okay. It just doesn't exist. It's all lie.
Happens. Well, back to the joke of the movie. If that girl, if that actress was in high school, I would think, okay, this is a reality. It would seem like I could imagine some leftist high school teacher saying that in the class.
Sure.
So the joke seems to be they're teaching this to younger and younger people.
Yeah.
But like we said, it's just
not funny. Yeah.
Well, it's not funny because we've seen this joke. This joke is old and stale.
Yes.
Yes. Tired old stuff is what it is. How you make it fresh again? I'm not sure, but
ask Ricky Gervais.
Yeah.
They should hire him to help write the movie.
Yeah, exactly. He knows how to make it fresh, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting case of this sense of victimization can be seen in Gary, the protagonist of the film. 15 years ago, Gary was doing great, and now he's doing poorly, but it's not clear at all what's happened to him to make him a failure, why he lost his high school coaching job in the first place. The same kind of holds for Gary's wife, like, why did she leave him? The wife says this line toward the end of the movie,
I never cared if you won or lost. I I just wanted you to be happy.
But what does that mean? What did Gary actually do? Was he bad to her? And if so, how? But the thing is,
there's a weird thing that I'm kind of shocked that Big Joel doesn't ever talk about, which is the reveal at the end of the movie. So in the movie, if you haven't seen it, Matt Walsh plays like the stereotype of the super progressive, like boyfriend to the wife, who does yoga and talks about eating bugs. And it's just like, he's as like woke as humanly possible, right? It's supposed to be like, oh, look, your ex-wife is getting banged by this like super comedy, like, it's part of the comedy, right?
Right. Yeah.
But then
that's what you like to indulge.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Which, okay, like I get what they're going for. It's supposed to be like, oh, look at how far society and this guy's life's fallen. But then at the end of the movie, it's revealed that Matt Walsh is not any of that stuff. Even though that would be the only funny part of the movie, is seeing conservative Matt Walsh act like this. He's actually Matt Walsh, as you know from the Matt Walsh show, pretending to be super woke hippie because for some reason that helps this conservative family get back together. And that's really weird because you're like, so wait a minute, conservative Matt Walsh is pretending to be woke and fucking a guy's ex-wife and presumably cheating on his own wife in order to get them back together.
Right.
It's very weird.
Maybe
like
a
meta's perspective. Like,
maybe they just held hands and exchanged vegan recipes.
Okay, I'm sure that was the implication. It's so weird. I was like,
why
what
was
the
she
fuck?
interested? Why was she even interested in this weirdo?
That's a good question.
Like, she goes out with a conservative man and then she leaves him for some hippie? Like,
Yeah,
what
she's like,
happened there?
That's what happened, Adam. Listen, she was married to a conservative man and it ended, so she decided she went in the exact opposite direction and wanted to get the most woke, beta soy cuck man she could.
Right, okay.
To me, that whole thing at the end, it really felt like Matt Walsh didn't feel comfortable playing that character unless he made explicitly clear that it was a character that he was playing and not really him. And so they had to add the scene at the end. That's how it comes off to me.
Right, yeah. He wanted some deniability.
Right. Like,
He wanted
see,
to
it
be
was
like-
really me, Matt Walsh, the whole time. And I'm like, look, that makes it worse, Matt. You should have just been a character in a movie, okay? We understand how characters in movies work.
It's supposed to be a surprise, though. Surprise, look, he's a secret agent.
Look,
for-
he's secretly Matt Walsh, the guy you thought he was. You're like, oh, okay. What a surprise.
He's in the Society of Magical Conservatives. Right?
Yes, actually, yes. He literally, I think that's a perfect comparison. That's actually, yes, there you go.
It just sneaks on in there.
Adam is, if you don't know, he's making fun of the American and Magical Negroes that
Yeah.
came out and then bombed. That's what it's called. I didn't make that up. That's the name of the movie.
Right. The plot of the movie is that they sneak around and make white people happy, but
So that they
He's-
won't kill black people. Yeah.
Right, it's so weird.
Did you
How does
actually
this
watch
movie
it?
exist? No, I haven't watched it yet, but we got to go watch Civil War. Civil War's coming out soon.
That's
and
true. We do.
we're gonna-
yeah.
That movie's gonna be. I mean, it's getting great reviews on Rotten Tomatoes. So
There's no way that movie is going to be good. It looks so dumb.
yeah, I know. That's why we. I mean, something's going on here, right?
Okay.
We'll check it out.
is
play.
Lady Ballers doesn't want to answer those questions. It just wants Gary to be a victim of society, a world that punishes winners, discriminates against amazing traditional white guys like him. And because there is no grounded or thoughtful way to tell that story, because it is a conservative delusion, we can just skip it. In the second part of this,
So Joel thinks that because the movie is poorly written and doesn't set up properly like its setting and its character, that's because it's impossible for a person to write a movie about that subject matter because it's so unbelievable.
Okay. Nothing's
right.
impossible, right?
Okay. That's just ridiculous to me.
this video, we talked about how a lot of comedy is about inverting power structures, taking characters we think ought to have power and placing them in an absurd world that deprives them of that power. And
Man, what? That's like a trope in comedy or something.
Well, that's how he, through his weird socialist lens, views The Office.
Just give me like 5 examples of that in comedy movies. No, I'm asking Big Joel, and obviously rhetorically because he can't respond to me. But just that's asinine. That's not a thing. That's not a thing.
Like, there's movies and stories where a character who like is at a top gets knocked down, right?
Oh, of course,
but that's
funny.
not what he's
Yeah.
talking about.
Trading
He's talking about-
places.
right? Or like Emperor's New Groove, right? The Emperor
Sure.
becomes a llama, right? Great movie, but that's not what he's talking about.
No, it's not.
I have no clue. I can't think of a single. Is anyone chat? I can't think of a single example of whatever he's talking about.
Look, he's pitching this idea as this is like the central theme of all comedies. But yet he gives 0 examples of this taking place. Like, how is this just look, the Emperor has no clothes here. Why are people gobbling this stuff up? What's happening here?
I don't know. I
This is
can't think of a single example. It's very
garbage to your take. I just looked up Civil War 93% on the Rotten Tomatoes meter. The audience score
Well, it's not out yet, right?
has not dropped yet. Yeah.
Is the movie even out?
Look, I think they're letting critics watch it, obviously. It's got
Right. But I mean, is it out
4
to
critic
public?
reviews.
No, it
might
comes out
be-
tomorrow.
It does? Oh, okay. Look at that. Comes out tomorrow. What do you think that audience score is going to be?
Well, here's
when they make conservatives the enemy.
well, that's why I'm wondering if it has such a high critic score, is that indicative that it's going to make conservatives evil in the movie?
I think that's exactly what's happening.
It's definitely possible.
It's the MAGA Americans.
I mean, if that's what the movie is, I'll fucking die laughing.
It's the MAGA Republicans.
If that's
This
what
is-
it becomes, it'll be so funny. Well,
yeah.
let me see. Here's a guy that says, whoops.
Are you going to read some reviews?
Well, I just said,
Come on, let's
it says-
finish the video and we'll read
Well, I
some
just want to
reviews
read this.
afterwards.
It's like a one paragraph.
Okay.
It says, filled to the brim with confronting commentary and gut punch messages, both timely and frighteningly real. Okay, that makes me think it's exactly what you just said.
It is. Look, the president of the United States, the one that causes the Civil War, is supposed to be like a Trump-like figure. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Interesting.
We'll come back to this topic once we finish the video, guys.
Right.
Anyway, back to Big Joel's idiocy. Well, tell us what comedy is again, Big Joel. You big brain. It's about confronting power structures in the world.
Because it's part of the structure of comedy that
Because it's part of the structure of comedy. This guy drives me crazy. Sitch. Listen, this is just bad advice. I don't think we should have left-wing people be retards forever, Sitch.
Okay.
And if this is the kind of content that they're taking in, no wonder all these woke movies suck. Come on, they're watching. You've got the whole She-Hulk writers room, all patrons of Big Joel.
Did you see the video? So nothing we watched when I was on talking with Jesse. Did you see the video of the kids at the Vanderbilt University who were? Did you see that? Any of that stuff? They were like protesting the fact that the BDS thing that they wanted to pass in their university like got removed by the president. They couldn't pass some pro BDS law or something.
I didn't see any of it. No.
And the kids were protesting this by doing like a sit-in, and they couldn't, like, a sit-in is you sit in a place and you refuse to leave, and like the police basically have to drag you out, right?
They got too bored and they had to leave.
Well, okay. So essentially, and this is like, maybe we'll watch it afterwards. It's just so iconically viral about everything wrong with like the socialist leftist movement right now, is that so one of the kids, they're sitting in the office, and for some reason the administration doesn't want to have the police just come in and pull them out. I don't know why. But they basically set up a situation so that whenever they do leave, they'll get arrested, right?
Okay.
And so
that's great.
So the kids are in the office. They don't want to leave because they don't want to get arrested. And so, which kind of defeats what you think from an administrative standpoint, says the entire defeats the purpose because you want them to leave, but whatever. I don't know what the fuck these idiots of Vanderbilt are doing. So one of the kids, one of the women there, she has the problem of being on her period in the sit-in, and for some reason, she didn't think that she should bring extra tampons, for her sit-in, right? Where you think you're going to be there for hours and hours and hours. And she wants to go get one, but she doesn't want to get arrested. Okay.
Right.
And so what do the kids do? They call 911.
No way. To deliver tampons?
You're
kidding me.
I'm not kidding you. And there's a girl on the phone almost in tears crying about toxic shock syndrome and how it's so important for her to get tampons to the 911 dispatcher.
So hold on. The one that the girl that needs a tampon is crying to the dispatcher.
No,
right?
it's someone else on her behalf.
No way. Well,
Yes.
what is it? Okay, we got to watch this because what does the dispatcher say?
They're like, ma'am, this is not just go
This is
outside.
not an emergency.
And you
Call
can get
us
one.
when you
And
get shot, bitch.
Yeah, like you could just go outside, and she's like, "No, we can't go outside. We're gonna get arrested." And it's just one of the most laughably insane things you've ever seen.
We'll watch this next.
Yeah.
That'll be great.
That's comedy. Okay, that's
Yes.
comedy, Joe.
Because it's surprising as fuck. Like you're a 911 operator, and all of a sudden you're on the line dealing with these morons.
And
That's
it's
hilarious.
Exactly. And that scene, if that scene was in Lady Ballers, you'd be like, "That's not funny," because it's so unbelievable, right, Joel?
Right.
It's such an unbelievable scene.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Conservatives. Oh, they just got their. They think that the world is this weird place that it is.
Taking characters we think ought to have power and placing them in an absurd world that deprives them of that power. And because it's part of the structure of comedy, that inversion usually doesn't require much explanation. While The Office does eventually give us some insight as to why Michael is in charge of this branch, these explanations don't really make sense, and that's fine. That's the premise of the show. And you can see in Lady Ballers how useful that genre convention is. Conservatives believe they are a marginalized identity, that the world has abandoned them, thrust them unfairly to the bottom, and through comedy, Jeremy Boring can tell that story effortlessly. But as we know, comedy doesn't just work to invert social order, but also to produce it, to create boundaries. And of course, Lady Ballers is very interested in that project too. So one interesting thing about this movie is that it presents its world as this liberal dystopia, but in the end, it's a very fragile dystopia. It's a dystopia that is easy to break. Like, okay, everyone in this society is really supportive of trans women. They love to see them compete, they rally around them. The movie has a whole thing about how trans women actually make women's sports better because women are bad at sports.
It's ladies basketball, boys. Nobody watches.
But see, nobody actually buys it. With the exception of Winnie, the literal child, and Matt Walsh, the hippie doofus boyfriend, there is not one major character in the movie who's actually okay with this trans sports scheme. Gary isn't, his ex-wife isn't, and his players aren't.
My former lover. The turf.
The liberal journalists are paying lip service to the PC police.
I think Stacy is referring to the obvious fact that Alex is a
what?
And the PC police are grifters trying to make a profit on the trans agenda.
Don't you see? Men are faster, stronger, meaner. The entire reason we created women's sports was to keep you out. But now, soon all the best women will be men.
I didn't have to play her whole little speech here, but I just wanted to show you it because I do think this is the absolute worst editing I've ever seen in my life. Just look at that. Look how nasty that looks. Look at those horrible cuts. Why'd they do that? This is kind of the ultimate conservative fantasy that the movie speaks to, right? That even as liberal society is irrational and evil, even as it twists natural hierarchies in bad ways and turns out bad results, it is also shallow, somehow non-threatening. Trans people exist and they are puncturing all layers of society, but in the end, their existence is just a joke, a punchline. At the end of the day, we are the silent majority. The world is in community with us and not them, and our power will prevail. Lady.
So, a lot of interesting ideas here. First of all, it doesn't make sense that the point of the movie is trying to say something about the threat of the left is just a joke because no one cares about, trans women in sports. Like that's just the joke of the movie because it's supposed to be a comedy movie. It'd be kind of weird for a comedy movie to have some sort of like very heavy, you know, thing that they'd be trying to go
Yeah.
for from like the wacky hijinks movie that Lady Ballers is supposed to be. So it doesn't really make sense in terms of making it like a broader point about the conservative ideology, number one. Number two, it is true what he's saying in terms of that part of the point of the movie, this is also my interpretation, is that it's supposed to be that there is this idea about having the trans women or the men pretending to be trans women in sports, and so many people go along with it because they feel socially compelled to, even though no one actually likes it. And that is a point of the movie. And I definitely think that that is like, even though I don't think it's funny because they didn't do it properly, I do think that's a thing that's happening in our society 100%. We've definitely seen lots of people say like, oh, I've gotten messages from tons of people who are too afraid to speak out, in media or in high places. That definitely is something that's going on. People are definitely adhering to this because they don't want to get attacked in public. Um, but it's funny because he's like criticizing that as like the right wing fantasy when that's the exact same narrative of the left. And it has been for like my entire life. I mean, you could just turn on Kyle Kalinske right now. And like one of the things he almost always says is if the Democrats just adopted, a more progressive anti-corporate message that Kyle likes, that then they would win all the elections because they're the silent majority. And the only reason they lose all the elections is because of all this like corporate pandering and all this, pandering that they do because they're getting bought
Right.
and sold by the evil corporations. Like this is a very, and I mean, and it's even funnier because like Joel is criticizing this, like the silent majority conservative narrative, when that's kind of the entire fucking basis of socialism is that there's a silent majority of workers out there who are being exploited, who all have the same interest. And if they all just would stop being the silent majority and unify and take their power back, they could reassert, proper moral control over society.
Is he saying the conservatives are the silent majority, or the lady ballers people believe the conservatives?
He's
are the
saying that
silent
conservatives, he's criticizing conservatives because they view themselves as the silent majority that are basically being
Right.
dominated by the liberal elite,
majority?
essentially.
When he views leftists the same exact way, socialists
Well, I don't
the
know
same
if Joel
exact way.
does, but
Joel definitely
socialism
does.
as a theory does.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Look, I'm sure Joel buys into that as well. So, yeah,
So I just think it's ironic and hilarious.
it is. It is. Everyone's gotta believe that they're the silent majority being held down by the
Right.
the elites. Joel
Well, that
has to
is
believe he's being held down by the conservative business elites, and the lady
Right.
ballers people have to believe they're being held down by the socialist, progressive, Hollywood woke elites.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Ballers isn't a funny or good movie, but of course unfunny bad movies are a dime a dozen. That's like most movies, kind of. What sets this one apart for me is that it's bullshitting us. It acts like a comedy. It has goofy scenes in it. It's raunchy in a fun for the whole family kind of way, but it doesn't play the part. It feels sterile, empty, invested in the structure of comedy, but not in the ways it can actually be funny. And I think what really kills the movie for me is that ultimately, it doesn't even buy its own bullshit, believe in its own jokes. Let me talk about the most memorable scene in Lady Ballers. It happens right at the end. Alex, one of the main characters, the first...
Okay, so this is supposed to be an example. He says they don't even believe their own jokes, which I don't even know what that means. What is, I guess what he means by that is because he's come up with this entire, this is so annoying. So many like red tubers do this. I don't know why. So many socialists do this. Like one person will say one thing and they've derived this like grand theory about everything based on this one like offhanded comment they said, and it's just usually all wrong. So
Right.
his entire like thing about how this movie doesn't believe its own bullshit that he's relying on here is based entirely on the fact that Ben Shapiro said that they wanted to actually have men try to do this and they couldn't.
Oh,
So
yeah.
therefore, that means everything in the movie is just a bullshit narrative that they don't actually believe in.
Right.
I mean, listen, I don't agree with like a lot of stuff Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles and any of these fucking people on the Daily Wire says, but I think they believe it. I've never sat there and been like, oh, I think Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh are just like making shit up that they don't even believe.
Right. Yeah, no, they believe this stuff is society's entrenched in this stuff. And it is to a certain extent. I don't know how far they believe it goes. Like they
Right.
might believe it goes further than it actually does.
Right.
Yeah.
Bullshit. Believe in its own jokes. Let me talk about the most memorable scene in Lady Ballers. It happens right at the end. Alex, one of the main characters, the first athlete who pretends to be a woman, says this to Gary.
I am a woman. I mean, all those years playing basketball, I never really felt like myself. A decade in Hollywood trying to figure out who I really was, and then I started working at the dollhouse, and this is the real me, coach. This is who I am. Proud of myself for the first time.
And Gary takes a moment and punches them in the balls.
How can you be so sure I'm not a woman?
Good talk.
This moment feels really ugly to me.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So before we play Joel's commentary here, what do you think was the quote joke of this scene? We have this character who is talking about how they felt like they're a woman.
Right.
Okay. And they're saying this to the conservative Daily Wire guy,
Right.
president of Daily Wire. And he says, how do you know I'm not a woman?
Right.
Okay. And his response is to smack him in the nuts.
Right.
Right.
He's saying you have a nut sack. That's how he knows.
Oh, you mean in this like super like fucking most obvious joke in the entire world way, that's supposed to be the joke, is saying you're not a woman, you have nuts, and I just hit you in them, right?
Yeah, that's the
Like the
joke,
most
yeah.
obvious fucking juvenile, like on its face slapstick joke of all time, right?
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Do you think Joel gets that? Or do you think he's going to somehow twist it
Joel,
into
look.
something completely insane?
Joel's gonna twist. Look, Joel's whole life is about twisting obvious things into something insane.
Okay, because I remember this part of the video when I'm like, what the fuck? It's just this is so obvious. This is so obvious what the movie's saying here. And
Yeah,
Joel
look,
just misses it.
A 2-year-old can understand.
Yes.
I don't think this is particularly funny. I do think they went for like the intuitive gag, like this is a surprise here. Look, I kicked him in the nuts. It doesn't work. It doesn't
There's a
work at all.
way to make that joke could have been funny. There's a way to make that joke funny. That how do you know I'm not a woman? And then they hit them in the nuts. I can see that there's a way to make that funny. The movie doesn't accomplish the goal.
It would
Right.
be here would be my pitch. I would say, listen, we're supposed to like this protagonist, okay?
Yeah.
Like it totally undercuts him as a protagonist if he hits him in the nuts. But they're literally on a basketball court. Like a basketball could fly from off camera and hit him in the nuts.
Right.
And no one would see that coming.
Right.
And that would be surprising.
I mean, maybe that's the one way to change the joke. Yeah. So
Yes.
How can you be so sure I'm not a woman?
Good talk.
This moment feels really ugly to me. Like, Gary and Alex are supposed to like each other. Their relationship is central to the movie, and this is how it ends, with Gary punching Alex back into the closet and walking away. It doesn't even work. That's the crazy detail. In the very last scene, Alex is in therapy, talking through their dysphoria with Jordan Peterson. The punch clearly resolves nothing. Gary just did it because I guess that's what you do to trans people. As strange as it is,
So, okay. So he didn't even understand this like surface level juvenile joke of someone saying, "How do you know I'm not a woman?" and then saying, "Because you have testicles," is the literal punchline, right?
Right,
Of
right.
the joke. He didn't even get that. He thinks that it's literally supposed to be some kind of message about beating up trans people.
Yeah, knocking them back into the closet.
Yes.
Come on.
Oh,
Please.
is he really this? Is Joel this stupid? Is he
Right.
really this stupid, or is this just like that more of that intentional, you know, not like being dishonest? Like I can't imagine anyone would watch that scene and not understand what's going on there.
Yeah. It seems dishonest, but
Yeah. And also, I mean, it's so funny, like if this and he's like complaining that it didn't fix the problem, which first of all, like Joel would be complaining if he hit him in the nuts, and then the next scene he's like, "Oh, thank you for hitting me in the nuts. You've totally cleared my mind on the dysphoria issue. I'm healed." Like Joel would criticize that. It would
right.
seem like it's more like, even though it's a comedy movie, it's more realistic. That's like, okay, well, he's going to go to therapy now, right? To see, to try to work out the dysphoria, right?
Right.
This moment is obviously crucially important to the film's ideological project. If Lady Ballers had just been about a number of imposter drag athletes, sure, that would have made a conservative point, but not a very strong one. We all know, or at least know of, a few trans women, right? And they're not like these male athletes. Speaking personally here, my trans friends aren't scamming anyone with their gender. None of them even compete in professional women's sports, a fact that frankly blows my mind given how easy it would be for them, given how fast and strong they all are. Because of this,
I don't know if you noticed, Adam, but like, because I know trans women who are not in sports
Right.
and who are not like that strong or that fast,
Yeah.
because I know those people,
Right.
that means that they don't exist at all anywhere in the entire world.
Right.
And so we
yeah.
don't have to talk about this.
Yes, it's your anecdote is reality, okay?
Yes.
That's
Yes.
the way it works.
Like, I have another one for Joel. Okay. I don't know if you know this. I know some white people. I know a handful of
Right.
white people, right?
Sure, yeah.
Now, none of those white people I know, none of them are
racist?
actually racist. Okay.
Okay.
So since I don't know any racist white people, I don't think racist white people exist, and we should just not talk about it being like a real thing anymore.
Sure,
Okay.
that works. That's a good
Right.
idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
we
keep
just
seeing,
fixed racism.
yeah, like I keep seeing these very unrealistic movies where there's like
Of
white
course.
racist people,
Of
like
course,
American
yeah.
History X and stuff. And I'm like, I don't know any skinheads. I don't know
Right.
any people with swastika tattoo. Now I'm Jewish, so maybe that's why. But I don't know any of those people.
That would be uncomfortable, right? You go to the gym with your friend and
And he takes off his shirt. Yeah.
right. You've
And
got your big tattoo of the
he's got
Star
the big
of David.
swastika, and I'm
He's
like,
got
what's up?
his big tattoo of the swastika.
Right. And he's like, oh, it's just a maze. Don't worry. It'll be like a hedge maze on my chest. So, yeah, but so
That's a worstly designed maze in the world.
exactly. It's just going to be a windmill. Listen, just like a windmill. I really like Don
Right.
Quixote. Okay. But so I don't know any racists, so I guess they don't exist. I guess it's not a problem we have to talk about because I don't know any racists.
Yeah. Sweet.
the movie can't just say all the trans people are faking to get money. No, they have to add something, say what they really believe about the issue. By the way, even if trans women are authentic, even if they truly just think they're women and want to live normal lives, we can't let that happen. We can't accept it. And what's striking to me is how this moment works against the entire...
It's just so annoying because I mean, I say this, I do think gender dysphoria is real. I think people have gender dysphoria. I do think, however, that a lot of people that are being diagnosed with gender dysphoria are being wrongly diagnosed with gender dysphoria.
Yeah, man, you're just buying into the propaganda.
Yeah,
man.
exactly. Just buying the propaganda, right? So, I mean, that's my concern is that there's too many people that are being wrongly, especially young people that are being wrongly
Right,
diagnosed
yeah.
with gender dysphoria. Because the rate of it has exploded in a way that makes absolutely no sense, which Joel would never accept or articulate to any in any way. But if you like, I'm sure that there definitely are a lot of people on the right who don't like trans people because they just think it's gross or whatever, right? And I'm sure there's lots of people on the right that don't like it because it's, it goes against a religious traditional perspective or whatever, right? So there definitely are people that have that idea. But there's also, you could have an idea, which is like, well, you know, if someone has a thought about doing something and it could potentially damage their body or does damage their body, should we allow them to do it? And it's a difficult question to actually grapple with. And this is something that people would bring up in the early days of these trans conversations, and it was dismissed and never really talked about. There was never an answer. Sort of when people used to compare gender dysphoria to body dysmorphia and say, okay, well, if someone feels like they're compelled, they have an obsession to cut off their arm, and their arm, the fact that they have an arm gives them this extreme feeling of stress and anxiety, should you just allow them to do it? Right? And I actually don't know the answer to that question.
It is a tough question.
It is a difficult question. And the Joels of the world and the people in left the world they just refuse to answer that question.
Right.
And they say, oh, that's completely different. And like, well, no, it's not that different. It's actually very similar. You're saying, okay, should someone be able to do, very extreme surgery and medical treatment because they feel a certain way, and the hope is that by doing this they'll feel better, right? They'll be able to have a higher quality of life.
Yeah, the whole point of ideology, though, is to make difficult questions like that simple. That's the point of the ideology.
You're right. That's a good point. That's a great point. That is the point of these ideologies, to simplify these things.
So
that
look,
make
if you're
you
cutting off your dong, it's like, yes, of course we should.
Right.
Right? It's simple. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's just wild to me that I think if you're going to, like, if these treatments, really did improve people's quality of life.
Oh, they do. It's simple.
Right. Well,
I have the ideology.
Right. But it's like, okay, if people really, had gender dysphoria and it really did improve their quality of life, then I'm not against it.
Sitch, it's completely reversible, obviously.
Yeah,
and it totally increases their quality of life.
See, that's what drives me crazy, is just this like blasé attitude about this like very, very extreme body modification that just like hand waved away, poo-pooed away, that like, oh, listen, you just, let children who are well known for their ability to verbalize their feelings and know things about themselves, just let a child just understand and make all these life-changing, decisions for themselves.
You just keep the body part in a pickle jar. And if later on you want it back, you just sew it back on, man. Stop being so difficult.
Right.
I am Hunter Owl, and I have 16 different studies showing that everything is hunky-dory.
Yeah, exactly. But no, listen, if you have any questions about trans stuff, it's because you're just a horrible bigot that just, why are you involved in other people's lives? Okay?
Yeah, transphobe.
Yeah.
It is a tough question, obviously. Is the psychological pain worse than living your life without one arm? I mean, yeah, it
definitely 100% could be.
It could be, yeah, exactly. But that's why it's a difficult question.
Right.
Yeah. But nobody wants anyone thinking about these difficult questions. No. They want them just to be easy. Look, we all agree this is the way to do it. Kids should be getting, radical surgeries. It'll all work out fine. Don't think about it too much.
Mm-hmm.
Virtue signal on Twitter. Let's move on.
Of course.
But it's all coming to an end. Like, it's all burning down now.
It's starting to burn down, yeah.
It is, yeah. It is. It's over in Europe. It's going to be over here soon. Everyone's going to be like, a lot of the people who fell for this nonsense, they told me it was completely reversible. What fucking idiots.
Right.
Yeah. Those people, I sucks for them. I feel for them.
Well,
and I think people that did promote this, unthinkingly, should feel horrible, feel somewhat responsible. I doubt they will, because the world is an unfair place. So,
yeah, I think this is it could end with a bang or a whimper. The bang would be if all these people come out and start basically suing and their doctors, and it just everything explodes. The whimper would be if all the medical institutions basically just changed their policies to make it more difficult or rarer. And it just, you see the rates just decline and it just kind of goes back to the way it was. But either way, that it happens, none of these people, Joel, none of these people are ever going to come out and acknowledge that they are just so wildly wrong about this.
Yeah, it's going to be weird because there's some of these doctors, and we've done videos on them that are like specialists. Like, I just do these weird gender surgeries, right?
Right.
And once we get to the point where, somebody wins some lawsuits, no reputable doctors are going to engage in this kind of stuff. But will it shut down these radical doctors? That's all they do.
Well, no, because
I don't know.
that's how they make their job. That's
Yeah, that's the only thing they can do. They're probably going to move to like South America or something. And look, come to Brazil. We'll hack your wang off.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I don't see why not. I think the line for me with the arms thing is like, let's talk about the replacement arm. Like, is it better than the regular? Then I'm like, okay. I mean, I could get behind that, right?
Well, that's just because you want to be a robot. So you're totally fine with being a robot.
Yeah, but look, if somebody wanted to do that, it would be hard for me to say, no, you can't. Look, you can't upgrade. That's basically what you'd be saying.
If you could cut off your arm and get a better robot arm, yeah, of course, obviously, that changes the calculation completely.
Okay,
right?
Look, I just think the calculation needs to be clear. Like, we should side with not doing anything if the calculation is really, like, if you're going, the psychological damage versus the living without an arm thing, I'm like, I mean, that's totally unclear, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's not gamble with your arm. That's what I say. But if it's clear, like you're gonna get some super arm, hey, hell yeah, jump in.
Okay.
Feeling of the movie, the way it functions.
What if they're like, listen?
Oh no.
What if they're like, listen, Adam? Okay.
Let's hear it.
We can give you a super
bionic
robot
dong.
Yeah, you knew exactly where I was going.
Look, you're so predictable.
Super robot dick. Okay, you're gonna cut off your dick and get a robot dick.
Let me think about it over the weekend. Okay.
You're supposed to say, well, what are its special features? What can it do? Can it shoot lasers? Is it piss fire? Can I make sure it doesn't accidentally do that when I don't want to do that? Like,
the problem there is, it seems, wouldn't that be like completely for her pleasure? I mean, you're literally losing. There's some back and forth that goes on with the dog.
Well, no, presumably you could, like, it's a robot. You could feel everything. Like, it would feel like you like have a dick. Obviously, it wouldn't just be you attaching a vibrator to your crotch.
It gives you super orgasms and stuff.
You have no refraction period, Adam. Okay,
that's a tough one, because I mean, they would have to figure out some sort of simulation so that you could feel the super orgasms.
We're talking about attaching robot body parts, and you're wondering about the science.
Well, no, yeah, look, you don't buy a car without going for a test drive. What the hell?
Obviously, obviously, for the hypothetical, you feel everything. The robot penis, gives you the feeling as your normal penis.
And there is the test drive, right? You get to test it out before you go.
Well, I don't know if you can test it out, because once they chop off the ding dong, I don't know, can they put it back on?
Imagine that. Like, that's the worst. Like, if they give you the test drive and it's total bait and switch.
Right.
I mean, that's kind of what I feel is going on with a lot of these gender
reassignment surgeries.
Yeah,
I know. I agree.
To begin with, yeah, exactly. Right. I feel like they promise them. That's what all the people that are talking about how, oh God, they made the worst mistake of their life. It's because they overpromised and underdelivered.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Anyway, enough super dong talk.
This is the hard-hitting, important questions that we need to get to the bottom of. Okay.
This is comedy gold. Like, take some lessons, Big Joel. Jeez, take some notes.
There you go.
As a conservative comedy. They want to tell this story about conservative victimization and triumph. We're the normal people with normal beliefs, and nobody honestly disagrees with us. But, that's not what this scene is about.
You're so right. That's exactly the Kyle Kalinske, everyone's progressive. Everyone agrees with us.
Well, and it's funny
mentality.
And that is like the operating procedure. And I talked about this in another video back, like, I don't know, like a couple weeks ago. the reason, you know how like when you see all the celebrities and they like have the Get Out the Vote campaign.
Oh yeah.
Now they always frame those as like neutral, but they're all mostly people on the left because, as I talked about, there is an idea. I don't know if that's true, but this is what people think, that the Democrats think that if they can increase the voter turnout, that's going to help them. And Republicans think if they can decrease voter turnout, that's going to help them. Now, obviously, this changes. There's like if they think it's like targeting specific areas, but like putting that aside, just broadly increasing voter turnout, Democrats think that that will help them because they think the majority of people that don't vote either because they're too lazy or too unmotivated to vote, if they had to vote, would end up voting Democrat.
Could conservative celebrities do a campaign where they come out and say, "Are you young? Don't vote." Right? It's a waste of time. Who has time to vote? Don't vote. Why would you vote? Voting is gay.
That sounds like a funny comedy sketch and like a progressive. If SNL was actually funny, right? They do that.
Wouldn't that be great?
That
Yeah.
would be, yeah.
Look, conservatives buy into the same narrative.
Right.
I
They
think
do.
because it has been studied and there's some truth to it.
Well, the idea, I mean, it's one of those like just so things that kind of seems like it makes sense. Like, okay, if people are too, like the people that are too lazy and unmotivated to vote, you would assume that they'd be more in favor of like kind of a left wing, I want things from the government kind of perspective, right?
Totally. Don't vote.
Yeah. And so like I get the logic there. There's a sense to it, but.
In it, Gary isn't.
Are you 20? Well, you don't have time to vote. Don't vote. That'd be great. I think they should do it.
A victim of anything. He isn't being pushed down or mistreated, and his best friend, someone we've obviously grown sympathetic to, doesn't see things his way. In this interaction, we realize the simple truth. Lady Ballers isn't a movie about common sense or protecting women's sports.
Ha ha ha. Big Joel doesn't even know what mic to select.
I was going to say, we learned the
retard.
truth is that Big Joel doesn't know how to do audio. That's the truth that we were going to learn.
Professional right here.
Why didn't he should have redone the audio there, buddy.
Yeah, because he's lazy leftist, obviously.
Okay.
Joel, don't vote. Why? It's too much work. You should be telling your audience, don't vote.
There you go.
Sports or whatever. It's a movie about what disgusts conservatives and what conservatives can justifiably do to not be disgusted.
Okay, so Joel is either so stupid or so dishonest that he thinks that scene is supposed to be about conservatives justifying using violence against trans people. When, first of all, again, everyone understood what the joke was very clearly. It's like a very obvious joke, number one. Number two, if you were to ask Jeremy Boring about the scene, it could almost guarantee you the thought process is supposed to be, yeah, we're friends and he's my friend. And am I going to let my friend go down the pathway of transitioning and doing all this stuff that I personally, as Jeremy Boring, think is a bad idea? Or is it better for me to give them a hard knock so that they end up getting the right treatment, which would be to not transition and talk to Jordan Peterson, right?
Wrong, Sitch.
No, you think it's just to beat up trans people and put them back in the
Jeremy,
closet?
look, they tried to say, hey, Jeremy, this makes you look bad as a protagonist. He said, no, I want to slam a trans person in the nuts.
Okay.
This is my movie, goddammit.
Right.
That's what he did. He said, I'm putting my foot down here. The punching the trans person back into the closet stays.
That was the point. Exactly. Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, forget everything I said. That was the point. Jeremy Boring's like, listen, I'm only doing this movie if I get to punch a trans woman in the nuts. Okay.
I know. So sick.
I know.
Jeremy, you're so sick.
Disgusting, Jeremy. This thing that I just made up and interpreted as your motivation disgusts me. So you're a bad person.
All right. Now that you agree with me, part 4. When a joke isn't a joke. God, this guy's so sad, Sitch. Why are people watching this?
Is this about Big Joel's YouTube channel? Is it about his commentary on this video? God.
Right. Okay. Let's watch.
So we've come to it. This is the final part of the video, and I guess it's been a bit of a negative one, hasn't it? Lots of talk of bad.
He's going full on Biden. Look at that. He's got the red devil
what
corner
is going
there.
on?
Jeez.
The MAGA Republicans.
Oh my God.
Jokes, bad politics, misconnections, broken communities. For that reason, I thought it would be interesting to end our time here with a discussion of some conservative comedy that I actually like, or at least find really interesting.
Okay, so I want you to go back and listen to the very last part here. This is like a very interesting, sneaky thing, okay?
For that reason, I thought it would be interesting to end our time here with a discussion of some conservative comedy that I actually like.
He's going to finally show you some conservative comedy that he actually likes.
Right. I'm ready.
Or at least find really interesting.
Oh, wait. Or at least find really interesting. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay. That feels a little bait and switchy right there. Oh,
Backpedal,
right. Because part of this, if this is not, so in the beginning of the video, he says, this is not going to just be about me saying conservative comedy bad, even though that's like the entire video. So you say, okay, we'll show us an example when it's good. Oh, we're finally going to get that. We've been watching this video for an hour and 32 minutes. We're finally going to get that. But then he throws that little hedge in there, or I find interesting. Okay. So do you think he's actually going to show you a joke, a conservative joke aimed at the left that he thinks is funny?
He has to, Sitch. I've got an hour and a half investment here.
Okay.
He has to.
Okay. Well, you're going to be very disappointed because that does not actually occur at any point in this video. Yeah. Sorry.
Damn it.
Let's talk about Roseanne Barr's 2023 comedy special, Cancel This.
What is a woman? I'll tell you what a woman is. A woman is me!
Okay, let me explain. So in 2018, Roseanne, the massively successful sitcom, was rebooted. They got most of the old cast back, the first episode was received with a huge audience, everything was looking great for Roseanne. That is, until she made a tweet about the senior advisor to Barack Obama, Valerie Jarrett, Muslim Brotherhood and Planet of the Apes had a baby equals VJ. Jarrett was a black woman. This
I want you to look at this picture real quick, Sitch.
What are you trying to say, huh? What are you trying to say, Adam? What are you trying to say?
Well, Roseanne claims that she did not know that Valerie Jarrett was black. So
Yes.
I think, look at this picture here. This is
I would
a
not
black
have guessed
woman.
that she was black.
Right.
No.
If you saw her in the grocery store, would you scream, "Oh, yes, African American"?
Well, yes, no. Well, I believe it. She's mixed, obviously. So obviously, again, Joel being
This
very
is a
dishonest.
blonde woman.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's dyed, I think. But anyway, so again, Joel being very dishonest. He never at any point says what Roseanne's defense was, which is, as you said, she didn't know that she was black. She didn't think, and she actually more specifically says that she thought that she was like European Jewish,
Right.
like herself.
And
that-
she said she would have never made the joke had she known she was black, because she
Yes.
knows that's massively inappropriate.
Right.
Yeah.
Which I think you could give her the credit of the doubt, because number one, you would have to be, if you're a famous celebrity, you'd have to be really fucking stupid, and you have a network television show to make that joke. Number one,
Right.
so it makes sense. Number two, we're looking at her, and I mean, it's not really clear that she's black, I think, from just looking at her. So I think it's fair to give Roseanne, benefit of the doubt here.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Right.
Joel doesn't, though. Of course not.
No, he of course leaves all this out. So
Right. Yeah, I just want to make sure this context was in. For poor Roseanne, the millionaire.
Right.
tweet was, of course, very racist, and Barr's career, her tenure on the sitcom, came to an end, essentially overnight.
Wait a minute. If the left-wing ideology is all about speaking truth to power, Adam, okay?
Right.
Because we live in this oppressive, racist, right-wing society.
Mm-hmm.
And the left has to constantly push the bar to fight off that oppression.
Uh-huh.
Why did Roseanne get fired? Shouldn't she gotten a medal from the evil, racist white society for being racist on the Twitter platform?
Oh yeah, of course. Because
Why did she get
the
fired?
status quo.
If for being racist, how does that make any sense under the worldview?
It
The
makes
socialist
absolutely no
worldview.
sense. But
Okay.
don't worry about it, okay?
Interesting.
Big Joel doesn't care about consistency or anything.
Gotcha.
Roseanne has been a polarizing figure for a long time. I mean, as far back as 1990, she spurred nationwide controversy over her rendition of the national anthem. This was pretty big news. How great is that? In 2012, she...
Yeah. Roseanne Bar insulting America. Right? That's how it was portrayed.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. It was the conservatives that hated her guts.
Yeah.
But she's a conservative comedian, Sitch.
Well, yeah, now she is, you know.
It's funny.
ran for president with the Green Party.
What's
I was gonna say the comedian part I think is up for question nowadays.
With Roseanne Bar?
Yes.
Look, I
never I was never a Roseanne fan, regardless of back in the day. Either.
Neither was I, but
Right.
I mean, what do you do if you can't sing and you're invited to sing the national anthem? I mean,
well, I'm assuming that was set up to do that as a joke, and I think that's fine. I think people that are mad about that are like insane. Obviously,
yeah, who cares?
And see, but that's funny because that's indicative of when it used to be the right was like the major moral police force, you know, in America.
Of
They're
course.
like,
Oh my God, how dare this woman sing the national anthem improperly? Oh.
And made a documentary about it, another iconic moment. Around 2016, though, she started getting really into Donald Trump, diving further and further into QAnon shit, Pizzagate shit. And these days, Roseanne is basically an extremely angry mouthpiece for conservatives.
Stalinist! Communists!
I don't think it will surprise you when I say this woman is not well. That's not my opinion. Roseanne has spoken at length about her struggle with various mental illnesses, about being institutionalized throughout her life. Watching as she pisses away her talent and her legacy on this conservative nonsense is genuinely sad to me, but she was talented. I think it's important to remember that. I already showed you that national anthem clip. You saw how great it was, but she was also just a really good comic. She has a great stage presence and her material was solid.
Roseanne, why don't you never try to be more aggressive in bed? Do you believe that? Somebody says something that personal to you anyways? You try to be more aggressive in bed. So I thought about it and everything. Then the other night we're laying there and he reached for me, so I said, no!
I'm not gonna tell you that every joke...
That joke hits, man.
That joke's a banger, right? Hilarious. I don't
Do
want to
you-
have sex with my husband/boyfriend.
Did you get the surprise though?
I mean, I got
'Cause
it.
he was
Like,
talking about being aggressive in a good way,
right.
and she
Yeah.
took it in a bad way.
I got it. That's the
It's
joke.
like it's miscommunication.
Yeah. I mean, I get the joke. I don't think it's that funny.
Oh,
but I
really?
get the
Look.
joke. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it is a
I
joke.
thought it was pretty good. I
Okay.
mean,
Okay.
and her delivery. I mean, she went for it.
She did. She did. Not my style. Listen, I'm too masculine. I don't appreciate this style of humor. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Women
Well,
have to be women comedians have to be constantly reaffirming my masculine worldview for me to find them funny. That's
really?
yeah. Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're a cuck.
Okay. You like Amy Schumer, right? You like when she talks about how
Her
much
vagina?
she smells and stuff.
Yeah, I love that.
That's
Yeah.
your kind. That's your kind
exactly.
Of
That's
lady.
it. Yeah.
That's your
That's my
kind of-
little boy humor that I really
Well, no, that
appreciate.
affirms you how good boys are, right?
Yeah.
They don't have the smelly parts.
They don't have this. Well, I mean, yeah, not like the women do. That's a good point.
Right? Yeah.
Good
Look.
point. Yeah. I want to
Sitch.
hear all about Amy Schumer's smelly, gross vagina.
Poor Sitch.
Joke
Which is
in her
better?
20
Which is better, the Roseanne Barr joke or the smelly vagina joke? Which one is
Roseanne
better?
Barr. Listen,
Okay,
the
hands
Roseanne Barr
down.
joke. It's actually a joke, and I get it. It's just not. It doesn't land with me, but I get it. It's a joke. Obviously, Roseanne Barr is light years ahead of Amy Schumer.
Look, don't you get it? The surprise is that Amy Schumer, massive celebrity,
Yeah.
You think it smells like champagne now?
No, doesn't.
That's a surprise.
That's that's the joke. There you go. That's the joke.
Yeah.
2023 special is good. There are a lot of absolute honkers.
What is my gender, Mom? What is my gender? Your gender is get a job. That's your gender.
But when you compare this...
It's so bad. It's so bad. So bad.
Yeah, it's not. You know, I
Jokes
tried
are
to
funny
find
the first time. Okay.
I did want to watch this special to see if there was anything funny in it. And it's like you have to like sign up for Fox Nation. I was like, F that. I'm like, Jesus.
Yeah.
It's like not even on like a streaming service. I was like, oh, I'm not gonna pay for this trash. Okay.
Right. Yeah. These tired old jokes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Recycled material from the internet. Not good. Roseanne, start working on your own material.
This act is something like Lady Ballers, the difference is obvious. As I already said, Lady Ballers is all about posturing. Like, its singular purpose is to be the triggering conservative movie, and it is just so impressed with itself for that. Cancel This, on the other hand, still brims with Roseanne Barr's authenticity, her intensity. Even if it's not always or usually funny, it still feels somehow real. Like, look at this moment right toward the start of the act, where she's talking about the fallout of her racist tweet.
Like we could have had her come on my show, and she could have, read me the who's it, and she could have dressed me down. We could have had a teachable moment that they're all talking about. She could have come on. I could have had 15 times the ratings, and I could have learned something on behalf and shown something to America, which I always wanted to.
I find something deeply refreshing about this, because in a kind of subtle way, it goes against the conservative party line. When conservatives talk about comedians and cancellation, they tend to use a lot of buzzwords. People have free speech, don't they? The point of comedy is to be offensive. It would make sense in that context for Roseanne to stand by her tweet, to say that it was just a comedian being funny and that the public's outrage is immoral. She doesn't, though. She says she wanted to apologize. She implies that her tweet was obviously racist. She looks at the...
This is it's so wildly dishonest how Jill frames this, because again, if you remove the aspect that Roseanne didn't realize that this person was black, and specifically said that they didn't know that they were black and wouldn't have said if they were black, that completely changes every fucking thing he's saying.
Yep.
That's why she was saying, well, I don't know. She didn't say this in the clip, so I don't even know if she said she would apologize. I'm just assuming.
You cut her off.
Right. So I don't know. And I couldn't find the clip of it. So assuming she does say that, or whether she just says what she said, that's why Roseanne has that context. That's why she's saying it's a free speech, it's a joke. It's because she's like, oh, I wouldn't have said that if I know she's black. But Joel removes all that context so he can make this like dishonest point about like, oh, look, she's fucking the right-wing media trend here about free speech with her obviously racist tweet.
He subscribes to the stereotype that all conservatives are racist. So, yeah. He might not even know that Roseanne Barr said that she didn't know Valerie Jarrett was black.
Maybe.
He might not even know that.
Right.
Audience, and in a of strange, uncomfortable vulnerability, says...
So I walk in, and it's on CNN that they've canceled my show just 20 minutes later. And not only that, but they killed Roseanne. They killed her.
It's not genius comedy or anything, but at least there's a sense that an actual person is talking to you here. Or let's listen to an...
Joel's commentary is fucking crap.
It's so bad. He has like
shit.
nothing. I know.
Yeah, vapid nonsense.
It is interesting to me, and I didn't know this, or I'd forgotten this until Joel's pointed out, and I looked it up. It is kind of insane that Roseanne literally got canceled a few hours after that tweet. Like that the decision was made that quickly.
Yeah.
Which I don't agree with that. I think that's insane.
Hell no.
No. And I think the fact that if she's, which I agree with, she says, I didn't know that she was black and it was an accident. It was a mistake. I think that should count for something. 100%.
It should. Yeah. It should. Look, I don't like Scott Adams, but I agree with the
24-hour rule.
Yeah, is it the 24-hour rule or 48-hour rule?
Yeah,
whatever it is.
Yeah.
He basically says, someone should be allowed some level of clarification over time.
Right.
So you don't want to be a bad role model, and the good role model says, look, I didn't mean to do that. That is racist, and I don't think people should do shit like that.
Exactly, right.
What's the incentive to change now? I mean, this is just terrible. Yeah.
No, there is none.
Totally unfair.
Right.
Big Joel, you're a joke. You don't understand comedy, and you don't understand people. It's hilarious. You don't
Well, he's
even
a
understand
socialist, so
yourself. Yeah.
that makes sense.
Look, you're just a bias, You're just basically following your bias around.
Mm-hmm.
It's hilarious.
Other moment, and this one's completely different.
What about all that quarantine? Remember all that? I figured out Q, it stands for quarantine. It wasn't any of that who's going to get arrested bullshit. It stands for quarantine. Q, the Great Awakening. You know why? Because you had to be with your goddamn family in the house and you couldn't get out of there.
Do you hear the
Did he cut? Well, I don't know if there was applause afterwards because he cut it. But look, that was an attempt at some surprise. Yeah, look, it wasn't great, but whatever.
Absolute silence in the audience when Roseanne says,
It stands for quarantine.
That is a punch.
But look, he cut. You're such a dishonest piece of shit, Joel. You literally cut her off when the applause line came. Just play the clip. Let us see if people applauded.
Line, obviously. She even pauses for half a second, but not one soul laughs. And that vibe is maintained for the entire bit. Sure, people make a few noises, but the energy in the room seems markedly confused to me. If I had to guess, I'd say there's two reasons for that. First, the joke is pretty confusing. Like, I think the idea is that Q, the Great Awakening, is like the quarantine because during lockdown you woke up to how shitty your life was.
You couldn't go to the gym, you couldn't go to a restaurant, you couldn't get away, you couldn't go to nobody else's house. You were stuck there in the shit with your friggin' family and couldn't get away.
And I guess that works.
He did cut out the laughter. Because there was some laughter in there when she was talking again. They could have been laughing and clapping for 20 minutes, and he cut it out.
As a joke, but it just feels dense, and I'm not even sure that I have the right
We didn't even know you were gone. What are you talking about?
Good.
interpretation. Second, and this one's just my opinion, it almost feels like she's being a bit too public with her beliefs here. Like, public-facing conservatives don't usually talk about QAnon. There's not a Daily Wire article or a PragerU.
This is odd because I listen to Ben Shapiro occasionally, and Ben Shapiro is far funnier than people give him credit for. Ben Shapiro is pretty hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you've never watched Ben Shapiro.
No, I've seen. Yeah, he makes jokes.
He does. Yeah, his impersonation of Biden and Trump are both hysterical. So.
Video saying that Pizzagate is real, that the elites are huffing adrenochrome. These sorts of conspiracies are generally forced to the margins of conservatism, an important part of the movement, but one that we don't air out in front of everyone. Roseanne doesn't play that game though, and I guess that's the appeal. She will go on stage and talk about her fringe conspiracy beliefs and just assume that her audience sees things the way she does. And there's something free about that, right? Something unmanicured. I find these moments, the one where Roseanne shows off her extremely conspiratorial mindset, to be some of the most thought-provoking.
He's such a piece of shit.
Isn't he such a fucking piece of shit? You're like, there's no other way to describe.
Yeah.
Like, so we go this whole video, and I'm assuming that we have the same thought here. So we go this whole video, and it's like, okay, at the end of it, he's going to explain this is the example of conservative comedy I like, and the example is, here's a woman who's like having a mental breakdown on stage and lost everything. And that's the conservative comedy that I like.
Right. Yeah.
Like, is that not just like a fucking despicable thing? Like, what the fuck is going on? I mean, I don't know. He's not framing it that way. He's framing it like, I appreciate her authenticity. And listen, maybe I shouldn't be so bad faith, Barry. Maybe that is what he appreciates about it. But it is still kind of fucking insane that the one example of conservative comedy that you like, Joel, is a person basically, lost everything having a mental breakdown. Is your example.
No, this is cruelty. He is the guy with his eyebrow shaved off going up against the wall.
You think this is like just very intentional? Like,
and you made a bad joke on Twitter. Up against the wall.
This
He
is Roseanne
is.
up against the wall.
Totally.
Maybe you could be right. You could be right.
Totally. Yeah. He's like, look, I love it when conservatives, since they're all conspiracy nuts, let that authenticity shine.
Right.
Yeah. Look, this plays into the stereotype he wants to put forward. This makes the argument he wants to make. Yeah.
It would definitely, the fact that he has such a passive aggressive way of framing things makes me inclined to believe that you're correct.
Of course. Look, it's 100. You can take that to the bank, man. You
Yeah.
can bet money on this. This
Yes.
is exactly what he believes.
Yeah.
But he thinks all conservatives, like he thinks Ben Shapiro is a secret conspiracy theorist.
Right.
That's just the way Big Joel thinks.
Yes.
Not everyone
That's
can
his
be.
conspiracy.
Yeah, exactly. Not everyone can be so enlightened, can understand comedy in this amazing power dynamic way that nobody else talks about comedy in. God, I would just love to throw this guy into a comedy club and have him try to talk to the comedians.
Right, yeah. Do you think the fact that Big Joel makes a conscious decision to always wear these like weird Bill Cosby sweaters is some kind of indication for his underlying message about wanting to like drug and rape women?
I do. I totally do. I think, look, this guy's probably got 6 or 7 women in his basement right now on Rippinol. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That
makes
sweater
sense.
screams, look, I want to get caught.
I mean,
That's
I don't
what
know.
that sweater
That's
says.
like, yeah, I mean, that's the only reason a person that I, as an individual in this moment in my political commentary, could possibly imagine that Big Joel would want to wear that sweater is to give off that message, right?
Sure, all sweaters like that. The only reason they
Yes.
exist is so people can out themselves, so that they can relieve themselves of this guilty conscience.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right. It's like a weird subconscious, like they know that it's wrong to drug and rape women, but they still want to do it because they're like evil, but they need some kind of social release. And so they wear this sweater. It's kind of like they're screaming. It's, it's like the person who's the serial killer, but they leave clues because they like secretly want to get caught by the police. Yeah, that's what's happening with the Joel sweaters.
The people who design those sweaters know this too, and they just make a certain number of them because they know like this isn't a widespread problem and we don't want these things sitting on the shelves.
Right.
But there are a few people out there that are doing this horrible thing to women. So
yeah. They're like, this is the rape sweater for the rape.
Exactly.
There you
Exactly.
go. I mean, that's my interpretation of Big Joel's behavior. Obviously, I'm a very big intellectual figure, and this is, that's completely correct. I can think of no possible other reason why anyone would ever wear a sweater like that.
Yeah.
Except for this super bad faith interpretation. Okay.
I mean, they could be cold, right?
No.
Yeah. Of course, it's always cold in the basement.
Exactly.
See, look, I got you. I surprised you.
Yeah. I mean, listen, when he goes to the meat freezer,
exactly.
He doesn't even have to change.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Joking of the whole special. Like, listen to this bit.
So I did quit smoking, and know what happened as soon as I quit smoking? As soon as I quit, I got the COVID. The minute I quit smoking. And then I read that cigarette smoking actually protects you from getting the COVID. That's when I knew everything was bullshit.
That is a really genuinely odd sequence of thoughts, right? Like she stopped smoking because of COVID and then she got COVID, and the reasonable reaction to that experience is like, fuck my life, how ironic and awful. But that is not her takeaway. No, she immediately has to tie that experience to some grand evil narrative, one that does not even make sense. So she read some article saying that smoking.
Okay, this is a very clear indication of how Joel's ideology makes him incapable of being funny and understanding comedy.
Yeah,
because
totally.
There's a very clear joke that we can all see that a comedian could make about that very same topic that Roseanne did. She just completely fucked up the delivery.
Of course.
And kind of fucked up the framing. Because the joke would be, I stopped smoking because I got COVID. I got COVID. Therefore, the comedian then makes a joke. Aha, smoking must have actually like staved off COVID, right? And they play with that concept. And maybe they make a joke about, well, they went back to smoking in order to stop getting COVID. Like there's a million different like avenues you could take that joke. But the reason Roseanne couldn't make that joke, and this is what Joel should bring up if he was like intelligent, would be Roseanne didn't make that joke because it's kind of like the concept of you smoking cigarettes, an act that we all know is bad for you, protecting you from COVID, whether it's true or not true, seems like it could be an absurd thing. And so when the comedian goes on stage and makes a joke about, I'm going to smoke cigarettes because the toxin of the cigarettes will kill the cells that will then be infected by COVID, right? Or something,
Yeah.
is like kind of like an absurd idea. It's like that's what would make it funny. And Roseanne can't make that joke because she's too ideologically possessed by her own, right-wing ideological possession. So instead of making that joke, she then just tries to say, oh, well, it's true. And this is why the left-wing media is bullshit. But that's not really funny. So the fact that Roseanne is ideologically possessed prevents her from making the material funny. And Joel isn't smart enough to understand that or to verbalize that. He just says, oh, the average person, the non-comedic person would just say it sucks that you got COVID after you stopped smoking. How's that funny, Roseanne? Like, it's just, it's interesting to me that he can't even connect these very obvious dots.
Yeah. These ideology silos, they create the taboos that you can't break. So
Yes.
Roseanne is not in a position to break that taboo.
Right, but this would be like, this would be Joel's perfect example of how right-wing ideology prevents you from making a joke properly.
Yeah, but he's guilty of the same thing with the left-wing
Exactly.
ideology, so
Right.
he can't really do that.
I don't even think he's aware of it. He can't even see it.
I don't think he is either, yeah. I was looking, is Norm Macdonald a conservative comedian? It's so difficult to say.
I mean, people would definitely put him on that side of things, yeah.
I mean, he's hilarious, so.
He is very funny, yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know that I would call him a conservative. He seems like more enlightened centrist, but has conservative jokes.
Sure.
Yeah.
All the great comedians are enlightened centrists. We claim them all for our team, okay?
Of course, yeah. But I mean, like Greg Gutfeld is obviously a conservative, but he's not that funny. I mean, he's just not that funny. Dennis Miller, horribly unfunny. Well,
that is
look,
true.
in my opinion, horribly
Yeah, I agree with
unfunny.
that.
But I do understand people do like him to some extent.
I've never liked his stuff.
It's funny. When I search conservative comedian, Dave Chappelle comes up.
That comes up? Okay. Yeah, Dave Chappelle's very conservative.
Yeah, some people are high.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What's this guy? Can't remember this guy. What is his?
Protects you from the virus. Okay, well, for one thing, that doesn't actually seem true. There were some studies that reported those findings, but they're apparently...
Jokes have to be true, Sitch. You don't look, all the talk about the robotic dick and stuff. Look, that's not funny because it ain't true. It's like, what the fuck? The fuck, dude? How can you be this stupid?
very suspicious and have some major methodological problems. I'll link an article from
Sitch, the robot dick has some major methodological problems, okay? Look, don't
Adam,
laugh,
I don't know about you,
okay?
but I read an article about how the robot dick is just a year away, okay?
Look, that's not funny because it's not true. Gotta be true.
Nature in the description, but suffice it to say, it's never a bad idea to quit smoking. Smoking isn't good for you. But also,
Okay, now I'm gonna leave for a second because this is just too much for me.
We're almost
so
at the
say
end
those
here.
findings were accurate.
I know, I'm gonna still leave for a second.
Okay, you go to the
Accurate.
bathroom.
Why is that such a big deal? Why would that mean that everything is bullshit and that they're
We'll try out my new robot dick.
all lying to you?
But that's what I knew. Everything was bullshit.
No, the logic simply does not exist. This is very obviously the expression of a pure emotional reality. Or let's look at this other part. I think it's probably the most haunting.
Well, I mean, okay, that's such a weird statement. This is the reaction of a pure emotional reality. Like, that's the reality of a lot of good jokes, is that they're not logical. It's just an emotional reality that makes the joke funny. You know, the concept of, again, Ricky Gervais beating up a disabled toddler. You know, you're like, okay, it's just like shocking and emotionally funny. There's a Lewis Black joke where he says nobody knows shit about health. It's all made up. And then he says, my example of this is milk good or bad? And then the audience laughs and he says, see, nobody fucking knows. so therefore all health is bullshit. And it's like, okay, if you ask Lewis Black, do you honestly think that all health is bullshit, that you shouldn't listen to any doctor? He's going to say, no, obviously not, right? But the joke, the emotional reality of the joke is like, okay, there are certain things about science, about health that we just don't seem to ever really get a good grasp on. And that's the joke. That's the emotional reality of the joke, Joel. I'm sorry I have to explain jokes to Joel here, but...
and memorable of the entire act. It's a bit long, but I think it's worth it.
These young pink pussy hat wearers, they want to be lied to. They want to be lied to because they are so used to it. You can't wake them up because you can't wake up people that are pretending to be asleep. That's what I figured. Nobody in their lives has ever cared enough to tell them the damn truth. It's our fault, us baby boomers. We ruined their lives. We lied to them all the way. We lied to them and ruined their lives.
This one really gets to me because it's just so raw. When she screams, it's our fault. We destroyed our children by lying to them. The world is broken and we broke it. That's cutting and strange and kind of moving in its own way, yet it's also just completely incomprehensible. How did you ruin your children? What did you lie to them about? And how exactly are they so ruined? Just because they take some vaccines? There's this desire to
Oh my God, it's so painful. He's so fucking weaselly and dishonest. Like, listen, Joel, you don't have to agree with Roseanne. You don't have to agree with her. You don't have to agree with anyone on the right, but you can at least acknowledge that you understand the argument that they're making. You do this performative bullshit just where like, look, she says everything's wrong. I don't even know what she means when she says everything's wrong. I have no fanciful notion. I've never heard anyone on the right talk about how society's going in the wrong direction. I have no possible understanding what they mean when they say everything's wrong. Ooh, I don't even have to try to defend the position because I don't even think that I don't even understand the position. It's not a real position. Ooh, me.
Just a made up position.
It's so obvious. It's such an obvious dishonest thing that he's doing.
Yeah.
Sit her down and say, people have been taking vaccines for a long time, Roseanne. It's okay. It's going.
mRNA vaccines, Sitch, have they been taken for a long time?
No! From the beginning, yes.
Of course not.
And I'm willing, and listen, I haven't watched the special because I can't, because I don't want to fucking buy shit from Fox Nation, but I'm willing to bet here, because I'm not a complete fucking idiot like Joel is, that when she makes the comment about everyone's lying to children and she's saying that she thinks everything's falling apart, she's not just talking about the vaccine. That'd be just my guess. My guess would be if you were to ask Roseanne, what do you mean by that? She has a little bit more on her list than just people getting the vaccine.
Of course, yeah. She got the gender dysphoria. Right?
Right.
She got the anti-capitalism.
Right.
Yeah.
He just played a clip of her screaming about Stalinists, right? You think maybe she's talking about that?
Oh, of course. She got the critical race theory. She's got all of them.
Mm-hmm.
But this is why look, conservatives. Should not be comedy, okay? Look, all of these punchlines, everyone can see from space, okay? None of this is funny because it's just, we see it coming. It's just not funny. You got to mix it up. Got to come up with some new material, guys.
Mm-hmm. To be okay. We've seen all this before, haven't we? None of it's particularly new. One of the main things I wanted to talk about in this video was the way that conservatives process grievance and social tension. JP Sears felt some vaccine hesitancy, and he allowed that grievance to become the center of his world. In order to make sense of it, he had to invent Satan, an evil so great that it could justify his feelings of confusion and fear.
Because I don't know about you, but living in a world where Satan reigns and you and I and our families have to suffer the consequences doesn't really feel appealing to me.
The creators of Lady Ballers, Jeremy Boring and the Daily Wire, have this obvious, intense hatred of trans people, seem to truly believe they present some big social threat. And since they can't coherently articulate what that grievance is, they need to produce some evil other. The trans people are coming for our sports, and our children, and our wives.
Oh my God, it's so dishonest.
I know.
It's so dishonest.
And then in Lady Ballers, there's nothing about Matt Walsh being trans. I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about there.
Yeah. This
That's
is just
weird.
so dishonest. This is
Yeah.
like the sweater rapist, the rape sweater levels of dishonesty here.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, I'm gonna explain this because, like, I know that Joel is very stupid.
Right.
You know, if someone sends him the rape sweater clip. So the point, Joel, of the rape sweater joke was not that we actually believe it, that it's
Of
a
course
rape
not.
sweater. Okay, I
That
know.
would
We had to
be
explain it. Right.
that would
The
be
j-
ridiculous.
Right. That'd be stupid. The joke is that we're doing what you're doing when you say, like, oh, him slapping the guy in the nuts is because conservatives want to beat up trans people.
Yeah.
And not understanding the actual scene is that we're taking the most uncharitable, bad faith, ridiculous version of something that you're
Right.
doing the way you're doing it with the Daily Wire video. That was the joke, right? We don't actually
Yeah.
believe it. I feel like I have to explain that very clearly because I'm not sure your brain could fully grasp the concept there.
Yeah. We're taking an uncharitable interpretation of your wardrobe.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yes.
Roseanne.
But look, they could change their ideology. You could change your fucking sweater.
There you go.
And of course, has a lot of grievances. She isn't happy she got COVID even though she stopped smoking. Her career was ruined. And so it only stands to reason that the world is rotten and filled with bullshit and that she lied to her kids and destroyed them. But the thing about Sears and about Lady Ballers is that they can always return to the safety of a joke. Sure, Sears believes that the government very well might have weather devices and that some political cabal is sucking the blood of children, but he also seems to understand how strange those claims really are. And so jokes, even bad jokes, empty jokes, half jokes, can offer him a kind of freedom, the ability to express these dangerous or scary thoughts. Sure, the Daily Wire believes that trans people will destroy society, but they also don't think that. They know better. They have to put those ideas in a movie and call that movie a comedy.
So, okay. So this entire fucking hour, 40-minute long slog is supposed to be Joel is too stupid to understand literally the simplest things. Okay. He doesn't understand like literally the most basic fucking facet of comedy. Right.
Right.
Literally one of the most basic setup of comedy is to take something that is like a real idea and then you make it hyperbolic to the point that it becomes funny.
Oh yeah. Absurdity. Okay. Yes.
Right. Like we always talk about the other guys.
Right.
You know, the desk pop scene.
Yeah. Totally.
Right?
Perfect.
It's a hyperbolic version of reality. The two cops that are the super cops who try to jump into the bush, the joke there is that you think that they're going to survive because movies generally, even non-comedic movies, play this hyperbolic version of reality where you could jump off a building from multiple stories and land in a bush and be fine. But then you're hit with the cold, hard reality that in the real world, you die. You miss the bush because it's way too far away, but even if you hit, you would still fucking die. Okay. Yeah. That's the joke, right?
The surprise is smash cut to the funeral.
Yes.
They died, motherfucker.
Exactly. Right. And so they're kind of playing with sort of that thing. But so, and it's like it's insane to me that he doesn't get that in Lady Ballers and in that other guy's work, part of the joke is they take something, and this is how a lot of political comedy works, okay? This is how, and he knows this. Joel, you fucking know this, you dumb idiot, because you were talking about it in The Wall. You understand, okay? You understand that in Pink Floyd's The Wall, when Roger Waters is talking about Margaret Thatcher, supposedly, and he has her administration visualized as a literal fascist Nazi who's killing black people and gays and Jews. And when I say that seems unfair because it's so hyperbolized, and you say, oh, well, that's the point. It's supposed to be like, this is the end future, Sitch. That's it's all leading to, right? He would defend that to the death and say, oh, no, that's really what they want. This is the future. That I can read their minds. This is what they want. This is where it's going to go down. But then when the right does something similar, but in a funny way, where they take sort of like what's happening with the left right now and they hyperbolize it to the extent of lady ballers, where you literally just have men not even doing anything and just showing up to play basketball, and that's accepted. He just sits there and says, this is too unrealistic and unbelievable for me to understand. All conservative comedies based on a lie.
Yeah. Bad faith.
Not like that, the thing with the wall with the Nazis in England. That's based in reality. That's real. And that's not even a comedy.
Yeah.
But ultimately, Roseanne is alone on that stage, and she has no safety. She isn't hiding behind anything. The audience is mostly quiet, and she doesn't seem to want anything from them, not really, and it's powerful to watch because it's not a joke.
So
So I guess that
the only funny conservative comedian / joke that he likes is Roseanne Barr having a mental breakdown after destroying her career on stage. Just to be clear, that's the joke. That's the only conservative comedy or joke that he likes.
He likes when conservatives bomb.
Yeah.
He's like, she bombed and it was amazing.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Joel. Well, I guess, look, he's making a lot of money at this grift, so.
True.
Yeah. So
good
why
for
not
him.
just stick with
Capitalism,
it,
baby.
right?
Look at that.
Yeah. Why not just stick with it, right?
There you go.
A lot of people want to eat this up. A lot of people want to hate conservatives.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Big Joel, the joke understander.
It's so weird because all of these big leftists, Big Joel, Vosh, Hassan, it's like they don't really, it's more how much they hate conservatives than how great their ideology is. I never really hear them talking about how great their ideology is at all.
I'm glad you said that. That's super interesting.
Yeah.
Because one of the things that we skipped because we didn't watch about the JP guy is that Joel criticizes JP because when JP goes from being kind of like new agey to becoming very Christian, he made a video about it, and the video was like why I've become Christian. And he says it's because he feels like he's surrounded by evil and Satan and the devil, and that kind of pushed him into becoming more Christian.
Right.
And Joel criticizes that as saying, well, he didn't say anything about Jesus or God or love. He just why is he being pushed into it by the devil? And you're so fucking right, because so much, if not the overwhelming majority of socialist propaganda that we now see on YouTube, it's not saying positive things about leftists or wokeism or socialism. It's all just attacking the right and attacking the middle.
Yep. Attacking other people.
It's all an aesthetic. It's like, listen, do you not like, are you unhappy with your life? Are you unhappy with your parents? Are you unhappy with school? And do you not like, look, here are the bad guys you can attack. Here's the evil right wing. Here's the evil libtards that you can attack. Go be a socialist.
Right. Sad, really. Look, I was looking forward to doing this video because I think it's an interesting topic. I mean, making fun of Big Joel, who's just completely disingenuous. I mean, that's just kind of a side effect. I mean,
right.
My first priority is talking about the topic. I love comedy. You and I both love writing. And
yes,
look, I love writing comedy. I've spent a significant portion of my life trying to figure out, like, what is comedy? How does it work?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Why is it so cool? Why do I have such a great feeling when I come out of a comedy movie? I just feel like that was amazing. That was like 2 hours of just pure human joy. You don't get many Catalina wine mixers in the world.
Well, how about this? As a reward, okay, for people that made it to the end, for making it through the slog with us, okay, we're going to show you something that's both hilariously funny and also the result of people who listen to breadtubers like Big Joel.
Oh, that would be great.
Okay.
That'd be totally awesome.
Right. So I sent you, it's a Twitter video.
Oh, great. I love it when
I
you
know
send
is
me
your
Twitter
favorite
videos.
thing, but that's,
Well,
nothing
you
I
can read
do
some
about it.
super chats while I bring it up. So,
But
but is this the 911 call? Oh,
This is the
sweet.
911 call. It's now it's
yes.
like it's the first video. Okay, so if you want to know which one to do, there's 2 videos in the same tweet.
How
It
did
makes
they
it even
do
more
that?
complicated. But
Wow, I didn't know I didn't even know that could be done.
it can be done. We do have the technology to put more than one video in a tweet.
Look, it's obviously because of Elon Musk.
It's true.
Nobody knew how to do that before Elon Musk.
He's some kind of genius, I guess.
He is a super genius, yeah.
Right.
2 videos in one tweet.
I know.
Amazing.
Who could envision such a magical ability?
I mean, it always tried to stop me last time.
Mm-hmm.
Not anymore.
Okay. Well, you set that up.
Aren't you going to read a super chat?
I'm going to read
Toxic.
yeah.
I mean, I'm almost there.
Oh, okay.
You don't
You
have
almost
to read
there,
a super
Adam?
chat if you don't want.
You almost
I
there?
am, yeah. My robot, it's like vibrating at full
You're
speed
almost
now.
there. Yeah, baby. I don't know why I'm
It's
just giving
so
Sammy
horrible.
material. I shouldn't be doing that. I said the I'm
So
gay Mickey
horrible.
thing like a million times in the beginning of the stream too. So that's going to be
Oh,
clips.
did you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Just
bad.
giving. Just I don't know why I'm just giving
Why does
people
that
this
work like
material. It's
that?
really bad.
This is like super weird. I don't know. Why is it
What?
doing this? Well, it
Wow.
just doesn't center in there.
No. Well, it doesn't matter if it's exactly centered.
Yeah, it does. I want to blow this bitch up.
J Mac, our circuit file for $20. Thank you so much. Says Michael Scott has a few chicks that are all lookers, but either they're insane or the relationship implodes, except for the last one. The Diwali episode is one of my favorites. Quote, I need a ride. There you go. Well, I don't get any of that because I haven't watched
I
enough
was
of the show.
wondering,
Okay.
look, what's the show?
This is from The Office.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I watched
did
all
get
of the English version of The Office.
You've seen wait, you have seen the entire?
Yeah.
Okay, well then you should know what he's talking about.
Somebody, oh, really? Oh, okay. Maybe I need to listen closer then. Read it again.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. The, yeah, it was up for like an Emmy or something. And so I got the entire, like, first season or first 2 seasons or whatever for free.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I got the thing up. I got my thing up.
Okay, ready? You got it up, Adam?
3, 2, 1, go.
Toxic shock.
Yeah, there's currently a female student who's being denied the right to change her tampon that has been in for multiple hours, which leads to an increased risk of toxic shock syndrome. So while you're saying,
I'm a female, I understand.
right, so then you should understand. Okay, what you are not hearing is that if she stands up to use the restroom to change her tampon, they are threatening arrest. So it is not an option for her.
Ma'am, you have an emergency.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
That is an emergency.
No, do you have an emergency? Not your friend that's inside. Do you have an emergency?
That is my emergency.
I
that's an
don't
emergency.
remember the time that I needed to have an emergency personally to call 911 for help.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't remember a time when it has to be a personal emergency for me to call 911 for help. I am requesting assistance, medical urgent assistance.
What I'm telling you. Okay, so you're telling me your friend in Kirkland needs an ambulance.
She needs.
Is that what you're telling me?
Toxic shock.
Yeah, there.
Oh my God, this is hilarious. How are these people so stupid? Oh my word. My word.
You gotta bring up the next video too. It's
Okay,
just-
there's the next one here.
Yeah.
It's like a serious situation. I need to know there's someone here.
This is
Okay,
comedy
okay.
gold. Okay.
I gotta fix the thing a little bit here. This video is actually a little bigger.
You would, if this was in a movie, I would say like this is just conservative fantasy. This would never actually happen. No one's this stupid. No one's
Right.
gonna call 911 because they're doing a sit-in and they're afraid they're gonna get toxic shock.
Toxic shock from.
You should have wore pads that day, honey. You should have wore pads.
Oh my God.
You didn't think this one through, did you?
Oh my God, this is hilarious. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
It's like a serious situation. I need to know there's someone here who's going to go into like toxic shock.
And we will take care of it, but we're going to escort them out.
Okay, hold on. She leaves the building, and then what happens?
If we leave the building, right, let's take her back to her room and get food. And that's all I can tell you right now, right? Get food,
I
get
need
drink.
to know what is going to happen when she leaves the building.
She's not going to be arrested if she leaves her building.
Okay. 100%.
So we will not be arrested as soon as we leave the building.
No, if you no, you're not going to be arrested as soon as you leave the building, right? If you want to go back and get, I don't know. If I knew, I would tell you.
Why don't
because
you know?
I don't know.
Okay, who the hell can we call?
So who knows?
Right. Well, I don't know yet. All I know is if we have somebody in a medical situation, let's get them the medical attention they need. Let's get her to her room, right? And I'm telling you, when you go out the room, you're not going to be arrested for leaving the building.
She does not feel safe. You have verified nothing for her. All you
sent is a letter.
She's not arrested. If she goes to her room, she is arrested.
That's not what I said.
No,
that is not what I said.
You said she could not stay in her room.
What I said.
You didn't say she could stay in her room, though.
What I can say.
You can only wear a tampon for 2 hours? Is that true? Look, I don't know the
tampon rules here, ladies.
I don't know all the tampon rules.
Ladies are the rules here, okay?
I'm a little suspicious. Like you ladies are running home like every 2 hours to change your tampon.
She forgot to change it before the sit-in, okay?
I mean, look, it's 2024. We can't make a tampon the last 12 hours.
Just like the cops fit. Can you imagine being like a paid police officer? You're saying like, oh my God, these fucking kids. Like, this is just so, can you imagine being,
I can't.
Like, and it's funny. So they're protesting on behalf of like Palestinians, right?
Right.
Can you imagine being some like Palestinian person who like can't get food, your family blew up, and you're seeing these like fucking crying college students like, she needs to know that she could change her tampon. Why would you tell her this information?
Right, yeah.
Tell her. Can you imagine like Martin Luther King Jr. and like the other people fighting for civil rights in the 60s? Like they're literally getting beaten by police. Like dogs are getting like sicked at them. They're getting hit with water hoses. And they see these privileged motherfucking college kids like crying to the police about changing their tampon.
Well, the whole point is to get arrested. Like that's a civil disobedience. Like you're going in ready to be arrested.
No. That was the point of nowadays. It's just to like virtue signal and get social credit.
Oh, on the internet?
Yes.
Okay. So that's why they got to concoct this thing?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'll show you. I sent you another video. It's of like they held a little press conference afterwards.
Things.
They held a little press conference afterwards, and it's so hilariously like cringe and awful.
Okay, let me bring that up.
And it's funny, like I saw a video when I was on, I don't know where it is, but I saw the video when I was talking to Jesse, and you can see the kids when they like break into the office, and there's a security guard there, and they violently with force. Like they do their own January 6th insurrection, and they push their way into the office. But it's a bunch of white kids forcing their way with force through a black like security guard.
No way.
And I thought, like, is there nothing more indicative of the privileged woke movement about a bunch of white rich kids at some, university pushing down a black security guard so that they can fight for the rights of minority?
Pushing down a black security guard, probably making $30K a year.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
The amount of their tuition.
Right? Yeah, all of these kids paying $30K a semester.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, sick. Very sick world that we live in, but they're oblivious to the whole. Like I said before, ideology designed to dumb down the world for you.
Of course.
Yeah.
I hope all those kids get expelled. Okay.
Look at this. Listen to Sitch. Listen to Sitch.
There was, I forget where it was.
He wants heads to roll.
There was another college that, like, right after this, people were protesting, and they're like, "You have 10 minutes to leave here. We're expelling all of you." Like they didn't play around. They're just
man,
like no.
That's what we need. Look, the crisis of authority needs to come to an end.
Yes, completely.
Yeah,
100%.
People need to step in, and they're going to be happy. Like sooner or later, the people who step in and say, "Oh, look, that was easy." Everyone left. Oh yeah. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
I was one of the few students who was arrested last night inside Kirkland Hall. I just want to really quickly kind of share my experiences and compare them to what I experienced last night. Again, as people have said, for 21 hours, we were deprived of medical attention. We were deprived of sleep. We were deprived of food, water, resources. And at 5:30 in the morning, I got a pat on my back. I was told to stand up. I was handcuffed and I was escorted out of my own university. I was not told where I was going. I was not told what I was being charged with.
Oh my God.
It's disgusting that this is how they treat student protesters on this campus.
Shame!
I soon arrived to downtown Nashville Police Department. I was taken into bookings, I was processed, and I was released a few hours later. But I want to comment on something. In jail, I experienced better conditions than at Vanderbilt University. I had access to water, I had access to a bathroom, I had access to my friends and the ability to rest. How dare this university deprive us of basic humanity? How dare a top 15, 20 university in this country have more inhumane conditions than...
Oh no, mine's buffering.
Oh, mine's buffering too, yeah. Why is it buffering at the same time for both?
that of a jail?
Oh no, I guess it's the video itself.
It's disgusting. We demand that Vanderbilt reinstate the referendum, that they drop all charges against students that were filed under false pretenses, that they drop the suspensions and harassment from administration, and that they issue an immediate apology to what we experienced over the last 24 hours. Because enough is enough. Vanderbilt is being shamed all over social media. They are being shamed on this campus. They are being set up to be a mockery on the world stage because of how they are treating us. We are saying no more. Keep fighting, guys. Thank you.
I support Vanderbilt University. I just want that to be clear.
I don't know how you could say, Adam, when I fight against the terrorist oppressive hierarchy that dominates our society and dominates our world. This society is so oppressive against people like us who are fighting for freedom that I expect that when I, against the law, put myself into another person's office and their private property and refuse to leave when being asked, I expect that my mother should be allowed to come in and give me huggies and a blanket and some nuggies for me to munch on as I sit here in this office, in this private property after being asked to leave, okay? That, in the fact that my mom can't come in and give me huggy wuggies and snuggle me in while I'm protesting in this sit-in office is just proof that we live in an oppressive society. Okay, it's so clear to me. Why can't you guys see it?
I think the Vanderbilt authorities should come in with plane tickets to Gaza and just start handing them out. Like, here you go, here you go, here you go. Got you on the red eye flight. Here you go, here you go. We're gonna escort you down there. Go ahead, you do your sit in one of those tunnels, you motherfucker.
I know, it's like, Jesus Christ. This to me just shows how insanely virtue signaling performative nonsense this all is. Right?
Of course.
Literally, they're complaining that at a sit-in, they're complaining at a sit-in that they had to do a sit-in.
Yeah, I know.
Do you know what a sit-in is? It's where you say, I'm not moving from this location until you arrest me. And he's like, well, it was very uncomfortable. I don't know if you know this, but this sit-in, I didn't have like infinite access to food and water and, tampons.
It was better at the jail.
Right.
We had better facilities at the jail. Okay.
So ridiculous.
Yeah.
I think when I protest against the wishes of the college by doing the thing they don't want me to do, I should have full access to whatever the fuck. For my sit-in, listen, Adam, I have a new idea for my protest sit-in. Okay, get this.
Okay.
I should be able.
That'll be good.
Okay, to go to the dean's office and sit there
and crap on his desk.
Say, no. Say,
okay.
No, nothing like that. Listen, I'm going to be in the office. I don't want it to smell like crap, okay? I'm going to go in the office. You know what? Actually, I should be able to go in the dean's office. I should be able to shit on the desk. And then have the janitorial staff come in and clean it because I'm doing a sit-in and I don't want to smell my own shit. That's just a mistake. Okay, so I should be able to shit on their desk and then have the janitorial staff come and clean it.
Have the minimum wage janitor come in and clean up your mess.
Exactly. And then, whenever I have to go to the bathroom, I should be able to just leave the sit-in, the entire point of the sit-in. I should be able to leave it and go to the bathroom and then just come back whenever I want, right?
Of course.
And what? Listen,
that's college life.
Right. I'm going to get hungry. I'm gonna get hungry, and I don't want to bring like snacks for me to eat in my sit-in in my little backpack here. I think I should be able to leave, go down to the, the cafeteria, get a nice burger, right? Maybe we got a nice, Burger King or Chick-fil-A or Chicken Kitchen in the college that I can like partake in, eat there for like an hour, rest up a little bit, come back to the dean's office. Why can't I do that? This is an oppressive system that we live in.
Of course. Did you? I actually protested when I was in college. I don't know if you know this.
Wow.
Yeah.
What'd you
I'm looking
protest?
right now. I got on the front page of the Los Angeles Times.
Did you?
I did. Yeah. I'm wondering, is that online? Maybe.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. Like this was a million years ago, right?
Right. Did they even have like
No, wait. This was
cameras when you were in college protesting? Was that technology invented yet?
Look, this was Daddy George Bush's war in Iraq. So it was like Iraq, 1.0.
Yeah, sure.
So there was no internet. I don't know if the LA Times goes back that far. What year was that? I can throw a year in.
I don't
even remember. Yeah.
I don't even know. I wasn't like a conscious entity, I think.
But look,
in that
I
time
got to
period.
tell you, I was more interested in meeting some girls at this protest than I actually was.
Well, I'm assuming that's the only reason you were
protesting the
there.
war.
Okay. I'm assuming that's the only reason that you were there.
Yeah, look, there's a bunch of hot girls that were going. They actually gave me a ride there. So
Of course.
I was set. Yeah. In front of the Federal Building in downtown Los Angeles. Yeah. And then LA Times came out the next day and I was like, holy shit, I'm right in the middle of the picture. That's fucking awesome.
You went immediately to the girls. You're like, hey, ladies, look at this.
I know. I was like, yeah, look at
I'm
that.
right here, baby. Look at that.
Exactly. So I don't know if this is a good, opener. If you're going to one of these protests and you want to meet somebody, my tampon is giving me toxic shock syndrome. I don't think it's like that's not a real enticing opener, ladies. You might not get a date offer out of that. So
there you go.
Maybe do like Sitch says, think about some pads or something.
Or just change your tampon, like tell everyone to look away, change your tampon, right? You're supposed to be freedom fighters fighting for people that are dying horribly in Gaza, and you can't be fucking inconvenienced to change your tampon.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, a lot of these people it's been 6 months and there's hostages still living in the tunnels.
Yeah.
Imagine how they feel.
There you go. Fondue for $5 says, Sitch, screw going to get food. The dean should call and pay for catering for your sit-in personally. That's a good point.
Oh yeah.
That's exactly
That's a good point.
Right. The dean, yeah, exactly. I want to get Uber Eats delivered directly to the dean's office. Listen, during my sit-in, why should I be deprived some sushi? Okay, I'm feeling the sushi Jones at the moment. I want some delicious dragon roll right now. And why should I not? Just because I'm protesting for people that are dying in another part of the world that I don't care about. I mean, what?
It's got to be. That's an interesting negotiation tactic. Like, I know you were going to arrest me, but hey, I have a huge tampon issue here. Maybe you can just let me go.
I don't know if that's a negotiation tactic. I know that's going to work.
That's definitely what was going on in that video.
You can't arrest me because if you do, I'm going to die of toxic shock, and that's going to be on your hands.
No, they have medical facilities. Like, they have a doctor on staff.
Lady, just change your fucking tampon. I don't know what to tell you.
You want the doctor?
This is part of my protest. Okay. You've heard about people doing a hunger strike where I'm doing a tampon strike.
Right. Oh,
I'm not removing this tampon until Israel pulls out of Gaza.
You're the worst.
May the blood of the Gazan people be represented.
Oh my God. Please stop, Sitch.
By the lack of pulling out inside of me.
There's a genocide going on. Stop it.
There's a genocide going on right now in my underwear.
Oh my God. Oh, stop. You're going to get this video demonetized. This video is probably
no way
already.
this video is going to get monetized. Okay.
This video is probably already demonetized.
Okay.
All right. Time for some Civil War reviews.
Yeah, we gotta watch that.
Civil
I am
War
curious now.
moves in ways you'd forgotten films of this scale could.
Is this a Rotten Tomatoes review?
Yeah.
You know,
You got to read though.
the director of the movie is the director of Dread, which I really like.
Oh, really?
I'm sorry, not the director, the writer of the movie. Oh, he's writer and director.
Oh, okay.
And Dread is great. That's a great movie. So
Well, maybe it'll surprise us.
maybe maybe it will be pretty based. Who knows?
I don't
Right?
just Red. I don't think I've seen that movie.
You haven't seen Dread? The
No.
Judge Dredd movie?
Oh, it's Judge Dredd?
The Judge Dredd movie, yeah.
Judge Dredd?
Yes. Well, it's called Dread.
Oh, it is?
Yes. You didn't see it? It's got Carl Urban as Dredd.
Judge Dredd?
Yeah.
Where is it the one where they're in one building?
Yes.
Yes, I do like that movie.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's
Figured
great.
you like all the artsy fartsy slow motion colorful scene.
Of course, and it's like a one location thing, which
Yes. Mostly, yeah. In the beginning,
Yeah.
they're not in the building, but yeah. Right.
Dread.
Yeah, the guy who was one of the writers for that, Alex Garland, wrote and directed the Civil War movie.
Yeah, Carl Urban is great in that.
Yes.
He does a great job. Yeah. He's the guy from The Boys. I don't know. Have you seen The Boys?
I saw the first season.
I know you've seen The Boys. That's why I was like.
I know.
He plays, doesn't he play McCoy in Star
He does
Trek?
in the Star Trek reboot. That's true.
Bones. Yeah.
That's
He's
true.
really good in that.
I like Garland. He's a good actor.
He is, yeah.
He's been in a bunch of things.
He was
He
in
was in
Mortal
Thor
Kombat,
Ragnarok.
too.
He was the guy that takes over for Heimdall, that like
Uh-huh.
joins the bad guy, the bad lady for like, but then redeems himself at the end.
He's in Riddick? Oh, wow.
I
didn't
don't
know
remember that.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Maybe it'll be great. I know okay. Maybe it'll be like complex. Won't be just some woke writer's room.
I mean, I'm worried that all the critics like it. That's a bad sign to me.
It is kind of, right?
Especially when they say, as a political statement, Civil War is provocative and occasionally exasperating. It's a purely cinematic experience. It is an urgent heart and mouth, extraordinary stuff. Well, actually, I don't even know what that means. It's provocative, but exasperating. I don't know what that means.
Exasperating, huh? Frightening, even-tempered, and disarmingly humane. Civil War is intelligent, precise filmmaking trained on an impossible subject. I'm thinking I kind of want to see this movie now. When does it come out? It comes out
tomorrow.
It comes out on a freaking Monday?
That's a weird, why does it come out on a Monday?
Sense.
Wait,
That's no. Movies come out on Fridays, Sitch. I don't know.
Or no,
if you
they
know
come out.
this,
I think
but
they come out on Thursdays, not on.
sometimes, yeah, and they try to stretch it out to Wednesday. Oh, look, it's the opening weekend, Wednesday through Sunday.
No, it's coming out tomorrow, Adam.
Is it really?
Yeah.
In theaters, it's going to be out tomorrow.
I mean, I just looked at. Let me see. Let me try to buy a ticket for it. Okay.
Yeah, look. I'll go see it after we're done streaming.
Let's see.
I'll check it out.
Maybe they're like, listen, they get like a full week, so they're
Right.
not gonna have like movies coming out on Mondays.
Yeah, it's unusual. They usually talk. It's the opening weekend. Everyone knows about the opening weekend.
Okay, so I don't know. Maybe it comes out select places tomorrow because in the movie theaters near me, it doesn't come out till Thursday.
Now
which makes more sense.
That's normal. Yeah, that makes much more sense. So
let me check another place real quick, just to make sure.
I mean,
That
I'm
would
in the
be
big
weird.
city. I'll probably be able to see it.
There's probably some art house film center somewhere.
What do you mean? No. I'll go to the Cineplex.
Yeah, no, near me, it's all Thursday. So I don't know. Either maybe just I don't know why the internet says tomorrow. Maybe they're lying. But we'll watch it. We'll watch it and talk about it. We can go watch it on, over the weekend or something.
I'm excited. Yeah. Oh yeah, look, I can see it tomorrow at IMAX. You got to move out of the sticks, man.
I live
Seriously.
in like a big city. That's weird that it's like playing in an IMAX theater where you live and not where I live.
Yeah. Look at this. Monday.
That's
7
super
p.m.
weird.
first show. Yeah. Based.
It is very weird. That is very strange.
I should go see it at Man's Chinese Theater on Hollywood Boulevard.
There you go.
Just to really.
Oh, you know what? I think it's only coming out. It's weird. It's only going to come out on IMAX on Monday.
Oh, really? Okay.
Because at the IMAX place.
Yeah, you're
they
right.
have
It's
it.
all IMAX.
It's only okay. That's a weird strategy. So the IMAX version comes out on Monday, and then I guess the normal version comes out on Thursday.
Is that like 3D? I get to see it. I'm in the Civil War.
Don't think it's 3D.
I thought
think it's
IMAX
just-
was all 3D.
No, what do you mean? IMAX is just that big screen. I know it's been so long since you've been to an IMAX movie.
I saw the last Star Wars prequel on IMAX. believe it or
Really?
not. Yeah, when Darth Vader goes, no,
No, you saw that on IMAX.
I saw it in IMAX.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I remember looking over at my friend and both of us were like rolling our eyes simultaneously, like, what the fuck are we watching?
I'm going to be real. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I didn't even know IMAX was still around.
That's so sad.
Isn't that sad? I thought like IMAX was like a bygone era. I thought that was done. I didn't even know people still went to the IMAX. I mean, everyone watches things on their phone now. It's like it's so funny. Technology went in the exact opposite direction. We went from like, oh, we want bigger and bigger screens to like, I want to watch it on like the tiniest screen.
Isn't this hilarious? I literally watched all of Game of Thrones on my iPhone.
That is not hilarious. That's sad.
I set up a
awful.
little like a phone holder that came out above me in bed so I could sit in bed and like watch it on my phone right in front of my face.
Oh, that's terrible.
I know. I felt terrible, but I did it
should.
anyway. I even watched a bunch of episodes when I went on walks and stuff.
Nice.
Yeah. Got to get your exercise while you're watching your Game of Thrones.
Of course. When I watch Game of Thrones, what I think of is time for the gains.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, J-Mac will tell you. You got to be lifting.
Yeah,
You need a good 8 seasons to build up those pectoral muscles.
There you go. Look, oh, you saw Dune in IMAX. That makes sense. That seems like a movie people would like. But yeah, I don't know. I honestly can't remember Oh my God, what was the last movie I saw in IMAX? I can't even remember. It's been over 10 years probably. I don't even know what the last thing I saw in IMAX was.
So it's IMAX or nothing on Monday for me. There's two shows. There's a 7
I'm not
p.m.
gonna
and
go watch an
9:45.
IMAX, so I mean you can do whatever you want. Well, I'll watch it later in the week when it comes
What
out
a
in normal
bitch.
theaters.
Lazy.
Yeah, I know.
This is for the channel, man.
I don't want to watch it in IMAX.
Why are you being so obstinate?
Just watch it in a normal movie theater at some point.
So, and then there's nothing on Tuesday, no showings on Wednesday, Thursday.
Oh, it's
Just
just
finally showings.
Monday IMAX?
Just
That's
Monday
it?
IMAX, yeah.
Oh, you know
then-
what? And there's literally only one showing near me. I bet you I can't even buy. I'm assuming there's no tickets even. If there's still tickets available then that's a bad sign for the movie, right?
But look, we can get the jump on all these people that are going to be talking about it if we go on Monday, because
Let's
it's like it's a Tuesday, Wednesday blackout. We'll have the goods. We'll know all about Civil War and nobody else will.
Wow.
It'll be like, look, that'll be
Yeah.
cool. We'll
Let's
be in
see.
front of everyone.
Let's see. Can I even buy tickets? I think there's actually a second IMAX I didn't even know near me. Look at this. That's how
Oh,
much I don't know
really?
about IMAX.
I'm going to read some super chats.
Wow, this is not even sold out. Can you believe this? Wow, there's still tons of seats. That's not good, right?
No, that's great. You can sit wherever you want.
That's not good for them. They'll have
Of
tons
course
of seats open for their exclusive IMAX experience.
You want to see it in an empty theater anyway, so.
That is true. That is
Moondoggy for $10 says Mad TV still best comedy skit show. Mad TV is pretty good.
I don't
But
ever remember
it's not
Mad
still
TV
on the
being
air,
that
right?
funny. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh yeah, Sitch is a little racist. I think he doesn't
What-
like all the black comedians.
The only sketch I remember from Mad TV, and it was not funny, was the Stewart, where that guy played the little kid. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah,
I was like, that's the only fucking
That
sketch
is
I remember
hilarious.
from Mad TV, and I never thought it was funny.
I looked up Mad
That was the kid's
TV
name,
and just-
right? It was Stewart.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I went to I just searched Mad TV and went to the images, and
It was Stewart, right?
All Stewart. Yeah.
Yes, I don't know. I don't even know any other fucking sketches from Mad TV off the top of my head except for Stewart.
What about Mrs. Swan? You look like a man.
Oh, that's right. Oh my
You
god.
look like a man.
Miss Swan was okay. I mean, it's like incredibly racist by today's standard.
Of course. Yeah.
So that makes it kind of extra funny.
Oh my god. I got to bring up a picture of Stewart.
Yes.
It's just funny to look at.
He would talk.
If you guys never seen this, it's like it's this guy playing this child, and
He would talk like this. And the whole joke was that it was an adult playing a child. He's like, no, I don't want it.
it's I don't know. It's just not.
It
that
caught
funny.
on though, man. People love that shit.
They did. That was
that
like,
was, they laid into the memes with that one.
that was like I don't even. So you had Stewart, you had Miss Swan. What was the other Mad TV sketches?
Those are the only ones that have come up. Well, no. I guess there's a couple more, but I don't necessarily know who they are. Is Mad TV is not still on the air, right?
No,
it can't be.
no.
That's just impossible.
When I was a young lad, I remember I literally had a subscription to Mad Magazine.
Oh yeah, so did I.
Um,
Mad Magazine was the shit, of course.
Oh, and they literally would have Spy versus Spy like cartoons in Mad TV. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, it's funny. I typed in like Mad TV sketches, and someone asked, "Who all remembers Mad TV? What's your favorite sketch?" And the only two answers are Stewart and Miss Swan.
Of course. Yeah. No.
Those are the
That's
only
how-
answers.
That's how history works. Everything is boiled down to the memes.
I don't remember anything else at all.
Oh.
Oh, that's right. You go, look what I can do, and then you do something stupid and not
Yeah, of
like, that
course.
impressive. Yeah.
Incredibly unimpressive. Let's see if Big Joel has tweeted about us yet.
Spencer Harmon for 20. No, he's probably not gonna watch this respond. Spencer Harmon for $20. Thank you so much. Says, don't forget to like the stream. Missed you. Thank you so much, Spencer.
Yeah, thanks.
Go. JMac, our circuit file for $20 says, also, if you guys ever want the Office US breakdown, I was obsessed with it with college and have watched it ceremoniously every year or so. I'm practically an expert. Wow, look at that.
We got to call JMac in for the Office.
There's
trilogy.
there's those shows. I guess that's your show, JMac. There's the show that like you'll watch every couple years just because you're like, I haven't watched this show in like a year or two. I gotta watch the whole show again, right?
Right.
You know those shows.
Yeah. Parks and Rec.
That's Parks and Rec for you?
Well,
For
I mean, I've
me-
only watched it once.
For
I don't
me,
think I've
oh,
watched
okay.
anything.
Wow,
more
for
than
me, that's
once.
probably like Community, or The Good Place. When I started watching it, I've watched it a
Oh,
lot.
wow. My wife
this-
has watched, I think, all The Good Place. So she really
It
likes
has
that.
problems, but I do like it. I do like it.
She was a big Veronica Mars fan, and it
Mm.
has Veronica Mars in it. The Good Place does, right?
I've never seen Veronica. I know what the show is. I've never seen it in my entire life.
Yes.
Oh, the main character, Shellstrop, is Veronica Mars.
Yes. Yeah.
It's funny. There's another show that I used to watch all the time, and I don't remember what it was. But I know
Oh.
I'm missing. I know I'm missing
Must have
something
been
key
popular.
here that's gonna it's gonna hit me in an hour. I'm like, how did I forget? I used to watch this show like every year, and it's just gone. I mean, there are times where I'll watch like all of Star Trek again. I guess that's on the list too. But But
I've
usually these are
seen
like the things
Star
I'll just
Trek.
have in the background when I'm like doing something else.
I've seen Star Trek, the original, and Star Trek: The Next Generation. Yes.
Okay. But there's nothing that you just like, oh, I need to watch this show like every 1 or 2 years. You don't have anything like that.
Watching a show is a huge commitment. Yeah.
So no, is the answer to that
No.
question. Okay. But
I guess I've watched.
those shows that I would watch like every 1 or 2 years, I don't watch it just and do not. I like watch it while I'm doing other things, like it's just in the background.
I've watched What We Do in the Shadows because my wife likes that show and she likes to watch it with me.
Okay.
So
I've never actually finished Arrested Development. I think I've watched up to. I didn't like the new season when it came back, but I actually don't think I watched the previous before the news. I always just fall off on Arrested. I like Arrested Development; it's hilarious, but I've never actually finished it. I always fall off.
yeah, shows are tough. Big commitment.
JMac, our surrogate fought for $50. Thank you so much. Says a way to do that joke is to have the main character point all that out before it's explored. Matt Walsh proclaims, "Well, my work here is done," and then gets into a "what is a woman" car and speeds off, crashing into a trash can or something on his way out.
Well, that would be better. Yeah, definitely.
That would be better because it would be shocking and kind of silly, and you wouldn't have to think about the logic of it, as opposed to having him in like, wasn't he in a car with Candace Owens?
Yeah, he is totally.
Yeah, it's him and Candace Owens in a car at the end. It's so awkward and weird. That's very strange.
They needed to hint at it too, like so you could figure it out. But there's not really any hints, or is it secretly Matt Walsh? Like you do the close up on something he's hiding in his pocket, or you're like, "What's that?"
Okay.
Yeah.
Brian for $20 says, I think Norm Macdonald was moderately right. Plus, Adam Sandler is considered a Republican, as well as Rob Schneider, Kevin James, Nick DiPaolo, Adam Carolla, Jeff Dunham, Larry the Cable Guy, Jeff Foxworthy, and Ron White are right wing. Well, there you go.
Yeah, I think like Larry the Cable Guy. But a lot of these actors, like it's hard for me to imagine Adam Sandler wasn't totally on the left when he was young, and just people tend to get more conservative as they age. They gain more life experience and they realize people are garbage.
Well, that's right. Jeff Dunham. I remember
not everyone, but
Jeff Dunham is conservative. That's the puppet guy.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He has the skeleton, the terrorist,
but
who's like already killed himself.
Even him and the Larry the Cable Guy, like their comedy isn't about making fun of like liberals or anything like that. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. JMac for $20. Is that what we're up to?
I think I read that one.
Oh. Oh yeah, you did.
Okay.
Spencer Harmon. Oh, do we? Spencer Harmon for $20. Don't forget to like the stream. Missed you. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Heart for that. Leave a like on the stream. We're up to 415 likes, which we got 1,000 people left watching us.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're like 7 hours in. We still have 1,000 people watching.
Good on you.
And none of you can like the stream. I mean, I don't want to beg or anything, but look, if you like the stream, next time Big Joel wears that sweater, it is going to spontaneously combust.
If you like the stream, it will come by. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm saying if you don't like the stream, it means you're supporting, the abduction of women.
Right, of course. Yeah, that's obviously the corollary. I didn't want to say it because it's a little discomforting to know so many of you are actually supporting that kind of degenerate behavior. But look, each like is 1 degree hotter in the flames of that sweater.
Oh my
so
God, that's terrible.
look, Fahrenheit 451 is my favorite, but let's see if we can get it to like 700.
I don't think
what temperature does skin melt, Sitch?
There you go. I don't think Daniel Tosh is conservative. I always kind of viewed him as apolitical.
That's the best comedians.
I think Daniel Tosh is hilarious though. His rape jokes were pretty funny. That would get him massively canceled. I think he did get in a little bit of trouble. I think it was like a lot of the woke stuff where he made the joke about like replacing his sister's mace with silly string. And
Oh
so she
yeah.
gets raped.
Yeah, I remember that. The punchline is she got raped. Yeah.
Yeah, but then
A
she's
lot of
like,
people got
"Oh,
mad
you
about
got
that.
me good." Like she's not mad about it. Like, and then there's a woman in the audience who's like, "That's not funny." And then Tasha's like, "How funny would it be if you just got raped right now?"
That's the wrong
Oh God,
response.
it was pretty good. It was pretty good. Moondoggy for $10 says at Mad TV still the best comedy skit show. You read that one.
I got you.
Yeah, amazing. Ooh, Okala for thank you so much for joining. I don't know if it's a 0 or an O. I think it's a 0 Okala for joining the Free Will Seekers. Thank you.
I think it's O0 Killa.
Probably.
Always difficult.
Mason Jordan, thanks so much for the $2. Says the boys came back.
Uh-oh. We lost Sitch.
What?
Testing 1, 2.
Can you hear me?
Sitch. Earth to Sitch.
I can hear you.
Okay.
That's weird.
Reread Mason Jordan.
Mason Jordan for $2 says the boys came back to do a birthday stream for me. That's right, Mason. Just for you.
Birthday, Mason Jordan.
Happy birthday, Mason.
Yeah.
Miss Sparkles for 8 months says, hello, gentlemen. I come as always with the jokes. I like Ouija boards. It's the only game I can still play with grandma. Oh, got him.
That one hits. That one
you go.
definitely hits. Yeah.
There you go. S class is best class. Thank you, Miss. And also true.
Yes.
Cyborg, thank you so much. Cyborg hits 24 months. The golden pyramid. Look at that.
Look,
Bam.
My 24 months yet?
There you go.
Hey. Oh, no.
Cyborg says, happy 2 years,
Yeah.
broskies. Big Joel is objectively bad, but that's just my opinion. I mean, it is also a fact, but there you go.
Yeah. But thanks,
Thank
Cyborg,
you.
for being such a loyal member. That's awesome.
Mike Hassan for $5 says, Joel just cut Ricky short. I've seen the clips. The joke actually was, quote, what masculine about trans women? His penis. And then he says, her penis is the reply. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it's very funny. It's a very funny bit. And he cut it because it's funny and it destroys kind of his whole narrative that all the conservatives are not funny.
Yeah.
Or the jokes against the left, because I don't really think Ricky Gervais is conservative.
Joel likes to gaslight his audience. That's his ultimate goal in life.
True.
To make money gaslighting people.
True.
What is our goal?
To make money ungaslighting people.
To make money having fun.
There you go.
Yeah. Come on.
Cyborg for $5 says, if a joke is actually offensive, you don't have to say it. It will be known. Saying a joke is offensive is dumb. That's true.
Yeah. Look at this. Grundle Vat, 50 gifted memberships.
Thank you so much. I think I said that earlier, but in case I forgot. Gervais, thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Yep.
Zombie Squad for 20 months. Thank you so much. Says funny jokes are funny. Also true.
Yeah. Love it. That's
Katie for 4 months.
Commentary.
Says crunchy or creamy peanut butter.
Ooh, that's a tough one.
I think we've answered this, and I think me and Adam are at odds. I think this will spark the Civil War because I am 100% on the side of creamy peanut butter.
Really? Yeah. No, I'm more towards crunchy peanut butter. But look, I like good creamy peanut butter too. I don't like to play favorites here.
I really can't stand crunchy peanut butter.
I
have
peanut
no
butter.
clue why.
Peanut butter is my jam, so I do.
Okay.
I love peanut butter ice cream.
No. Peanut butter is what you put the jam
cookies.
on, Adam. It's not your jam.
That's the thing. That's the one thing that I don't really like is PB&J. I just like peanut butter.
Okay. You're
Reese's
like a
peanut butter
purist.
cups. So good.
Okay, you're
Yeah.
a purist. Yeah.
Do you have a favorite candy bar, Sitch?
So I don't really eat candy now, but when I did, my favorite candy back in the day was actually you could literally only get it at the movie theater. You know how like the movie theater has like candy that you can't get anywhere else for like no reason?
No, I don't know that, but
Okay, well they did. And you can get they had like I think that eventually it wasn't just Bunch of Crunch because you can get Bunch of Crunch everywhere. They had like some kind of special form of Bunch of Crunch. Maybe you could only get the movie. You know what Bunch of Crunch is?
Bunch of Crunch.
You know what a Crunch bar is, right?
Of course.
So Bunch of Crunch was they took the elements of a Crunch bar instead of making a bar, it was like just like little like balls of Bunch of Crunch.
So it's basically like Rice Krispies inside chocolate, right?
Yeah, it was like a Crunch Bar, but instead of in the bar format, it was like these like little like bulbs of the bunch of Crunch, the Crunch Bar. Yeah,
Oh my God.
it was good.
Well, it looks delicious.
Yeah, I used to always get that, and you could only get it at the movie theater for some reason. It wasn't around anywhere else for some reason.
Oh,
That was pretty tasty.
nice.
What about you?
Well, I think maybe Reese's Peanut Butter Cup.
Mm,
I think that might be my
okay.
favorite. Yeah.
I like peanut butter and I like chocolate. I'm not a huge peanut butter and chocolate mix guy. I mean, I'll eat it, but it's not like my favorite.
Bunch of crunches.
There you go. Stug for 24 months. Thanks so much, Stug, for making it to 2 full years. Look at that. 2 years.
Yeah.
Stug says for 2 years. He says crunchy or creamy mayonnaise. That's the real question.
I laughed at that a second ago when I read it for the first time because I was like, oh my.
There you go. That's the real question. See,
Creamy. I think everyone's going to say creamy.
Stug is teaching you there's some comedy, right?
Oh, of course.
There's a little nice comedy bit from Stug.
Katie set up the pattern here.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So you're expecting, something delicious. And then he ruined the pattern. It's a surprise. Ah, right. Crunchy mayonnaise.
Yeah. Crunchy or creamy milk, Adam. Which one do you want?
Ugh. Creamy.
Malik for $5 says Mattel's board is actually 50-50 men and women. Yeah, I know. And as part of what was like dishonest about the movies, they changed it for the movie to make them all men, even though it's not the way it is in real life.
Of course.
Brian for $5 says creamy peanut butter is for old people with bad teeth. Crunchy peanut butter is the absolute winner and why A Team will forever reign supreme.
True. Oh, you're amazing. Here, I gotta heart that.
Okay. I just don't like, I don't know. I don't like the consist. I like crunchy things. I always put potato chips in my sandwiches. I just don't like crunchy peanut butter for some reason. That's the super trick. If you guys don't do that, you gotta put the potato chips in the sandwich.
Yeah.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says Jim is lazy and doesn't want to move up. There you go.
Oh, yes.
The Jack of some trades for 1 whole year. Thanks so much. Says Big Joel has a voice that makes me think he would be a Dwight Schrute character if he ever worked at an actual job at some point. S-Class is
A Team.
There you go. Dwight is like the weird guy in the office, right? The guy with the glasses who's kind of like the suck up to the boss that everyone kind of hates.
Maybe.
Yes. Mr. I watched the show, doesn't know him. Okay. Slow G and Stu for $5 says, we found your channel by looking up live comedy shows. It's nice to finally see you guys discussing comedy. There you go. Look at that.
Really?
That is funny that you found it by looking up live comedy show. There you go.
That's awesome.
We finally delivered. It only took a few years, but we finally got there. Okay.
I love comedy.
Who's for the
Doberman? Comedy short. I wrote a comedy short that I want to do like an animated comedy short this year. I got to finish the comic book first, but it's pretty funny.
Mm-hmm.
And it revolves around forgiveness. Forgiveness.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you imagine working alongside Big Joel? That sounds like an awful experience.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God. I'd be worried he'd constantly try to hypnol my drink.
Yeah, look, he's got sex pest written all over his sweater.
I know. For the Doberman for 5 Canadian says, why ID Big Joel such a little bitch? Seems counterintuitive. A Team reigns supreme.
Hell yes.
Or you're saying, why is his name Big Joel if he's such a little bitch? I got it. That's a good question. Maybe it's ironic name.
I think he should change it to Big Twat. What do you think, Sitch?
I thought you were gonna say big bitch, but you went full on the twang word. Okay?
Look, that gotta surprise you. You gotta look.
Did.
There's different levels here.
You got the surprise. That was a surprise. Didn't think you're gonna go in that direction. It's okay. The stream won't be monetized. Metal face, bro.
What? Twat. This
pretty sure
this stream
twat
is
gets
going
you
to be
demonetized. Yeah.
twat. This
Yes.
stream is going to be monetized.
Okay. Metal Face Rose for $5 says Derek's quote some black guy recently said that CRT and DI are good. He also said previously he likes FT signifiers videos. Really? I thought he used to be like anti-SJW. I haven't been following him. I didn't know what's going on with
Oh,
him.
really? Okay,
That is
interesting. Yeah,
pretty sad if he
because he was back in. Well, I mean, didn't Jeff Holiday go in that direction too?
Yeah, but I knew that. That was a long time ago.
Well, look, it's not. A lot of them go. A lot of them have done
Okay.
that. Oh, Chris Reagan went in that direction too. Look at this.
Well, there you go. Metal Face Rose. Oh, maybe they said this on their podcast for $5. Says Chris Reagan also said DI is good because Elaine was added to Seinfeld because execs thought the show needed a woman. Well, there you go. Listen, DI proven good because they added Elaine. Actually, you know what this proves that they don't understand at all what DI is, even remotely. Despite the fact, I'm assuming that they're talking about it because there's been a very public conversation that is interesting between Christopher Rufo and Mark Cuban on Twitter. Have you seen any of this?
No.
They've been arguing on Twitter back and forth publicly.
Elon Musk?
No, Mark Cuban and Christopher Rufo.
Oh, okay, I thought you said Elon Musk, but
No.
yes, Mark. Okay.
Have been arguing publicly about DEI. Mark Cuban keeps kind of saying that it doesn't mean equity and that Christopher Rufo is kind of like wrong about it, blah, 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 blah. And Christopher Rufo keeps like annihilating him, showing him examples of people meaning equity, meaning equal equality of outcome as opposed to equality of opportunity.
Right, yeah.
And Mark Cuban keeps saying, no, they mean equality of opportunity. And Christopher Rufo keeps saying, here's example after example of people running DI programs that mean equality of outcome. Very clearly saying it.
Just because Mark Cuban doesn't mean that, doesn't mean all the people around him.
Well, that's what he thinks.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's a very interesting conversation, but it's funny that Chris and I guess some black guys, other people, I'm assuming that they were talking about it, if they were talking about it recently, in context of that conversation, and they don't even understand that the argument was about equality of opportunity versus equality of outcome. So
Right. When we talked to Carl, a lot of people gave us a hard time because
That's
I
true.
mean, you said that distinction, but you just didn't say it like over
I didn't
and over
use
and over
the
and over
correct
again.
language, yes. Which, I should have. Jack of Spades for 24 months. Thank you so much. Jack of Spades getting the golden pyramid.
Yes.
Says, you two disappear for a week the day I hit 2 years. I see how it is. Anyway, here's the 2 more. Better get working on that 48-month badge. There you go.
I don't think they give you one. I think
It's
this
not an
is
option
it.
to make one, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
of
would do
course
a
there
nice
is,
one.
wink, wink. It's going to be amazing. If you can make it for 48 months, you won't even believe how amazing that badge is going to look, okay? It's going to be 3D and holographic, and it's going to change your life.
Oh, yeah. Rainbows come out of the eye.
There you go. Melface Rose for $2 says, remember when Hassan said Content Cop was leftist?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Hi.
I don't.
I thought
That's
that
funny.
was Olay that said that.
Olay, I'm convinced, thought that iDubbbz is Chris Reagan.
Yeah.
Or not Olay, I'm sorry. That was Francesca Ramsey.
Well, she did a video with Olay.
Olay didn't do
It
a
was
video
both of
with.
them. Oh, you're right.
No,
Yeah.
Olay's the one who she interviewed iDubbbz. That's right. We watched
Yeah.
that. Yeah, she
We
interviewed
did,
iDubbbz.
yeah.
And it was weird because she interviewed him and she's like, I'm not familiar with your content at all. I was like, well, why are you interviewing him then?
She wanted him to give money to black people as reparations.
That's right, because this was
for
when
Content Cop.
That's right, because this was when I know why in my mind I was confusing with the because in that is when they talk about the Francesca Ramsey thing. Because Francesca Ramsey keeps attacking iDubbbz, I think, because she thinks that iDubbbz is Chris Reagan, and they talked about
I
it.
agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, simple mix-up.
I mean, listen, you look at iDubbbz and Chris Reagan, they're both vaguely white.
Well, it's
right?
ironic that like a black woman is saying, oh, look, all these white people, they look the same.
She swears that she doesn't confuse them, and that iDubbbz did do some transgression that she doesn't like, even though no one knows what the fuck she's talking about. and no one has ever been able to produce whatever this thing is.
Yeah, but who was it in the airport? What fans were they?
Oh, that's right. It was some fan, some iDubbbz fan called her the NF-er.
Uh-huh.
And then supposedly it was because of iDubbbz. But how would you know that? Someone came up to her, called her an NF, and then said iDubbbz sent me, and then ran away. Like, what was the scenario? And that's the thing, she doesn't explain the scenario, so that makes it even more suspect. Nomad for $2 says, but Big Joel, these jokes aren't for you. There you go.
I did see him call out Freedom Tunes in the video. He did a little screen flash of Freedom
Why
Tunes.
didn't he's talking about conservative comedy. It is weird to me. Why did he not bring up Freedom Tunes?
Because Seamus is hilarious.
That's the answer, because it's actually funny and he couldn't. Yeah.
Of course.
Yep. Jonathan Rosler for 19 months says, so Nostalgia Critic mocks an edgy teen movie and that's like dismissing war. LOL. Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's a proper response. That's better commentary than Big Twat's whole video. Well, okay.
There you go. Cole Hammer for $12. Thanks so much. Says, what are your thoughts on RFK's VP picks? And also, what are the chances of RFK making the debate stage?
0.
So I don't even know.
Chance.
I don't know this person that he chose for VP. Nicole Shamanamana. I don't know anything about this lady. So I have no opinion on her whatsoever.
Supposedly, Elon Musk had an affair with her behind the Google guy's back. Yeah.
Wait, what? She was married to some Google guy?
She's married to Larry Page or Sergey Brin. I don't know which one. I mean, we could look it up.
Sergey Brin is
right
the
in front of us.
answer.
Okay. So she's married to Sergey Brin. Yes, but they were both good friends with Elon Musk, and supposedly the reason Elon Musk is no longer friends with Sergey Brin is because when they got separated, Elon Musk went in there for the baby insemination.
Wait. I'm sorry. What?
Look, I don't know that he was trying to make a baby, he supposedly had sex with her. So
okay. Well, what is this, like just a rumor?
Don't you love that I have all the drama?
Yeah, but
it's just a rumor. Come on, I don't know if it's true or not. I don't hang out with Elon Musk.
Was it ever confirmed by anyone that they actually?
I don't ask her. I mean, she's the VP. No. Ask her.
Right.
Oh, and by the way, first of all, I love your universal healthcare policy. But tell me, did you fuck Elon Musk?
America wants to know the real question. Okay. Did you cheat on your husband with Elon Musk?
The rumor is this
Elon
is
Musk's
why
kind of
they're
a weird
not.
looking guy. So, and you're already married to a rich guy. So what were you thinking?
The rumor is, look, if you're going to get a genius baby, I mean, women got to be thinking that, right?
Yeah, but you assume the Google guy's got to be pretty smart, right? Some big Google guy.
Well, I mean, maybe she wants, a diversity of genius babies.
Oh, okay. Okay. It's like she's going for it's like she wants beta bucks and beta fucks, but just different beta.
Oh my God. Thank you, Tolo Ramasi.
Whatever.
Rolo Tomasi.
It's too late. Yeah.
I know it is, but it's amazing.
There you go.
Look, we're almost to 12 hours, man. I put the 12 hour stream or bust. That's been up all night. So
Is Wormy making shadows in the lamp? Is that what's going on?
Is he?
I don't know.
I mean, he jumped in my lap.
That's pretty funny. It's good. Okay. What are his chances of making the debate stage? How many? First of all,
0.
I'm not even confident there's going to be a debate.
I saw a video it was today or yesterday where they were talking about Trump's VP picks. And you know who the first one was on the list?
That guy that you always say it should be?
Tim Scott.
Yeah,
I was like, holy shit, really? Look, I kind of think Trump should pick a woman. I think that's a smart move, but
okay.
Maybe Tim Scott is like brown nosed enough that he's like number one now.
Whoa, don't be racist.
That's not why his nose. But anyway.
Is it racist for me to accuse you of being racist for saying that? I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah. It might
I
be.
don't think I think there's a very low chance RFK is going to get into, if there even is a presidential debate, which I'm skeptical that there even be one, but we'll see. Um, then I think there's very little chance RFK will be in it completely.
Here's the ironic
Actually,
thing
wait,
too.
no, wait a minute. I'm totally wrong. I changed my entire opinion. If they do have a debate, okay, maybe Biden would want RFK in the debate because having a third person means that Biden has to talk less. Because there's like a whole nother party there that could like, well, I don't know, it's like a risk. Because on one hand, you have a third party there that they absorb talk time, but the other hand, if he says things that people like, that obviously hurts Joe Biden. So I don't know. It's a risk.
It is a total risk, and it's a risk that they're not going to take. The RFK, from some of the polling I've looked at, RFK is taking from Donald Trump and from Joe Biden in equal portions. So supposedly it's going to be a wash if RFK is in. They're not even really going to accuse him.
Really?
Yeah. Yes. Because
no, they're gonna whoever
kind
loses
of a
is gonna
wild
accuse
card.
RFK. It doesn't matter.
No, they're going to accuse the other side.
Okay.
Trump is going to accuse Biden of cheating,
Mm-hmm.
and Biden is going to accuse Trump of cheating.
True.
You really think they're going to accuse RFK?
Well, they will accuse him of cheating, but they'll also blame RFK.
Well, if they blame RFK, then they have to acknowledge that they lost fair and square.
Well, I guess you're right. Maybe they'll do both.
Come on.
Do both. Fondue for $5 says, Sitch, how many years are we going to spend asking the same question of Joel being dumb or dishonest? It's true. It just like it always comes back. And I think I've just firmly landed on dishonest.
Dishonest
Joel,
it is. Yeah.
Red Toa for $10. Thank you so much. As I listened to your guys' conversation with no BS from episode 56. Wow.
Holy cow. That's some
classic.
deep lore there.
Oh my God. Yeah. For the first time. Oh, you listened to it for the first time. Wow. It was so excruciating. No BS was a terrible combo of stupidity and uncharitability. I felt so bad for you guys. Well, thank you. We did get some good lines out of that. That was the debate. Was it debates are gay?
Yeah.
Didn't he say that in that conversation?
Yeah.
There was the debates are gay. There was
he asked if you were
am I white
Jewish
or
or white? Yeah.
Yeah. Am I
Which
white or
are you?
Jewish first? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good
Sitch has always claimed to be white first. So
True.
Just so you guys know.
True. Yeah.
BS should have known that.
He should have.
I don't think he's not making content anymore. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't even know what happened to him.
It's kind of sad. Look, we need content creators. Okay. I mean, maybe.
I mean, I guess it's sad. Otherwise, we could do a Sunday show on him if he was.
I want to be making content till the day I die. I love doing this stuff. It's amazing. Yeah. I got some other stuff that I've got in the works that just it's fun. I dig it.
True. Let's talk about prepping for $5. Thanks so much. Says I was an hour behind regarding Joel thinks comedy enforces societal norms. It's pretty clear he went to a stand-up and got roasted hard, so he hates stand-up.
That might be it.
That could be.
He is one of those people that it's just he doesn't get it. I mean, he may have no sense of humor at all.
I mean, didn't you see his gay Mickey sketch? It was hilarious.
Yeah, that was. I rest my case right there. I'm gay. Come on.
Equal Shit Ox for $10 and 5 gifted memberships. Thanks so much, Equal Shit Ox. Says Doug and the rest of Channel Awesome are best enjoyed through the lens of Oni plays riffing on them. I chalk Channel Awesome's success to early YouTube and people still figuring out the medium. The writing is not good. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. That does make sense to me. So
I agree, yeah.
A Corona Kid for 17 months, thanks so much. Says, Smiling Friends Season 2 is off to a great start. Such a precious new IP bringing the best of Newgrounds to the general population. Can't forget, F-Class is the best class. Yeah, I've never actually seen Smiling Friends. I should give it a shot. So I always see the little characters. And I did used to go on Newgrounds all the time back in the day, so.
Oh,
Metal
yeah.
Face Rose for $2 says much the Channel Awesome document was debunked. Well, there you go.
This was the document against Channel Awesome.
Yeah,
right?
saying that they
Yeah.
did. I don't even remember what some kind of accusations.
Some cancel culture shit.
Yeah, right.
We are both rabidly against cancel culture, obviously.
The only thing I know about Channel Awesome before watching the stuff for this video was that Lindsay Ellis used to be on it and she got hit in the face with a bunch of hot dogs and regretted it or something.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Became the meme.
Became a meme and she regretted it. I only know that because I think I used that meme in one of my videos back when I made videos.
Yeah.
Let's see. Godlike Snake, thank you so much for $10 in the 20th ever super chat. Thank you. Says not only is it lost on Joel, it's lost on Roger himself, Roger Waters, a guy who supports China taking over Taiwan. Same thing the highly regarded people in Rage Against the Machine. True. That is wild.
It's so weird. It is. What the heck?
Like
I used
Roger,
to
how
love
does
Roger Waters.
the guy who did the wall is in favor of China taking over Taiwan, Roger? What the fuck are you doing?
Roger Waters is like an amazing artist, but it's totally the artist stereotype that you're just like politically insane.
Right.
Yeah.
You're the worst, Britta.
Yep.
Radically Milquetoast for 5 months says, how do you guys like Dev's woke definition? Wokeism is the ethics and procession. I'm sorry. Wokeism is the ethics and processes of socialism expanded beyond class struggle as defined by intersectionality. So I thought he had another definition that I think I heard him say that was a little bit better than that. I think that definition is a good one. It's completely correct. My problem with it is I want a definition of woke, and the reason my definition of woke is always waking up to the fact that liberalism doesn't work and that you have to go further. Society needs to go further to the left, specifically in the realms of socialism in order to solve societal problems. The reason I use that as a definition is because I'm trying to make the definition make sense to someone who's uninitiated with like the conversation, right?
Yeah, he's making it too complicated.
His is completely correct and accurate, but I don't think the average person would accept it or know it. I think if I told that person it, they might not like it or agree with it because they don't understand it has something to do with socialism, but it would plant the seed in their mind because they would understand what I'm saying. So.
Right.
But he had a different definition I thought was better than that one. Which I think he put on Twitter or in a video recently. Anyway.
Right. I mean, wokeism is wokeism is Marxism, but substituting race for class. I think is basically his definition, but just simpler, right?
Sure. That's like, kind of what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So everyone understands Marxism is about eliminating class, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I guess, well, no, I guess you got to put the class struggle in.
It's about class struggle. It's not really about eliminating class. But...
Right. Well, ultimately, Marxism is supposed to end in eliminating the class struggle through squashing the hierarchy and whatever.
Right.
But
well, that the irony is that CRT doesn't remove that element of Marxism. There is no belief of the end goal of eventually eliminating the race struggle. It's the opposite. It's saying that the race struggle will never end, and therefore you have to unify along racial lines forever.
Right. Or Marxism wanted to use class struggle to bring about utopia.
Right.
Wokeism wants to use race struggle to bring about utopia.
I don't think they have the utopian element to it. It's more just like taking the processes of conflict theory and the belief structures of how society is oriented and replacing all that classism with racism.
But there is like a revolutionary element to
100%,
it. Yeah.
But they don't believe it in the utopian aspect of it the way that like Marxism has.
They don't believe the revolution is going to end in
a utopia. No.
Right. They just think it's going to end in down
black separatism or something. I don't know what they think.
Okay.
But that's, I mean, the CRT is, what's his name? Derek Bell is very, very pessimistic about the future, and that's
Oh, yeah.
very apparent in CRT. So, Cyborg for $5 says, Team America, it was about how actors inflate their importance and think they influence the world and can, quote, change the world. That was definitely part of it.
Yeah, big part of it. Just great. Yeah.
Cyborg for $5 says, Matt Stone and Trey Parker are self-described libertarians.
Oh, that's awful.
Have
Don't
they
tell
ever
me that.
actually explicitly said that?
Who knows?
I don't know.
They must have. I'm sure. Yeah, self-described means they've said it.
Yeah, but I mean, I've never heard them say it. I'm
Okay.
calling it to question whether I know people
How
have
dare
assigned
you?
that
Look,
to them.
Cyborg, I believe you. Okay.
I don't know if they ever explicitly said that. So
Sitch
I
is
wouldn't
like,
be, listen, I wouldn't be surprised
Sitch
if
is
they
a
are
tough
libertarian.
customer here.
But okay.
You send me a $5 super chat. I believe it. I believe what you say. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Sitch here. He's the snooty one. He only believes $20 super chat.
There we go. Here's a Washington Post article.
Oh no, now he's just going to believe the free internet. This is terrible.
Matt Stone, famous 2005 soundbite said, I hate conservatives, but I really hate liberals.
What?
This was in reference to remember the episode Douche versus a Turd Sandwich. According to the Washington Post, Parker and Stone, who declined an interview request with the Washington Post, self-identify as libertarian. So I don't know, the Washington Post says
Look
that
at
they
that.
self-identify. It's not a quote though. It's weird. So there you go.
I'm sure they asked him for a comment. I mean, it is the Washington Post, right?
That's true.
They always ask him for a comment 5 minutes before they publish.
Oh my God. Okay. As bad as the Washington Post is now, they were so much worse when Trump was president. Wasn't this fucking insane? This was literally in a fucking Washington Post article by some piece of shit. Okay, listen to this. Parker and Stone, who declined an interview request, the Washington Post self-identifies libertarian. This is from 2018. A school of thought that advocates less interference from government. First of all, who doesn't know what the fuck libertarian is? But okay. A concept that can cut across party lines. And those on both sides of the aisle have embraced the cartoon as a champion of their respective politics. Somehow it has become a Rorschach test for one's worldview. To wit, the duo has received an award from the loudly leftist organization People for the American Way, but their show is also a favorite of the right-wing Reddit forum, The Donald, and South Park has also been blamed for the rise of the alt-right and its accompanying white supremacists.
No way. For real?
Brah. Come on, are you fucking for real?
South Park, the alt-right is South Park is responsible for the alt-right now?
Why would you even include that in your article?
Okay, that doesn't seem true now.
That's pretty bad. Why would you even include that?
To smear them,
I
to
guess,
be a
yeah,
catty
crazy.
schoolgirl and destroy their reputation.
Yep.
That's why. Since that's the game, you don't know how to play. I thought
do.
that's what we were doing with this.
I get it.
thing.
Listen, when I said why would you even do that, it was a rhetorical question. I understand.
Okay,
I know the answer.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Right. Fahrenheit 451. Look at that. 451 likes. You guys stopped.
Thank you.
Thought we were going to 700.
Stuck for $10 says because leftists have basically internalized Ferrerin, not the elf girl, thought everything must be about revolution and or change or challenge the status quo. So if you're attacking the left, you fail. That's true.
Mm-hmm. The left is the status quo. Wake up, people.
They kind of are now, which is kind of
funny,
but
we're here to challenge the status quo. The left.
There you go.
Yeah.
Len Armstrong, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
Hell yeah. Welcome, Len.
Largest P for 14 months. Thank you.
Is it a robot P? That's what we want to know.
Says, I hate America policing because Iraq, but we have to give billions to Ukraine and make Israel stop injustices because silence is violence. There you go.
Yeah, I don't know how to respond to that, to be honest with you.
I'm assuming he's
Thank
saying
you.
that that's Big Joel's position. He doesn't America being involved with Iraq, but he's assuming that he was, which I'm assuming he does too. He
Oh
supports
yeah,
giving money to
that's it.
Ukraine,
Yeah,
right?
of course.
And also making Israel stop. So.
Yeah.
Saul for $5 says, do you think the bugs shot the asteroid or was it a random asteroid they blamed on the bugs?
I don't know.
In Starship Trooper. I
Yeah.
haven't seen that movie in so long. I like literally don't remember anything about it. Like I should have rewatched it when all the discourse about Starship Troopers was going on. But I remember all I remember is like the gore and like people getting their
Does
brains sucked out and like cut in pieces and stuff. I don't remember any of the politics, honestly.
did the bugs have any kind of technology though? I mean, how did they shoot the asteroid?
Well, I think in the book, don't they like ride on the asteroids or use them or something?
I don't remember that. And I read the book.
I read a section of the book in middle school, but I haven't read the whole book.
I read the whole book.
Did
Had a
you
terrible
really?
ending.
I don't
Yeah.
believe you.
Had a terrible ending.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like they're setting up big time that he's gonna fight with his dad in the military. Like
Right.
he's gonna go into the military, and his dad is so against it. He's like, losers go in the military, right? We're business people. But then I guess his dad's business falls apart, so his dad is forced to go into the military.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a super interesting story, right? Like
Right.
your dad doesn't want you to go in the military, but you want to go in the military. It's a conflict with your dad. Then your dad falls on hard times and he actually has to go into the military. So now you're teaching your dad the ropes. That's like fascinating. They never do it. They never fight. They like,
Oh, okay.
it's like, what the fuck?
The only part I read in the book was the part where he talks about how he's sad that he didn't get to be in the dog program because he wanted to be a dog soldier.
Oh, yeah.
And he said he had to be a jump soldier, and it was sad that he had jump boots instead of doggo training
Right.
because he wanted a doggo friend.
Right. Yeah.
I did that thing in middle school where we had like, they had silent reading time
Mm-hmm.
in English. They're wasting everyone's time by having silent reading time in school. And I didn't have a book. And so the teacher's like, you need to come up and choose a book from the bookshelf. And I looked at all the books and I said, oh, look, it's Starship Troopers. That's a movie I've seen. And I picked it up and I sat down and I just randomly opened to like the middle of the book and started reading. And that was the part I read was about I'm like, this is really weird and not exciting.
The doggo training.
The doggo training part. I'm like, oh, this is boring. I'm going to stick with the movie where like someone's brains get sucked out of their skull.
Yeah, and then at the end, they're like, they establish that the bugs have these different. It's a lot like, what was that movie, The Edge of Tomorrow, where the bugs have like different phases, right?
Well, they had different like classes of bug warriors in Edge of
Yeah,
Tomorrow.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's an interesting dynamic. So you're learning something. It's very interesting. And they do reach, I guess they get in a battle and they almost reach the mind or whatever. Or maybe they do reach the mind. And you're thinking, wow, this is really getting interesting. I want to know I want to know everything about this bug species. How do they reproduce? Why are they trying to take over the universe? And then there's the B story of he's going to be fighting the bugs with his dad and there's going to be conflict there. And the fucking book ends. I'm like, what the fuck?
Wait, really?
Like, just as it's getting interesting, I'm like, that's it? Like, what? Did someone need a paycheck or something? You wrote like half a book, dude. Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah. Look, we might have to finish that book. Everyone talks about the Starship Troopers book, or I can't remember what it's called. Maybe it is Starship Troopers, but yeah, it sucks. Terrible ending.
It ends like right before like some dramatic fight or something.
Yeah, exactly. Like they're gonna go do something big, and you're like, "That's great. Let's go." Oh, it's over.
I hate that. One of my favorite series of all time, growing up, Everworld did the same thing. It ends right as like the climax gets going. You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
How did you do that? Like, let me have some resolution. I don't like this like this artsy fartsy author thing about like, oh, you don't need the resolution. The story wasn't about the big climactic thing that everyone wanted to be about.
Right.
It's about some kind of stupid personal drama that I cared about. It's like, no, fuck you.
It was about the tension between
Right.
the dad and the son. Yeah, resolve the fucking tension.
Yeah, what about the bugs though?
Right.
Whatever. I like Ender's
Yeah.
Game. I'll stick with Ender's Game. It's a very good book. Great book. The sequels are okay-ish. The first one's great. Let's see. Mike Hassange for $5 says, America, fuck yeah. Freedom isn't free. It costs $2 in this economy. There you go. That's pretty funny.
Yep.
There you go.
Inflation's getting bad out there.
You know, there was an interesting poll that I saw Joe Scarborough talking about it, but I haven't looked it up yet. I'm curious about it. It said, when they asked in this poll, most people would rate that they themselves were having good economic experience, but they perceive that overall everyone else is having a bad economic experience.
That's what I perceive.
Which is kind of fascinating, if that's the case. Yeah.
I feel like everyone's hurting but me.
Right.
Unfortunately. Yeah.
Right.
Inflation's getting bad. How about those interest rate cuts now? It's going to be pretty soon. It's going to be 0% interest rate cut in 2024. That's going to really screw up the election.
I mean, they're going to have to lower interest rates, right? There's no way they can keep them this high.
Yeah, look. I think what's playing out right now is kind of proving that the interest rates are causing the inflation.
Right, right.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, I got CDs. So you can still cash in your 5% interest rate CD.
Oh, yeah.
Lower the interest rate.
Yeah, bank accounts actually earning money. That's a weird thing, isn't it?
I know, right? That's making the debt too high, though. I'm just saying if you're awake. Stuck for $5 says, I think of the SpongeBob scene where the police keep showing the maniac drawing the Patrick, but it's Matt and Trey showing Joel to himself. That's pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Did Sitch ever read Ender Shadow? I did. I did read Ender Shadow, yes. I've read all of the Ender's Games books. I read all of the Ender Shadows book. There was a time period where I really was huge into the Ender universe. He eventually, Orson Scott Card wrote a prequel. It was like a prequel to the sequels, but it was a sequel to Ender's Game, and it was really bad. And it was lame and nothing happened. And that kind of put me off of the series. But I took a writing seminar class with Orson Scott Card. He was a very smart, funny, and interesting guy. It's unfortunate that he kind of became like wildly, weirdly, politically crazy when Obama became president. And he thought like Obama was going to become like the authoritarian Hitler and like usher in the brown shirts. I was like, what the fuck? Orson Scott Card, what are you talking about? It was also funny when I found...
That's definitely going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. A little late for that. It was also funny because I didn't know that he was Mormon until I ended up taking that writing class with him because he was at a Mormon college. And he was Mormon. And I didn't really know anything about Mormonism until years later. And when I did understand about like the whole theory of Mormonism where when you're good, you get your own planet. Like if you're like a really good Mormon, you get to be like ruler of your own planet. And I'm like, oh, is that why all the different like ethnicities / countries had their own planets in the Ender's universe? It all makes sense now. It's like a weird Mormon thing. So
yeah, look, that's enticing. At least the Mormons are offering something cool, right? Look.
Yeah. It was funny because like that was before I drank coffee. Because I remember that's why he was bringing up. He's like, oh, you're not going to find any coffee on this campus unless people are like, oh my God. And I was like, yeah, that must have been awful. If I was drinking coffee back then, how can you not drink coffee? How can you not drink? Mormons, what's up with that? Come on. You got to allow
that's
coffee.
Horrifying.
Coffee is just...
See, that's
coffee is God's gift. Okay.
They literally have to offer you your own planet just to make up for the fact that you can't drink coffee.
Yes.
It's like the Christians come out and they're like, look, you get to live forever. And the Mormons are like, but bitch, we give you your own planet and you live forever.
Go.
But no
you get
coffee.
your own planet and your own harem too, because then you get a bunch of wives.
What? Really?
Yeah. You didn't. That's like the whole. That's the multiple wife thing from Mormonism. Translates
Oh
into the
yeah, I guess
afterlife
you're.
too. Yeah.
I guess you're right. Yeah. Wow. Wow. Okay.
There you
I mean,
go.
are they nice or are they just like are they bitching all
I
the
mean, you're
time?
God, so I'm hoping they're nice.
Okay.
Solo
They're
for
not
2 hours says, "Have you ever
complaining
seen
about all the
Orgasmo
other
or
wives.
Basketball?" Well, yeah, Adam's seen both. I've only seen Basketball. Basketball is
Right.
hilarious. Highly recommended.
I don't really remember basketball that much.
Okay, you
But,
should watch it again. It's
yeah.
very funny.
I don't really remember Orgasmo either, but I know it was hilarious.
There you go. I don't even know where the fuck Basketball is even like exists online. I mean, it's got to be somewhere. I don't know if it's streaming somewhere, but it's got to be. So
Basketball.
Basketball, it was funny. It was
Like
like
baseball,
it was like a
basketball,
weird
right?
basketball. I'm sorry, weird baseball, basketball kind of hybrid. But the element of it was that you got to do what you got to like make fun of the batter to try to like make him like fuck up when he was like swinging.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty funny.
Look at this, J-Mac. I stopped drinking coffee. What?
Oh my God, Jay.
What? How is that even possible? That's like I can't imagine doing that. Can you, Sitch? Like
No.
tomorrow, no coffee. Like, why even get out of bed? I get out of bed because I'm gonna get some coffee.
I mean, listen, if you got the energy, okay. If J Mac is fit enough and has the energy enough to not need anything, good for him.
J-Mac's like, I stopped drinking coffee. Now I do 5-hour energy
There you
drinks
go.
every day.
There you go.
That stuff will kill you.
Do you remember the part in Basketball where like Matt Stone like pulls his shirt down and he shoots like breast milk out of his nipple at the guy's face to make him miss the basketball shot?
No, but I want to see
It's pretty
that.
funny.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, anyway. It's a funny movie. I highly recommend it. Where were we?
I highly recommend.
Thank you. Loser Doman for 2 Canadians says, "Do you think Joel has ever given anyone an orgasm?"
No, that's
Yes,
look.
obviously. Himself. Come on.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, does that count? I mean,
you said somebody.
Oh, I guess you're right. Lucifer.
There you go.
Poorly
Gabriel.
worded super chat.
There you go.
Someone else. That's what you meant.
Gabriel Archange for 10 Canadian. Thank you, Gabriel. Says, "Wish I had the heart to listen to you clown around since you're back, but plucking my cat from an icy pool coming home today is devastating. Sorry to hear that. Giving old Wormy a love pet, Adam. Not sorry about trauma dump. No, it's okay, but sorry to hear that happened.
What?
You know?
Did
That's
the
really
cat
unfortunate.
pass
Yeah.
away?
I'm
Ouch.
assuming, yeah.
We lost one in a swimming pool. It was like we had this cat that had Tourette's. That was like a nightmare. So I still have Jesse's like horrifying face in my head going, ah, the cat.
It sucks.
Yeah.
My parents, like when I was very young, they had a cat and a dog. And when the dog and the cat were very close, and the dog died of natural causes, and the cat died shortly after via drowning in a pool. And they always thought that maybe the cat like killed itself because the dog was gone.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
I mean, that's
because the cat would
kinda
never
weird.
ever done that before. So
The cat committed suicide. Come on.
I'm just saying,
Okay.
it was not like a cat. The cat never went anywhere near a pool or they never had that issue before. I thought it was, very strange. So,
Ouch.
Contrast. Thank you so much, Contrast, for 24 months, 2 years. Thank you. 2 years, Contrast, down under. Says, Adam, you mentioned laughing is an okay signal. It also works in the opposite. Example is there's some video of soldiers laughing when pinned down by sniper fire. Well, would you say that's the opposite, or would you say that's them signaling or trying to
they're
trick
okay.
themselves that it's going to be okay, and that's part of why they're laughing? Like, you think that's what's going on there?
I'm not sure, but I mean, there are situations where soldiers are laughing among themselves, and like you're not, like they're pursuing. You're the target of those soldiers.
No. Like
Right.
very often, soldiers will be in like a bad situation and they can laugh about it, right?
Right, but usually I'm thinking once they're safe. I mean, if they're pinned down and they're momentarily safe, sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But I mean, look, I haven't done any multivariate
Study about it.
analysis or anything. And then it's an observation of mine that
Yeah.
laughter is a signal that seems intuitively correct, right, Sitch?
There you go.
Yeah.
It does, yeah. Dr. Diller for 24 months. Thanks so much. Dr. Diller making it to 2 years. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that. Says Sammy has rejected my truce offering to make Sitch lifts, meaning I have to do twice the work. Luckily, I can handle it because unlike her, I'm also not 3'6".
Oh, wow. Wow.
Wow.
Are you
Look at
guys
this.
still fighting? Come on.
There you go. I didn't know this. Dr. Diller was trying to get Sammy to make me lift, and Sammy rejected the offer. Look at that.
Really?
Wow. I didn't know any of this was going on behind the scenes.
Sitch lifting.
It's okay.
Wow.
Jay, my circuit father, is going to get me to lift. Okay. He's inspired me to lift. Well, he did all his work. J Mac made a specific nutrition plan and a specific workout plan for me. He's going to get me swole, man.
Really?
Yeah. It's just
cool.
So there you go.
I put my weights here next to the desk so I could lift a little.
Nice. Oh, you got
get myself going here.
There you go.
What is this?
Sammy says, I didn't
this
see
is a
his
10
truce.
pounder.
There you go.
Is that like soy or is that like
a 10
based?
pounder?
I don't know. I got a 10 pounder here.
Probably a little soy.
If I did this for 7 hours.
Well, if you did it with 7 hours, it'd be pretty impressive.
I don't know if I
also
could do
bad for
much
you.
more than like 7 hours. I know I should.
I don't think you're
That's
supposed
my
to.
drawing shoulder. That's the one that's really messed
okay.
up too.
Right.
Here we go. This one.
That's true. Zero Flex says every rep counts. That is true. Gotta start somewhere. Okay. They can't all start bench pressing 1,000 pounds like I
Look
could.
at Lucy. Right. Lucy's even worse. What are those 5 pounders? This is a 10 pound. What are you talking about? Don't do me like that.
There you go.
I'm gonna wrap up some spoons with some tape and come out here.
There you go. There you go. J-Mac $5 says, hell yeah, brother. There you go. Thank you. True. I'm gonna get ripped. I'm gonna get the game. Make Jay
5
proud.
to 10 granny pool weights. Okay. I see how it is.
I don't think grandmas
I
are
knew
lifting
this was
10-pound weights.
I knew this was gonna go bad.
They're lifting like the 2-pound weights.
Let me hold it out right over my expensive drawing table.
There you go. It's terrible. Dr. Diller says, Sammy just doesn't want what's best for you, Sitch. You know what? I'm kind of feeling that. I'm kind of feeling that. I think Dr. Diller wants what's best for me.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
We all want what's best for you.
That's true.
Yeah.
Which
means you got to lift.
There you go.
Get your weights. Come on. Face reveal and weights. That's
face reveal and weights. So do I have to do the face reveal first?
I think this is
so you guys
working.
can see me gain like the gains, or should I wait till I'm like gained and then I do the face reveal?
Look at that shit. This has worked, Jay. Already. I'm fucking ripped here. It's amazing. Just one weight for like what I've been going like maybe 2.5 minutes here.
Look at that.
I'm already
You never
ripped.
lifted weights before, Adam?
Not really.
Okay.
I mean, I think I did in like 7th grade or something.
Interesting.
They had like a weight room.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Fucking my bicep has never been this big before.
Wow, look at
This
that.
is giant.
You don't know that trick where the people would like do a bunch of push-ups before they like have to take a picture? Just they look a little bit buffer, you know?
Oh, really? Does
Yeah,
that
you don't know
work?
about the trick.
Okay, look, they're
gonna start doing
doing this trick.
There
yeah.
you go. Sammy says Sitch should give J-Mac $500 if he doesn't get swole by the end of the year. There you go. That's a good way to motivate
That sounds
me,
like
right?
a good plan.
Wait, that feels a little anti-Semitic, Sammy. What? I gotta be. It says Jew. I have to be
Oh,
motivated by
really?
money. Is that what's going on here? Terrible.
Oh yeah.
Terrible.
J-Mac gets to clean out your bank account.
Yeah. Right. If I gave J Mac $500, he just literally give it right back. Okay, I don't.
Does Adam look like he's lifted weights? You guys are so cruel.
There you go. Jay for $10. Our certified J-Mac says, I do 15 pounds for my arm hit post workout. So 10 pounds is fine, Adam. High rep, low weight is fine for cutting. You get it, bud. Well, there you go. Look at that.
To be honest with you, I think there was like a 20-pound weight. We have weights out in the garage, and I was like, oh, that 20-pound weight's gonna make me look like a pussy. I don't want to bring that one on stream. I put these down here months ago, but this is the first time I've actually picked them up.
That's good. Back when there was a time period where I actually did try to lift somewhat consistently. And but I mean I only got up I think to 20-pound dumbbells. That was like, and then I stopped and I ended up falling out of favor again. But I worked
Are
my
you
way
jealous? Look, I just had a full
I can
workout.
lift I can do 10 pounds.
Yeah, but I just had like a full workout.
Okay.
Well, you're just sitting over there like smoking cigarettes and drinking coffee.
I don't smoke cigarettes.
Okay.
One of those things. I only drink 1 cup of coffee a day. I don't drink that much.
Yeah, I guess technically half a cup because I drink.
I don't want it to lose. The only reason I don't is because I don't want it to lose its effect.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to lessen the effectiveness of caffeine. So otherwise I'd be drinking coffee all the time because it's just delicious.
I drink half coffee and half chai tea, and man, that's that drink just, it gets me out of bed. Like I'm excited to.
That sounds pretty tasty.
It is delicious. Yeah.
I have been making a lot of decaf black tea with like that oat milk. It's pretty tasty. Iced tea. It's pretty tasty.
So, and the thing about the half chai latte and half, I use the blonde Starbucks, is that you can vary the recipe. So you do, sometimes you can do a cup and a half of each. So it's equal parts, or you can do like a cup of coffee and like 2 cups of chai tea, or 2 cups of coffee and 1 cup of chai.
Right.
So it's
you have just a lot to drink.
Yeah, you can vary the flavor of it. So
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That's
you don't
cool.
you're not drinking the same thing every single day.
Right.
So yeah, it's cool. I like it.
I don't know how people drink so much if I drink a lot of caffeine, I can I feel weird. Like I can feel weird. I'm like, oh.
Oh yeah.
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 I can feel the buzz. I'm literally buzzing. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Quacker for $5 says, Adam, I'm a certified PT. Let me make you a plan to get you more jacked in Sitch and keep S class as the less class. Look at that.
Oh yeah, I like that.
You're gonna take Quacker up on that offer?
This is good. Yeah. Look, I need to be ripped. I think this is great.
There you go.
I mean, I'm happily married and everything, but just what I need, a bunch of strange women like up in my DMs because I'm so jacked on the internet.
True.
Yeah.
True. You gotta listen. You gotta keep your wife on her toes, right?
I mean, I could just not work out too and just.
You could just work out to be healthy, right? It's not just about attracting women, right?
Yeah, of course. But I mean,
when you said yeah, of course, we could all feel that you knew that wasn't a true statement because everything you do is like
that's not true. Look, I'm happily married. That's not true. It's just, obviously, if you're going to get ripped and you're, as handsome as me, things are going to spiral out of control.
Yeah, Lucy says your wife would love it. Yeah, exactly. But you want to make her happy.
Oh yeah, that's true. She would love it. She always wants me to get my 6-pack back because I did have a real good 6-pack back in my 20s. Yeah.
There you go.
I had you've seen Brad Pitt in Fight Club with that was my look, the skinny, muscular look.
Wow, nice.
Yeah.
You should get back.
But now I'm just like a big fat pig.
J-Mac says we lift for ourselves, Adam. There, see, look, there you go. We lift
sure, J-Mac.
for ourselves. Okay.
When you rip that shirt off and your wife is like, ah.
It's for but so you feel good. So it is for yourself.
It does. Yeah, no, it feels great.
It's literally for yourself.
Yes.
Spencer Harmon, thanks so much for upgrading to discipline equals freedom. Look at that.
Yes. Look at that, Spencer. Yeah. Spencer throws us a lot of super chats. He's
Yes,
cool.
thank you, Spencer.
Yeah.
Loner Renault for $5 says, which is funnier for non-political normies, Lady Ballers or the American Society of Magical Negroes? Also, A-Team is the Dream Team. That's a good question. Yeah.
Getting a lot of A-teams. Wow. Thanks, you guys.
I would imagine, I mean, I haven't seen the American Society, so I can't comment on it, but it looked pretty lame. So
It might be a tie. They both seem really pathetic. So
yeah. Lady Ballers seemed more like super lowbrow, so I think maybe it would have more like appeal just for that purposes.
Lady Ballers was kind of a slog for me, and I thought,
yeah.
okay, well, I mean, I love Step Brothers. I thought there's a lot of room
That's pretty
for
lowbrow.
Step Brothers type humor. Yeah, look, I'm not
You're
some
an
sort of
intellectual.
comedy aristocrat or anything.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, the Catalina wine mixer, that's so fucking hilarious. That is oh so random but good. Yeah. So they could have done something like that in Lady Ballers. That just would have, but they had to stick to the same old joke over and over again for 2 hours. It was just like boring. It was boring. Even in Step Brothers, they knew, okay, look, these guys can't fight the whole movie.
Right.
We'll bring another guy in and they can fight him. It's like
There
a
you
whole new
go.
movie. Yeah, exactly. Something new. Yeah.
That's true. That was a good idea.
Yeah.
Drew the Dogman for $2 says, I missed your lame excuse for where you've been. Well, that's because we didn't give one.
Yeah.
So there you go. He didn't miss anything.
Yeah.
Stug for $5 says, wait, so Matt Walsh played himself playing the role of some more news guy? I mean, yes. Correct.
Yeah, super weird.
It was very weird.
And not really coherent, but whatever.
Or funny.
Yeah.
Naxless for 24 months. Thanks so much, Naxless, for making it to 2 years. Look at that.
Amazing.
Says, I'm reminded of the song, quote, Keep Your Rifle by Your Side from Far Cry 5, which is supposed to be a funny parody, but many people love it unironically. That does have a tendency of happening.
Yeah, I was reading some book, and I can't remember the book, but they were talking about how they had done some studies on the show All in the Family, where a lot of liberals believed Archie Bunker was obviously a racist pig and everyone saw him that way. But there was a sizable contingent of people who thought Archie Bunker was based and cool, and that obviously the liberal stepson was the clown of the show.
Really?
They loved Archie Bunker unironically. Yeah. It was a big controversy because all the left people were thinking like, oh, we're doing away with racism. Look, we're making fun of this racist. We're totally slaying him every week. And they were not doing that at all.
There you go. I don't think I've ever seen that show in my entire life.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I think I've seen some episode or some scenes from episodes and like documentaries and stuff talking about it because it was such a big show. But I don't know that I've ever seen like a whole episode.
That's right. I've seen clips because I've seen the clip in the beginning. I think of the first episode where Archie says like, "Look at that," and he uses some slur to describe a black like football player run.
Right.
Like the first scene of the show.
But they say Archie never goes like full N-word or anything.
No, he
like
doesn't say the
that.
N-word. He says one of the lesser slurs.
Right.
It's like still kind of funny, but I don't want to say on YouTube because I'll get.
But I do think he uses the K slur for Jewish people and like the CH slur for Chinese people.
Right.
Yeah. It's so crazy, but that is a phenomenon where liberals come up with some character that they think they're making fun of people, but people do love it unironically. So I think that is going on with Team America.
It is to some extent the interesting thing. And there was sort of like a lot of talk about this, and I don't know. Maybe I wonder if I'll end up making some content about this. A lot of people were saying that about Rorschach, the character of Rorschach from Watchmen.
Oh yes, totally.
Who is supposed
Another
to be
example.
very right wing. And you're not really supposed to like him, and a lot of people do like his character. It's interesting because I don't think that many people have actually sat down and like read carefully Watchmen because a lot of it feels very tedious,
Right.
especially when Rorschach goes on. So like, I think here, I'll ask the chat this. So a lot of times when I read comics, you kind of like skip around a little bit. You just kind of like read the important parts. Like you know what I'm talking about? Well, actually, I don't know. I'm asking you.
I
You
don't
can't read,
really.
right?
I mean, I guess I did. I was doing some reading of comics when you could read them online. So, but I didn't
Like,
really skip around.
okay, I don't know. I do this thing where like I just see like if I see like these giant blocks of text, I don't know why. Like I can read a book, and a book is just
Holy
text,
shit.
but in a
But
comic,
Sitch, why do you like to write those giant blocks of text in when
I
you
know,
realize?
I know. Listen,
Yeah.
listen. Don't make fun of me. But listen, I know, I get it. Like
I'm with you, man. Let's just keep it down to a couple words
right?
here.
In a book,
Sitch is like, I have to write my novel.
like, yeah, I know. Listen, in a book, I can sit there and I can read all the words. It's a book. But for some reason, a comic, I don't know why. Like, I see that big block of text and my brain just is like, I'm not reading all that. I don't know why. It doesn't hit me the same way. And so, like, I think
Well, because the text is too fucking tiny in a comic book.
maybe.
Yeah.
But I think people, because like a lot of like the weird kind of like quote right wing shit that Rorschach says, none of it's actually it's never connected to the plot or anything his character ever does. It's all just like weird asides that people just I don't think process or even consider or think about. Like he'll make like some random like anti-Semitic or anti-gay comment, like, but you just don't even process it with his character because it's all like it feels like completely disconnected from his character, and it does feel kind of like Alan Moore's like shoving this like random thing that has really shouldn't even be in there in the first place.
That
So
is like, I mean, that's the most interesting complexity in characters like Rorschach is like when they do obviously moral good things like saving people,
right,
or saving characters that you empathize with. But then they have this crazy aside where they're obviously like homophobic. You're like, well,
yeah, but
I
see, it
mean,
would have been more interesting to me if Alan Moore had actually like really highlighted some like people would think of Rorschach differently if some element of this right wingness that he wanted people to get was like actually part of the story and part of his character in some way that impacted the story and you had to actually deal with. Where you don't really have to deal with any of it in the story. You could remove it completely, which the movie does, I think, and you don't even notice that it's gone
right. Yeah.
because it's never really that important. So.
Yeah. I hate the fact that the comedian is like a rapist. Because I really like that character. But it's like it's so sad.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
I like I like him as a character. I don't like he's an awful person. I like the character. I like what his character means from a literary story perspective, but he's like a terrible person. But he's supposed to be a terrible person.
I just think he's cool.
Oh God,
Yeah.
you're the worst.
It's so sad, but I mean, aesthetically, I just think he's cool, but he's obviously a terrible person. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. I know. It's
You're like the guy that you're the
look,
guy
this is
that we're just
why
talking about. Yeah.
this is why I just complex characters like the best movies or stories or anything, they're just like they're complex. They're like a debate over a point of view, and that point of view, it's got to be close to the line where you're like, it's like the arm thing: cut off the arm or live with the debilitating emotional issues. It's like, I mean, it's really only interesting if it is a dilemma.
Yeah, of course.
That's why you're intrigued by it.
Well, I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, to me, the comedian is interesting character, not because of the morally dubious nature of his character, but because is the reveal that he actually didn't believe what he preached, that his whole comedian persona was just a cope to basically justify him doing horrible shit. And when he's actually confronted with his own beliefs being true, that the world is a joke, he had a complete mental breakdown.
Yeah.
So, and that's why you have to have the giant squid at the end, motherfuckers. And it doesn't make sense without it.
It is weird too that the woman he rapes, he's like not even really like she doesn't even really think of it as rape.
Well, no, he tries to rape her, doesn't he? He's not successful. He's stopped by the other hero.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah.
then later they have consensual sex.
Okay, yeah.
And that's what's kind of fucked up about it. Is like
Yeah.
that's when Silk Spectre's
Is
like,
it
what the
later or
fuck? It is later, yeah.
Okay.
Because Silk Spectre's like, what the fuck? You had sex with
Not
like this
really
guy literally
clear.
tried to rape you, and then later you had consensual sex with him. And she's like, oh honey, you don't understand the woman's heart. I was like, oh God, this is like
I know.
this is problematic, but true. It's like, oh God, no.
Yeah, that's part of the complexity. That's
Yes.
Alan Moore gets it. Like Alan Moore does get it. That complexity is what makes it super interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Everything being crystal clear is not as interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
But people are too afraid to do that kind of stuff now in storytelling. They're like, we're gonna get canceled. Oh my God, he's a rapist, and we got him on a Burger King cup.
I don't think you could have like the Burger King, McDonald's toys for the Watchmen characters. That'd be a little problematic.
You've
Yeah,
got
the comedian,
the
you
big
got
blue dog.
Dr. Manhattan with his dick out. You got Ozymandias. I don't know.
What would
Maybe
be
it'll
a
work.
good a good fast food tie-in for the big blue dog? Come on.
It'd be like a Slurpee. Like a big blue Slurpee.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That would work. That'd be funny.
There you go. The real question is, what would be the tie-in for the comedian?
Oh, I know. What would it
There you
be?
go. You really knock the socks off of your girl when you show up with the comedian burger.
Oh shit.
No, the comedian milkshake. Special
yeah, there
comedian
you go.
ingredient. Terrible. Okay. Where were we?
Oh, look at
Equishadox
this.
for $10 says, reading some reviews and interviews, it seems like Civil War was actually no sign of the real world divide we're in today. They're careful not to alienate half the audience, more about the horrors of war. Yes,
Really? Okay.
that's what we had a conversation about this a long time ago. That's what my initial impression was that they were probably going to do, because
That's
it'd be
smart, yeah.
smart, and because like it's like a weird like alliance between Texas and California, which to me signals that it's like obviously not a normal left-right divide. But then we read something else about like the president declaring a third term or something, and that seemed a little too
Yeah.
Trumpian. So I was like, oh,
I
maybe
forgot about
yeah,
that
so
part.
I don't know.
Yeah.
So, but we'll see.
It's got Ron Swanson as the president too. He's
There you go.
amazing. Yeah.
There you go. Equishadox for $5 says, I don't know so much today. Maybe distance really does make the heart grow fonder. Hold on. Was your week off a 4D chess move for more super chats per capita? You called it.
We weren't doing that, no.
You called it. That is the point, yeah. Stoic for $5 says, more and more studies against PB are coming out, but they're still... puberty blockers are coming out, but they still think it's totally reversible. They'll lie in this grave they've dug for themselves. There was some new study I saw come out. It was in preprint, though. It hasn't been peer-reviewed yet. That they were saying that puberty blockers, even if you get off of them, like it would like lessen the size of boys and men's testicles.
Yeah, look at what you got to look forward to.
Yeah, you have
You're like
smaller
2-inch
balls.
dong. Yeah.
Didn't say anything about the dick. It said small balls. So.
Oh wow. Did you talk to about any of this stuff with Jesse Single? Because that's
about the small balls. No, we didn't.
No,
we didn't talk
about the puberty.
No, we didn't talk about that stuff.
Okay.
He said I got him on record. He said he'd come on.
All right, cool.
So he'll come on.
Who were we trying to engineer? Oh, it was we responded
Lance,
when
wasn't it?
No, it was Sam Cedar.
Oh, right.
Jesse has beef with Sam Cedar.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Forgot about that. Valmango for 21 months. Thanks so much. As if wokeness has peaked, it's done so at such a high level that it leaves behind a new and notably worse equilibrium. That's unfortunately definitely possible. We will see what the future will bring.
More and more, I mean, Sitch really needs to read The Fourth Turning is Here, because like more and more shit's fucking escalating out of control, Sitch. We're living in like some crazy fucking times here.
Just don't see it. I don't feel it.
You don't see it?
I don't see it. I don't feel it. No.
Oh my God. I guess, look, Russia's going to detonate a nuclear weapon. It's just going to be like, well, I don't get it. What do you mean? Everything's fine.
I don't. You really think
Iran
Russia's
is going to
like
fucking
nuke Ukraine or something?
Iran is going to invade Israel, and it's just going to be, oh my God. It's just, I
Iran
don't
is
see
not
what
going
you're
to do
talking
shit.
about.
Okay, what are you talking about?
Look at this. Oh,
You think Iran's like fucking Israel would be so thirsty for Iran to invade them. They'd be like, "Thank God that Iran invaded us. Now we
right, because they
can't go
would
blow
nuke
the shit out of some
Tehran.
country and
Yeah.
feel and like the world could shut up about us like blowing up Gaza now."
So when they nuke Tehran, is that when you're going to say, oh yeah, maybe things are getting crazy?
And then Israel wouldn't. Why would they wouldn't need to nuke them? They would just blow them up with conventional weapons.
Because to fulfill the prophecy.
Oh,
Come
okay.
on,
I'm sorry, I
Sitch.
forgot what we were
The
talking
pillars
about
of
here.
smoke are elevators to
Okay.
God. Come on.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Magor for 14 months says Big Joel is the skibbity toilet of ideas. Repeat something nonsensical enough that it catches on. True.
Yeah, look, a lot of just vapid commentary in that video for sure.
Oh God, yeah. Fondue for $5 says Sitch is willing to torture himself by watching terrible comedy, but paying for it is a step too far. That is true.
It is.
Adds extra injury to insult at that point.
It is. So. I paid for this shit.
Right. Fondue for $2 says it's his return to the scene of the crime sweater. There you go.
That sweater. Never wear a sweater like that.
Edward Sr. for 5 gift memberships. Thank you so much. Martin Cordy for 4 months says, how's it going, lads? This month I am A team. S team has to fight for my favor and grace. LOL.
Nice. Good. Look, there's so many A teams tonight.
We don't need to fight, okay? You can alternate. It's be like, you know, we're your kids and, you know, it's a divorce. You alternate months. It's fine.
Nothing's really going on in the election right now. It's kind of it's pretty much everyone's resigned to being Trump Biden again.
Right.
Yeah.
Zun Iga, I want to make sure I don't accidentally say something for 18 months. Says I resorted to listening to the MMT backlog streams while you were gone. Y'all came back just in time. Adam play Stellar Blade. Plap plap get S class.
Stellar Blade, is that a game?
That's the game. There's a game that came out and it's got like a sexy female protagonist with her ass like very prominent when you play.
Oh, nice. I like that.
So, a lot of people are streaming it because it's like.
Look, I owe you guys like a hardcore WoW. JMac really wants us to do that.
Yes.
So like as soon as we send the comic out, we'll do something like that.
Some hardcore WoW, baby.
Yes.
You can be like a hot lady.
I'm gonna get the mount. Oh. The very expensive mount. Where's my night elf?
Adam, you're not gonna make it long enough in the game to get to the level where you could ride a mount. Okay.
What do you mean?
You have to be level 40 in hardcore vanilla WoW to ride a mount.
Level 40?
That's way too much of it.
I mean,
you're gonna
like
die
a couple
way
hours.
before that
What
point.
are you talking about?
You're gonna
That's
die.
Just like a couple hours, right?
Not only is that not a couple
hours. Did
hours.
I mention that I lift weights? Did I mention?
You're gonna. I don't believe if we spent the next year playing WoW. I don't believe you could make it to level 40.
What's
because you
up
just
with
keep
this guy?
dying.
Look, I'll commit to a couple hours. Like, how much do I get for a couple hours?
You'd probably get to like, I don't know, level.
Is 50% of my time going to be dead?
Let's see. If we play for a couple hours, I'm gonna guess you would probably die only 3 times and have to restart.
Okay. Do I have to build a new character?
Every time you die,
come with
yes.
like 3 characters.
Every time you die, you have to build a new character.
Okay.
It doesn't take too long.
I'm gonna go on Fiverr right now and ask somebody to build my character.
No, it takes two. It's all when you build a new character, you're just creating your appearance. So you can just randomize it if you don't give a shit.
Okay, I don't give a shit.
You just pick your class and your race and your appearance.
Perfect. Yeah.
So it's very racist.
Perfect.
To pick your race.
I'm gonna class rich.
Jay, there's no fucking way Adam in a couple hours is gonna get to level 10. Okay, he's gonna die.
Look at this.
Like he's
Jay.
gonna die. you
10
know,
to 14.
Jay could get
Yes.
to 10 to 14 in a couple hours because he's a pro.
Jay
He plays the game like
believes
a
in
million
me.
times. Adam is gonna die like 3 times in a couple hours. Okay.
Jay believes in me. That's what I like
Adam
to
is
see.
gonna die in the starting area. That's my prediction. Somehow he's gonna die in the starting area. Okay.
Look, I like to fight, so I may die quickly because I'm like, where's the action?
Yeah, exactly. He's gonna run out and try to stab too many things, and
Look,
Adam would die
we
to level
played
1 Kobold
D&D.
in the human starting zone. Let's be honest. True.
We played
True.
D&D and I killed a bunch of hobos just because I was bored.
There you go. That is true.
And they
Murloc at
reminded
level 5.
and they reminded me of Big Joel, so
Ooh, ouch. Adam's gonna die 10 to 14 times before he gives up. Well, here's my prediction. Adam's gonna die at least once in the starting area, maybe twice, and then he'll die pretty quickly when you move out of the starting area and you can actually start to aggro enemies. Then you're gonna die and you're gonna be real mad because you're gonna finally get like to level 10 and then die and you're gonna be like, oh, I'm not playing this game
So
anymore.
when I get to level 10 and I die, do I have to start over at level 1?
Yes.
That's lame.
That's well in the normal game, you don't. But the whole point of hardcore WoW is that when you die, your character
Right.
is
I get
forever
it.
dead.
But when I die, I still get to play with you guys, right? I'm assuming since you guys are the old pros here, you're not going to
Well, you'd
die.
have to make a new character.
Right.
Right.
But
I would
I
run
can-
back to wherever you start. I mean, I
then I
wouldn't just be
beam
like,
in?
no, fuck you.
Oh,
play
okay.
alone, but-
Oh, okay. I'm going to slow you guys down. This sounds terrible. I'm
Give
gonna be
Adam all the
playing
baby
this-
mode add-ons.
I'm going to be playing this game and feeling guilty.
You don't think I don't can I do we trust Adam to be able to even install WoW add-ons? I don't know if they've
What
made
do
it
you
more
mean?
I don't know if they made it easier. Back when I played, it was like you had to actually like put the little add-ons in the folder. There wasn't like a UI via the game to do any of that stuff.
I know how to put files in a folder. Okay.
Okay.
Please, it's not so difficult.
Okay.
I even know how to unhide folders. So
Wow, look at this guy
if there's
here. He
any
knows how to-
hidden folders
He has
lurking
he
in
makes
there?
his porn folding hidden so he never gets washed. That's the move. Come on, Fox.
Look, I'm not downloading that kind of horse porn, so I'm safe.
Okay. There you go. He's like a good old fashioned American
Right,
normal
yeah.
porn, right?
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
My dancing elf. That's all I care about.
Okay. Okay. We'll see. We'll see. Listen, Adam might surprise us. He might be a pro. Okay. He might be a super pro at wow.
Unlikely. Don't.
I don't remember
get
what
your
class
hopes up, guys.
you said you wanted to play. I told you we had a conversation. I forget what class you said you were going to play.
So did I, but I should have wrote it down.
We'll figure it out.
It was undead something.
Yeah, you want to be an undead warrior, I think, or a warlock. No, I was gonna be a
Nope.
warlock. You were gonna be an undead like rogue or warrior or something.
Something. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll look it up in the stream.
Okay, Adam, it's not too late to delete your elf ears folder. True.
Oh yeah, right. You know how I feel about elf ears.
I think Adam said Death Knight. That does sound like what Adam would want to be. But you can't
think
be one
that's
in
what it
hardcore
was.
vanilla WoW, so it doesn't matter. Ha ha. Martin Cordy for 4 months. Thank you. Says, how's it going, lads? This month. Oh, I read that one. I read that one. Gorosero for $5 says, turns out the central foundation of Christianity is giving non-believers the day off. That's right. You guys all had Easter off.
Yeah, sweet.
I'm sorry. You all had the International Day of Trans Recognition off. That's the
Did
real
they
reason
really
we,
make that Easter?
That's the real reason why we took off, was so that we could recognize the trans peoples.
Look at how this night elf is like wagging her big fat ear right in Sitch's mouth. It's like touching your lips.
Yeah, it's real hot. Super hot. Just that big old phallic ear, man. Right in my
know.
face. That's exactly what I want.
This is what Sitch likes. He's
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, tickle my lips with it.
Tickle my lips with your big floppy ear, baby.
Yeah, exactly.
There it is. Oof. Exciting.
Anyway, moving on.
Listen, I would take her ears and all, okay?
Oh yeah, I'm sure you would.
Yeah.
You'd be deep through those babies.
There you go. Like if she was like the deal breaker is you have to suck on my long ears, I'd be like, okay, listen. I'd be like, all right, she's pretty hot. She's pretty hot. I'd do it. I'd take
Oh
one.
man. Oh man.
I'd take some ear sucking. Okay.
Oh, the chat is hilarious right now.
Leo 91 for 60 months says, have you seen the Doomer versus President Sunday drama? Apparently, he scammed a guy out of 5K for the Hassan video and ghosted him for 2 years. S class is best class. Wow.
Look, if Doomer's listening right now, come on, Doomer. I want to hang out with Doomer, actually. He can come on and tell us the drama right now. I want to know.
There is some kind of drama about someone paying Doomer to make a video. Doomer said he would pay the guy back, I think, and the guy said no. And then President Sunday is upset about it for some reason.
What? Look, President Sunday, who made you internet police? Like, what the fuck?
Well, I mean, President Sunday is, he tries to find all the muck and filth that he can generate clicks from.
Look, you need to chill, President Sunday. Oh, look,
Right.
I obviously haven't been on Discord in like a month.
I haven't
It's
either.
like,
I don't even know what's going on.
I got
with this.
fucking like
a million messages.
Messages up the wazoo here.
That's not what happened. Is that I know he told me. Isn't I?
Oh, look,
but I don't
Sitch and
remember.
Doomer right here. How long ago was this? 316.
What did I get wrong, CT?
When was that?
I thought he said someone paid him to do a video. He ended up not doing it and wanted to pay the guy the money back, and the guy made a big stink about it instead of just taking the money back. What am I getting wrong? I don't want to wrongly slander Doomer here.
I'm sending Doomer the link right now, just so
Okay.
you know.
Send him the link.
I don't know if he's on Discord.
I don't even know if
anymore,
he's
though.
even awake. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
J-Mac for $10 says, side note, Toxic Shock is a great supervillain name.
Oh,
That's
it is.
true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Very much, yeah. Toxic Shock Tampon. Now that name really
That's
hits.
a little much. That's a good broad.
How about
band name.
Maxi Toxic Shock?
Toxic Shock Tampon is like a good band name.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? You want to know? I had an interesting conversation with someone the other day, Adam. Are you familiar with the band The Bare Naked Ladies?
I have heard the name, but I'm not familiar with the band.
But if someone said, "Oh, you know the band The Bare Naked Ladies," like you know what they're talking about. You know that's like a band, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I had a conversation with someone who will remain nameless, who didn't know that that was a real band and thought that that was made up completely, and didn't believe me when I told them that there was a real band that was very popular not that long ago called The Bare Naked Ladies.
What's wrong with that?
I thought it was a very bizarre and interesting exchange that they completely didn't believe me that the Bare Naked Ladies was a real band. They thought it was something I was making up.
Couldn't they just take out their phone and verify this?
They
information?
could. They could. Yeah.
Isn't
Is
it
that-
odd that the people in the Bare Naked Ladies look like they've never been with a bare naked lady in their entire lives?
Well, I guess what I'm going to ask the chat is that do people not know that? I thought everyone knew. I thought the Bare Naked Ladies was just a thing people knew. It's like a normal thing. People absorb that information through social osmosis. I didn't know it was a thing people didn't even know existed. Even though I've never been a big fan of theirs, but they were not a Zoomer. No, if they were a Zoomer, it would have made sense.
Okay, here's the Bare Naked Ladies for you guys. You can check it out.
There you go.
They don't really, these guys don't look like heavy hitters with the ladies. I mean, obviously, women do like geeky guys sometimes. So I'm sure all of these guys have girlfriends or wives or whatever, but it's just, I'm making a commentary on the fact that their band name is Bare Naked Ladies. Doesn't that make you think that they're soliciting bare naked ladies to come hang out with them?
It does. It does. Yeah.
Right. They have a couple really big songs, but I don't really remember what they are.
The only song I could think of offhand that they did was Californication,
They did California. Really?
They did.
The Red Hot Chili Peppers redid that song, right?
Or am I thinking the Red Hot Chili Peppers?
Yeah. Californication is the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh,
Sorry,
it is? Okay,
Sitch.
well then I guess I'm an idiot.
Unless they.
You're right.
Yeah.
That is Red Hot Chili Peppers. What fuck song did Bare Naked Ladies ever do?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't even know now. None of these songs seem familiar at all. Well, look at me. Now I'm the one with egg on my face.
Bare Naked Ladies. God, I love geek culture. I really do.
What the fuck? Your Chrome new tab just showed you a feature called resume browsing. What? It wants me to take a fucking survey? No, I don't want to take a survey.
Just take the survey.
Oh, wait, did Bare Naked Ladies do the 1 Week song? I know that song. That's probably like their famous song, right? The 1 Week and they look.
We're gonna have to ask ChatGPT. What is
that song? That's their big song. The 1 Week song. You know that song, right?
What is the big? Oh, no, I don't know. I never heard of it before.
You've probably heard the 1 Week song.
What is the big Bare Naked Ladies song right here? The big Bare Naked Ladies song that many people are likely referring to is 1 Week.
There it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Told you.
It was released in 1998 as part of the album Stunt. 1 Week became one of the most popular and recognizable songs, known for its fast-paced, rapid-fire lyrics and catchy melody.
There you go. Miss Sparkles even got the lyrics, the first part of the song. Okay. PC for $5 says, I'm not gonna say it. Why haven't you two done a full breakdown of Team America yet? The stream is a great teaser and it'd be a great way to kick off a media channel. Maybe we should. Maybe we should.
Yeah. We should. Definitely. I'd have to rewatch it though. It's been a long time since I've seen it, but
CT said regarding the Doomer thing, the guy did agree to get paid back by Doomer, but then afterwards started going to drama streamers about trying to start shit and is now threatening to sue Doomer like an autist. Oh, that's right. The drama is much more complicated than I had let on. So that is pretty hilarious.
I tried to get President Sunday back on a couple times just because he's so crazy, but I never wanted to come back on.
Well, we'll have Doomer on talk about it. I'm curious.
Yeah, look, sounds fascinating. Doomer, what are you doing taking people's money and not to... Oh, shit. Never mind.
Terrible.
The comic is coming, I swear. I swear. Come on, I'm going to deliver.
Okay.
Doomer never delivered, okay?
Uh-huh.
I'm going to deliver.
Jay for 21 months says, was Kent State really that bad? I'm just asking questions. Terrible.
Uh-oh.
Terrible. Fondue for $5 says, Sitch, screw going to get food. The dean should call and pay catering for your sit-in personally. True.
Yep.
Rand Murray for $2 says, A-team goes to cream? ? If you know why I mean. I don't know why you mean. I think I know what you mean, but I don't know why you mean.
Yeah, of course. A-team is the cream.
There you go. CT for 2 Canadian says, she knew it was Shark Week and pads exist. There you go. Maybe that was it.
That's funny. Shark Week. You get it? Do you get it?
They smell blood in the water.
Smell blood in the water. Yeah, look at that. Surprising.
Granite Levat for $10 says, I've never been happier to have passed on Vanderbilt for undergrad after this clown show of protest. Well, that and the crippling debt it would have left me in for a degree I could have gotten anywhere. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Don't go into debt for your degrees, guys.
M8566 for $5 says, I'm not pulling out this tampon until Palestine is free. There you go. That should have been the protest. Okay?
Right. Yeah. You're going to be wearing that tampon for a long time, baby.
There you go.
Yeah.
I got toxic shock, and it's all Israel's fault.
Ooh. Now that's a Jewish conspiracy theory.
Twitter sucks for 2 hours says, Sitch, you and I should meet up and watch it, lol. Watch what? The Civil War movie?
Yeah.
Where do you even live, Twitter sucks?
Obviously, Florida, right
Okay.
next to the IMAX.
There you go. M8566 for $5 says, oh yeah, Sitch still wrong about the prequels versus the sequels? No, I'm completely objectively correct. People that try to convince themselves that the sequels are actually good are coping. It is a massive cope spiral. Okay.
Is Sitch wrong? No.
What?
You know, the Darth Vader no.
Oh.
No. He's not wrong.
There you go. Thank you. I like
He's
it.
completely correct.
I like it.
Oh my God. I can't. How does any director look at that and go, that's it? That's the shot.
You know that character that's like super famous for being a badass
Right.
villain?
Yes.
Like very imposing and evil.
Right.
I want him to say no in a comedy voice.
As his first chronological appearance in the storyline, right? This is your introduction to Darth Vader.
Isn't yet? Wait, isn't yeah? So Darth Vader's first words are "Where's Padme?" Right?
Right.
So Darth Vader says the word Padme, where he probably should never say.
Padme, yeah, exactly.
Where's Padme? And then his second line is no. Supposed to be the big, like, dramatic, like, it's supposed to be the lowest point for his character, the big dramatic character emotional feels for Darth Vader as a character. When he finds out that he killed the love of his life, or he didn't actually, but he thinks he did, and it's a fucking joke. It's a fucking comedy.
Oh my God.
No.
He even does this thing like with his hands where he's like
he holds his
like,
hands out.
It's so fucking
And it's funny because
ridiculous.
like you just know that George Lucas told him to do that with his hands.
I know, it's so ridiculous.
Have you ever seen?
I'm looking for the picture. It's like a cartoon.
It is. Have you seen any of the behind the scenes of like George Lucas like directing the actors?
Oh my God,
It's
it's
so
gotta be the worst.
hilariously embarrassing. Oh my God.
I saw a clip of Beverly Hills Cop the other day.
Yeah.
And George Lucas was in it. I was like, whoa.
I don't know that.
George Lucas has like a cameo in it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense, I guess.
What is this shit with his hand? I mean, this is legitimate still from the movie, I'm assuming.
Here, I'll send you a picture.
But he's doing this like thing with his
You can bring it up.
Okay.
That the picture you're talking about?
Yeah, I think I got the one.
Yeah.
I don't know. Here's
Like, no.
Yes, yeah, that's the one I got.
Yeah.
What the fuck? What is happening there? What's going on with this-
No. God damn. What was that? How does that get made? People are like, this is okay.
He's literally doing fucking jazz hands. Sitch.
I don't know if I call it jazz hands, but it's pretty silly.
Look, he's got all the fingers out. What do you mean? How's that not jazz hands?
Jazz hands is when you have your hands upward. What do you mean? Not when you have them down, right? You have to have your hands
Well,
up.
I don't think the direction matters. It just matters to like the shape
No,
of
it matters. Come on.
Have you ever in your life felt
Compelled
sad?
to go, no.
No. Look, have you ever felt like great loss and decided I'm going to put my hands down next to my side like this?
You're right. I guess you know what? You're right.
Like
you know
what?
what? You're right. It is kind of jazz handsy. I can see it now that you're saying it. Yeah.
What the fuck? You know, it's, you know, someone you like breaks up with you and you're like, I need to pose like the gayest person ever.
Listen, George Lucas is obviously autistic and he doesn't understand human emotion. So for him, he's like, okay, you just found out like the worst thing ever happened. So you obviously tilt your head back to scream at the sky and you hold your hands out to your side like a fucking melodramatic like character in a Romeo and Juliet like Shakespearean tragedy or something. In the most like weirdly not real way possible.
I swear, and the Palpatine in the background is kind of like snickering at him. He's like smirking.
Because it's silly. Even the actor is like, this is ridiculous.
I know he can't keep a straight face. He's like, what?
No, he's
what the
laughing
heck?
because he just lied to him about how Padme died and it worked. And he thinks
I
it's
don't look.
funny that he tricked him.
I don't think that's really what's
He's
going
like,
on.
I tricked this idiot. This idiot believes me about how he killed Padme. My mission is complete.
No, I think the actor is like jazz hands. Oh my god, what a loser!
Maybe. Do you remember
Oh,
why
yeah.
Padme died?
Oh, actually, no, and I like that. Don't tell me.
No, you'll like this. It's because her heart was broken.
Did she commit suicide?
No, she just lost. Like literally, the line is like she lost the will to live.
Didn't
Because
she
she's
have
just so
just
sad.
like have a baby or something?
Yeah, isn't that fucked up? She just had 2 children
Right, and she's
that
like,
she should
ah,
have to take
fuck
care
it.
of. If she just lost the will to live because her shitty boyfriend choked her to death, almost.
Oh, okay.
She's like, I know what, I don't care about living for my children. I'm just gonna peace out now, guys. Later.
Right.
Why didn't they actually make her? Why didn't they actually just have it be that like he did kill, like him choking her is what killed her? Like, why did they make this?
Well,
She
then
just
you don't get
lost the
this.
will to live.
Then you don't get this amazing no scene. Because then he wouldn't be like, "Where's Padme?" He'd
No,
be
no, no,
like,
no,
"Oh
but like
yeah, he
he,
killed
no, no,
her."
you could have the same scene. You could have he like he injures her in some way that's going to make her die, but doesn't realize it, and then she dies. So they're able to save the baby. You have like you could have it all the same way. I mean, you
Okay.
wouldn't have the scene where then like she's conscious, I guess, and like, I'm pregnant. Here are my babies, Luke and Leia. I'm dead now. Blah.
Okay. It was all just. I barely remember this movie because it was so tragic.
Right.
Keep it. I saw this in IMAX. Remember that, okay?
Listen, Artax Scream. See, that's actually an interesting comparison that you made here. So you've seen Never Ending Story, right?
Of course, I love that movie. It's amazing.
You haven't seen Never Ending Story yet.
Never-ending story.
Yeah.
What do you mean with the luck dragon?
Oh, okay. I don't know. You're kind of doing.
Atreyu!
You're kind of doing the voice that makes me like think you haven't actually seen it.
Atreyu!
Atarax.
What is it?
Artax? How do you say the horse's name?
That's Atreyu, right?
Atreyu's the main character's name.
Of course, yeah. But the luck dragon is
Right, but he's saying it. There's a scene, the famous scene in Neverending Story that scarred every child's brain is when the horse dies in the swamp. Do you remember this?
Oh yeah, that's horrible.
It's like the horse falling into the swamp and he's like
so
screaming the horse's name. And it's interesting because like it's very melodramatic, but it is very like it's the exact opposite of the no scene from Star Wars.
there's
It's not.
like
There's nothing
real
funny
emotion.
about that scene of that horse like freaking out and dying in a swamp, and the kid screaming and crying as he's like trying to pull the horse out.
Yeah, it's really sad.
It's kind of hilarious that in like the Neverending Story has like this like incredibly powerful scene that's like completely makes Star Wars look like a joke. Like a child actor was able to do this a million times better, and like whatever director than world famous George Lucas and Star Wars.
Yeah, look, you've got millions of computers at your disposal. I'm just that's the travesty here. Like, just fix it. Fucking what the fuck? You don't go, oh yeah, that's it. That's perfect.
That's the take.
Yeah,
Well, it doesn't even matter
exactly.
because like he's just a voiceover. James Earl Jones doing a voiceover.
The jazz hands ruin it.
The jazz hands
For
is pretty bad.
God's sake, let the actor work. Don't tell him what to do.
I can
Let him
almost
feel it.
guarantee you he told him the specific pose he wanted.
Oh,
him
I
to
know.
do.
I know. Yeah. Look, he
Yeah.
saw it. I saw it in my
Okay.
head in a dream back in
Okay,
1980.
Hayden, I want you to you just found out that you killed Padme, who you love.
Uh-huh.
Now it's gonna be voiced by James Earl Jones, but you're gonna be doing the body work. and it's just very tragic for you. So you could like you're just gonna react to that very very sad news, and you're gonna like you're gonna roar at the sky and hold your hands out, kind of like this.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
Now I know it's very hard to act in this suit because you don't have a lot of emotions. But just put your hands out and wave them around like you're a apparition or something.
Yeah, remember people can't see your face because of the suit, so you gotta emote with your hands.
Exactly.
You gotta do a lot of emoting
There's a
with
lot of
hands.
hand work in this
A lot of
scene.
hand work in this scene. Really want you to emote with the hands. So yeah, let's try it.
Oh, nice. First take. Good
Yeah,
job.
Oh wow. Wasn't that beautiful, everyone?
Everyone's scared to death to say, "Oh man, that sucked."
But
But they're thinking it and telling it to each other.
Of course, everyone. Listen,
At lunch break, they're like, "Oh my god, this thing's gonna be trash."
it's weird because like the first one was so bad, and I could understand like everyone like is too afraid after like in the first one to tell George it sucks. But you think it like because it was so critically panned. Like how was that not a wake up call?
Look,
Okay,
after the first one sucked, everyone was just like, "Ah, fuck it."
I guess.
Like, why would you try to fix it after the first one? You're like,
Right.
"Oh, look, he's an egomaniac. He thinks the first one rules. His
Mm.
favorite character's Jar Jar Binks. There's no way we can win here."
Okay, that's true. That's true.
He said his favorite character was Jar Jar Binks. That's insane.
That is insane. That is an insane thing to say.
Yeah, there's no winning here. You're just like, okay, I'm along for the ride. Look, I'm cashing paychecks and just laughing my ass off by that time.
Mm-hmm.
Falcor is the name of the luck dragon in
Yeah, Falcor. of
Never
course.
Ending Story.
Yeah.
Atreyu
Atreyu's the kid.
is the
Atarax is
protagonist.
the horse.
Who's Atarax is the horse.
That's the horse. He's screaming Atarax as the horse fucking dies.
Mm-hmm.
It comes
This
back.
is like the Nothing is taking over, right? They're
It's
like trying to
well,
fight
that's in the
Nothing.
main plot is the Nothing is coming, and it's like
Right.
in the swamp. They don't really explain it. Someone told me that in the book that it's like the swamp's supposed to drain your motivation, and that's why the horse is like sinking because it doesn't care anymore or something.
Oh.
That's not really explained clearly in the movie. So I remember as a kid being confused, like, why is the horse just sinking? I don't know, but it's fucking scary.
Well, and it's a horse. You're like, oh my God, don't let the animal die. Animals are innocent.
And it's like
How
an
dare
actual horse that's like sucked. I don't know how they filmed it, but they're like have an actual horse being sucked into this like black goo, and the horse is freaking out. Like its eyes are
yeah.
very big. Like it is not like what's happening to it. It's like not
Animal
happy.
torture going on in this movie. Yeah.
Oh my God, I would give so much. I want to see the behind the scenes so bad
Right.
of the scene of George Lucas directing Hayden Christensen or whoever
fuck
in the
yeah.
nose scene. I want to see that so fucking bad.
Yeah.
So is
yeah.
that out there? Is anyone know? Is that out there? Is there behind the scenes of that scene? I
That
want
would
to
go
see that.
viral like instantaneously. If
Oh
it's
my
not out there already, obviously, if it's out there already, then it's probably
wanna
gone
see that
viral
super bad.
years ago and we missed it. Okay, look at this. We're finally done.
We're not.
We've talked ourselves silly. This was a great show. Oh, no.
I was watching a clip of like Darth Vader suiting up in Kenobi, and it looks really stupid. And
Oh,
not
really?
scary. Yeah.
I watched part of Kenobi and I was going to watch it, but I never.
Everyone like I
Finished it.
follow said it was awful. So
Yeah, I know. I was watching it for the cringe.
yeah.
I watched the intro and I'm like, oh yeah, I keep forgetting that this comes out of the prequels because they do like kind of a recap of the prequels in the beginning.
Mhm.
Yeah. And I was just remembering how bad the prequels were as they're doing the recap. I was like, oh yeah. Oh yeah, that part sucked too. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that sucked.
True. But also it's true. The Jack of some trades for $5 says the Civil War movie is provocative yet exasperating, like protesting at a sit-in while you can't change your tampon.
Oh,
There
very
you
good.
go.
Chef's kiss.
CT for 2 Canadians says, have you seen the Stewart outtakes? Look what he can do. I haven't. Assuming you're saying they're funny.
I'm sure they're probably funny. I think I might have seen some Stewart outtakes where he's like cracking everybody up, and they like
They're probably
he
funnier than the
stays in,
actual sketch.
yeah, like he stays in character, and everyone can't stop laughing.
Right. Nomad for 11 months says, "Did you don't?" Sorry, I can't read anymore. My eyes are too blurry. Don't know what to say, but I can say this: thank you for the endless amount of content for the past 11 months. We're back, baby. Well, thank you for the support, Nomad.
Yeah, totally. We love doing it. Look, Sitch and I just love horsing around and making each other laugh. So
True.
hopefully we're making you guys laugh at the same time.
Neil Johnston for 9 months says, "My every other year show is Psych. Highly recommend." Yeah, I've seen Psych.
Psych is pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, it was funny. I could never like just sit down and just watch it like consecutively.
Right.
But it was funny. A friend of mine like loves Psych. He would also like that'd be his show that he would watch every year.
Psych is a really good premise. Yeah.
That's true. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Should I
gotta turn the
read
lights off.
Brian's? Should I read Brian's super chat? Brian for $5.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, I didn't read it.
Okay. Brian for $5 says the best characters on Mad TV are definitely Lorraine Swanson, Jovan Muscatel, the UBS guy, Miss Swan, and Stuart Lynn. There you go. Well, I only know 2 of those. Brian for $5 says creamy peanut butter is for that was the bad teeth one. Thank you, Brian. Hentai OG Tai Toku 310 for $10 says, can we make Adam play Stellar Blade and make sure he plays it for the plot? There you go.
Sure.
There you go.
I'll try. I don't know how cute is this girl.
Just look it up. Type in Stellar Blade.
Okay, I'm doing it right now.
Mr. Borelli for $20 says, thank you so much. Says the UCLA med school mandated students attend a DEI class where an activist led them in a free Palestine chant and prayers to Mama Earth and called modern medicine white science. How was that in woke kindergarten even legal? I saw that video. It was pretty wild. It was definitely pretty wild.
So that is literally happening in the world.
That did happen, yeah. Zero for 9 months says, Sitch, the man who played Stewart voices Gandhi in Clone High. Holy shit, you're right. I can totally hear it now that you said that. That's hilarious. I never made that connection before. Well, I like him a little bit better now. Jonathan Smith for $5 says, almost an impossible combination would be Tulsi Gabbard and Donald Trump. Trump would never go for it. Yeah, that would never happen.
What's up?
J-Mac for $20. Thank you so much, Jay. Your surrogate father, Jay, for $25. Says, Smiling Friends is great, and so is Space King. Come on, guys, support indie creators.
Yeah, are those guys on YouTube or I don't know.
They are now.
I looked it up.
Well, Smiling Friends is like on Cartoon Network, but Space King's on YouTube.
Network?
Cartoon Network.
I don't have Cartoon Network. Okay. Damn it.
And J-Mac for another $5 says, the bug shot it. Verhoeven confirmed it in the director's commentary. Well, there you go. Dan Richards for 2 months says, the one thing Team America did not explore is what happens if the terrorists remain unopposed. Orgasmo and basketball are amazing. There you go.
Yeah, I liked Orgasmo.
Jonathan Smith for $5 says, the feds can't reduce the rates. Too much money in circulation. If we reduce the rates now, inflation would be rampant. High hurt economy, but takes money out. How do you feel about that?
Fed can't reduce rates. Too much money circulating. If we reduce rates now, inflation would be rampant. High hurt economy, but takes money out. That's not true. The high rates are dumping massive amounts of money into the economy. So the high rates are what is like bringing, because they're doing these giant interest payments. You can look at the Treasury statement. You can see the interest payments on there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So,
but isn't that the contention that like, classical economics thinks interest rates being higher reduces inflation, and MMT thinks interest rates being higher increases inflation.
I mean, it's not really MMT. It's just kind of standard macroeconomics. Obviously, everybody says when they talk about government spending, why do conservatives want to stop government spending? What do they say government spending is going to lead to?
Debt. Deficit. What do you mean?
It's going to lead to inflation.
Oh, inflation.
Too much spending. Too much government spending.
Right.
Too much money printer go burr. What happens when money printer goes burr, Sitch? What happens? What happens?
Inflation happens.
Inflation, okay. So when you raise interest rates and you're paying interest on all the money that's out there already, what happens?
You print more money.
Money
to pay
printer
off the
goes
interest?
burr, burr, burr.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right.
So there's two sources of money. Isn't
the idea
spending
supposed to
and-
be that the raising the interest rates is supposed to cool the economy, the private economy off, right? That's the thought process.
The amount of money in the economy is all of the loans that people have taken out and all of the government spending that hasn't been taxed back. So
Right.
there's like these two pools, and raising interest rates is supposed to stop people from borrowing money and
Right.
expanding the money supply this way.
Gotcha.
But at the same time, creates government spending because interest, and you hear people saying this all the time. They're like, interest on the debt is going to be the largest line item on the entire budget, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think they're saying there?
Yeah, I got you.
They're saying we're spending all this money on interest, all this government spending, interest.
Right.
We're going to go bankrupt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So let's raise the interest rates to 10%, then less people will take out loans. And the line item on the budget is going to be like twice as big.
Right, right.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. That's it.
JMac for $5 says, "Hell yeah, brother." Well, thank you. With a bunch of
Oh
fucks
yeah, that's
emojis.
me. Look at this.
There you go.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah.
That's for your curling.
Do something like, what are these called, JMac? Ooh. It's like punching the sky with my 10-pound weight.
There you go.
Look at that.
I'm impressed. Curtis M for $2.79 Canadian, the first ever super chat, supposedly, even though I swore you've super chat before. But thank you, Curtis. Says new word for woke: social construction worker. I like that. It's pretty good.
Oh yeah, that's good.
That's good.
I like that.
I like it. Yeah.
Puts a picture in your head too.
PLOTP2PL for 3 months says some chatter on Twitter about how Haidt's moral foundation was super wrong about COVID. To me, it lines up quite well, especially with the carrot harm protectionism by the Dems.
I agree.
I've never heard that. It does seem to line up clearly. Part of the thing I think people don't get about moral foundations and like the left-right dichotomy through that lens is you could definitely have the two parties argue for the same thing using their own moral foundations. So you
Right,
could
yeah.
you could definitely have that situation occur. And then that's how you can get like the two sides the flip-flop on issues sometimes. But
Yep.
Sulla for $10 says, I was talking with someone who thinks the blue naked man doing it is just as absurd as the squid, so it's the same effect. Also, why make Dr. Manhattan a shower? Still like the movie. Did he have I don't even remember. Did he have a big dick in the movie? I try not to stare at the big
In
blue
the
dick when it
movie?
came on screen, so I don't really remember.
I mean, it was accurate to the comic because I mean, geez,
Uh-huh. You were really looking at the big blue dick, huh?
they were going for it.
Okay.
I mean, it was glowing. It was like saying, it was
Uh-huh.
basically screaming, "Look at me!"
Oh, okay.
It came with a little thing that he could put up in front of the blue tick the whole movie.
I did. Yeah, you know how like when you look at the eclipse, you have to wear the special glasses
Yeah,
to blot out the
exactly.
something. I had the special like dick glasses to blot out the dick when I watched.
Don't be
Watchmen.
scared. Just don't
Yeah.
be scared. It's okay. It's not going to hurt you, Sitch.
Do you know why Dr. Manhattan is like naked?
Because he doesn't give a fuck, man. man. Look,
No,
he's
it's the opposite. It's actually a
Oh.
genius move. So the thing that you're like the on the surface that they tell you is that he's so detached from humanity that he just doesn't care about wearing clothes, right?
right. Okay.
But then we learn that he actually does care about humanity. And this is, Ozymandias was talking about like how he actually does have these emotions and feelings. That's how he knew how to manipulate him with the fake cancer story about how he's giving people cancer, because he actually does care a lot about people and how he's perceived. And so I think the reason Dr. Manhattan would always walk around naked on a level maybe even he didn't understand was so that he could remind everyone that he still was human despite all of his powers and his like everything.
Oh,
Because
okay.
how else do you remind, like, the most way to remind someone that you're human is to just have your fucking genitals out there, right?
Yeah, look. Yeah. Still scary, man. Looks like
There
a
you go.
rapist.
Okay.
Running around like, come on. Put some
Jay for
clothes on, man.
$20 says, speaking of small balls, now that Sitch is a gym bro, he's got to hop on the steroids. There you go. I mean, TRT hormone optimization, LOL, is all the rage amongst your fellow fitness influencers. Well, I don't think I'm going to be doing that, but
I mean, we'll try it out and see if it works, but
right.
if you could get ripped, I mean, you could lose a couple inches just for some beefy biceps, right?
Not on the dick. I wouldn't trade that.
Oh,
But for the
all right.
balls, I mean, girls don't really care about the size of your balls, right? That's not like a thing I've ever heard about.
I don't know. We could put a poll up.
I really like the guys with the big balls. If they doesn't have big balls, it's not a turn on.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
Yeah, I've never heard that one before. Zero Okala for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I'm a longtime fan here, and your insights do me well. Looking forward to the comic and every Sunday. Thank you. It says pronounced ukele. Oh, there you go. Ukele. I'll
And it
probably
says-
forget that forever, but thank you.
It says that's your first super chat, but you literally had a super chat before. Oh, maybe it was
No, it
like
was a membership, right?
It was a membership.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah. Okay, good. I thought I caught him slipping.
Fondue for $2 says, does this mean Doomer is officially a woman? Yes,
Does it?
it does.
Okay.
JMac for $10 says, check Twitter Sitch. I posted what you'll look like after going through your workout plan so Adam can get an idea of what you'll be achieving.
Okay, did you see that? Send that to me. Let's bring that
did.
up. What are we doing?
I did. Here. Oh, are we gonna bring up Sammy's horrible thing too?
Oh, is this? Oh, yeah, we got to do that too. What are we thinking?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at this. Oh, yes.
There you go. Look at that.
Artist rendition of what PSA Sitch is going to look like after going through the regime made for him. Oh, the regimen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here it is, guys. This is, I mean, it's basically like Dr. Manhattan. Just,
I want you all to did you hear how excited Adam was when he saw that picture of May like this?
oh, yeah,
Oh, yes. Just take note. Just take note of that.
I mean, look. This would be good for the show. What are you talking about? You're like
There
an
you go.
Adonis here.
That's right.
Just like big bulging muscles.
Mhm.
Muscles. Everyone's
There you
gonna
go.
this is gonna be like people are not gonna stop talking about this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, look at this. It's gonna be great.
There you go.
Everyone's gonna love it. Sitch, I fully want you to do this. It's
You
like
want me to-
superhero
Okay.
shit.
I'm pretty sure that's Darkshine's body from One Punch Man.
Oh, it is?
So there you go. I'm a fan.
Maybe
That looks great, Jay. Thank you.
Maybe that's
Beautiful.
why it's so cool.
Yeah. Beautiful, Jay. Beautiful, Jay.
Somehow I feel like there's some roids involved in this.
Darkshine? No. Darkshine's all natural, baby.
Is
Darkshine's a hilarious character. Darkshine is a character who worked out so much that he became black.
But if you look like that, I'm thinking, I mean, I think roids is going to come to mind. It's going to be difficult for me to imagine that roids weren't involved in some way, shape, or form.
I had to miss the joke there. even though
The
it's
dark
actually
shines. He worked out so much he became black. What's the
yeah,
joke?
bury the
What
lead.
is the joke?
That's literally part of the lore for his character in One Punch Man.
But how's that I don't. What's the joke?
I don't know. I think it's because like you know how like the
Working out makes you black.
no,
I
you know that
mean,
they put that like stuff on their like muscles to make it shine,
mhm.
and it's kind of like tan.
Yeah.
I think the implication is he used so much as he worked out that he literally became black.
I mean,
They're called dark shine now.
it is funny.
Yeah.
It is
I'm surprised they never got in
surprising.
trouble. I think people don't know that. That's why they never got in trouble for the character. They think Darkshine's just a black guy. It's actually not. It's a Japanese guy who just like became black.
That's funny.
So anyway,
Okay, what's going on here with Sammy G? What is this chaos? She's
you gotta
unleashed?
do a screenshot of like the whole website, I guess.
What do you mean the whole website?
Do you not see it?
The website.
You didn't
I
see
brought
it?
up I brought up her tweet. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but would you click the link in the tweet?
Fuck no. Look, I'm not clicking links, especially not from Sammy G.
Adam, you gotta click the link.
I'm gonna end up on some Yowie website or something.
You gotta click the link. You gotta look at it.
Hold on. There's a click here for a free download.
Yeah.
This better not infect.
No.
my
Don't
computer
click the
with
download thing. Just click the website
the website.
on the Twitter link.
What's a link?
It's like a fucking Abbott Costello like routine. It says click the link below to take me to a site where you can download the silly little doujin I made, and there's a link.
What is a link?
You
Where are
click
those?
it. You know what I said about you not being able to put add-ons and WoW? This is what I'm talking about.
Where are the links?
That's what I'm talking about.
What are you talking about? What's a link?
Jesus Christ.
What do you mean?
Am I gonna have to like make a video of this and then bring it up on stream? Because that's the only way that we're gonna like be able to show people.
How much page rank does this website have? Is this a safe website? I don't know if I should be here. It looks very
Looks very sus.
It does, yeah. It looks like
Okay, so steal your credit card information.
yeah.
Yeah.
Where's it asking for my credit? Okay.
There you go.
The official Adam X Sitch Dojo is here, created by
Dojo.
Sammy G. Dujin.
Dujin.
This is the dojo.
This is the dojo. The Dujin.
Late and hella gay. Okay. What's this say?
PSA Sitch and Adam friended Dojin. There you go. Look at that.
What's
Look
a
at that beautiful
Dojin?
picture. So like
Dojin R18. Look at this. Which is like finally he's being kissed by a man. He's like, oh my God.
look at you. You're like really going for it there. Okay. You're really
I
into
am looking. This is obviously Sammy's pornographic fantasy here. Okay.
it. Yes, 100%. Yeah.
It's funny because look, we all know the trope that men like lesbian porn, right? Because they
Right.
want to see. Look, they're like, I want to get in there. I want some action. But no one ever thinks, why do women like this gay stuff?
Hey, look, Sammy likes the gay shit.
Yeah, because they're like, look, the two guys, I can get in there. That's what they're thinking.
There you go.
That's what the women are thinking.
There you go. I don't know what the woman's thinking there.
No, I know what the women are thinking.
You think
I
that
just
she
told
thinks she
you.
can get in there? I don't think that's what's going on here. Sammy, is that the thought process? You think you can get in there?
Artist
me and Adam?
professional villainous.
Sammy, you think you can get between me and Adam? Okay. It's impossible. No one could do that. Okay, the bottom says loosely inspired by a truer story based on streams with a sprinkle of imagination on top. Sammy G. Author, artist, villainous.
Where are you reading from?
It says at the
there?
bottom of the cover.
Okay.
It's very small print.
Sitch and Adam show, and then we go here. What's this all about?
Created by look at that, the Sammy G. There you go. Artist, professional villainous, based. Embark on a whirlwind adventure through fame, friendship, and the blurred lines of love in this captivating fan book, centered around two YouTube streamers whose chemistry sparks intrigue and speculation, leaving readers guessing until the very end. Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh. Sparkles heart emoji.
Okay, look at this. Rated 18 plus. Uh-oh.
Not recommended for children or doomer media.
Okay.
Tags, one shot, work, marriage, bromance, LGBTQ plus themes, abuse, comedy, MMT, free will, non-consensual, age differences, happy ending.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, if you scroll down,
Had to throw non-consensual in there, Sammy.
there
What are
you
you
go.
doing?
There you go.
The non-consensual part is you drawing this.
That's true. That is true. That's the actual non-consensual part. And if you scroll down, it says based on truish events from the Adam and Stitch show. Look at that.
Oh no. Oh, she
Adam
threw you
and
under the
Stitch
bus
show.
there. How dare you?
And then there's another picture of us, you holding my hands in a
Oh, I know.
non-consensual way
Holding
with a
you
bunch
down.
of
Yeah.
roses. You see this?
This is
Embark
good.
on a journey. You think this is good, huh? Okay.
Yeah, no, this is amazing. Look,
Okay. Now we know what
excellent
Adam really likes.
storytelling here.
Right, yeah.
Look, we're just wrestling. We're
Oh,
testing
of
each
course.
other's strength.
Sure, yeah.
This is strength training.
Embark on a journey filled with passion, longing, and enduring devotion that transcends the pages, leaving an imprint on your heart forever.
Look at that. Look, we're going to imprint your hearts, guys.
There you go.
This isn't gay shit at all.
No, it's not. Definitely not. We're grooming
what's
our
going
audience with this book. Okay.
Oh, look, Sammy G coming in here.
There you go. There's Sammy with the.
Look at
she's got-
her.
look at that with that sexy Sitch mug.
Oh, yeah.
Saying the Stitch and Adam show not only unleashed my artistic talents in unexpected ways, but also equipped me with a fresh approach to causing just the right amount of chaos in everyone else's lives. They only have themselves to blame.
Mm-hmm.
There you
Oh,
go.
blaming us for your shenanigans.
Right. Terrible.
Nice. Sammy G, JoJo
author. There you go.
Dojo author.
Yeah.
Artist, amateur plushie. Look, you're definitely a professional plushie maker. You've made money off of plushies.
True.
So, yeah. S-class, 4-star, general, professional, villainous. Look, I always make mine 5-star brigadier general. So,
That's
Sammy
true.
G, look, there's a
I don't know
spot
if-
over here.
Can you be a S-class 4-star general when you don't realize that there's a space between S and class? It's not one.
I know, it's S- class. Sammy. Jeez.
Well, I don't like. Look at how smug she looks in that picture. I don't know if I like that. Look how you don't even see her eyes, and you could just feel the
yeah.
smugness emanating from the picture. It's terrible.
It is.
Then you scroll down. It says, "Here's what some people are saying. Doomer
Okay.
Media. These are quotes for the book that she did. Doomer Media. Don't put me on the stupid site for this crap. What loser fuck would ever read this trash? Baka.
Oh, yeah.
Pure
I like
Sundere. Daddy J-Mac says, I highly recommended adding female torrents to the story. I think it would really enhance the plot. There you go. There you go.
All right, yeah, let's get some of those cow ladies in there. with
There you
the-
go. There's
the
not
gorgeous milkers.
ChatGPT. So it's
Right.
definitely not ChatGPT. It's definitely not ChatGPT. It's not their logo with like glasses over it. Never did I imagine that a simple Dojin could wield such transformative power, but lo and behold, it saved my life.
Look at that.
There you go. Look at that. Literally
Lifesaver.
saved someone's life. Look, there's me. Even though, again, like S-Class, there's supposed to be a name, a space between PSA and Sitch, but okay.
Yeah.
There's PSA Sitch saying meow. Look at that.
Ooh, yeah.
Look at that. Oh, it's cat Sitch. There you go.
Yeah.
Vinny the Doberman was quoted. He said,
Ree.
There you go. There you go. Classic Vinny.
Nice.
Also not ChatGPT says the story of camaraderie breathed new life into my soul, reminding me that laughter, love, and hope can be found even in the darkest of times.
Oh, that's words to live by.
There you go.
Words to live by.
I am curious what the prompt that you put into not ChatGPT
Yeah.
to get that statement.
Thank you, not ChatGPT. We
My
need to know.
friend Wendy was quoted too, saying, Sam, ... why are you like this? What exactly did these streamers do to rile you up enough to do all this chaos? There you go. I like that.
It's just fun. It's
Why you like
it's
this?
entertaining.
That's good. Look, I even got a quote from Aiden Paladin. Aiden
Look at
Paladin says,
this.
I have no proof, but I can sense that this project reeks of funding by those woo bucks.
Woo bucks.
There you go. Wake up, people. That's true.
Yeah. Look at this. Aiden's still jealous of our Brianna Wu
There you go.
checks.
I
How dare
mean,
she?
if she was going to pay for us to do art, it would be this gay romance doujin, right? That does make
Oh, of
sense.
course. Of course.
And then there's this horrible fucking page that Sammy drew underneath, which you actually read left to right. Wow, how could you call yourself an anime fan? Look at this. Adam has, I kind of vaguely remember this from the stream. Adam says, "You break it up, it's such a yummy treat like chips." You're talking about eating ramen directly out of the
Oh yeah,
package,
yeah.
right?
Have you tried that yet? Oh,
I
it's
haven't tried it.
delicious.
No, no.
Uh-uh.
What do you do with the packet? Do you like sprinkle it on
Yeah. Yeah, just like chips.
how? You
Look,
like put it in a bowl, you sprinkle the like packet on top of it, and you just eat
yeah,
it?
there's like salt and seasoning and stuff on your chips, right? It's the same
Okay.
thing.
That
Just
sounds
dump it
weird.
on in there.
I'll try it. It sounds bizarre. You said they are salty and yummy. And then I say, ha ha ha, Adam, why do you like jizz?
Well, that was never said.
No, I'm pretty sure that was there.
That was said? Really?
I'm pretty
Okay,
sure.
wow. This stream went a long time.
30-plus-year-old man, but humor of a 12-year-old, says the person who's drawing us in this like super gay way, is daring to criticize anyone else's sense of humor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How dare
houses,
glass
Sammy.
houses, right? And then there's I'm confused because then the paneling reverses.
Oh, I do remember saying this.
Yes.
How do you know jizz is salty?
There you go. There's Adam saying, "How do you know jizz is salty?" There you go.
Oh, look at that.
You see underneath it in very small print, it says, "Did Doomer teach you?" That you didn't say.
That's a
There
little
you go.
creative editing there.
Look at this terribleness. Then it says next to it, only quality stream quotes will be used. Watch in awe as mundane quotes from streams are transformed into manga masterpieces, leaving readers simultaneously scandalized and amused. With his skillful hand and a mischievous mind, each stream quote is meticulously crafted into a work of art, challenging the boundaries of decency and igniting hearts of all who dare to witness. Behold, as art transcends the mundane and embrace the glorious absurd. Sammy G with the finesse that borders on the divine.
Oh my God.
I think you just wanted me to say these things so you could have me on audio saying this.
And a smirk that could humble the gods.
Oh
Sammy,
my God,
laying
look
it
at
on
that.
a little thick here.
Listen, we're glad that Sammy's very humble, right?
Hey, oh
The
yeah, of
finesse that
course.
borders on the divine and a smirk that could humble the gods themselves has skillfully woven each page into a masterpiece. Look at this.
Yeah, masterpiece.
I bet you got ChatGPT to write this. Defying the constraints of convention and eliciting uproarious amusement for all who dare to peek. Witness as art sheds its pedestrian shackles and ascends to the lofty realms of the gloriously absurd.
I mean, that's good. Oh,
Don't click the download link, by the way. A project crafted by a fan, fueled by the unyielding love for chaos, spite, and fun. A resounding thank you for the dynamic duo, Adam and Stitch, whose streams have gifted many fans with a treasure trove of material for delightful fan arts and memes. Their unmatched talent for uttering the absurd has become a muse for degenerate artists worldwide, ensuring that laughter echoes across the universe. Peace is upheld through the divine power memes and art carry forth with your noble mission of streaming. It's the heroism humanity didn't know it needed. And said, Adam and Sitch Dojin, free top tier content, receive your own digital download, obtain 69 units of free will, finally understand MMT, learn the truth if S class is truly top tier. Smug face. Wow, look at that. And then underneath it, it says, the bond between S class and A team is stronger than any marriage.
Yeah.
There you go. So if you click, I don't want you to click on it for the stream because we'll get in trouble.
Okay.
But if you do click on it, you get Rickrolled.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Rick, which we can't play on stream because then we'll get copyright struck. But there you go. So very, very wonderful April Fool's joke, Sam.
Yeah, this is amazing.
Beautiful.
This is totally amazing.
Horrible and beautiful.
Look at that. She's got the little Sitch dancing in the
Sitch in a dress emoji at the bottom.
Love
there
it.
You go.
Love it.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful. This came up on Jesse's podcast, so he's gonna link to some of Sammy's horrible art.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Hilarious.
it did.
Oh,
It
that's
did.
so good.
Yeah, you guys will hear
Nice.
not this specifically, but Sammy's other work came up on the podcast.
Good.
I didn't bring it up. It was a question. Jesse asked people to send in questions, and
Oh, they did.
they did.
Sweet.
Okay. Solo for $5 says the novel of Revenge of the Sith was better, filled in the plot holes and made stupid shit better. He killed her, not she lost the will to live. Well, there you go, just like I said.
Sweet.
Enthusiastic Pastry for $5 says, you guys got a shout out on the Adam Friedland show. Look, I mean, constantly confused. Look at that. Adam friended Adam Friedland.
Really?
Didn't know
That's
you
kinda
were
crazy.
boys with Kurt. Kurt who?
Oh, Kurt Metzger gave us a shout out. That's awesome.
Did he really? That's hilarious.
Well, yeah. No,
There you
I love
go.
Kurt. Kurt's great.
We've had Kurt on.
We got to have Kurt back on the show.
Last time ended in some argumentation. So what did he say? Say nice things about us.
Yeah, of course. Come on, man.
Okay.
We'll have Kurt on the show soon.
Mm.
Send us a link to the shout out. Where's my? I'm gonna read some super chats.
Okay.
here.
Let's see. Hennessy for 24 months. Thanks so much, Hennessy. Make it to 2 years. Look at this. Says, can't wait to listen to this at work tomorrow. I was super bored listening to Destiny the whole week. Don't do this to me again. LOL. Thank you for the content. I bet.
Sometimes I listen to Destiny too, and I think, I mean, what is the appeal here?
Wow. Got
I
him.
mean, look, he's not really. Look, I like Destiny. He's a great guy and everything, but it's just the content. It's just, and I like his debates a lot. But when he's on stream, just
streaming it up,
just talking to the chat and stuff,
Yeah. Boring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little boring. I mean,
I
that's
got you.
just yeah.
I know.
Do you find it interesting?
No.
This is why they cut it down. Look,
Sure.
he's way more popular than us. So who am I?
Doing
like,
something,
what-
right?
Yeah. What am I? I don't know.
Jay for
Maybe-
$10 says the
maybe we
voice
should
of
try to be more boring.
There you go. It's the voice of Falcor is the voice of King Grayskull in the 2022 He-Man Master of the Universe. Falcor was Fuker in the original German book. You can see why they changed the name.
Fuker.
There you go. That's pretty funny.
Fuker.
They should have kept it. Cowards. Brian for $10 says, Adam, high interest rates may mean savers make more money on their bonds, but the question is what leads to higher inflation? Lower interest rates that leads to more borrowing or higher interest rates?
Yeah.
Well, I think, but that's what you
the
said. You said
question.
the higher interest rates are supposed to prevent people from borrowing, but then also means that the government has to pay more on debt, which means the government has to
Right.
print more money.
And the
right?
question is, does it really prevent people from borrowing? Or if you have a business opportunity to make money and the only thing standing in the way is taking a loan, aren't you just going to build the price of the loan into the business deal and move forward? You're not going to take a chance you're not going to take advantage of the opportunity to make money. Of course
Right.
you're going to do it. Yeah. Right?
Maybe.
So I don't know that it really I mean, obviously it stifles some borrowing, but
Sure.
yeah.
Fondue for $2 says, wow, S class is swole class. There you go, baby.
Oh yeah.
Adam Unfriended for 15 months says, hell yeah, prequel Dojin to Sitch and Adam comic. Let's go. S class is best class. There it is.
Sammy just ignites the imagination.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Jonathan Smith for $10 says, you're fundamentally incorrect. Economics 101 is absolutely against what you stated. Higher interest rates limit the amount of reloaned money. Lower interest rates encourage it. Loaned money makes more money.
Look, how many times do I have to say it? Okay. I get it. I get it. Okay, I get that. You're completely ignoring the other force, especially when you have $32 trillion in treasury bills out there floating around, right?
Right.
The United States debt is 31 or 32 trillion dollars. Those are treasury bills. Those treasury bills earn an interest rate, a coupon. So when my treasury bill comes due and I want to roll it over into a new treasury bill, I roll it over at the current interest rate, which is like 5%. You can just go to the Treasury website, look up there's like a daily Treasury statement. I don't know if it comes out on Sunday, and you can look at the interest payments. Okay. It's like the biggest item on the budget.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mr. Ubercross, thanks so much for the 20 gifted memberships. There you go. Thank you, Mr. Ubercross.
Yes. Look at that.
Thank you, aka Batosai, for the 5 gifted memberships.
Yeah.
Clowny Moose Bean for 13 months says S class is Spyro the Dragon. A team is Crash Bandicoot. You decide who wins. There you go. I'm gonna be real. I've never played the original Spyro or Crash Bandicoot beyond the demo that I got from Pizza Hut on the demo disc. So I only played the first levels of each. Do you guys remember that? Do you guys remember the Pizza Hut PlayStation demo disc you used to get? That was like the best. That was the best thing ever. Demo discs. We need to bring them back, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Diddler for $2 says, I saw this video in my recommended feed, thought about watching, then decided I don't hate myself enough. Glad we're sharing the misery around. There you go. And Dr. Diddler for now $2 says, is Joel really bad faith when he seems like he's genuinely stupid and thinks, say, Ricky Gervais is genuinely misogynist? Granted, it's odd that he thinks he would say things he thinks are obviously as jokes. And Dr. Diddler for another $2 says, leftists complaining about the helicopter joke as unfunny and tired automatically gives it new life. If you still throw a tantrum to the point where you have to keep bringing it up, it's still effective rhetoric. Yeah, I feel like whenever they complain about the quote helicopter joke, it feels, I feel the exact same way you do, Dr. Diddler. It feels very much like they're the crying Wojak putting on the smug face trying to say, oh, you're so cringe. This joke is so cringe and lame. You know, can't believe you keep recycling it. And it just you can feel that they actually care. You can feel the anger emanating off of them. The trigger. Also, Dr. Diddler, how do you feel that P. Diddy has soiled your good name? People are calling him the Diddler now.
Are they really?
That's
hilarious.
Yeah, they are. Vosh for $2. Look at that. Vosh, the real Vosh, for $2. Says, just remember you treat a dual disc just like a woman. You fasten it to your arm and place trading cards inside of it at regular intervals. True. That is what you do to women. That's what I've heard. Dill, I think that's how Adam met his wife. Dill's elephant joke for $5 says, I'm glad I can get some free will again, but on funny women, if they want to be funny, just transition. Speaking of jokes, what is y'all's most regrettable joke?
What do you mean? None. Our jokes
Pig
hit.
puss?
They all
I don't
hit.
remember any of these jokes. Pig puss, shower poops, Adam's haircut habits, I must know. I kind of vaguely remember these jokes now that you're talking about them, but I don't actually remember them that well.
Yeah,
I can't tell you. What's the most regrettable joke I've ever made on a stream? I don't know, probably some of the gay shit that Sammy does to make off for terrible fucking work off of.
I found an old article here from June 2022. What would higher interest rates mean for the debt? Now, this is obviously written by like a conservative. They're like, interest payments on the national debt are projected to be the fastest growing part of the federal budget under the Congressional Budget Office latest baseline. Interest costs will triple from nearly $400 billion in fiscal year 2022 to $1.2 trillion in 2032. Oh, they're projecting way out, and $8 trillion over the next decade. as a share of the economy. Net interest will reach record 3.3% in gross domestic product. I don't understand. Like, all of these conservatives always know. They're like, look, high interest rates on that fucking huge debt is going to destroy us.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as you mention that in the context of like raising interest rates, they immediately default back to classical economics. Oh no, raising interest rates, that's not government spending. That doesn't do anything.
Right.
It's like, what? What the fuck? Why is that? Why is there that cognitive dissonance there, Sitch?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Look, some progressive didn't write this article. Anyway.
Dill's elephant joke for $5 says, glad I can get some free will. Oh, I read that one. J Cat for $2 says, Sitch, I think you said in the past that it's gay for a man to be pegged by a woman. You still hold that terrible take. And if
whoa. A terrible take.
There you go. If so, is it straight when lesbians have sex with strap-ons? Don't knock it till you try.
Wow.
So I believe I don't remember this take, but it's what I'm going to guess what I said, because this is probably how I'd feel if you asked me about this question. I probably said, listen, personally, I'm not into anything but no butt stuff. Okay, let's say one-way street, exit only, right?
Oh, really?
No, nothing. I don't know why you said.
I mean, but what if it's an elf?
Incredulity, Adam. I don't know if. I mean, listen, if you like.
What if it's a super sexy night elf and she says, "Look, I want to stick my ear
in your butt." No, I would say no. I would say no.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
It's definitely a no. Okay.
No, definitely no. It's one way. Okay. One way exit. But I probably said that being aside, I don't think it's gay if, like, I understand how the prostate works. I don't think it's gay if some guy wants a woman to, like, stick a finger or something in his butt, while he's fucking her or whatever. So that I don't think is gay. But if you actually want your girl to, like, put on a fake penis and fuck you in the ass,
right. That's like a step on the road to homosexuality.
That seems pretty gay. I don't know. Pretty bisexual.
Yeah.
That's pretty gay, pretty bisexual. Which, if you're into that, I mean, good for you. That's fine. But that's definitely a more step, right?
Yeah. Well, look, I don't know if you're gay and that's your thing. I got no.
If you're bisexual, you want your girlfriend to fucking peg you. I mean, go for it.
But don't delude yourself about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty bi. It's pretty bi/gay. So.
You don't need to hide that stuff.
As for, like, lesbians having sex with strap-ons, I mean, they don't have a choice, right?
Oh yeah, it's a pragmatic thing.
Yeah, it's like a pragmatic thing, right?
Yeah, of course.
They have a choice. It's okay for $2 says that's because they're the inferior sex. It's okay for $2 says I sent Adam a DM for the border talk. That's fine if the talk doesn't happen. I do got to work on the video, and I don't want to take long like Dev's trucker video. We miss S-Class and A-Team for the 2 weeks. We love both.
Cool. I don't remember what the border thing is.
You want to come on and talk about the border?
Okay. I don't know if we'll have time, but
okay.
Okay.
Dr. Dealer for $2 says, I'd like to pay this money to congratulate Sitch on appearing on the comprehensive transphobe Twitter list. Work harder, Adam, and maybe one day you'll make the grade. It gets lonely at the top. That's true. There was someone, I forget who, posted, like, the comprehensive, all these accounts on this list are transphobes, and my name was there.
Was I not on the list?
You were not on the list, Adam.
Okay, well, good, because I like trans people. Look, I think people should be able to transition without gender dysphoria. I obviously know why Sitch is on the list.
Right.
He's like a true scum. He belongs on the list, okay? How awesome is it that I know what a true scum is?
Yeah, I mean, it's, you're there.
That's right. I'm not on the list, bitch. Woo! Where's my
Okay.
I'm working out here, man.
Okay.
I'm the heavy hitter.
Brian for $10 says spending creates inflation. Low interest rate leads to more spending. High interest rates means rich people have more money in their accounts, but they're not spending more. Yeah, but you're not addressing what I'm saying, Brian. If the high interest rates means the government has to pay more on the debt.
Right. That means printer go burr. What does printer go burr mean?
That's the issue that Adam is bringing up.
Look, and I agree with you. Well, hold on here. High interest rates means rich people have more money in their account, but they're not spending more. On milk, on produce, they're not spending more. What are they spending more on, Brian? Apple stock, Tesla stock.
Right.
They're buying financial assets. And what is happening to those financial assets? Look out, Google stock market and tell me where the stock market is. You want me to bring up a chart for you? Right now, the stock market is insanely high. Sitch,
Right.
you hate yourself if I send you a chart because I told Sitch to buy.
He did.
Back at the bottom. Yeah,
He did,
exactly.
Yeah. Adam's like, what the fuck you doing, you fucking
Yeah.
piece of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, look, I'm telling you, right now it's so fucking high. Why is it so high? Because interest rates are high, and high interest rates are basically free money for rich people. And what do rich people do with the free money? They buy stock in the stock market.
Right.
Yeah. You guys need to be using MMT to make money. That's what you need to do. You need to stop horsing around on the internet and trying to prove Adam wrong and just start making some money. Look, I don't care if you guys believe me or not. I'm doing great in the market. So sooner or later, Sitch is going to listen to me and he's going to be doing great too. Sitch?
Yeah.
How's
There
that
you go.
5% CD treating you?
Not great. Should have put it in stocks.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways.
That's it?
That's
already?
it. That's it.
Oh man, Sitch. I
It's
feel
only
like a
1
loser.
o'clock at night. I know. Look at that.
Look, we barely made it 9 hours. It's only 9.5 hours.
Only 9 hours.
I kind of feel like a loser if we don't make it to 10 hours.
Right.
Yeah. So let's grab another video.
No, I'm hungry and thirsty
Oh.
because I ran out of water.
Oh, really? Well, look, I'll play my harmonica for a bit and you go get some water.
Anyways, are we streaming tomorrow? What's going on?
Well, unless you're like too tired or something.
So it's a yes.
Okay.
Right.
No, yeah, of course, right?
Okay.
We're supposed to stream tomorrow.
There you go.
Can't take off forever.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you. You have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true people who can sit through a 9-hour stream without having to change your tampon out of your toxic stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. So you are the true sit-in heroes. And we'll see you all on Monday.